Will Team Spirit be able to recover? They just got walloped by Team Tundra, who have looked absolutely dominating, almost as dominating as Saxa is tall, towering over Team Spirit with that performance, absolutely crushing them in the lanes, and then just winning it in pretty short order, in all honesty. But nobody goes home today, do they? This is just dropping down to the lower brackets. So, you know, there's still a chance for Team Spirit that even if they lose this series to come back, they're not going to be going home. But you wouldn't want to go lower bracket. Team Spirit in particular.
Nah, lower brackets for bad teams.
And causing the stock to hit an all-time high.
Nice. All-time high.
Yeah, but time to get out, maybe?
Well, if the trend is my friend and it goes higher.
Although, be cautious when others are greedy.
Well, what if I see sudden risk aversion? Did I add oregano already? Oh, yeah.
Doesn't get any more positive than an all-time high.
Yeah, but the risk reward is skewed. It's time to get out.
Mitchell, you were here at the request of Iceman. He seems to think that you have something left to offer the Navy.
With all due respect, sir, I'm not a teacher. Just want to manage expectations.
What the hell? Good morning, aviators. This is your captain speaking.
I intend to push your limits. Show me what you're made of.
Nice.
Having any fun yet?
Inkswell on those summons that they run in for no danger at all, or the bats with it can be really scary. So
that's a good point, actually. I really like that.
And I feel so like if you're Team Spirit, you're still thinking about Beastmaster ban potentially, the Lycan as well. Like you have to respect this quick, like Vlad's purchase, grouping and taking the fight minute like 10 to 15 that window. If your lineup doesn't have the ability to take that fight in that window, you're just gonna lose like the entire map, and it's now recovery.
10 seconds.
Already seeing them what they banned out Underlorded very early on.
Yeah,
so already dealing with like any type of ways to defend and set up around towers. So
I feel like every time CK gets picked, teams ban Underlord against it though. It is just like one of the best counters, lane and otherwise.
But also this is
a Void Spirit ban.
Yes,
yep.
They paired Grimstroke Void Spirit so much this tournament already on Tundra and dominating every game with it.
As I say, I haven't been watching Group A. We've been doing Group B, so I missed that. But I didn't think I saw him in Group B even once, maybe once.
I feel like they're like one of the only teams that's actually playing the Void.
OG dabbled with it as well.
They dabbled a little.
They had Slaughter, Void Spirit, and Grimstroke, of course.
Okay. Yeah, I'd agree. I haven't seen that much Void Spirit either, even in Group A. Will surprise you.
You guys were talking about the unpicked heroes. I think you mentioned Arc Warden as one of the unpicked heroes so far. This hero destroys my games. Why is he not getting picked?
Time. Time is the answer. Not enough time to farm and to get the items required.
I think he also gets countered from a lot of the popular heroes. I think like CK just owns him all game.
Pro players are much better at diving and knowing when to go in. They'll jump in and kill him very quickly.
Right.
Lack of coordination can be an issue, and that's the reason Arc Warden's also good. Kind of like
cast your
Sniper.
spells, lads.
Oh well, cast your spells, lads, indeed.
Get close and then cast your spells.
Yeah.
It's why Sniper is a terror at generic pubs too.
Cool. They banned the Phoenix, so I guess like along their own style that they did last time, right? They don't want to be playing versus a Phoenix when they have a CK core.
But this is
percentage damage.
But they're picking CK first and using the second phase bans to go, this is our carry, basically. They're not messing around. They're not trying to flex it and be cute. This is just, we're giving CK a good carry lane and then a way to play around like 33 later on in the draft.
Radiant team ban.
Death Prophet has actually, it was the hero of the patch in 3 weeks ago, but we saw one team actually played it as a 5. I think that was it EG actually played it once, which was surprising, but it's still a pretty decent core hero, genuinely. It just doesn't slay towers with zero thought in your mind.
It kind of reminds me, when we saw Panda Boop running the Viper as a 5. Kind of feel like Quap fulfills that role in that her spells are so good, and she's so hard for the 4 in the safe lane. You can't play against it because of the Spirit Siphon. And essentially, she helps win her lane, and then she's good. I mean, she can farm well for if she plays as a 5, and her ult is always good.
Yeah, it's just in Dota when players experience something that is literally broken, and then it gets kind of nerfed back to being good. They're like, it's not broken anymore. I don't want to play something that's good. I want it to be broken.
Yeah. Right.
Like DP is that hero where if you pick it, let's say mid lane, you buy BKB, you make plays. Like you're still gonna have the same effect as before.
Yeah.
Just maybe like slightly less broken.
Is Spirit gonna ban Doom? I feel like they're gonna get doomed if they don't ban it. Because there's a Grim on Tundra. Tundra plays the Doom, as we've seen now in so many roles, potentially on mid, 4 position, 3 position. I wonder if Spirit's talking about that right now.
The Spirit right now, if there's some... I keep talking about like the 15 minutes for Tundra, but it's often because they win their games at this point. And a quick BKB style hero, it puts, Snap and DK kind of into the bin till they're later on in the game.
This actually is a tough spot, because I think Tundra will Beastmaster or Doom, whichever one is in the pool, because they've got the double Roar, they've got the double Doom potential.
100%. Yep.
And also the pressure that the Beastmaster is able to apply from all the things we were saying.
And they can be flexible. They don't have to pick it as their 3rd. It could be their 4th pick.
Yep.
So the fact that they have both options, they get to see more heroes before they make a decision. Because right now, Doom doesn't look that great. Dooming DK is fine, but he's usually got his spells out. Dooming Snapfire doesn't feel that great. You want some mobile, evasive spellcasting heroes usually. So yeah, just pick some generic support. Maybe Hoodwink for Soxa or something else that suits him. And then followed up with the offlaner.
Using a lot of their time.
They really are.
Just feels like there's so many heroes you have to ban against Tundra. Like you need so many more than against other squads, and they're gonna go with the Lycan in this case.
Okay.
They don't want the pressure. The Invis Wolves plus Inkswell is pretty spooky.
Oh god. Yeah.
It's a combo popularized initially by Team Liquid, but these days it's all Tundra.
One thing that we were talking about in a previous series was that the Grimstroke Jug combo is quite a nasty one in lane. But Jug doesn't really seem to be a hero that anybody picks.
It's kind of weak in concept. The heroes like CK are much stronger. All right.
He was banned. There was a series where he was banned, oddly enough.
Doom Shaman. That's kind of what I think Tundra goes for. You then have Grim CK one lane, Doom Shaman the other lane. Get the quick Roshans, get the fight. You can brush off these supports because of the Doom with the BKB.
You don't think they want Beast for Vision? The Hawk for the Hoodwink scouting and stuff too?
Easy.
I guess it's options, yeah.
I mean, they're both so powerful. Like when you say them, they're both equally good. It's kind of what do they want, right?
Yeah.
Pick 3 heroes here. They're all so good.
A lot of things that can synergize. I mean, Hoodwink's been doing really nicely here at this tournament.
It's really good with this combo for Team Spirit, though. I mean, DK starting things off, you're always going to be able to shoot afterwards. I think one counter to CK so far is chain stuns, actually, because he needs to ulti and BKB. And if this fight starts with him going down to like 40% HP, the fight's over, because that means the illusions are basically 1 nuke from dying, and then you just say, whatever, CK's low. So that's the only time CK carry feels weak is when it's like DK stun, Hoodwink stun, 3rd stun, he dies.
And that's why, for example, like Beastmaster kind of rises in value there, having the vision, not getting jumped first, of course, sounds better, but they go for the Doom. All right.
You called it.
Ooh, SD. Okay.
It
helps offset that chain disable problem that could happen. Guarantees they can get BKBs off, even if they get initiated on first. Maybe their vision's not as good, but they've still got the great Grim combos.
And they have run SD offlane so far in the tournament before, and they've run Doom before. So technically, this lane is interchangeable for Tundra, where the 3 and the 4 could be the Doom or the SD.
And we see the bans from Tundra from before. At least they were looking to ban out % damage, but Team Spirit kind of banned out 1-2 with like the Death Prophet. But now you have 2% base versus tanky like DK core, right? We have the Infernal Blade that comes out from Doom, Soul Catcher that comes out from Shadow Demon.
And Spirit, they rely basically on it's the DK stun into followed up damage, right? So if SD's in position, you get 1 disruption, you disjoint that combination, you're going to be losing like half of the damage there.
Also, you guys were talking about the vision for the Hoodwink. Poison gives you a little vision.
Poison gives you a little something,
Yeah, just a little bit.
So Pango, it's into the leash, as we were talking about even from the last game. Didn't really see him get leashed up almost at all, actually, I don't think.
Yeah.
I honestly don't mind the matchup because we've seen Pango players play with so much more confidence nowadays, where they're rolling so far into the enemy lines that you're by yourself, you're forcing out them to retreat, and then Spirit can then kind of kill the one who's not got out as quick as the others, you know?
It's kind of similar to how Storm Spirit's been functioning in this patch. It's like your goal is to launch yourself so far forward, but finally catch somebody, because teams are so much better at not leaving vulnerabilities open. You need somebody to go deep and catch, in that way, yeah, Pango is better against Grim.
It is tough with the Grimstroke in there, though, isn't it? I mean, you know, if they can get on him first, he's stuffed.
And also, something about Pango, one thing that does hurt him quite a bit is different Dispel functions versus Shield Crash. Now they have Doom, which removes the stacks of Shield Crash that you have, and they have Demonic Purge. So multiple different ways to actually make this Pango a lot squishier than usual. Because usually you see him like 30% damage reduction and rolling around, right?
Last game it really mattered. He'd get like Dream Coiled, he'd get a jump off right before he would get stunned, and he definitely would survive because of that damage reduction. So yeah, the Dispel can be really big.
Wow, well, Twitch chat certainly leaning towards Tundra.
Similar to last game results as well, I believe, from Twitch chat.
So Ember ban.
Bandwagoners is what you're saying, Kev. They're jumping on there.
Well, look, if you go 15-1 in groups or whatever the hell they did, it was, yeah, that's going to happen.
10 seconds remaining.
Could still be a Doom mid, couldn't it?
Yeah.
5 seconds
100%. That's the scary thing. We've seen them play Doom in 4 and offlane. Obviously, Nine's playing it more in pubs on mid. Hasn't played it yet at the major, but...
Doesn't rotate as well, though. Isn't that one of the downsides?
Good matchup versus Pango, though.
It doesn't rotate as well, but when you have Grim CK in one lane, and then there's SD plus literally any offlaner, it's so hard to kill that offlane because SD is defensive. So even if Spirit have a good matchup, it's going to be pretty good. So I honestly don't mind that flex existing.
The reason why I say it too is like they usually have Nine be one of the ones that leads with Inkswell. That's why though. Usually he's like an Ember or a Void Spirit, something that's charging in with initiation. So that's, you know, that was at least one of the reasons why I was thinking perhaps.
I like the Bat ban a lot. That would have really undercut the supports on Tundra's side and also been good against the cores too. If he gets doomed, it's a little bit problematic or whatever, but he could definitely work down the enemy lineup.
And that's also respecting how we've seen DK carry come in a little bit more into the major at least. With that ban at least.
Radiant team pick.
That is Spirit Breaker.
Any comments, T, about that?
Boo!
I know you know that sound.
Nah, to be fair though, Spirit Breaker is still a very splendid hero. I'm sure people in the Western scene.
And versus Pango.
Yeah.
Tundra played it in the Gamers Without Borders tournament right before this. Actually, even mid, his first rotation didn't work out, but other than that, he just really did amazing in that game.
5 seconds.
I believe they picked it against a PA so that he could go around pressuring.
Oh yeah, he's good against PA.
Yeah, the value of the Shard and Spirit Breaker is still probably one of the reasons why it should be picked a little bit more with the break, additional damage. I'm thinking for Tiny.
Okay, so that'll be 9. 9 will be playing that. But that's so it still could be a 3 or a 4 Doom. Still look for not sure which one it could be because of them.
Just to clarify, this is a Tiny 20 games played, 30% win rate at the tournament. Isn't doing too hot.
Have they been playing him carry or mid in general?
Often it's mid support so far at the tournament.
Mid and 4 are the two. I actually like it here though because the Team Spirit, the Hoodwink, the Pango, they're a little bit vulnerable to burst. He can lead things off, gives them another tanky frontliner, which pairs so well with Grimstroke anyways. It's kind of like the formula that works well.
Yeah, it's okay. 33 playing the Doom, so they're not gonna go crazy.
You
with
are crazy.
I was like, ooh.
But they banned the Spirit Breaker. They picked the PA. That was the counter that Tundra used in the past. So kind of cool there.
2 mobility heroes at the end versus Grimstroke. I see Leash being really good versus the Pango and the PA in a lot of situations.
Would you say though, Fogged, closer draft overall rather than last time where you guys were all pretty much, oh, this is Tundra's game? Like, do you think it's the Team Spirit got a chance? They got a better draft than they did last time.
Yeah, they're not going to get rolled over by some like a massive amount of push with like a like or anything like that. They should be able to fight back. But I really like what Tundra has. I think they actually like addressed even the Pango and everything with these Dispels. I think this Tiny pick is really cool for the burst versus what I see as 4 pretty squishy heroes potentially. So.
What about the PA though? The PA, I feel like CK is not going to want to buy MKB. They're going to have some true strike issues there.
Later down the line.
They have magic damage with Tiny, but it's that plus Grim. Like that's the one pick that I don't like. That Spirit was really effective with. The PA looks good here.
Yes. I think Spirit's pretty happy where even if they do fall victim to the early BKB as the fight, they have the wave clear on the first 4 heroes. So PA just smokes it or gets over to the other side of the map, keeps farming up. Eventually that Deso BKB timing, pick off the backline. So I think Spirit's happier with this draft, but I still enjoy what the aggression that Tundra can bring behind the quick farm that Doom provides.
Okay. Well, we're going to head over to our casters, Odie and Jenkins. Have a great cast, guys.
Thank you very much, Ted. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are here ready for Game 2 between Tundra and Spirit. And indeed, I saw the panel saying, Jenkins, this is a game where Tundra, even if they get the ball rolling early, they're not going to be able to sort of push towers at quite the speed that they were with that Game 1 draft. So Spirit, more likely to have a chance to get to a point where Yatoro could be able to carry.
Yeah, there's combos on Spirit. I mean, pushing into, DK stun plus snap ult, that's never going to be easy. Of course, you have to get to the point where you have the DK that has the blink dagger, snap ult to follow. I think both drafts look pretty solid, but for Tundra, this does look like a pretty classic Tundra lineup as well. You got the Skeeter CK.
Oh, yeah.
Remember in an interview, I don't remember who was that was saying it, but one of the other pros was saying, like, Skeeter was joking around to the sauna, being like, how the hell am I always getting the CK? That's all I play. I think it might have been actually Tundra that was doing the interview, and they're just laughing about that. He still seems to get this hero because it has fallen off to a degree, only because I think other heroes have taken precedence. It's not really because CK is weak by any means.
Well, let's see how it does this time round. Because so as the carry matchup goes when the minutes pass, right, in the later points, PA's pretty happy, right? You have this evasion against a hero that's not really going to rush to build any sort of ability around that.
Well, he does get Silver Edge. That's the thing.
That's true. I guess, true.
I actually think the CK-PA matchup is really good for CK.
Okay.
That's what I've seen lately.
Because you can itemize for it.
Yeah, I mean, even like Bloodthorn is a really great item on CK these days. So you have the counter.
Well, this should be a first blood setup here. That's the bushwhack. Will slow down Skeeter from getting the stun off initially, but he's still in, and they'll still take it here. First blood for 33.
Yeah, and because it's Tundra, every single hero has started with the magic stick, and they all have 3 stick charges. I'm like half joking, but it is genuinely impactful in each lane to have, plus 45 HP and mana to start the game. And 33's also got his Quelling Blade Tango coming out. Yeah, look, did they all actually have sticks? Almost all of them.
They're just snaking. Oh, and 9, of course, in the mid matchup. He's not started with it. He will be getting one of them out.
I remember Aoi, when he played for Arkosh for a bit, he was telling me about sticks are overpowered. And I thought he was insane because everybody was getting like bracer components and stuff like that. And then here we are, months and months later, it's like sticks, Tundra started going sticks on every single hero at the start, and now everybody's doing it. He was ahead of his time, man.
He's a smart man.
Yeah. He's got good ideas.
Oh, the setup this time. Do you imagine that Yatoro is going to have as tough of a lane that he did last time around? Because you said yourself, you wanted to see Team Spirit come into this game too with a bit better of just sort of laning potential. Do you think we've got that here?
Yeah, definitely. It's pretty difficult between the harass of a Hoodwink and a Phantom Assassin to lose the lane. Like, PA is not this old PA that, man, Miposhka's making a lot of space here. But yeah, PA's a lane winner now. This Orbit Corrosion build, you can get a lot of kills, especially with the Hoodwink.
Damage done to Miposhka, but as you say, Yatoro very happy for him to be tanking that attention away from the creep wave. So far in the mid matchup, 9 with a little bit of an edge. 8 for 4 against that 7 and 1.
It's hard to beat a Tiny in the early game, now that it's just plus 20 damage on the tree.
Oh, look at this bottom collapse. Taking quite a hit here from Snaking and Skeeter. As it was him, of course, getting in deep.
Yeah, they're doing some diving action down there. Got a salve to work with, though. He'll be fine.
And what's 33 looking for here?
Oh, he's got the armor creep.
That's the one he wanted?
Ice armor. It's either that or against PA and Hoodwink, 2 physical damage heroes. Yeah, you definitely want the ice armor creep. But also, if you could get the Satyr that gives you the mana burn plus the mana aura, that creep is insane as well. I feel like that's half the reason why Doom is so strong is because of these the creep buffs that happened. Every camp is blocked, though. It's so funny to see a dire sentry ward in the dire easy camp.
Got in their own small camp.
Yeah. And the observer ward, of course, on the medium camp, just like fully committed to taking those camps out, so Doom cannot just get these easy creeps. Then he picks up an ice armor creep anyway, and it's like, what the hell is the point of all of that? Oh, a little bit of juicy courier sniping action from Mira. Very nice.
That's the wards out and a mango gone. And so far, actually, with the causes, Skeeter that's having the tougher time in lane. Bottom of the CS right now. I have a chance of getting aggressive here. Was try and go for Mira, but collapsed by Mira's side. It's a hard kill to commit for, and the CS situation so far, Skeeter wants to make sure he's not missing any of them. So we'll get back to the meeting of the creep wave.
Focusing on the runes at 4 minutes, not just the 6-minute runes.
Well, actually, see, Toronto Tokyo is going to get the backup from Mira, so they'll be able to turn and try for 9. Cookie in, that should do it. He'll pop a Fairy Fire, but he's not going to live. Toronto Tokyo getting that assistance around the mid lane and gets him the kill.
Tiny, a very low armor hero to start. Literally 0. So, definitely solid to kill him with the 2 minus armor heroes, physical damage heroes.
I'll tell you who hasn't got 0 is sitting there, of course, with that chainmail coming out. And he is up to 16 armor in the lane 33 at 4 minutes in.
Yeah. That's a lot of armor. And you're playing against 2 physical damage heroes. I'm watching Miposhka right-click him, and it's... like, you can barely render it on the screen, the amount of damage it's doing. It's just so little. Look, it's nothing.
I mean, what do you do about this, Matt? 33 is just going to be able to free farm here, and yeah, they're not going to be pushing him away.
No. They could honestly leave him alone. Like, Soxa could go stack and do, you know, supporty things. Because 33 does not need help. Oh, some juicy courier sniping action again. Mira. He's looking for it. Oh, yeah, that's the good stuff. That's the good stuff right there.
Goodbye, boots.
God damn, that's the boots on a CK2 of all heroes. He loves getting those boots early. So good for getting kills.
And I mean, what would you sort of imagine, you know, the build is intended here for Skeeter? Like, at what stage does he try and get one of these anti-PA items in?
Probably third item. Like you go like armlet, BKB, silver edge.
He's gonna have to blast. Ooh, needed that 1 extra hit, but doesn't want to spend too much time tanking the tower, so he'll stay safe.
Snake King's not happy about all the couriers that are getting sniped down here. He snooped out the ward. Who actually got the D ward? Let's see. Oh, I can't see.
Well, 33. He's gonna get.
Aaron got it.
He's gonna get this kill on his own top. As he's able to run down Miposhka. Bottom lane collapsed in trouble. The tree comes in, and with the Inkswell buff, they'll be able to close this gap. That's going to be a dead DK. Tundra getting kills in both lanes there with the extra backup of the support coming bottom, and it works out perfectly. As we saw top 33, he didn't need that support. He's doing it on his own, getting these kills.
Yep, he's totally free-farming, and now that he just feels strong enough in this lane without the armor creep, he's going for mana burn.
Another kill for Tundra. Toronto Tokyo.
9 is not left.
He's headed over. He's trying to go for the op, but the silence is there into the X-Well. He's going to turn up, and he's going to die. He tries to make that move, but obviously on his own. And between that Phantom's Embrace and the Inkswell, he can't get his ult off. So Tundra, they're getting the kills.
And 9 is still there again. He is not leaving. Oh my god, it's going to work.
Hey, they're going to get something else out of this one. Mira's TP'd in.
I mean,
Collapse has got to be careful himself. He's going to try and help Mira out with the Dragon Tail stun, but the Avalanche is back up. Mira will still die. Can they get Skeeter in return? He's pretty low. TPs are coming in. They've got to find something from this Spirit, because so far Tundra, they're getting all the kills, but Skeeter able to dodge the swashbuckle. And will get found by the Dragon Tail stun, and with the Breathe Fire, Team Spirit will be able to take down that CK in return. They even try for snaking here. Rolling Thunder from Toronto Tokyo.
Oh, let's see, they do have a ward. Yeah, he knows where he is. He should get him with the swash. Yeah.
Very, very well needed there for Spirit after they were taking quite a few casualties on their bottom lane.
Yeah, that is expected at that point for how long that fight went on. It's like Toronto Tokyo just respawns. It's like, what the hell? I died in this fight. All right, I'll take some kills.
And it looks like with the sort of movement from Yatoro to the mid to get some farm, they've just sort of written this top lane off. So 33 will just continue to have all the space that he wants up here. And this is going to be one very farm Doom, and even more so here with the Midas coming as his first item this game.
Yeah, Miposhka's just chilling up there, trying to hold the lane.
Well, they're going to try for Skeet up. Oh, at the ready. Put the Phantasm. I'll hold the two of them back. Toronto Tokyo not quite having his ult ready to go again. The Skeeter will live. The pressure on the bottom side, building up from Spirit. First round of the Dragon Form, doing good damage to the Tier 1.
Yeah, we have the classic situation of both supports just holding the safe lane tower.
See if they can get Miposhka here. 33. Trying to start hunting through the trees. Miposhka a little too slippery. He's out and away and still has another scurry ready.
And Snake King's going to die doing the same thing bot.
Now, this tower will be going down. Spirit. I'll be the ones to take the Tier 1. 33, that's the Midas purchase. 9.5 minutes in. Good timing.
Miposhka has this really nice ward up here that lets him juke around like this. So he's getting more experience than the supports on the other side because the flip side lane is not being taken by any support. Like Miposhka's actually, he's being pretty annoying up here. Like, he's not going to protect the tower for too long. Obviously, it's a hoodwink. What can he do? But he's getting XP that on the other side, nobody's getting.
And it's slowing them down a bit, because I think they're a bit concerned with Miposhka being there, that maybe he'll set something up and suddenly Toronto Tokyo's TPing over. But for now, Toronto Tokyo going for the move on mid. Yatoro and Mira ready to help out.
Oh my god, he just keeps getting bounced around.
There's going to be a defensive disruption from Saxa, breaking him out of any potential follow-up. Now Toronto Tokyo in trouble. 9 steps up with the toss. The Inkswell is going to catch him. One more punch from 9 will do the job. They take him down. But over to the side, Yatoro, he's found himself a DD. And now 9, with as deep as he had to go to get that kill on Toronto Tokyo, he's going to end up going down.
Wow, Yatoro didn't get the last hit. They're trying to give it to him. If you have a PA that's getting last hits at this point in the game, like even a PA showing up like this and being involved in kills is spectacular for her. I mean, this is another hero like Ursa. Like, it just can't jungle very quickly.
And they might get something else out of this here. Collapse. He's onto Snake King. See if he's able to catch him with another Breathe Fire. Will be silenced, but the right click's still there. Collapse. Getting huge amounts done here with these first few Elder Dragon forms. Very active, and we're seeing already this second game much, much closer. And if anything, Spirit maybe overall feeling like they're the stronger squad, but the fact that this PA is getting so much from this early game, it's really just going to be down to what 33 will be able to do with this immense amount of farm that he's getting in this lane.
Yeah, he's huge. He's probably looking to get a pretty quick Doom onto this PA. Like, I feel like Yatoro is getting off to a pretty solid start.
Yeah, absolutely.
Doom is supposed to be this farmed at this point. Well, maybe not this farmed, but Doom is supposed to be decently farmed at this point. Yatoro, 1-0-1, 71 CS. Like, his game's going perfectly as well. He's totally happy right now. He could snowball this.
No, for sure. You know, compared to last game, where Yatoro had such a rough lane, and even then, you know, he managed to kind of get back into it. He got his Battle Fury and his BKB. This time round, where he hasn't been held down as much as in Game 1, it's definitely going to be a huge concern for Tundra.
Tundra they blink on 9 now, so this is why they're going for the smoke here. Spirit, they're like debating this, though. Everybody's just sitting in smoke doing nothing while Yatoro's farming.
They really want to get something done with this blink on 9. They're going to try. Now again, yeah, 9 holding back. They can sense that this is not an easy place for them to just go in. I mean, Spirit will return.
Yeah. It's very awkward. They did get a ward down, though, so that could help them later on. I mean, they've got great vision right now. They see exactly where Collapse and Toronto Tokyo are chilling. Very important heroes to have vision on. Collapse has his blink. Yeah, that's funny. Like both teams had a blink timing, so they're looking to go for a smoke, but nobody's showing because the other team had the blink timing.
Yeah.
So they were looking to also go for a play. Yeah, usually those are not perfectly synced between an offlaner and a mid, but Nine's been spending a lot of time rotating, whereas Collapse, he's mostly just been chilling.
I mean, we're going to see Spirit give it another attempt here off the smoke. They're making the move down towards 33. Pushed out a couple of waves, but 33's playing it smart. A couple of waves cleared. He's back under his tier 2 tower. Spirit, they'll turn their attention towards the mid. See if they can maybe get the jump on 9. I mean, both teams, yeah, they're reading each other very, very well. Tundra, they back off. They
another smoke on smoke.
I mean, who's going to get the blink jump first? Who's going to get the chance to start a fight?
Neither team is letting it happen, man. They're like, no, we see you have a blink dagger. We see that you have that. We're not going to show. It's like, all right, well, neither will we. Okay, guys, let's just fight. Let's just agree to fight mid, all right?
Toronto Tokyo.
A lot of time just being spent mid.
Nine will get the toss back. Collapse. So they get the Dragon Tail start off onto the 33. Soulbind holds back the Rolling Thunder. The Double Doom was there also. So the two of them will have to back off. Nine's going to look from the side, maybe see if he can get back in on this, and he can. Jumps forward, gets the toss back. Lovely toss into the two-man avalanche there for Nine. Make sure that they can finish off the job there off the back of the Double Doom. See if they can get more from this Tundra. They turn over towards Mirror, drag back from Skeeter. The fight finally happens, and it's Tundra that come out with a roaring success there, taking out 4 heroes, losing nobody themselves.
Yeah, finally we see the jump on 9. Like, he catches somebody, and they immediately smoke towards the bot lane. They see that Yutoro's killing the creeps down here. He thinks he's safe because he's in the blur.
I mean, TP's on cooldown for 17 seconds as well.
Snake King was looking. He knows there's nobody behind him here.
I think he might be okay here. He was just on the edge of vision.
Wow.
And now that the night time's kicked in as well, he should be able to stay in the fog of war.
Dude, Yutoro said in an interview that he's cheating. I believe him. After watching that, I believe him. How the hell do you escape that gank? How does he just know? He's going to watch the replay later and be like, what? Oh my god, I almost died. Yeah, that was crazy. Like, they were very patient there with Tundra.
I'll see mid Spirit. Last fight wasn't a great one. They were the ones getting jumped. So looking for a chance to make the jump themselves. Dragon Tail will allow Toronto Tokyo to close in there. Is a BKB available? So toss to the side. 33 should be okay here. He's up to the high ground. Toronto Tokyo won't be able to continue to chase. They'll turn for 9 instead. As 9 ends up going down, did sort of give his life there to save 33.
It's funny that that's the mid laner, but he's got about half the net worth of 33, so genuinely worth it to give away his life there. Even more net worth than the carry. You don't want your Doom going down like that. He's even got a kill streak. So we're not just talking net worth bounty, we're also talking kill streak bounty. This guy's huge.
Yeah, and if he was dead, he wouldn't be able to use his Midas right now, so it would have been a loss of value.
And the Devour. Just doubling down. Looks like he's going for like a Shiva's Guard. He's building into a plate mail, which I think is necessary, regardless of going for a Shiva's.
And it's all right. Progress for him. I mean, is this a game where he will have to get that BKB as the next item?
I don't think he needs it. I don't.
Okay. We'll see mid. 33 is ready to run this down. He has got Doom at the ready. They've got the combo. Of course, Soulbind and Doom are available.
He's going to walk away. Yeah, I don't necessarily... I mean, obviously it's a great BKB game. I think you eventually need the BKB.
For sure. But do you need it now?
You're playing up against Doom. You're playing up against Soulbind. You're playing up against Demonic Purge. I think there's an argument to go just Deso.
Have a quick catch here for Tundra. Starting to get these kills. They're building up a lead. 12-8, 3K advantage. And just making it very, very difficult for Spirit to quite match the ability to kill it, even though they do have some fantastic cause for doing it. You know, we had the blink on the DK, the follow-up from Toronto Tokyo, but Tundra are just not letting themselves get caught out by that. Maybe bottom, though. Again, there's 4 heroes. Tundra, they're prepared. They know that Spirit are constantly setting up and looking for these situations.
Oh man, Collapse is going back in, but
I mean, 33's BKB is on cooldown.
Toronto Tokyo TP'd out.
Oh, okay,
He's gone. Like that would 9 mid.
Well, with the two of them, 9's going to need backup. It is on its way. It's a big crit coming in. There's a great defensive disruption coming out as well as Toronto Tokyo. He'll fall. 9 will live. Tundra able to turn up in time, protect their mid.
Collapse.
And now they can go for more. Drag back with the Rift onto Collapse. 9's got to be careful that he doesn't get hit by the Dragon. He's okay. Collapse not able to quite get any attack off onto him. So 2 heroes dead again on Spirit. I really, Tundra, they're just sort of playing on the boundaries of these moves that Spirit are trying to make. And Spirit, even here, when they get so close to killing 9, they can't quite do it.
I see what Spirit was going for there. I mean, the saves coming in is just... The players on Tundra, they're just playing too close. Like, they're so used to this running around the map and, like, just crazy shenanigans. I see what Spirit was trying to go for, though. Like, there's this play happening bot, and so they think, like, if they make a play with their carry plus a dude that was just bot mid, how the hell is Tundra going to get there in time? But they just were. No. They immediately ran there after the thing bot stopped happening.
That was absolutely the intention. That's why we did see, Collapse go back in with the ultimate, popping the Dragon Form to start hitting on 33 to really try and bait Tundra into just being fully focused on action happening there. But Tundra a step ahead.
It was a play. Like they were making a play. It was next level, but Tundra, they just read it. So. And Sox has got the full ether lens. That's pretty spooky. If you can get towards the Aghanim Scepter eventually, we're going to have a break. Let's see.
On top. Making it very easy to kill Miposhka. It's not a fun game for him. So much jump. Whoever it was the mid. I mean, 9. He's found the setup into the stun. Again, 9. Allowing them to catch these heroes, throwing back Toronto Tokyo into the range of Skeeter. They've got just so much follow-up, we've seen from Tundra's heroes. They get any sort of initiation, they're never alone. There's always backup and there's always a hero to get the kill done. They'll move into Roshan.
And Tundra's very good at... he got Aghanim Shard on Doom. Interesting. What the hell does that even do? Oh yeah, level death. It's level death. I see, with bonus stun duration. Apparently, with the War Stomp, you can, like, stun somebody for, like, 6 or 7 seconds straight with this ability, if they're the right level. Above level 24.
I mean, against Spirit, they're trying to make these moves, but it's just not soon enough. Miposhka shows himself, 9 comes in with the combo, takes him out. Spirit, they're still trying to poke at this, but I don't think they've got any sort of fight to bring against Tundra. As Tundra, they get the 2 kills for 9. Spirit starting to just not find any opportunity to slow them down. 9, he'll see Toronto Tokyo up top. Won't be able to get him back in time, though, as Toronto Tokyo rolls out of here. But the lead, it's building up, and Tundra, it's starting to look very, very hard. I mean, for Spirit, it's just all down to the fight when they find the timing to bringing this PA in. And the question is going to be if Tundra's just going to be too far ahead by the time that happens.
Yeah, it's a problem, and Tundra's building the right items. They're going for Aghanim Scepter on Doom, so they're going to have a 22-second break for PA. They know that Yatoro is the only way that Spirit is going to...
A 9? Yeah, BKB TP out, it's got to.
Old Tiny could have broken that, but no, not anymore. Does not go through BKB, that toss. Tundra, they seem to know. They've got a ward. Yeah, that's going to be a dead mirror. Surely he dies here, right? He's fine.
I've also spotted a DD in the river. So, 9. He'll head over and grab that, ready for the next play. That's getting tough. I mean, how are we looking on the items on Yatoro? He's going to start working on that Deso, but until that's, Battle Fury and BKB alone, while he may be able to live, but I mean, even at that, of course, as we've said, there's ways to go through that BKB. It's not going to do huge amounts of damage. Tundra's heroes will easily out DPS in pretty much all 3 of the cores.
Oh, Miposhka's dead again, man. This is just one of the most frustrating heroes to be caught out on by Tiny. One of the worst strength gains in the entire game on Hoodwink. Like, you're so squishy. You're such a damn squishy hero. Tiny's combo like almost always one-shots you. Fluffy hats don't do a thing.
Down the mid, Toronto Tokyo looking for the setup. The kiss is coming in. So Snaking should die here. See if they can get more. Skeeter's just going to simply pop the BKB. He's happy to fight. Toronto Tokyo himself will use the BKB. Doom dropped down by 33. I just need a couple of hits more ready to get him. He's up on the cliff. Turn trying to kill off Skeeter. They'll be able to do it, but he's got the Aegis. He's going to be back for a second round. Collapse is ticking out. 9 gets in a finish off the kill. Avalanche catching Toronto Tokyo on the high ground as well as Spirit. They'll lose 2. Can they get back in on this, Spirit? I don't think so. Oh, they're going to try. Oh, they're going to try and go for the Yatoro. He's in. Saxa buying some time for Skeeter. It's not going to be enough. Yatoro finishes off the kill. Saxa can't save him. 9 comes back in with the combo, but he's got to get out. Team Spirit, they find a good trade here around the BKB on Yatoro.
Yeah, and he also went for Phantom Knives, which it's, you know, there's not that great of stuff to break in this game, but there are huge HP heroes. I mean, you kill all the CK illusions. You have Tiny, who has this insane strength gain and base strength. Like, Doom, like, all of these heroes get obliterated by the Phantom Knives percentage damage.
Solid signs of what Spirit can still execute with this PA if they keep him alive. And even in that situation, around an Aegis, Spirit fighting back against Tundra and starting to reclaim some of the lead that Tundra has built up against them.
What's Yatoro's next item? Is he getting he can still build this Mithril Hammer into either a Basher or a Deso. Question is, does he think he needs more damage, or does he think that he needs BKB piercing? Dude, that cliff was the bane of Spirit's existence in this fight. Unfortunately, just standing right on top of a Radiant Ward. So Tundra, they see him up there.
So back in action. Looking for 9. Toronto Tokyo not quite able to catch him here as he's into the invis. No interest on trying to commit with any sort of detection whilst Tundra right by 9's side. Oh, okay, Toronto, he's ready to go in. He's starting off the action. Shield Crash and the Swashbuckle. See if he can get back out of this. He's being slowed down by the Demonic Purge, so he'll die for that effort to initiate. 33 having to pop the BKB. Oh, he finds 9. Okay. It's the Tiny out. Tundra, they're probably going to rethink if they want to stick around for this one, and indeed Saxo, he'll TP away from this. Yatoro, again, finding these kills there. 9 caught very, very low on the side of the fight. As Yatoro, he's catching up. And indeed, with the choice here, getting the Basher done, another weapon added to his repertoire here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with PA is that no matter what you're up against, there's always this, like, 3-item timing, roughly, where she is a stronger carry than any other carry in the game.
Yeah, Yatoro is very strong right now.
And if you're Tundra, what you're looking for next is 33 to finish out his Aghanim Scepter, which he's 300 gold away.
And a DD on Yatoro.
Yeah, this is a big timing. If they get smoke off of this, do they have one is the question. Miposhka does. He was doing some warding shenanigans. They're going to go for a smoke with this.
I mean, Tundra's got to be prepared for this. Yatoro, if he's able to jump in, he's going to 2-shot, maybe even 1-shot some of the squishier heroes with a crit in this DD.
Honestly, I mean, I think you can you can pretty much kill any hero, probably other than 33. I think the rest of them can die.
Let's see how prepared Tundra is. They are grouped up as 5 around their mid tower. Team Spirit going for the long wrap around here to try and catch them by surprise from their own jungle, their own triangle.
I might get caught. Oh, it's going to be snaking.
Let's see. I'll go for the quick one first. Okay, buying some time here with the disruption, and we'll see at the same time 9 will jump the backlines. He's in, 33 slams down the Doom onto the PA, but the BKB was already off. So Yatoro will be able to retreat. There'll be a buyback straight away from Snaking as Tundra. They want to keep this fight going. Skeeter puts the BKB 9, juking around the trees, will be able to dodge the Rolling Thunder from Toronto Tokyo. Trying to stay on top of Collapse. They got the damage from they have. 9 gets in on top of the DK. They bring down Collapse, and Miposhka held to the side and trapped by the illusions of Skeeter. Tundra, they'll take the fight.
Yeah, the moment that Yatoro got doomed, they just said, Spear just said, like, we're out. We're getting out. Like, anybody who can get out of this fight, just get out. So Yatoro runs away. Toronto Tokyo, he gets away, doesn't end up using his TP. They all just ditch, and they lose 3 heroes for that. And honestly, That's a timing. I mean, you have 100 seconds with no Doom. So your PA is free now for 100 seconds. I think Spirit, when everybody's alive, they immediately go for a play.
And Toronto Tokyo is looking towards 33 bot, but they're going to find him. And he was trying to walk down this bottom lane. Skeeter and 33 quickly taking him down. He's out for 50 seconds. Still, Yatoro going to go for the jump. He's in with the bashes. This is a lot of damage. Skeeter, he can't deal with it. So they may have lost Toronto Tokyo, but Yatoro back to finding action. And the rest of Tundra, they'll have to run. Collapse, they'll have Blink back up in a second, but Nine's already out with the TP. The Snake King at a safe distance will be okay.
Yeah, Tundra need to respect the Doom timing. That's what they need to do. Like, the Yatoro is too strong to be dealt with in any other way currently. That's just the game that they're in now. It's a PA thing. It's also because Yatoro's having a really good game. He literally hasn't died once.
Yeah.
Like, this guy is having a flawless game on PA.
And I guess because it is just the Doom that he cares about. Because stuff like Demonic Purge, you don't really care about too much of the PA because you're still jumping around and throwing daggers.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think the Purge is a bit annoying for PA as well because you do purge the Phantom Strike. However,
okay, that's true. Yeah.
However, I think you want to purge the Pango Shield Crash. That's like the most important thing to be purging in this game. It's been extremely useful in all of these fights so far. It's what he's been focusing on. I think you continue to do that and leave the PA to the Doom until the Aghanim Scepter comes out on Saksa, and then of course he's gonna have 3 breaks and 3 purges, so he'll be fine.
Let's see if they can interrupt this Roshan attempt. Tundra. They know that Spirit's going for it. Nine is going to try and start things off, but he's caught by the bushwhack. 33 jumps in, but immediately Yatoro's out to the side. So he can't initially find that Doom objective that he wants to. He'll drop it down now. This will force Yatoro to stay out to the side, see if the rest of the team can deal with Tundras. Toronto Tokyo's in with the BKB and the shield crash over towards 33. As 33 is snaking, getting pushed back by the Pango. He'll swashbuckle himself up to the cliff. They see him. Skeeter's able to drag him back down and take him out. Double kill for Skeeter. Yatoro will still die.
PA.
I mean, Yatoro was hanging around. He was trying to look for a chance to get back in as the Doom came to an end, but 33 just forces him out to the side. Tundra, they're cleaning up. Triple kill for Skeeter. Buybacks, they're coming out here from Spirit. They really don't want to let this Roshan go into the hands of Tundra. And maybe they can go for that, because now they know that the Doom's down. No ultimate. Yatoro, 35 seconds left to BKB up, so there'll be this bit of a window where maybe they can look to fight Tundra again and get the Roshan finished themselves.
It's still 4v3 though. I mean, you have to be really careful.
It's risky, and now it's
5v3.
There we go. The numbers being added up by Tundra. With that extra buyback, they know what Spirit's trying to do here, and they don't want to let them get away with it.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And Spirit, is there any chance to make this jump? BKB will be ready to use in a second for Yatoro.
The trees give good
Mira's
vision.
going for it. Mira's going to try for a steal. Can they get in on the pit? They can't. It's going to be Aegis into the hands of Yatoro. He's going to go for it now. He'll be able to kill off 9. 33 also very, very low. He's out to the side with the BKB and the Shadow players. He's away. That's the Aegis gone, Spirit. And they go for a second round on Skeeter. Toronto Tokyo, good control with the Rolling Thunder, bouncing between the walls of the Roshan pit. They lock down the CK trap from the bushwhack, catches Skeeter out. Skeeter will fall. As Spirit may not get the Roshan and the Aegis, but they do get the overwhelming fight here, as they'll be able to push back Tundra.
That was just impeccable timing from Spirit. Like, they lose a bunch of heroes, and the Roshan is going down, and it looks disastrous for them, but Yatoro says, now I can go in, I can get a couple of free picks here.
I mean, Yatoro's, look at him, he's in level 25 PA now.
Yeah, and he stalled for long enough for Toronto Tokyo to come in and respawn and be part of that fight. Like, Yatoro, I mean, there is always the rapier potential. That's always there.
That is true. I don't think he needs it.
I don't even think you need it.
I don't think it's to that point, really. He's still terrifying. And he's only died the once this game. And that's with Tundra putting so much focus on this PA as well. We see 33 each and every fight. He's just trying to make sure that he can lock out this PA.
TD. It was really close that he didn't get the Doom off on onto Yatoro in that fight. Like, Spirit was kiting very nicely, but then 33 also was being very patient.
Yeah.
So, but it was very close. Like, he almost got up to the high ground in that fight.
We'll see again here.
This was just such nice timing. Oh, the bushwhack. I didn't even see the bushwhack.
Yeah, so some fantastic cleave damage coming in from Yatoro.
That tree was up for so long, too. Also giving vision for the initial cookie jump. Like, Spirit, the way they kited around the Roche Pit with only 3 heroes alive was absolutely beautiful, long enough to stall out for Toronto Tokyo to respawn, and then look at what the roll did in that fight. That was basically just Miposhka and Yatoro, like, just messing around the Roche Pit for a long time there. He's got the Hunter's Boomerang to work with now.
Gosh, there's still this period where the buyback status for Spirit is a bit concerning, as it was their carry. Now Yatoro, 5 minutes on the cooldown of that. So if Tundra do kill this PA, if 33 can get in on top of Yatoro, take him out of the fight, then there's going to be a huge window where Tundra's going to be able to push in. But they've got protection. The double Lincolns, right? Yatoro's got a Lincolns, Toronto Tokyo's got a Lincolns, so now they've got these extra ways to make it almost impossible if they're grouped up around this PA for 33 to get any sort of opportunity to catch him with a Doom.
Yeah, he does have the Heaven's Halberd, though, which I think is an excellent pickup. So he can jump in, War Stomp, cancel the Lincolns with the Heaven's Halberd, and then Doom. But it is asking a lot. Like, you have to be in Blink War Stomp range where PA does not get the BKB off. That's difficult. That's a hard thing to execute. Are they going to give this to 33? No, 9 will take it. Spirit was like, they were hoping that they had a smoke up there. You could see that Miposhka's like, oh, Mira, do you have a smoke? No, I don't have a smoke. Miposhka, do you have a smoke? No, god damn it. Like, because they had the DD, like, they really wanted to, they grouped up for it, but then no hero had a smoke left. They've got one of the quick buy on the, the smoke's about to respawn for Spirit, and I imagine they'll immediately go. They feel pretty strong right now with these Lincoln Spheres.
Absolutely.
They have a smoke. They have a ward, 3 wards actually that they want to place. There it is. And what are we going for in Yatoro? He's getting the Aghanim Scepter, which is very good this game. You've got 2 squishy backline supports on the Grimstroke and the Shadow Demon that you can jump, insta-kill, and then have those spells up again to kill the cores. I mean, I even feel like 9 is dying pretty damn quickly to Yatoro in these fights. No Deso on the PA. Opting instead for the Ags.
We go in the mid. Tundra hanging around. See the jump here from Collapse. Over to the side. 9, he's gone in, but Toronto Tokyo is already out and away from Yatoro jump, so that's 9 dead. 9's gone off the back of that attempt to get some action. Oh, the bash is there! Immediately onto 33 as he tries to get out of there. Will be able to turn and get the Doom off onto Yatoro. Buyback for 9. They know that this is their chance to kill this PA. They've got to put everything into this. They've got the stun. They've taken him down. Yatoro out of the fight, but maybe the rest of Team Spirit can still clean it up. There's Toronto Tokyo. Takes out 33. And the question is if Tundra want to use any more buybacks. It's a big window.
No, he got them both.
That's a juicy toss avalanche there from the Tiny. 9.
That was a girthy one. That was nice.
Oh, yeah, I mean, there's 3 dead. Tundra, they won't buy back to put the pressure on, but nonetheless, just for sort of the Tiny alone, there might be the chance to hit some buildings here.
The reason that fight went so well for Tundra is because PA pops the BKB, but the Reality Rift...
Look at that again. There we go, 9.
Juicy.
He's very good at these sort of tosses into the 2-man avalanche.
The toss into avalanche thing seems so much better now that the avalanche is like a perma-stun. Like that, I'm surprised that we didn't see that abused a lot more at the start of the patch, but it makes sense because that's more of like a core Tiny thing, right? That's more of like a mid-Tiny thing, and Tiny's only been recently played as a mid. It was mostly a carry for this patch.
And we see, you know, that last fight, the fact that Yatoro did get doomed,
they're
doomed. Like, we need more Lincolns.
Yeah.
So Collapse, he's got one as well. They've got the triple Lincolns ready to try and keep their, each other safe.
They actually need to buff him with Lincoln's Sphere.
Yeah, they got to spam it on him.
They have to give him the Lincoln's buff as well as his own Lincolns, because Reality Rift Pierce's spell immunity is the reason that he got the Doom off in that fight. And I like that Tundra was still able to pull this off despite all of these Lincoln Spheres and him getting the BKB off. This is like a disaster scenario starting out. That he gets the BKB off, he gets the jump, they get the initial pick off as well. I think, yeah, 9 did buy back in that fight, though. He went for...
He did. As soon as the Doom came down onto Yatoro, he was like, we've got to go.
This is it. This is the fight. Yeah. And, worthwhile buyback. he went for the Moon Shard instead of a BKB, so a bit greedy of a build. Gets punished for that, but he had buyback and 3,000 gold on top of that, so he will have the BKB for the next fight. Or maybe the one after that. Probably the next one, I would imagine. Yeah, he's going to farm it. They're going to give him the Ancients. It's too important that he gets that.
Well, time this Relic. Who's taking that one for Tundra?
Probably 33.
Yeah.
Yeah. All of his damage amplified. Infernal Blade, he's also got the Aghanim Scepter, or the Aghanim Shard. And PA, remember, is level 26, which means you're always getting that full duration stun from the Doom Aghanim Shard. So, let's see. It's like a 2-point-something second stun now with the Timeless Relic. Very nice. He's got the War Stomp, Doom to follow up as well. Yeah, if he Infernal Blade, War Stomp, Infernal Blades, like, PA is going to melt.
It's all right.
Although he has to actually hit the PA first in order to Infernal Blade, so I imagine the Doom will come first.
And that's proven to be very tough. I mean, well, again, this is a game where Tundra, they've had 35 kills, but only 2 of those being onto Yatoro. He's played it very safe, very smart.
I would imagine that the talk of a rapier will be starting soon for Spirit.
For sure, especially when you consider sort of the build has like the BKB Ags Link, because a lot of things to keep him alive, allow him to jump around the fight.
Right.
You want to have that big sort of bam item, and that could be the rapier.
Exactly. It's getting to the point, too, where you're just slotted and you're starting to consume items, and the only thing bigger than these items that you're consuming, it's like the 7,000 gold items or the rapier.
I'm talking about a lot of money. Sid 33 walking around with 5k unspent gold. Oh, hold that thought, though, because already Spirit, they're going to get the lockdown. 33 is going to jump in. Oh, they get the double Doom off. They're able to get it here onto the zone. Okay, no, Collapse didn't get caught by it, actually. The Lincoln Sphere will protect him for 33's Doom. It's just Miposhka that ends up going down to that. And, of course, Miposhka buys back. They've taken out 33. Tundra, they've got to get out of it because Collapse, he's hot in the chase, blinks in. See if they can catch any of the members of Tundra as they split up. Sacks up. He's into the trees and hiding with the Shadow Amulet plays. Yeah, I'm hitting with the scan. They know he's standing here somewhere.
There's a gem. Toronto Tico's got a gem.
They're going to find him. The Spirit, again, prepared for it. And indeed, what we saw in a Collapse, just not getting caught by that Doom. Thanks to the Lincolns.
Yeah, there are 2 buybacks on both of these heroes, but Spirit's feeling pretty good about themselves right now. Yatoro, top net worth. And this is the type of carry that can 1v5.
Absolutely.
As long as PA is your top net worth, you're totally happy.
I mean, they're going to get Roshan here, surely. Now, Tundra, they do have buybacks, but they're not going to want to use them surely in this sort of riskier position. Roshan's just going to go down too fast anyway. This is going to be Spirit.
33 even bought out. He said that we're not fighting this. I'm getting my refresher orb. He's going to look for the quadruple Doom.
I was going to... Then something's going to go through the Lincolns, right? You know,
hopefully.
A couple of halberds, you know, even throwing maybe in the first Doom, and then just having that second one ready to go. Just the Lincolns being there to block it. He's got to get through it somehow and get that catch on Yatoro. Otherwise, Yatoro, he's just going to be jumping around these fights with a huge smile on his face.
Yeah, 33's done a very good job in the prior fights to the last one and getting the Doom off on Yatoro. And the last fight is a result of not getting that Doom off. And that went extremely well for Team Spirit. So, yeah, Tundra's on thin ice here. Yeah. Very thin ice.
Yeah, even Miro, as we saw, also queuing up the Lincolns. It's Lincoln Spheres for everybody, pretty much.
No, it's Lincoln Spheres for Yatoro. they're in other people's inventories, so they're just holding them for him. And he owns them.
And when you are putting the Lincoln Sphere buff on someone, right, you can't, like, 2 people can't do it. You have to wait until the first one's popped.
I think you wait. Yeah, but you just spam. You just spam it on him.
Yeah.
The moment it's popped, let's get another one on him, boys.
Yeah. It is, as you say, a game that could get to a point where, as long as Spirit's heroes are able to click Lincolns on Yatoro, Yatoro will win the fight.
And he's looking for that Ags consumable right now. Which is going to give him a free slot
for that rapier.
Yeah, that's the rapier right there, baby. For. Although I do feel like Satanic is, you know, maybe not that bad either. Although I don't know, doesn't Satanic really matter? Is he going to survive with this? I feel like it's all about not getting doomed.
I mean, if he doesn't get doomed, he's probably going to be fine.
Yeah, and if he does get doomed, this mechanic's not going to matter. So, get that right? I was going MKB. Let's see. Who has evasion? Trickster Cloak is a bit of a pain in the ass. Of course, there's the Heaven's Halberd on Doom. Is there any other sources of evasion? I suppose the eventual Halberd on CK, maybe. He's queued up the Scotty on Yatoro, so he's just kind of thinking. He's considering his last item. Like,
I mean, it's going to be one of the three, as you say, right? MKB, Scotty, or Rapier.
Game is back to even. If you want to call it that.
I was going to say, if anything, maybe Spirit in the more comfortable spot.
Yatoro's charging in, bro. This is a scary PA. Imagine running away from that wave, and you just see it explode behind you with blood, and you're just like, oh god, what did I just avoid?
I see that.
1%.
50-50.
All right.
It's shifting into Team Spirit's territory. And understandably so, with how well they've been playing around their PA.
And here we haven't really talked about as much as Collapse. He just finished his Strength Blink. So he's actually a pretty big boy. He's the second most farmed core.
Oh my goodness.
On Spirit.
It's nearly getting right in and on top of them. They've just got a minute and a half left on the Aegis.
What a weird net worth distribution. The top net worth on Tundra is their offlaner. And then their mid, and then their carry. And then on Spirit, we have carry, offlaner, and then mid. It's just all in this weird random order. That's what happens these days, though. Especially with the Doom.
Radiant.
Oh! That was a good blind jump there onto Toronto Tokyo, but he was ready to react with the BKB. Make sure that they're not able to keep him locked down, and now 9 has to put the BKB himself to get out of it. Same for Skeeter. As Tundra, they tried to catch Team Spirit by surprise there with that initiation, but Spirit, they're ready. And this will be another Tier 2 tower taken by Spirit. Tundra will have to back off whilst those BKBs are on cooldown on all 9. He gets caught there by the jump of Mirror.
Spirit officially has a lead in this game. Officially has a gold lead. Maybe they had one in the laning phase, or like bounty runes or something like that. There's too many Lincolns. It's just they can't. Like Tundra can't press any spells on Spirit.
They can't.
Is this 5 Lincolns? We almost have 5.
We're gonna get there. We're absolutely gonna get there.
Is Maposhka going for one? No, he's not. Alright, it's just.
He might. I mean, he's not got his next time queued up. Maybe 5's too many, you know.
5's, well, you know what? Against this lineup, I don't know.
Against the Dooms, you know, and the Demonic, but yeah, there's a lot of single target.
There's going to be 3 purges at some point. Yeah, that's 3 Lincoln Spears that you need.
Yeah, these Lincolns are feeling very, very good.
Oh, there's a DD.
All right, into the bottle here for 9.
Yeah, 9 built to right-click, so he can actually use this. He's going for the Revenant's Brooch. All right, cool. I like it.
Okay.
I mean, that's got to be big damage.
Dire's courier has been killed.
But, I mean,
and it gives you True Strike for the attacks, right? Let me look. Let me read it.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, they did 5 attacks.
5 attacks for True Strike, magical damage. I mean, there are BKBs, so you've got to be smart about when you pop it.
Well, it goes... Let me see.
Oh, talking about 9. He's going to have the toss back, but the BKB's there before any sort of stun can come in from Skeeter. So Collapse will walk out of this.
It says it deals no damage to magic immune targets.
Correct, yeah. If you pop BKB, you're taking nothing from the rest.
BKB is technically spell immunity, not magic immunity. But
I mean, you can take it up with, because I'm like 9.
I know it doesn't work on BKB.
Yeah.
But there's this weird distinction in Dota between
that is true.
spell immunity and magic. Magic immunity is usually 100% magic resistance.
What's going on here? Toronto Tokyo. It's ready to start things. Tundra, they'll try and get up at 9. Caught by the overwhelming blink range, so has to BKB his way out. Rolling Thunder coming to an end. Is there any opportunity to get in on this? Not really. Once they've had to use a BKB on one of their own cores, they don't want to fight. Spirit keeping Tundra pressured right up until their base.
Yeah, this game is going to be completely determined by the next team fight. And it's all about the Doom. That's all it is. If somehow 33 can pull 33 Dooms out of his pocket and get through 5 Lincoln Spheres, then Tundra will win the fight, and then they'll win the game. But it's looking pretty good for Spirit right now. I think they're chilling. Like, the odds are in their favor, and they can feel it. They're just kind of running around the map, doing whatever the hell they want, whereas you can feel the pressure from the side of Tundra. You can feel that they don't want to have the wrong hero walk in, whereas, like, Collapse is just blinking onto the mid wave like a madman. He doesn't care, because they feel so confident that they can win the fight, as long as Yutoro doesn't get doomed.
And the question is as well, with all the Lincolns that Spirit are sort of building up, is it at the point now where Yutoro himself can actually get something instead of his own Lincolns? Because he's got so many people that are just going to be throwing the buff on him? Is that why he's changing out the slot? Or I guess you're still just removing the boots next, right?
I think, yeah, you just get rid of the boots.
Get rid of the boots.
He already has the ninja gear, so it's 25 move speed that you're getting from
true,
that.
Yeah.
He's jumping around with Phantom Strike, with Aghanim Scepter, so I feel like he's got the mobility.
Yep. And then that next item for the boot slot. I mean, it could be the Skadi, but Skadi's now being built by Toronto Tokyo. He's going to have that for the team. Ready to put the debuff on Tundra.
Yeah. Yeah.
So here we go. There's some numbers for you, Jenkins, on the screen.
Pia armor 30. 65% reduction. Very nice. 114% more damage. This thing's going to more than double his damage. That's wild.
For 5 hits. But then again, I guess 5 hits is all you might need.
With Tiny, that's all you're hitting. And that's all you need, yeah.
He hasn't quite got it yet, though, of course, the Revenant's Approach. He's got the money for the Mystic Staff, but looks like he may be saving for buyback on top of it.
Although it might 0% his damage if he hits into BKB.
That's the problem. The BKB can make that very expensive item feel kind of awkward. You know, once you've popped it and you're ready to use those 5 hits, there's no option to turn it off as far as I'm aware. You know, you're committed.
Yeah. He doesn't quite have it.
Yeah, I think he wants buyback.
He's saving for buyback instead. And Roche just respawned.
Yeah.
That's a big juicy Roche too. We got 4 items on that big boy.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't get better than that.
If you're looking at these heroes, who would love an Aghanims? You know, who's getting a huge power spike to that?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Probably Pango. I mean, I feel like you got a Basher on this guy's getting a Skadi.
Oh, look at this. Skeetup. He's trying to take this fight, but he's just going to die. He is dead. As trying to take down Toronto Tokyo with the Doom on him. There's no chance for him to live the first time. He'll buy back for this fight. It's 9. His BKB's coming to an end. Skeetup has TP'd across here with a buyback, but they're losing the supports. 9 will jump back in. He in turn takes down Raposhka. Got the catch onto Collapse. BKB's out in time. He's held in position by the Demonic Purge. Mirror jumps forward to try and help out. Skeeter turns with the stun. 9's there, has the control to take down Mirror.
Everybody's buying back.
They're putting everything into this fight. Yutoro jumps forward. He's going to get tossed over towards the side. 33's in with the stun onto the 2 of them. Pots the refresher, but the Rolling Thunder from Toronto Tokyo comes in. Inks will stun as well. 33's in trouble. The bash from the daggers. Tundra, they've got to back out of this.
He has no buyback.
He's not going to get the chance to escape. Caught to the side of the fight. He's gone for 2 minutes. 9 will buy back, but this is just a rescue mission. They've got to get 33 out to safety. But they've found him in the trees. The sentry's down. They've caught him with a bushwhack. They're dropping the ultimates here, trying to keep them off 33. But they're jumping in with a dagger. 9 turns with a hit. He's hitting hard. He's cleaving big in with a tree. It's enough to take out Toronto Tokyo. 33. The BKB's back up. The physical from Maposhka and Mirror. It's enough. They bring down 33. Triple kill for 9, though. 9, he's keeping the game alive here for Tundra. This will be the buyback from Yutoro. In onto 9. Keeps it alive momentarily, but now he's down as well. So the status here, just 2 players up on both sides.
33 and Soxa both have buyback. They're the only 2 heroes with buyback in the game.
33.
Everybody else, that was 8 buyback in that fight.
He's going to have to use it 33, surely.
It's going to be 9.
Yeah, there we go.
And I think Soxa might have to... Nah, he's... Okay, he doesn't have to walk in. They're just going to go for Roche.
Oh, this next
Can
push.
you fight this 3v2 against these heroes?
I mean,
with these ones?
How long until Doom's back online? 90 seconds? No, you can't. Not without the ultimate or the BKB, surely. They can't take the risk of jumping.
They're going for it anyway.
I guess they feel like if they lose the Roche anyway, they probably lose the game, so...
It is 3v2, so it's a measure of like how much are those spells worth compared to the heroes that are down.
And the number situation seems to be intimidating Spirit. There's 33. He's going to start working on the rest of Roshan.
These are not 3 great Roche-taking heroes,
They're getting away with
it.
They're getting away with it, Spirit. They don't want to take the risk with just these 2. Or do they?
They see them in
I think they can.
They know they've walked in.
Yatoro can kill. Solo, there's Lincoln's buff coming to an end. Jump forward. But the BKB's out in time. 33, he's up to the high ground. He's in straight away on top of Collapse, but Collapse is able to put the BKB. Snaking in trouble. He'll try and escape, but the Blink forward with the overwhelming Blink kills Snaking off. 33 will go for the TP out towards the end of the BKB. He's away. Yatoro, he needed that bash from the dagger, doesn't get it. 33 lives. Spirit, they push them away from the pit for now, but now the heroes are respawning. Steelers back up. So it's not as easy for Spirit to get in, even though they get that kill onto Snaking to finish this Roshan.
Spirit's just got to be careful for 10 more seconds, and they have everybody alive. They're just playing it safe. They know Skeeter could jump in and blow up one of these heroes.
Yep.
Collapse has no buyback. He's got to be a little careful here.
Spirit into the pit. Tundra, they're close. With the damage of Yatoro, Collapse in Toronto, Tokyo, there won't be any chance for Tundra to get in. So Spirit, they get the Roshan and all its benefits at the end of the day.
Okay, so that was that all 10 buybacks? I think that was all 10. None of them have buyback. That's insane. Nobody has buyback in this game. Okay, well, it could still go either way. I don't honestly think that the Aegis matters all that much right now, because you kill any one of these heroes and it's important. It's obviously slight. Maybe not slight. It's an advantage, but it's not as bad as if this were like 40 minutes into the game.
Okay, so you don't think Spirit's going to be that comfortable with pushing high ground?
You still have to be very careful, because if any of these other heroes die without buyback, it's just a rundown mid, and like, who gives a shit if there's an Aegis? If it's 5v3, you just kill the guy twice.
Astra and Tundra, they take down towers very quickly themselves as well, of course, with this tiny 9.
Everybody's playing it safe because they know nobody has buyback.
It's a dangerous spot to be in for both sides.
Although they are... It's only 3 minutes that both sides have to wait, because that crazy-ass fight finished a few minutes ago. Like, it's actually been 4 minutes since then. Or 5, so... They will have buyback soon enough. I think if you're Spirit... Let's see... If you wait for these buybacks, though, the Aegis is going to have despawned by then.
I think you might value the buybacks more.
Yeah.
You're more important in one person having a second life or the whole team.
Or the entire team. Yeah, exactly.
They might just wait it out.
Yeah.
Coming close, of course, as well to the 60 minutes.
Man, Collapse has a Satanic on Dragon Knight, so this guy is playing to carry the game as well. I like this build a lot, because we're putting a lot of emphasis on the Doom being cast on PA, but if he builds to be a carry as well, like, late game DK is nothing to scoff at. It's really insane, actually, once you get your items. So it puts less pressure on Yatoro to, not get doomed, because it's like, oh, well, at least I have another carry. On the flip side, though, 9, he's got that Revenant's Brooch. Double his damage. Like, he's going to do an insane amount if he's allowed to in the next fight.
You've got to watch out for really who the two of them are getting the jump on, 33 and 9. They get in on someone, get a Doom, round of Lincolns, all these Lincolns that Spirit's going to be sharing between themselves. And 9 gets the punches in, probably will guarantee the death of that hero.
Yeah, the good news is we're getting to the point that Lincoln Spheres are a sellable item. Like, maybe you throw the Lincolns away for one of these 7k gold items. Because what else? What else are you going to throw away?
Oh, they're in. And you're gonna see already, Collapse is caught on the high ground. They tried to get something going, but Collapse is dead. Outside of the base, though, 9 in trouble. And we'll get some safety here with the defensive disruption coming out, but the kiss is raining down on the backline. Saxtra Snaking have to back off. Toronto Tokyo's Rolling Thunder locks down 9. Tundra, they've lost 2 heroes. 9's buyback up in 1 minute and 46 seconds, so not even before he naturally respawns here. This is a bit of a window for Spirit to keep going with the Aegis on Yatoro. It takes some buildings. Miposhka trying to set things up in the trees. 9 has the courier out, seeing if they can sort of scout out his position. He'll be able to poke him with the set of the bushwhack. Yatoro's going to jump forward. They have enough stones to break through the Linkers. 33, post the refresher. He's able to turn, get the Doom down onto the support. He'll focus the Snapfire.
He's so tanky at this point, he doesn't even care. He also has the... He has a Xeon Disc, if he wanted to use that. Yeah, that's not the Doom target that you want, man.
They're going to get back in. Hard. There's 33. BKB's back up. Bushwhack there. Knocking down the 2 of the Yatoro's in. He's managed to finish up another. That's going to be Skeeter going out as well. Down for 100. 33, the last one left alive, and they'll call it.
That's
no
it?
buybacks available.
Wow.
GG. Team Spirit. They'll take this second game and bring this series now to 1-1.
9 paused. Is slamming his keyboard. Okay, I see. Yeah, wow, that was... I mean, Spirit, they basically did the same thing that they did last game, holding the game out for until, you know, they hit a timing where Yatoro can carry the game, except in this one, Yatoro actually had a game, and he's playing PA instead of Ursa, a hero that I think does a lot with the item timing, the 3 item timing. The moment he hit that, it felt like, it's like, oh man, Tundra's got to be careful. Oh man, Tundra's losing this. Oh man, there's no way that Tundra wins this. Like, that's how it felt as soon as he hit that 3 item timing. So yeah, that's he's looking like Yatoro got in that game.
He certainly was. He played it very, very cool, and his team around him, just, you know, they had him covered, right? With all these Lincoln pickups. And just sort of the way that Toronto, Tokyo, and Collapse, you know, these tanky, beefy frontliners were able to make sure that there was just never any chance really to get to the PA, and even when you did, you weren't able to do anything about it.
Yeah, just walk up a high ground, you know, die, buy back. It's like, all right, my PA didn't get doomed. My PA didn't have to walk up the high ground. We're good. That's all they had to do.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I think an excellent action-packed Game 2, of course, bringing us to the all-exciting Game 3 now that's going to be coming up next between these two teams. With Team Spirit here, their second game victory. It's 1-1 now between them and Tundra.
Thank you, Owen. What an absolute barnstormer of a game. You guys wanted this to go to Game 3. So did we. We'll talk about that game, though, after the break. See you in a sec. Welcome back. I hope you've had a chance to catch your breath. That was an hour of absolutely superb Dota. The guys I was watching it with, Purge, T, and Fogged, all said that has to be the game of the tournament so far. That we've seen anyway. You may have different ideas, but I mean, that was just a ridiculously good game. Incredibly exciting, very tense. Kev, what did you make of it?
I mean, it looked like after like the 15-20 minute mark, like Tundra was firmly ahead. They were getting dooms off on important heroes. That looked great, but the Lincoln Spheres buying time, and then also the fact that your carry's just invisible all the time. Yeah. It's already hard to doom through Lincolns, but the fact that he's invisible and has like 2 to 3 Lincolns
on him, yeah.
How can you land your abilities? So even though Doom has this massive net worth with all these Dooms available, and Grimstroke with the same, it's like getting both those heroes on the right heroes to link them and Doom them both. It was so hard.
And Yatara had like these spidey senses of like, where, like he's farming bot lane, and there's this one perfect spot where Tiny comes from behind him, and he's like, I'm not going that way. Like they're like this far away, legit this far away from breaking, and then he dodges the ward as well to continue farming. I think Yatara he was like, boys, we can't be losing this series. He like leveled up in this game. It was insane.
I feel like he had this like amazing game that's going to overshadow a lot of the rest of the players on his team, and I don't want to take away credit from them because I think Miposhka actually kind of carried as this hoodwink.
Some of those bushwhacks were
ravaging. The Roche fight, right? He gets 3 heroes, which allows the PA to be able to go in a lot of these times too. I actually I was watching this hoodwink most of the fights. I'm like, oh my god, like 3-man bushwhack, 3-man bushwhack, and giving vision also with like the acorn as well too.
Well,
so
let's
big
have a
credits
look.
to him.
We've got a couple of replays that we selected during the game. This was the one where we were like, when Tundra win, because at this point it looked like they were going to, this was the moment that really sealed just how effective this lineup can be. We get the Grimstroke ult with the double doom on the perfect heroes, and then they almost get away, but in comes Tiny, tosses him back onto the other target, and bingo bango. And at this point, it looked really bad for Spirit.
Yeah, and this is kind of what Tundra wanted to do, was like continue every time they had the spells available, find the fights, get the double dooms off, and roll through, right? But then it's a couple times when they don't execute that, it gives that breathing room. You have, your Taro making the plays, you have Miposhka hitting the big stuns and stuff, and because of that, it gets so much harder to hit this Doom. Like, you're trying to Doom through a Lincolns, but then like Toronto Toko is throwing the Lincolns onto Yataro, so then he's got his Lincolns, his mate's Lincolns, a refresher for his Lincolns, and poor 33, he's there like, boys, I've got 2 Dooms. I need some help here, guys. Like, it gets really hard. So, like, Spirit punishing Tundra when, like, in one play, instantly opens up the game for Spirit just to, like, walk it.
Well, let's have a look at the other replay, because this might be Spirit on their way back.
And this is kind of what we were just talking about, right?
Yeah. It feels like they like leveled up and played off of each other of how to protect versus the Doom really well too. We've seen a couple fights like Tokyo comes in and stops the animation of a Doom or something with the roll as well too. It was, beautifully done. And sometimes like 33, he'd also just get like the wrong target with the Doom because like everyone was stacked up super hard too, and it was just a bash coming in, a rolling thunder, mini stun also. It was really difficult just to him to get the sequence of Doom off.
You say wrong, it's more like he's getting jumped, he's about to die type of thing, or it's like, all right, I've just got to do something in this fight because if I'm dead, so it's just so difficult. Spirit just played this so well.
It's great adding that unpredictability of the matches. Sometimes that's like crit or evasion, or in this case, like random Lincolns, Lotus Spheres coming out at these super highest levels. Making the correct decision is so important. But if he gets bashed at the wrong time, doesn't get Doom off before he dies, it's like, well, I might as well throw my spells out, do the best I can. So that's why all these like unpredictable stuns that like interrupted the chain stuns or the combos were so big.
Let's have a little check-in with our roving reporter, the young, bearded, and handsome Tsunami. Sir, how are you?
Yeah, I was roving. I was actually roving in the cafeteria watching that game, and I made the critical mistake of watching an intense Dota game while eating spaghetti and a white shirt.
Oh,
so,
dear.
I know. I was agape watching that Phantom Assassin, those Lincoln Sphere plays. Can you see it? You can see it.
I think we could, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's a good...
yeah.
Dead giveaway. Oh, that's a disaster.
Don't hide my shame.
Double down
But it was
next time
intense, and now I'm very curious to see how, because Tundra have not lost very much in this tournament so far. They've lost 1 game so far, now their 2nd game, and both of them against Eastern European opponents, so maybe a little bit of their kryptonite, but how they recover is always the most exciting part, and so this is the most animated chatter I've heard coming out of this booth to my left, and Spirit have been cold-blooded the entire time. The most I ever heard was a lot of Roshan, probably because that's the only word that I understood, but also because it was a very important objective in this fight. But other than that, I think Spirit has had ice in the veins ever since TI.
Wow. Awesome. Well, keep your ear to the ground, Tsunami, and we'll check in with you perhaps later on, maybe even after
with a
this
different
third
shirt.
game. With a different shirt. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, spaghetti's always tricky. You know, I think if you're going to eat spaghetti with a white shit, you got to go for a white sauce, like carbonara or something like that, so that if you do get someone new, it's not as noticeable. Just a little tip there, I think. Or just use a napkin. Tuck it in there.
Style from now.
Hangs down.
What about like an apron, just like cover?
Apron.
A splash shield, something like that.
Something like, or a bib.
Yep.
Bib.
A bib?
A bib.
That'd be nice, yeah.
Yep. Right, so obviously Tundra, I think, from what you guys were saying, did enough to win that game early on, but were they outplayed by Spirit, or did they just take too long to get there?
I feel like they got outplayed a little bit. The PA was really fantastic in terms of its high burst damage, high physical damage. He got his Battle Fury in okay time. He got his items, even though they lost those fights. It was all right, because once Utoro got in the game, he brought the damage to the stuns, that got a bunch of kills, and then he was ultra evasive. So I feel like if he just didn't have Blur, if he had some other skill, I feel like they can win that fight. They can win that game, because they're going to doom him enough times, even through Lincoln Spheres. But it was just way too hard otherwise.
Yeah, I think he did some cool stuff, like the early purchase of the Shard. I think that's something interesting. We're seeing it more, and I've like watched him even on like a lot of the games where he's playing in pubs versus the strength tanky cores. He likes the Shard. Who cares if there's nothing to break? Just the damage that you output with your jump, because you're all about like you jump in one stun, blow that target up immediately. Fan of Knives does a lot of damage, like 16%. It's pretty significant.
Is it of max HP or current?
Max, right?
Okay,
yeah,
that's quite good then. Yeah.
T?
Yes, Ted?
I thought you were going to add to the things.
I mean, I just really enjoyed what we got to point. You know, I didn't really have anything to add. Like, no, they got it. Other than Ninja Gear, also adding to the PA, he also got his Blur, and then he's also got this neutral item as well. I know people still to this day, it's like they have a love or hate neutral items, but yeah, we're just talking about how vision and seeing the PA was really hurtful for Tundra. Like if you're able to get the Doom off, you can, but then
it's
he had
almost an underappreciated element of the hero.
Exactly, yeah. So then you had two forms of it. So even if one was on cooldown, he had the other one. So yeah, I think overall, again, I'm just so happy with that second game. I was really kind of worried that Tundra would just have the double Dooms, walk it,
right.
Oh, Spirit's the lower bracket. So.
But instead, we got a terrific game of Dota, and there is a third coming up after this break. You will not want to miss it.
Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end.
Ah, yes. Game 3. I always love these. Games 1 and 2, they're just the appetizers, and now for the main course. The potential here to progress in the upper bracket for the loser, defeat, and being knocked down to the lower bracket where the scum reside. No offense to the teams in the lower bracket. No offense to the teams in the lower bracket. Big fan. Big fan, just saying. It's the scum bracket.
They're going to clip that perfectly. It's going to be amazing. Your little sorry, your little apology, gone. That never happened.
That's gone.
So first best of 3 we have, and it goes 3 games.
Oh,
seems pretty hyped for the tournament.
Good.
I'm happy about that.
I'm excited.
I want every best of 3 to go 3 games. I want grand finals to go 5 games.
Wait, it's an 8 game. It's BO8.
I thought it was BO11.
An even grand finals, yes. Let them
I
draw.
I think we should play mercy rules.
Oh, new bands.
We got adaptation.
You
new
just
stuff.
keep playing until
Pugna
someone
ban.
calls it quits.
So Pugna's not banned. Pango's gonna get taken out. Tundra, are they gonna ban Io? Leave the Pugna? Or are we gonna get Io in the pool?
Leave Io in. Ban something else for Christ's sake. You can kill Io. He's just a ball.
To be fair, though,
he can open up drafts too much, but
Team Spirit, okay, they do ban the IO. I was gonna say, maybe the only lenience here is so far at the major, Team Spirit, when first pick and IO was available, they'd pick it after.
Later.
Yeah, later, exactly. So potentially Tundra was maybe running, like maybe they don't pick it, but instead they ban it out, leaving the Pugna available.
So it's Pugna, CK, Grimstroke, Bane.
Keeper of Light.
There's the Pugna.
And what will they respond? The CK Grim?
They can't pick Kotl.
In this last time that they were against first pick Pugna, they did CK Pangolier and they did Doom Visage. Obviously, Visage is banned.
Pangolier also banned.
Pangolier banned.
Snapfire is always an option. You kill the ward with your
Shredder.
With your Shredder, you also can ult the targets that decrypt. It feels like a really good hero in this series, especially too.
So CK Snap then?
CK Snap is a pop
CK Snap
combo.
sounds pretty.
You guys really don't think it's gonna be Grimstroke?
I guess. I mean, it could
I'm
be
down
either.
for that
I mean, it could be either. Yeah.
We're just getting excited about
Just
that.
get
Snap's
Snap.
not bad, but I just feel like Grim makes your lineup so much better because it combos with every melee initiator core that you end up drafting. It makes you so multi-dimensional.
Also lanes in either lane comfortably, where Snapfire, you kind of have to play in the off lane, because on 5 it's a bit more.
Oh, no,
We'll just go for the Doom
again.
instead. Cool.
Interesting.
But this time, it very much feels like the flex Doom of the 4 to 3. This isn't like the instantly locking it into a core role.
Well, do you think Tundra would ban a PA here, or do you think they're, having just seen it and lost to it, realized, he played it incredibly well, maybe we shouldn't let him have it again?
I think it depends on how Spirit sets up the rest of their draft, because in that previous game, they had multiple ways of stunning, initiating, covering each other that allowed the PA time to find her farm and also enter the key fights with ease.
I feel like every game has Dragon Knight and CK that I've casted.
Yeah,
Or been on panel for.
Seen him a lot. Seen both of them a lot.
The Knights are in full force at this tournament.
I would need the 3 bans by each team back. Make it actually 4 bans from each team. Let's just make the draft an extra 20 minutes.
Just shave off a giant percentage of all Dota 2 heroes.
Yeah.
Would you rather be a Dragon Knight or a Chaos Knight?
Probably Dragon Knight, because at least then you're not like a weird demon thing.
I really like the way CK
Also,
looks.
CK is very short.
CK looks
weird here.
When you take him off the horse,
Just saying,
downsides
first of all, he has a horse. DK doesn't have a horse.
But he's off the horse.
Dragon Knight is
my
That's like us.
He's only a horse for a little while.
He just turns into the animal himself who needs a horse.
He does look like he's on fire, which wouldn't be much fun.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're gonna ban it. That's really cool. Yeah. So full adjustment made.
Ban that PA.
You did. I mean, Skeeter did. I feel like that was one of the rougher games of the tournament for him, just because he had that really hard counter matchup that he wasn't able to really shine at all as CK.
And again, it's kind of that same vision thing. If you can't really spot your opponents very well, and it becomes this like crazy game of like spotting the enemies that are invisible and jumping on them, it makes it harder for CK to play his game because he kind of is an initiator as well. He needs to be able to see heroes, jump and kill them,
get his combo
pick a
off.
second one, jump and kill that guy, then he's happy. But if it's this like weird...
I mean, we saw there was a part in that game where he just got this amazing triple kill and just legged it off, you know, and it was like, wow, this is what they wanted him to be doing the rest of the game, but they just couldn't find the PA.
Yeah, it was really hard.
Question here for Tundra is, do they continue down this route, like the Underlord ban again? More of these CK cores that don't really get to be explosive going from kill to kill. Mirana.
Would have been good with the Dragonite as a stunner combo. Is anyone going to ban Grimstroke?
That's exactly what I was about to ask.
Good on
too.
both teams at this point, so somebody's going to have to do it. Maybe Tundra was thinking like, okay, they're going to have to ban Grim because we got Doom plus. I mean, surely Team Spirit has to ban Grim. Grim is so much better on Tundra's side. Double Doom plus CK combo. Like, you can't, unless they get to pick first.
They just want to buy in a full link.
They could just pick the Grim themselves first, I think.
The thing is that, what is it? Tundra have first pick out of the phase, right?
Yeah, you're right, actually.
So they'll be able to snipe it first.
So then they would have to probably, maybe, if they did deal with it, but...
Surely you ban it.
See what Mapushka's thinking.
It's so spooky to give them the double Doom again. I mean, if you can get another solution that works like the PA, then sure.
Is there any hero like a PA in that, though, right? PA is a pretty unique hero in that front.
Extremely mobile, has multiple ways to like disjoint, focus, sort of.
I mean, the snap is also very good. It is tough.
Now, do Tundra think Team Spirit might pick Grim here? There's a chance they pick it, almost like a block pick. Does it suit their draft?
It's good with Dragonite. Any like tanky initiator stun hero, it's really good with them.
So would it be possible for them to ban it, or do you think they leave it in the pool and they hope Spirit don't pick it? Some reason Tundra allowed to get it.
Well, Tuesday Tundra has the pick out of the phase, so.
Oh, they do have the first.
But you're right. They could also not pick it, and maybe it comes back around to them. But I feel like Team Spirit probably takes it at that point to give it's decent for them, and it gives a block pick.
So Spirit's first Pugna game at the major.
Is it really?
Yeah, and I'm trying to go back further and see if they played it during the playoff as well, and they didn't do that then.
Interesting, because they've been in every game.
Yeah, so in the last month they've not played Pugna. If I could even go back to the previous LAN that they played, the online one, they didn't play it then. So yeah, they actually haven't played Pugna throughout its entire popularity in the meta.
Grim's still amazing on Tundra if they want to pick it in the last. Now they can.
You're selling it. You're selling it.
Double grip, double Doom.
I think the Bane is a really cool element though versus the Pugna heals and as well the tanky DK. I think Enfeeble is something that is something we have to really keep an eye on this game.
So yeah, the value of Enfeeble and Bane now is that you can go like 2-point brain zap in lane, get Nightmare, then you max the Enfeeble, and in these key early engagements, you just chuck it on the carry. They don't have like the beekeepies and stuff to be able to get rid of it, and you can actually really help offset the backlines of Spirit and what they're trying to provide.
I suppose that's true, because Doom isn't exactly, it doesn't buy Spirit Vessel, doesn't really fit into his build, so you can kind of look at it as a solution there without needing gold.
And the key thing is from Tundra, when you have Doom, you need to be able to localize the fight and decide if you are dooming someone, this is where you're going to die. You can't allow them time to chase away. So having Bane, like Grimstroke, we mentioned it like 24 times so far, but these type of heroes, once you get the Doom off, you're going to keep them in the same spot. You're going to be able to actually kill them off and force out a positive engagement.
And they could potentially have the double Fiend's Grip, double Doom. I mean, you have to say it though, because if Spirit doesn't pick it, there's a high chance Tundra does.
Oh yeah, they still pick it 4, of course.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Spirit.
So Spirit's
25 times
maybe something they're discussing about.
Can I get a 26, anyone?
Ooh, a little different. Luna with AoE damage can be seen as a bit of a CK solution. Lots of bursts.
This is a lot of push from Spirit as well.
The lane, though, that's the main thing. I think against Liquid, they were doing like DK Hoodwink. We saw Luna return then, and it completely destroyed the lane. Same thing here, I feel like, with a Doom. Doom doesn't pressure the lane. Luna naturally will be able to thrive and pressure. And Luna falls flat as a core when you don't have a great lane and you're kind of playing recovery.
They'll take Rubik. Okay, so now they have a lot of ways to counter Fiend's Grip too. Even the Lucent Beam, the Rubik can steal, lift, etc.
He kind of wants them to pick Grim now, so he buys an Ags, gets the Starbind, and Doom.
Well, all the spells that he would steal are also amazing there. So double range lane too, right? So Spirit, the Pugna Luna versus the Doom. This loose, like just the aura beating on these melee heroes can be really problematic. We've seen a couple of these melees offlaners really struggle versus the damage that comes out.
And if they do Grimstroke, Rubik is a bit of a solution against it. It's something Beast Ghost used consistently to try to counter that out, but they're going to go for their other preferred hero, Beastmaster.
Push which up?
For Doom?
Flexible Doom.
True.
Doom can still be 4 in mid here, but the main thing here is now that your Beastmaster, potentially the Axis spam that we mentioned on the pre-show, the fact that 33 likes to be a little bit different with his Beastmaster, not always just going for boar, still an aggressive lane.
And he's better against the supports too, I feel like, because once you get a boar on either Rubik or Pugna, they have to use spells to defend themselves in a lot of cases. And this also gets you away from Doom being just countered by the Luna carry, right?
Yeah.
This like Helmet Dominator pickup plus Doom BKB, CK with like an armlet, they're going to want to group together and barrel through Team Spirit. Like Rubik's quite a weak hero. In lane, you secure range creeps, you stop pulls, but you still need time to feel like a good hero. Same thing with like Luna. For Team Spirit, there is going to be a big window where Tundra get to kind of get the ball rolling and just walk aggressively into Team Spirit, unless Team Spirit's lanes, of course, go really well.
I like Tundra versus Pugna, or sorry, but Beastmaster versus Pugna too. The scouting. Pugna is this hero that you have to find in fights. I think always having a vision element is going to be pretty much needed, actually, versus Pugna.
What happened, Twitch chat, where we switched the
Yeah.
other side?
Doubters?
I remember once when you read the comments saying, I can't believe the commentators joined the other team that just won the previous game, and now look at them.
Yep.
Not doing what we do.
Cowards.
Sometimes, yeah. We're all cowards.
Is that an Invoker ban and
a Storm ban?
And a Storm ban.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, when you look back at Tundra's bans when they picked CK in the first phase, often it would be more of these elusive mid heroes as well. Storm Ember against Boom, they did the same thing. Puck Storm Ember with a ban, so maybe we see that also shift into this part.
Once again, the last phase bat ban, when they realize they do not want to be ran at by that powerful mid hero. 9 still can flex between Doom or other heroes, so they're still adapt to what Team Spirit goes for.
Very single target focus for Tundra though.
Very
right now.
single target, indeed.
And that's why, like, from their mid hero, any bots buying hero that can utilize the Beastmaster Dominator potentially, and have a little bit more AoE presence, be it like a Void Spirit style hero, Invoker to some degree.
Coddle.
Is Coddle still available?
Coddle's still available.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, slapping a Coddle there, Chief, and
it does seem pretty good. Like if he gets
with the Pugna Ward though, it's not as good.
But you're so far back. Most
the reason why the other day we saw the Kunkka do really well versus it, so I'm seeing that Kunkka ban, right? So that's where it's like the Coddle really
good call,
perhaps sticking out for me. And he has the tanky frontliners to set him up, and he has like the Illuminate heal is really useful with
and the Storm ban as well also covers the Coddle as well. Yeah.
I think that Tundra's perhaps looking at the keeper.
No, yeah, I'm super happy if that comes into play. So again, I feel like the value of Boots of Travel with Beastmaster is insane, and then laning dominance helps as well, and it all just kind of works together.
It's a little anti-mobility if they do pick Coddle at least, so that'll solve some of it.
Yeah,
is a really nice group lineup from Spirit. This DK Luna Puck Tricore playing together can really look to like Siege Town Towers win a lot of fights together. Easy, like before BKBs are out, it's an overwhelming amount of magic damage from these three.
This type of game where Luna, she needs to have a good lane. They need to really be efficient with the stacks in the triangle so she can retreat to that, have the item advantage. So when Tundra comes fighting, Luna's up front ready to fight, and then you have the supporting cast enabling. If she's even on net worth, I feel, it might just be a struggle for what we see from most Lunas at the major so far.
Yeah, and if she gets ran at, usually she gets blown up pretty quick, and they've got decent heroes for that, but Pugna can cover her too with the Nether Ward and heal, so she does have a decent outlook. And with the Puck, they're good against Bane as well. Little silences here and there can be really disrupting for Tundra's team fight.
Do you think that Puck here is even Team Spirit saying, we know you can pick Kotl. At least he can phase shift the Kotl blast and not just get blasted out of lane.
That's a good point.
Yeah, he can
inside too.
Jump to the back line, always be able to avoid inside of the fights. Doesn't die to the Coddle as easily as most heroes that I've seen. Like even like Mars's, I've seen dying to the Coddle with these.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I mean, Tundra's taking some time, so it looks like they're discussing something.
I think Voice for it is also on the cards here. If they want a little bit more control and more fight, maybe some silence to deal with the Pugner as well. Because you already have like Bane Beastmaster will be dealing with the Luna, and then you kind of want someone else just to put the Rubik and the Pugner a little bit further back in the fight. Isolate the Luna. As she steps up, you want someone to kind of also jump to the back and deal with them. You don't really have that with Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, they have vision, so like they could use vision plus blinks on either CK or... Yeah,
It is
they do end up having it.
Kind of with the bands, right? The Storm Kunkka band kind of just like made it like, glaring,
giveaway, right?
yeah, glaring to me at least. And then they wanted someone that can sit in the back, and it works. It works with CK. It gives everybody mana, it gives everyone healing when you're pushing with the Beastmaster too.
The fact they drafted it really slowly, though, despite those tells, makes me think that they're just not. It's maybe not the most obvious gotcha pick. Like it's something that fits their draft well, but it does have some weaknesses against Puck or Dragonite. Like if he gets chain stunned and there's follow up, I just feel like he gets blown up. So they've got to play really well.
It's also, they could just be discussing what type of lanes they'll be playing into, and if the timings will be able to synergize. Because if they think they can have like a 10-12 minute timing around Beastmaster and it should be successful, then picking the aggressive coil will kind of fare better. So I think maybe as well they're just trying to get a bigger picture of everything, using their reserve time to some better effect.
All right, that's the draft. You can see it on screen. Very exciting. Some big differences from the previous game and some heroes you saw in the last one as well. I think this promises to be an absolute cracker. Very quickly, Kev, who do you think?
I like tanky heroes, so I'm going to go with Tundra this one.
Tundra?
I don't really like Luna that much, so Tundra.
Tundra? Tundra all the way. Owen and Jenkins have a fantastic cast. See you guys in a bit.
Thank you very much, Ted. Yes, Game 3, ladies and gentlemen, all very exciting, especially after the Game 2 we just had. Ready to start any moment now between Spirit and Tundra. Jenkins, we just heard from the panel, they really like sort of what Tundra's got going on, you know, back to maybe more closer to sort of the timings and the pushing that they're going to be able to achieve like they did in Game 1.
Sure.
But the thing I felt like from Spirit's side, they probably kind of knew that Cottle was going to be coming out. So
yeah.
They, almost to the point, didn't really care that Cottle was left in.
It looked like it. I mean, with the bans, it was telling, and you know, Spirit's the team that picked the Kunkka against the Coddle. So yeah, they knew. They just felt like we don't care. You know, you pick the Coddle, we'll get the Puck. We're gonna catch you out. I honestly don't care about either of the drafts. I just want to see another 60-minute game. That last game was awesome.
Absolutely.
I want to see more of that. Spirit versus Tundra. It doesn't get better than that. Like these guys are just such a pleasure to watch in the mid to late game.
I mean, and, you know, looking at the drafts in terms of like the heroes that we've got coming out, is there any sort of hero you feel could have a really good game here with the setup that we've got?
Oh, let's see. Well, Rubik for sure. I mean, definitely Rubik. Like you have so many good abilities to steal. The Fiend Script's an easy steal. The Roar, you can get the Doom. CK Stun's even amazing. As we see some smoke on smoke action happening here, by the way. Spirit's got a ward. This is... I mean, I guess it's just on whoever gets the stun off first. Yeah, the Spirit, they know that there's a ward there. Toronto Tokyo is pinging it.
30 seconds to battle.
And they're not going to go for the D ward. Oh, there they go. Yeah, because they saw it in the inventory with the ward that they had placed. Surprised there was no fighting there. I'm quite surprised. Both teams not willing to risk running into 5 heroes and just seeing what the hell happens.
The battle begins.
All right. Yeah, won't be able to do anything with that. It's just going to be the...
One for one. No. We chilling. See, how many sticks do we have in this game? How many sticks we got? How many on the Spirit side? That's a relatively stickless game, actually.
Yeah. And this time we've got, 33 on his beast to just be going for the straight helm rush.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The classic. You don't need regen. That's what supports are for.
Yeah, Saxo ready to help out with the 6 Dangos he'll start with. Let's see how these matchups go. So as we saw with the bans, the Tundra, they were trying to set up for 9 to have a solid, easy lane in the mid. Should he get that against a Puck? It's going to be pretty simple for him to maximize farm straight from the start as a Cole.
I think both. I think both will do fine. They're basically the same hero. You just nuke the wave out from far away. Puck can definitely dodge the Caudal Blast though, so I think both heroes will be more than happy to farm here. I think Caudal will probably outfarm though.
Top lane. This is going to be some good blocking here from Collapse. Snaking getting very, very low, but Skeeter's in with the stun.
Snaking just being cheeky. Just zoning out 2 heroes there. Such good base stats. It's all, every time Bane gets nerfed, it's like it still seems like he's such a pain in the ass to lane against. Sox is going to actually opt to cut the wave. So on the bot lane, Tundra is looking to play passive. They just want a 50-50. Get the Beastmaster his Helm Dom or his Helm of Iron Will, and then maybe after that play the lane a little bit more aggressively with some levels.
And of course, considering this bottom lane, we heard from the panel that not necessarily the biggest fans of Luna at the moment. I mean, what was sort of your opinion on this hero as a carry right now?
I know carry still like it. Like I've just heard from carry players, it's not that bad. Like B tier, I think. There are generally better carries, mostly because the Lucen Beam build has been nerfed so much, like the cooldown on it, the damage, and that was kind of like the unique way to play Luna before. It's still decent, but you can always play Luna with Satanics and just be like a regular, right-clicking type hero.
Some really good blocking from the two of them, but of course once that Lucid Beam's gone, the Saxon knows that he has a free way out with the TP. Top lane, Mirror. It's going to be a run down, and that'll be first blood. Skeeter finishes the job.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tough lane for a little Pugna. Can definitely feed against a Bane CK. I think we saw the Bane CK in the first game, actually, on the flip side, where you would have the Bane just Nightmare, and then CK gets all this time to run over and get into position. Nice little double stack from 9, just playing to farm, which I think this is fair on the mid lane. Like, Puck is just going to push the wave out as well, so you may as well push the wave out faster and just kill multiple camps instead of only killing the easy camp. Because realistically, Puck can only farm the easy camp.
Of course, as we've seen, especially for 9 on his Cottle, when he gets this space and start, he starts hitting some insane timings. When you look at what Spirit have, do you imagine we're going to get any chance for Spirit to be able to come over to this area, this mid part of the map, and slow 9 down at all at the start?
When Puck gets Coil. I think when Toronto Tokyo has Coil, you can go for that play. I think it's definitely fine to go for that play, but the Spirit supports are a little bit... there's not a Bane, there's not really like a setup hero. Rubik and Pugna are kind of +1s, so it is a bit weird. Not exactly like great gankers, but yeah, I mean, if the opportunity presents itself, I think you're always going to go for a play like that. That's just kind of how Puck is. Somebody steps out of position, you go for the coil, like no matter what lane they're in.
Let's see what Saxa can find.
What does he get? Oh, it takes the tornado.
Bottom. Poshka trying to some denies in under the tower there after 33 drags the wave round, but does have to be a bit careful, especially with Saxa coming back over. Those 33, he's got a fair bit of damage to work with those 2 points in the axes.
But Poshka's actually going to look for him. Instead of interrupting, he just right-clicks him to death. Yeah. Not much kill threat in this lane for either side, honestly. I don't know if...
I mean, they're going to try. That Fade Bolt, Saxa getting low. It isn't quite enough.
He's got a Fairy Fire. He's kind of debating there. Itara also has 9 stick charges, so he's more than comfortable down here, even though he's at 50% HP. He's happy enough. Speaking of happy, 9 is really enjoying his time.
This is just a textbook 9 Cottle starts the game. Maximum farm. Efficiency couldn't be any better here.
Yes. That's just a crazy amount of net worth of CS. 60 CS at 5 minutes. That's wild. It's 5 camp stack.
Well, bottom lane. Caught very, very low there, the two of them. Saxa and 33. As Toronto Tokyo finds an easy dream coil. They were not prepared for the puck to turn up like that.
Yeah, that is one thing a Coddle can't really do at this point, is turn up and kill two heroes in a lane like that. So Toronto Tokyo is basically like, well, you're going to farm? I'm going to farm your heroes.
That was a really nice quick move. And with the fact that, you know, yeah, Nine's sort of spending that time hitting the jungle, the creeps are going to be pushed up and might not always be able to give that immediate information that the middle is missing.
Yeah, and it's not like Nine is going to really pressure the tower either.
No.
It's a Coddle, it's not a Visage, you know? Although he's got the Boots of Travel already, and he is TPing bot to the Hawk. This is an early timing. I don't know if it... Okay. There's no kill threat here. But the tower...
A lot of push.
A lot of push.
Gonna see if they can try and get their hands on the posture. And they will deal with a knockback. Oh, there we... I mean, Nine.
That's really great from Team Spirit, though, because they pulled this giant wave that was protecting the catapult, and they separate like that. So you either have to go with the wave and kill the Rubik, or dive with no wave and go for the carry. Although, now there is another wave.
I mean, yeah, Nine's just getting ready to start playing with them here, bouncing them around. TP's coming in, Yusoro. Oh, dodge that blast. The 6 in the row, though, use that to just hold back Toronto Tokyo. The Saxa will be left behind the tower. Spirit, they get the kill, and they'll keep their tower alive. Really wanting to make sure that they don't buckle to the pressure of Tundra on this bottom lane.
Yeah, these are great rotations from Spirit. This is exactly what needs to happen to stop this, like, crazy death ball that could have occurred bot. They're actually going to get 33, it looks like, too. There's Coil.
As TP's coming down here on Tundra. See if they can keep him safe. 33 is going to be trapped. As Toronto Tokyo and Mira get over to the other side of him, he's got nowhere to run. Spirit really breaking up exactly what Tundra want to achieve here with those early focus, that focus on the bottom lane.
That would have been an insane solo kill. But, and Collapse is playing on really low HP.
See over in the mid, snaking. He's got a DD, so some extra damage coming in through that Nightmare with the right clicks. Mira trying to duke it out with the trees. He'll put the stick charge, but Snaking's got it. Yeah, but it was mid as well. Miposhka trying to run, but Saxa staying on top of him. Nine blasts him out of the game. Saxa turned upon by Yatoro. He's got enough regen, though, to walk it off. Yatoro won't be able to find him in return. These blasts from Nine consistently coming out. I mean, he's already just dealing so much damage here in this early game.
This is a classic Yatoro move, by the way, moving towards the mid lane. I remember Toronto Tokyo should be fine.
I'll tell you what,
he's maybe not fine, actually.
He's not. That DD rune on Snaking there pretty much got them the 2 kills. This Bane coming in with some heavy punches.
You see a Puck versus a level 5 Bane, you think, like, there's no way, but he had the level 3 brain step up that entire time. Anyway, I remember something at TI. A lot of people were talking about Yatoro and how on these ranged heroes he goes mid instead of going to the off lane, because this happens if you go to the off lane.
And here's the setup top. It's just so hard to get away from these heroes. Nine, he's already starting to give us again one of those world-class mid-call performances. 3 kills straight up, and the farm, no signs of stopping. Already 5k net worth at 9.5 minutes in. On the mid, Nine. Gonna be able to get any control. Sort of Toronto tries with the phase shift there.
Oh, he hit him, actually.
Hit by the blast. I mean, it's just terrifying, Jen, because this Coddle running all over the place. You know, you've got to be on top of your game here if you're Spirit. You've got to be ready for Nine just to be appearing from all angles at all times.
Yeah, he's everywhere, and he's picking up an Orchid too, so eventually this guy's going to have disable for the Puck. You have to be so careful. Any of these heroes, I think including the DK, will die to an Orchid, plus just like the Coddle +1. And you can kill any of these heroes on the side of Team Spirit.
And as we say now, you've got to imagine that Spirit, they felt that they're going to have a way to deal with this, because those last 2 final bans from them, it was pretty much like the Bat and the Invoker. They left the Coddle in and out, because I don't think you're forgetting about the Coddle when you're playing against Tundra.
No.
You know it's going to be there.
Especially not Spirit. No, they've thought about this hero a lot. Like they felt like they could deal with it, and it's looking like they can't so far.
Toronto Tokyo.
Not Nine.
As soon as they sort of show that if you're caught by the root into the stun, he's in a lot of trouble here. He'll drop the Dream Coil, but he's knocked back into the blast. They're struggling with it.
Snake King is 6. And Miposhka is not, so there's no steal that can come in from the Fiend's Grip.
I mean, just blast after blast, kill after kill. It's 9, 5 kills already.
I think they can go smoke. Snake King's still got his Fiend's Grip up.
He's got... I mean, yeah, the amount of gold this call has, it's just insane. Here we go, straight away. 500 gold. The Orchid's going to be here. Almost certainly a record timing after the bots.
Yeah, that's insane. I feel like he was just halfway to it, but every time he shows up to a lane, he gets a couple of kills, and he's actually getting the bounty for these kills, too. It's not like he's just contributing to them. He's
getting
He's CSing them, so he's 5-0-0. So none of the kills that he showed up for, he's just assisted in. Like, he's getting all of the kills, so he's massive.
And with the way he's sort of playing the edge of the fights, the only one really that has a chance of setting up on him is Toronto Tokyo. But as we're seeing, when he goes in to look for the Dream Coil, Tundra, they've got ways to catch the puck. It's not like they lack the ability to make sure that, you know, if Toronto Tokyo's committing, he will get punished.
Right. It's like there's a lot of projected ways to catch him, like the Roar, the Doom, the Ensnare that we saw come out. But there's just so many
that's the
that
thing.
he's
There's
getting
a lot.
caught by one eventually.
I'd say it's not an easy game for him.
It's not, no. But not for, like, super obvious reasons. I mean, the Bane is a good solution to Puck, but still, it is one of the more projected ones when you're talking instant disables. Like, the Bane has to walk up, and Fiend's Grip's not that long of a range. They're setting up top.
I'll be lucky enough there, Collapse, to be just out of range of the Rift.
I like that Tundra does this. I've seen them do this in a lot of other games, where they just go posture somewhere where it looks like they're about to do some crazy Tundra shit, and then there's this massive response of TPs, and then immediately chain the play into a smoke somewhere else. Because now you know that there are 2 heroes that cannot get there if they make a play towards bot.
Spirit do seem to be aware of that sort of play from Tundra.
Oh, they
maybe
see
Toronto
Tokyo.
He's got to get out.
Great vision from Miposhka. Like, he is protecting his team with his positioning. If he dies, who cares? It doesn't matter. Collapse. He's got a juke here.
Well, they've got him with the silence and the stun. And there we go, of course, 9 easily moving him back into the blast. That's another one for 9.
You know, Okado being this far ahead is so scary just because the move speed that he has, as well as the cast range, means it just feels like he's everywhere. You know? Like, look at this. I mean, he still spent a lot of time around the mid lane, but that's a lot. That's a lot of... What color is he? Why is that coming up as brown? I guess the heat map just has the brown as the color, the base color. But he's everywhere, and it's like he can be standing, you know, halfway between the tier 1 and the fountain and still catch somebody at the tier 1. You know what I mean? He's stand at the tier 2, catch somebody at the tier 1. I mean, like the range that he has is just so insane, and it's hard to go on him too because he's just so fast. And the distance that he can keep between you and him, it's like you need to smoke and get this guy. But the later and later the game goes, the faster he gets. And does he get more cast range? He does. Way more cast range, actually. 250 right now.
For Spirit, they're still finding the farm for Yatoro. He's making good progress in the jungle. It's just everywhere else around him is his other 2 cores unable to find the ability to make these moves against a much more mobile lineup of Tundra. Means that they will continue to fall behind, and a lot of the game will look to rest on the shoulders of Yatoro.
The problem is, I don't see Luna 1v5ing anymore.
I mean, especially in a game like this, right? There's so much sort of like single target. A lot of these heroes, they're a big problem for Luna.
And Miposhka's almost certainly dead. I don't see how he survives this. Even going to use the grip just to make sure that if anybody shows up to this, they're not going to help out.
Oh, this is getting pretty rough. This is sort of leaning the same way of the speed of performance that Tundra brought out in game 1.
Yeah, this is what they love to do. They need to catch 9.
See, top lane. I'm going to try and take him down with the Eclipse, but Skeeter's able to walk off to the side. And he's away. He's got backup as well, so Spirit, it's hard for them to really just blindly chase into this. There's 9. Around the trees and back onto the safety of the tier 1. Spirit won't be able to kill either of these.
It's just so hard to catch Caudle because of the distance that he can keep between you and him while he's contributing to a fight. He didn't even have the Spirit form there either.
And on the mid, 9, as soon as he's running away from your top, he's appearing in the mid and killing off a support.
Yeah, he has Arcane Urine. So Spirit form is like 5 seconds downtime or something like that right now. And Boots of Travel, of course.
Now they're just going to run top.
9 seconds, he has them up again. He can go bot if he wants to.
See what they can find here, Spirit. Can they prepare for this move that Tundra's about to make? The Shitora, he's out. Straight away in the trees, he'll bail out of there. They'll leave behind the puck. And Mira also with no chance of escape. TP's on cooldown, even if he had the chance to use it. Another kill for Tundra, 14-4. 33, he's going to start going for the Roche.
Yeah. Yep, he could almost solo it at this point. I think he's basically soloing it. Yeah. Wild Axes, very nice spell.
See Skeeter and Snake King turn up. Make sure they get that Aegis into the hands of Skeeter. 17 minutes in, and now with the Aegis on the CK, you're going to expect Tundra to start looking towards those tier 2s. It's just a question really if Spirit's going to get to a point where they can fight around their Luna, get your Tora involved. As we saw there, even on that top play, it's not easy for him, and even when he is there, still doubts of whether there's going to be enough damage to get these kills if they catch the members of Tundra.
The good news for Spirit is that the only hero that's really going to be taking the towers is Beastmaster. Caudle, one of the worst tower takers in the game. He does heal, so it's sustain. But in terms of actually doing damage to the tower, there's nothing. In CK, this is an illusion-based hero. Doesn't do very much damage to the towers until very late into the game. So Spirit does get to go late. However, I don't know if they want to. I don't know if they even win late game with Luna. This is not like the PA where there's this super solid 3-item timing that you can always win on. Like a CK versus a Luna with 3 items, I think the CK wins that.
I think, especially when you could just consider the things that they have to control the Luna through the BKB, right?
Yeah.
You're getting roared,
it's not
getting
just,
rifted
it's not
about,
just the Doom this time.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of things. So like,
yeah.
You can't just 5x Lincolns this because there are 5 things to cancel the Lincolns.
It's a tough game for your Tora to carry. And not on a hero that's quite got the sort of the same extreme level of potential as a PA as we saw him on last game. Much harder as a Luna.
Tundra's kind of baiting this. Baiting the creeps. Oh, never mind. Just waiting for Skeeter. They're being respectful on Tundra. They really respect Spirit's ability to jump the backlines and win a fight despite being at a deficit in this game.
They've got the blink on Toronto, Tokyo. And it's still a bit of a window where 9 hasn't quite got the BKB. He is close, though. So, of course, when that BKB is there, then they stand no chance of killing this Cottle. He's in the mid. Quick, easy grab onto Mira.
Mira's 0-6. He has just not been able to have an impact in this game. He's basically a Nether Ward, and the Nether Ward is being scouted out by the Hawk in the trees, so that's even dying. He's just not been able to play Dota this game. And 33 got the shittiest creep that exists.
Well, I mean, it's not bad for doing the buildings,
dude,
right?
I'm telling you.
It's building damage.
I'm telling you.
Is it not a lot of damage?
It's not a lot. It's not a lot. Like, you know, shout out to the Ancient Ice Shaman.
Oh, actually, yeah, I guess it's what? It's Yeah, it's not a lot.
It's really not a lot.
The spell amounts to, what, 100 damage to a building.
It's one of those things you get really excited when you see it in the cam. You're like, I'm going to try the new creep. And it's just awful. 33 is going to, you know.
Yeah. You got mana to do so. 4 of those, each do 100 damage to a tower, so he is 400 damage to a tower.
Yep. Yep. Over like 60 seconds.
But I mean, he's got a fair bit of right click, of course, for all these buffs. You know, and a good range as well.
It's all right.
You know, you're keeping him at a distance. He's, you know, shooting his staff at the towers.
Yeah. Yeah. You'd definitely rather the other ones, though. He'll probably, if it's the only one available, of course you'll take it, but he'll be going back for some others. I just think it's a funny creep to get. It's a really funny one. It's always so exciting, and then you see it on the tower, and it's like, oh, it's just decent, you know? Especially with the troll summoner being in the game, you know?
Yeah, it's
you feel like the ancient should be something better than that, but the troll summoner is just insane for taking towers.
Well, ready to go for another tier 2 here, Tundra. They didn't meet any sort of response in the mid push. The same, maybe said it, they're smoking up Team Spirit.
This is the fight. Yatoro's got his BKB. Soxa's looking top. There's a small window here where Spirit can take a fight.
Let's see what they can do. They get the jump on Skeeter. 30 seconds till Aegis. See how they go around this. To try and get him the once, but they're not quite finishing him off. There we go. Taking him out. The BKB is there, but the Roar from 33 immediately in return, and there's the Fiend Script. They're locking down Yatoro, but the silence will put an end to the Fiend Script, but now Yatoro with the remainder of his BKB, he has to run. Skeeter trying to pull him back with the Rift. He's able to grab him. As Yatoro gone, Toronto, Tokyo in the trees. He's got any escape from this? He hasn't. Silence into the physical of Skeeter. There's both cores taken out. And as we're seeing there, even with the farm that Yatoro has, it's just a tough, rough game for Aluna.
Miposhka does have wild axes, so they can kind of defend, especially if Tundra dives a little bit too heavily. And Mira's dead again.
They're ready to just jump. Godlike 9, 23 minutes in. They left it in the draft. You've got to imagine, as you said, a team like Spirit, they wouldn't have forgotten about it. They must have considered that they had the answers, and we're not seeing any of that at all. He's 9-0-4, diving up towards the fountain now. Tundra feeling that comfortable. I mean, Skeeter might die for this. He does. And they didn't quite get the Rex, so maybe getting a little bit ahead of themselves there, Tundra, as the Rex will stay up. And, yeah, Tundra, they'll lose their carry.
It's classic Tundra. It's either Skeeter or 9 that ends up dying by their fountain. That's the way she goes, and gives Spirit a little bit of an opening into the game. I think otherwise they probably would have been Raxed, although I feel like things can't get any worse for Mira. You know, it's, oh boy, after that buyback, like if he dies again, his heroes is deleted from the game. He is going for a Vlad's, by the way, so just opting to be that Aura guy.
We'll see here. I mean, they're 3 heroes dead. Tundra, they had all the chance to just go for the building. But of course, as the temptation, you know, even sets in, even in these, you know, top-level professional games, sometimes kills are just that much more appealing. But of course, many times, you don't get away with them if you're going up towards the fountain.
They can't turn it off, you know, Tundra. They always have to dive. It's what wins them the early game, and it's what throws them the mid game. But they're also they've gotten so used to doing this shit that they're very good at resetting after doing this once. You know, they very rarely bleed and make it even worse. It's usually just either Skeeter or 9, they do this and then they smoke like this.
Mid, jump on collapse. Now keep him locked down. We've got the creeps moving in on the mid lane, so Tundra getting very close to being able to go for a second attempt at a barracks.
Let's see, what does Miposhka have stolen? He's still working with the axes. He's loving the axes. Double nuke out the wave. He does not have a TP on Vrubek, so he's just slowly waddling back while his Rax dies.
And there we go. Back to business for Tundra. The bottom Rax taken out. And Skeeter blink it in.
All right.
I now got the Rax. Now I can look to try and get some kills.
Yeah, he's having fun with this. As they do. That's a psychopath right there. That's a madman. Get him off my screen. Insane.
Whoa, Miposhko, he's under the ward.
God.
Tower is under attack.
Dude, it's always so funny when Rubik takes so much damage, he just explodes and his body flops everywhere. That happens with Pudge as well. Although it feels like when you're playing a Pudge or Rubik, it just happens every single time you die because you're so squishy, you always get overkilled. Denies the DD with the illusion. That's something. Oh, we're so close to 420.
Well, not today, though.
Not going to happen today.
Toro. Lincoln Sphere. Still a fair bit of gold away. And even when it is done, he might be able to live, but will he be able to kill?
I mean, it's 1 in Feeble. Like, it's so easy with Bane to cancel Lincolns now. It's just nowhere near as impactful as it was in the last game, just because of all the Lincolns cancels, all of the abilities that you need a Lincolns to avoid. It's like, okay, let's say you block the Fiend's grip. Well, what are you going to do about the Roar? It's BKB piercing. What are you going to do about the Doom? It's BKB piercing. What are you going to do about the Reality Rift? It's BKB piercing. Like, it's just not... It just doesn't look as good as the last game. This is really tough for Spirit. They have to do crazy stuff in the next team fight, and they did in the first game.
They did.
They were able to pull some good stuff off. It didn't win them the game, but it's going to need to go back to that.
See, they're going to have to get ready to try for it soon as Tundra closing in on the top lane. And the tier 2 shortly to be taken. Team Spirit are going to have to be prepared for that high ground defense. Roshan is up, so likely the Tundra will settle back and grab that one before going for another high ground siege.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
That Roche is up. Scam was just used, so you know, Spirit has an idea of what's happening right now, but they still can't be entirely sure. Like, all of Tundra could be just waiting for them on a high ground. So there's just no contesting this. Speak of the shard too. What shards do we have here? Beast shard, it's pretty nice. Cancel Lincolns, although it does die to the AoE that's going through. CK shard, so of course it's gonna be CK. He doesn't have his own shard yet.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Not as good as it once was. Cast range was reduced by half, but still incredible. I mean, imagine giving any other carry, they press a spell on a 10-second cooldown and their damage is doubled. Like, that would be insane on, you know, anti-mage or any other carry, and that's what CK Shard does.
Spirit choosing just the right time to get out of there as Tundra head back to see if they can catch any of those heroes trying to push out at least one wave. There we go, so further defensive items done. Toro's got his Lincolns, Toronto Tokyo has the Eon Disc. It's not really until that next item's done on your Toro. If he gets the time to, be too scared of the Luna. Needs that damage item. Oh, the jump Skeeter. He's ready to go deep here. As he's going to lead in, look for the Rubik. Will manage to get the Rubik out of the side. I think someone threw down the Linkers to keep him safe there. The coil's out. They have managed to catch Skeeter with the snap of the Dream Coil into the Dragon Tail stun, but of course he has got that Aegis. Even if they do manage to take him out the once, and they won't be able to do so, Tundra's fine.
So what cooldowns did Spirit use there? Just the coil, it seems. I guess
got the Dragon form,
DK form, but I'm not sure how impactful that is at this point. He's really a stun and you know, some damage reduction. So basically the coil. And Tundra, they keep the Aegis alive. So yeah, kind of like a null fight, zero-sum fight. They're all just chilling. But now Skeeter, he's got the DD. So he's feeling like a big boy. A lot of unspent gold, too. Skeeter's sitting on 3,400 gold. 9, 3,200 gold. He's not completed the full Octarine. I think he's about to pick that up, unless he wants buyback. Nope, he says, screw buyback. I'm not going to die. Get my Octarine. Have that permanent spirit form. Yeah, 100% uptime on this thing is just crazy. It's just way too good. Like, look at the Orchid range on 9, man. It's a whole screen. Like, you can't even see the circle when you hover over it. Okay, if you zoom out, yeah, it's... Come on! Just come on! What the hell is that? Oh my god. Have mercy, Gaben. Get him off. Come on. These men are savages.
Spirit. Trying to bait here with Yatoro. Smoked up behind him. See if they can maybe get out, get some vision control back on their side of the map. Dangerous mission for them to be on, though.
Skeeter's just like, ooh, juicy heroes to kill. All right, don't mind if I do. And then they run back into the base. Yeah, well, I mean, what the hell else can they do right now?
They've got to wait for this push to come and then something. I don't know what, if anything.
Yeah, Tundra's not giving it to them, man. They're not. They're chilling. They're getting their items. They're having fun with this one. They want to get to their, late game items. The people. Oh, he does have an Eon disc. So, like, they're trying to get out and do stuff. Toronto Tokyo's trying to de-ward, but doesn't even get the ward that was on the high ground there. Has to run away. He got one click on it, though. Next time, on the next adventure, he'll go de-ward that. Yeah, Tundra is showing a lot of respect here. It kind of feels like one of those games where you know that you've won the game, but, like, you're really close to finishing, like, a Shiva's Guard or something. You just want it for the end screen.
Yeah, I think it's where they just picked up the Nullifier, the Skeeter.
Yeah, it's about the unspent gold, for sure. Yeah.
Well, there we go. Bit of a poke coming in. We'll get the BKB out of 33. So over to the bottom 9. He's heading in to try and find Toronto Tokyo. There you have it, the range. With the knockback into the rift, into the stun. Can't quite get it inside. Toronto Tokyo's out.
Remember when Nullifier canceled TP? Because it counts as an item.
Like as a thing you were purging, yeah.
Yeah. No, because it muted items.
Oh, it did, yeah, of
so
course.
So it muted your TP,
yep.
Which is the goofiest thing. So yeah, still very even. Even's not the right word. We're chill.
Even?
We're not even. No fight.
It's 98%.
There's no fights happening. That's what I mean. We're just chilling.
Yeah.
It's been 10 minutes since the last real team fight. Tundra's looking for the right opportunity.
Oh! Collapse. That's the kill. That's something. For Team Spirits, they catch Snaking. So the question is if they can really go for anything more. They'll opt to take the outpost back under their control.
Pretty sure that's Spirit's last smoke. Let me see, do they have any more? Yeah, I think that's their last smoke. So they can't do this again. That's their last chance to get out like that.
Again, good reactions from Collapse. As he's able to walk out of this. Bottom, a few waves pushed out. Whilst Tundra might not be in such a rush to end the game. The Spirit, they're not really giving them the chance to do so, even if they wanted to. They're still getting out on the map, keeping the creep momentum away from their base. Pretty much all 3 lanes, which is pretty impressive considering they're down to 19k. And again, it's 3 very farmed cores.
I think Tundra is also respecting the high ground defense of Spirit. Even Rubik stealing Wild Axes with the Fade Bolts, damage reduction from that, damage reduction from the Wraith Pact on Pugna, Nether Ward, Luna constantly glaving and beaming, and DK Fireball. It's really hard to push into this lineup.
And Yatoro's getting there with the Daedalus. It's very close to being done.
It's done.
So he's going to have some damage.
He is the top net worth. He's done it. He's taken every single creep wave.
As I say, it's nowhere near the sort of the ease of being able to 1v5 as it was for him last game on a PA. Luna, it's different, but maybe there's a chance from him. Collapse. It's gonna get gone on by Skeeter. They'll try and jump in to help out, but that's gonna be Collapse going down. No buyback on him. Tundra may still choose to hold back until Roshan. It's potentially going to be there soon. We'll see. What's the longer respawn? Tundra want to wait. It's going to be many more minutes and maybe chance for Yatoro to be able to push these lanes out carefully from close towards the base and far away from Tundra that might be able to start working on his next item.
Nine is close to a Bloodthorn. This is a very farmed Coddle. I think, I know I said this last game, but I think we are closing in on Rapier territory for Yatoro. I feel like I'm a broken record on that one. I think
this game for sure.
This game, it feels right. I mean, he's got the lifesteal from the Mask of Madness, so I can understand wanting to finish the Satanic. If you get a Rapier, the Satanic becomes necessary afterwards anyway, so it makes sense to get that first. But I think if you're Spirit, you're holding out, thinking like, okay, once we have the Rapier, then Luna does actually look pretty damn solid in the late game. I mean, it's a weird thing to play for, and people don't try to play for it. But you can clear the CK illusions, you can clear all the BM summons. You can turn and right-click through the Doom, because you're not, breaking the important abilities like with PA. So there is a very, hyper late game timing here where Spirit might actually have, the power edge.
Nice illusion rune as well. That will help Yatoro continue to keep some of these lanes pushed out. Collapse. He's going to open up with a stun onto the Doom here. Nightmare coming in to try and break the combo, but it's going to be Saxa still going down. Skeeter's in with the BKB. There'll be a buyback straight away with the Pug. Skeeter falling low. They're going to be able to take him out. The physical from Yatoro at this stage, too much for Skeeter to be able to tank. As Team Spirit, 2 big kills. Just going to show that they may have been given that 2% on the probability, but Spirit absolutely not out of it quite yet. Yatoro may just have that shot of carrying this.
Not looking bad. It really isn't.
You saw how quickly they killed Skeeter.
I can't help but feel that the Wraith Pack plus the Nether Ward too, it's doing a lot of damage reduction in this fight.
I mean, could they themselves get Roshan? I mean, Skeeter, do you buy back on the CK?
Yeah, you definitely, they buy back. They're trying to force it. They're trying to force the buyback out here by just being aggressive.
Yatoro, he's taking the Roche down.
He is. I would be surprised if Skeeter did not buy back.
They're going to try and jump the high ground. They managed to burst through the Bane. Snaking has to buy back. Now C33 is up on the cliff. The BKB TP, he'll make it out of there. The TP's over towards the tier 2 mid, so he'll be able to walk back over. Will-O-Wisp is going to be dropped, but Spirit, they can deal with that. Yatoro takes it down. It really, Tundra still just trying to buy time for themselves so that they don't have to use the buyback on Skeeter. Saxa will drop the Doom down, but the Eon Disc will give a bit of protection here for the Puck. Still, Toronto Tokyo gets knocked back into the blast of 9. The heals, they're trying to keep the Puck alive. Mirror with the life, it's not enough. 9 catches him with the blast, but to the side, Spirit, they'll still be ready to get kills themselves. They bring down Saxa. Over in the River Mirror, being chased down here. The Hawks dive bombing in on top of the Pug. They're roared out of the game by 33.
Yatoro still has BKB. And he just finished his Satanic too. This fight doesn't look so bad for Spirit.
It doesn't. Yatoro he's doing it. And we have the full Satanic done. He's got his next item out. An incredibly hard game to carry from the position they were in. But Yatoro, he's doing it.
Walking right into Roche, man. The confidence on this guy. He just feels strong right now.
I mean, there's no stacks for 40 seconds. They'll drop the Will-O-Wisp. Quickly look to take it out. Collapse, popping the BKB in the other Dragon Form to get in on top of the support. So get in with the jump stun onto the Bane, snaking out of the game for 95. There's no buyback on him. Skeeter, he'll turn, take out Collapse. Toronto Tokyo's been held in position by now by the Nightmare. Into the stun. He'll take out another. Yatoro's going to be careful now.
He's got a 1v5
He's going to
here.
try and do it. He's going to try and do it with the BKB, but the Roar is there. It's too much for him to take on alone. With the rest of the team dead, nothing to help out their Luna that time round. Tundra, they'll get in the Roche. They'll get themselves that Aegis. And now with the push coming in, hard to see what Spirit can do now at this stage. As of course, that Satanic purchase meant that the gold is not going to be there for a buyback for Yatoro.
Yeah. I can't believe I'm saying this, but 9 on the Coddle is massacring the backlines in these fights. He just has such range that from his own backlines, he can massacre the enemy backlines. Like, killing these Spirit supports just means that the cores can't do what they want. Doesn't matter how much net worth they have, it doesn't matter how much damage they're doing. If they don't have the healing, the damage reduction from these supports, honestly, especially Mira, the Wraith Pact in the Netherward are massively impactful. This looks like they're playing against Mega Creeps here.
Yeah, Tundra's going to not try and go for the game close quite yet. They'll go for the safer way out, get the Mega secured. The question is, can Spirit buy 30 seconds to get one more fight going with the two cores? Because Tundra pushed pretty fast. As they're onto the tier 4s.
Where's the Wraith Pact at? Did it die?
Mira, he's been caught. They get the jump stun. The Pugna in trouble. Mira's out of the game. Tundra back onto the tier 4s. 10 seconds until Yatoro's back in. Maybe a chance for one more fight here from Team Spirit. As the fire is burning through Skeeter. Skeeter getting incredibly low. That's the Aegis gone. The Ancient's exposed, but Yatoro and Toronto Tokyo are back up. They're going to get the coil onto the 3 of them. Yatoro, he's got to pick his fight perfectly here. Got the stun. Skeeter down to half HP. He's going to be picked up. Defensive Nightmare comes into play. They try and jump forward, but Yatoro's going to be fine. Gets the BKB and the Lincoln's off. He's okay. There's another Will-O-Wisp. Mira will be back up in 10 seconds. Toronto Tokyo, the blast. He's down. No puck. And Yatoro himself with the BKB on cooldown. Very, very vulnerable. Skeeter jumps in. Stun not going to catch. The blink dodge is there for collapse.
I'm pretty sure Toronto Tokyo had Stormcrafter up for that, but just didn't press it. And when the camera shots go, like, he's looking a little rattled in this game. Like, Tundra, they have dismantled Spirit in this game, and it's coming from the mid lane on 9.
There goes the bird, straight in, into the Raw 33, opens up the lockdown onto Yatoro, and that'll be that. Oh, but he's got a buyback. I mean, okay, it's not over yet. Tundra still not quite able to close it. The buyback was there this time for Yatoro.
I love that they're pinging the Wraith Pact totem too. They're like, guys, we need to kill this. This is genuinely impactful.
Spirit are holding. Only just, but there's the jump. Pop the Lotus over towards him. They're trying to protect Yatoro, but the stun control's there. Yatoro, BKB said that, it doesn't matter. He's dead. And surely that'll be that. The Ancient, it's going to go down. GG is called. As Tundra will take this game 3, and with that, of course, the series, it's theirs. 2-1 against Spirit. As Spirit, they took a risk in this draft. They left that Coddle in. And 9, did he end up going down at all? He did not.
He did not die at all.
0-10, no. A flawless game from him.
That is why teams ban the Coddle against this team. I mean, they kind of popularized, at least. They kind of invented this Coddle mid. The early game was just insane from him. Like, he had I want to say he had a flawless early game, but I also feel like I want to say that about the entire game. Because he didn't die at all.
He didn't die till
but
9.
the early game was like, he had more CS than I've ever seen a hero have from the mid lane at that point. And then he's also winning both of the side lanes, goes back mid, gets a kill mid. He's just killing everywhere. This was just a 9 show, man.
It really was. It really was. We did see, of course, from Spirit very much, that TI champion mentality, that even in these situations where they were incredibly down and far behind, they were still able to make that 2% chance of winning look a little bit bigger. But at the end of it all, it doesn't matter. They can't stop Tundra in these sort of games where Tundra get as ahead as they do. And there we have indeed some very impressive KDAs. And yeah, I mean, I got to feel that the chances that we see that Kotl get through, especially as a last pick, they're never getting away with a last pick Kotl again, surely, Tundra, in this tournament.
No. It still looks good. The speed at which he's able to just clean up the map is... There's no other mid that it feels like can do that. And yeah, you need to have a good lane to do that, but you're last picking it. You're going to have a good lane.
Yeah. Well, there we go. Very impressive stuff from Tundra. Again, with the 2 wins they have in this best of 3, giving us that caliber of performance that we've got so used to seeing from them during the group stages. They'll be taking this series, Tundra, 2-1 against Team Spirit.
Thank you, Owen and Jenkins. What a terrific cast. What a great game. And we'll be back to discuss it after this short break. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that game as much as we did. Really, really exciting stuff. What a tremendous series, in all honesty, to kick off the playoff bracket stage of this tournament. Of course, Tundra, as you just saw, taking that 2-1 against the reigning TI champions Team Spirit. And gentlemen, I think they did it in style.
Their own style too, right?
Their own style.
Winning it with the
absolutely.
coddle that they love so much.
So good.
They got a lot of their signature heroes that game, actually. 3-3 got to play Beastmaster. Everything just went well.
I feel like they found enough specialty heroes right now that there aren't enough bans to cover it. And it just feels like, okay, so 33, he's got Visage, he's got Beastmaster, now Lycan.
Yeah.
You can't ban him out. And then
You can't ban him out. Let's have a look, because Tsunami's actually chatting to them now.
Oh, is he?
So we have to jump over to him. Let's just go to Tsunami.
Well, I'm not mid-chat, but we can start the chat. I'm here with 33. All right, first thing, can you hold your hand up for me? I want to see. There's a little bit. You got. It's pretty steady.
Down a bit, but I've calmed down a bit. But yeah, I had some adrenaline rush for sure from these 2 games.
You were breathing heavy. Your team, I know, Snaking left out a huge sigh of relief. Was this the most intense game for you guys so far?
Yeah, for sure. I think so far in this tournament we had kind of boring games. Like we kind of had a pretty smooth sailing so far. We felt like we haven't really been tested. But we kind of knew it was going to come, you know. We knew it's just a group stage, like, you know, you have 7 teams forward and go to upper bracket, like, you know, nobody was really ever feeling like they have to give it all. I feel like both from us and from our opposing teams. So we kind of expected the playoffs to be way harder, especially we saw Spirit, like, you know, Spirit, they're chilling over there in Group B, no risk of elimination, just, you know, living the good life. So we knew that when they get to the playoffs, they're going to really bring their best strats. So, you know, we expected this.
And you guys saw it, although also the one game that you guys dropped in your group stage was against BetBoom. So did you know that Eastern Europe was going to be this much of a force to be reckoned with?
Well, Spirit for sure we knew. BetBoom, it was a bit more of a surprise. Like we expected them to be good. We knew they were like really good with the strats they had. They kind of, I saw, you know, the Hack is winning every game with Visage. I got inspired, you know, if he can first pick it, why can't I? So, you know, thank you for that. And we expected them to be decent. We didn't think they would like end up topping the group together with us. So.
And then how about for your games? How'd you feel playing Beastmaster against Spirit? Was it a satisfying moment for you to, you know, get your signatures kind of?
It was nice. I think Snay was saying that against these guys we need to play Zoo. He was saying he thinks Zoo is really good against these guys. So like the third game he was kind of pushing for the Beastmaster. He wanted even to pick it earlier on the first phase, but I was a bit hesitant. I wanted to wait with it to see a bit more. We ended up going for it. Mostly it was the game 1 that we won with the Lycan. That was kind of better for me because I think we've played Lycan against Spirit like 5 or 6 times and we've always lost. And at some point I realized it and I was like, wait a second. These guys at TI, they have never lost a single game to Lycan. Against us, they've never lost a single game to Lycan. At some point, I told my team in the tournament, guys, I don't want to play Lycans against them. I just don't want to. But, you know, so today I overcame that fear. So I'm happy with that.
There we go, breaking the seal. Well, 33, congratulations on a very intense victory versus Team Spirit, and we'll send it back to Pyrian Flex.
Thank you, Tsunami. That was a very revealing interview. Guys, very quickly, we have to wrap up that game because I think we got a lot of information just from that.
Yeah. Biggest thing to point out for me is obviously the coddle, but small adaptation in the game that he did rather than going for Spirit Vessel, which we've seen him do most games, and we saw versus Pugna and blah, blah, blah. He goes for the Orchid, and I think that actually broke the game pretty much, right? Toronto Tokyo was going Witchblade, had like one component of it, and then he's just getting Orchided for the next 10 minutes or so. So that's my at least biggest highlight.
Brutal victory. And that's the start. That's the start of our show here. That was only the first series. There's 3 more to come. Next up is BetBoom against Thunder Awaken. We're going to take a short break and then we'll come back and start talking about that series. So do not go away.
everybody? It's time for another episode of Spot the Lie. I've got OGs, ATF, and BZM here.
Season off. There's no supports here. I can't blame my supports if I lose this.
I give you 2 facts, and I give you 1 lie. First one. There is a pink dolphin in Louisiana. Cinderin has earned more prize pool money through tournaments than DPC player Paxas from Thunder Awaken. And 3, Wombat's saliva contains poison. Which of those 3 statements was a lie?
Not the second. First is why.
You're saying there's no pink dolphin?
Yes.
You guys are off to a terrible start. It was the 3rd one. What? Wombat's saliva does not, in fact, contain poison.
Wait, what is the second one again? Who earn more? It's about who earn more?
Dude, you answered it. Question number 2. Bees can fly higher than Mount Everest. Say it back to me, ATF. I need to make sure you're remembering these things.
Bees fly more than mountains.
More than mountains. Close enough. Second one. First video game tournament took place in 1972. Third, in this event, Fogged is the analyst with the longest casting career dating back to 2014 of all the other casters here at this event.
First one is a lie.
Which one was that?
The bee.
What about the bees?
Just read it and you will know.
Unbelievable.
Third one is wrong.
Well done, BZM. Esports pro players in the Netherlands have founded workers' unions and are donated by the Dutch government. Even though lifesteal gets reduced by damage mitigation, you can still lifesteal off an Eon disc and false promise targets that are taking 0 damage. Or question 3, the first food ever eaten in space by astronauts was applesauce. Gentlemen?
A third one.
Third one, you saying it's not applesauce was the first food?
I say first one.
You say first one. Are you just saying that because he chose the other?
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
Well, it's a good strat.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yes.
EZM is correct. Thank you all for watching another episode of Spot the Lie.
Мне отвечать, да? Ну, конечно, у нас есть стратегия, опять же. Покажем на этом турнире.
They have a strategy, and they will execute it. But Thunder Awaken are in their way. Dahak, however, has something to say about that, as does Seneko. These lads, the BetBoom lads, they came to play as well. But they and Thunder Awaken have apparently been getting on fabulously at the hotel, playing the ping pongs, no doubt talking, having fun.
They've been smashing their Dota games too.
Yeah, and playing Dota.
But I gotta say, BetBoom's team intro, that was the coolest looking one I've seen. Everyone else looks pretty goofy. I don't know. No agreement?
What do you mean? They look cool. They all
look cool. All their poses.
You've seen this?
Stuff
That's fair.
Not cool.
That was sick. What are you talking about?
I don't know what it is.
You don't like that, Kev?
No, not.
All right, let's see if can we get a shot of Kev, please, and we'll get him to do this.
I'm not cool either, though.
The face. That's
I'm not cool
Oh, it's
either.
the wrong
that doesn't
camera.
look serious. Do a serious face. Just do your normal one.
Wait, let me.
Yeah, there you go.
Stone face, okay.
This is the one he uses. He uses this on Tinder.
And the gesture.
Yeah. Swipe right on me.
All right,
now
so
you
let's
talk.
do about this game. Thunder Awaken. What do we think? How have they been doing? We've seen some of their games, and they looked blooming good. They were one of the Group B teams, and they really started to show something. But I have not seen much of BetBoom. So I think Jenkins and I probably watched more Thunder Awaken.
We've been getting all the Thunder Awaken games.
We
I'm
have.
glad. I mean, they've all been absolute bangers.
They
so.
have been bangers. Nice use of that.
Thank you.
They're really good. Yeah, watching Pakaz going around the map and kill heroes, he's incredible at it. It's one of those cases where characters are always like, well, I should be constantly hitting creeps because they get used to this. Is how you win Dota games. You have more net worth, but he also just gets like 4 to 5 support pickoff kills a game. It's incredible. He just finds them on the map. He knows where they're going to be going, and he kills them. And it just means your opponents never get to play Dota.
They're really interesting for me because they do a very unorthodox style of Dota just because of the region, maybe causing some crazy stuff. But 5 Viper, 3 Snapfire, like they're not afraid to even do 4 Ember Spirit. You know, like they really reach outside the box. So it's really entertaining to watch them. They'll even play heroes that maybe are forgotten or kind of not good anymore. Your Morphlings, your Spectres, we've seen them do it. So at least for them, they're really cool to watch in that front.
To me, they're like the best team fighting team here. They look just insane when it comes to team fights. They just press their buttons perfectly. They never overlap stuns. They don't do anything like that. They go for like crazy tossbacks on Tiny, on the perfect 2 heroes, stuff like that. They look like a team where if they could get like just a tad bit more polished in the other stuff, they're going to be insane. Like,
because they've got a couple of little mistakes in them in a game. Things like that.
And yet still they dominate. Like, you have these big mistakes, like Pakaz will get picked off randomly, or Dark Mago walking up a high ground doing this crazy shit, and yet still they just dominate because they win the next team fight because they just press their buttons perfectly. Like, the team is wild.
Well, let's have a little look at what they have to say, because we've got a little video content piece for you, so let's roll that.
Since the anime year, we changed to players. We got Bacchus. He's the best carry player I have played with.
Spits down the fireball onto Dark Magos. They get the first kill here. Panda's likely to die there to that Vestal charge, but Pakaz is in here with the rage as well. Genuel can't touch him. He runs into the wall, and he will be finished off by Sacred Raven on the run.
Since we started playing with Cetre, we needed to add his hero pool onto our draft, and we're still trying to do that. We just kept practicing with him.
One-man Burrow again? He's still alive through all of it. They throw out a spear in vain. Sacred jukes it out.
We used to stream EG a lot when we were in DPC2, but not coming into this tournament. If we qualify to the next events, we're gonna bootcamp or plan to, when we are in SA, we might try to get some streams playing in NA servers with the European teams because their ideas are different and we need to get more ideas.
Can they pull it back? Let's go. It's dangerous. It's hard. The toss back, the beginnings. It's happening. Get them into the fountain. The catapult. They knew it was going to come. They knew it was going to happen. Get the hell into this fountain. On the other side, there's a battle going on, and he pulls them in. They're actually going to get him into the fountain. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. Dude, why? How did you call this? Of the fight? They bring him down, though. The Reaper's sight, so they do manage to take him all the way in. Nobody has buybacks.
Shout out for the world that they need to look out for us, for the SA teams. We're gonna be strong this tournament, and that's it.
I love their confidence. I really do. I think Pandas does a great job of giving those team confidence and telling everybody about their confidence. BetBoom are the other team that they're going to be up against. Have not seen much of them. Kev, have you done much Group A stuff? Had a good look at BetBoom?
I have, yeah. They are a really solid team. They are definitely overperforming. Some teams looked at them and assumed that they just had an easy road due to the disqualifications that happened in the Eastern European region, but they won their slot. They still had to play the finals and beat other really solid teams. So they deserve to be here. They've obviously shown that, doing well on their group stage. They are aggressive. They're cohesive. They're a really solid team.
Yep, they remind me a lot of Tundra with the way that they like kind of set the meta. They were trendsetters, especially in pubs. These guys, they've been doing the Doom, Visage, and stuff.
Everybody's
like that
copying them now. Yeah,
and it's something really to look at for them.
Well, let's hear them talk about their team in their own words. We've got an interview with Dahak.
We're feeling very great. Like we were fine to just qualify to any bracket, not to be like EG. So it was a hard group, I guess. I don't know how hard the other one, but we'll try our best. We screamed Tundra Awaken a lot, and they kind of strong, but if we prepare good enough for Pakaz, we'll beat them, I hope. About Visage and Fury, like some teams are giving us this, and like most of them are losing. Only OG won us, but it was our game, so I don't know. I don't think they're gonna give them to us. And to our captain, Akbar Soneika. He has a birthday today, and we'll try to bring him a cake with a taste of victory.
Indeed. I love the way he told
Happy
that joke
birthday.
and then just paused, and it was like in a wedding speech where you say, wait for laughter. That's what it felt like. Anyway, we're going to go straight to a break, and when we come back, we will be getting into the first of this best of three. Do not go away. We'll see you soon. No messing about here. We're gonna get straight into it after waving our hands, looking, waving. Is he flipping us off? It very much looks like he's flipping us off. He's gesturing us over, then they're gonna all fold. Look at that unique all fold your arms at the same time. Can we do that very quickly? On three, 1, 2, 3.
Flipping the camera off? Oh.
Jenkins, you Burke. Let's go to the draft. It's on. Oh, we're well into it.
So exactly what they were talking about in that little interview we had before. Teams have been giving them their Nature's Prophet a lot of the times. They take it.
Not the Visage, though. They're
Yeah,
not
the
stupid.
They do, but still, the Prophet unlocks a lot for them. They play it position 1 some of the time there, and what happens is they get a gank somewhere on the map, he shows up, and they just take the tower. And they've done this with Summons heroes. It doesn't take much, right? Just one successful gank, Prophet rotates in. Maybe your opponents can glyph to buy some more time, but if you just force down those early towers, it gives you a nice advantage. But
This is the first time we've seen Mars in quite a while, because he seems to have been banned like every single game. He's finally snuck through, choosing to ban the Sand King and the Tiny, and on the other team, Visage CK, as you guys said.
You know,
the Sand King ban is interesting to me.
A lot of people talk about the Nature's Prophet in the Visage for this team, but I feel like Noticed on Mars is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Like, next to Collapse, he's looking like the best Mars of this whole tournament. I mean, he's just way too good. Like, they used it as... I thought that they were using it mostly as, like, a Medusa counter, where they would use it to isolate and kill the Medusa, even without any, like, Diffusal Blade hero. But he just looked straight up good on it, no matter what the hell he's against, and I can understand that. So they first phase pick it. That might be punished here.
And Thunder going for their own style, right? The Snapfire, probably Sacred's hero, but still flexible. They got the Pugna, the other super popular hero that we've seen so much. And they're going through bans so fast.
They just flexed this Thunder yesterday.
Yes.
So we know that they're more than willing to do it now.
Yep.
Recently.
Yeah, the Timber ban, still something they're worried about. They have, I mean, Mars and Nature's Prophet, so you still don't want to play versus Sacred's Timber. He's carried multiple games now on it for Thunder.
Spectre taken out by BetBoom. This has been Pakaz's special recently. And Nature's Prophet Mars counters both of those heroes in some respect.
Yeah, if they want to run like the 1 NP, right? Like you don't want to be playing versus Spectre.
You can always get to wherever he is on the map. And I've seen Spectre Illusions eat the Mars Spear like more often than not.
True.
It's very important that Thunder Away can get some counter push, though, or they have to be really effective at not getting ganked under the towers, though. Otherwise, BetBoom is going to be able to accelerate the game for themselves a bit.
Yeah, I want some strong front line as well. Just being able to fight around those towers, using the ward to its maximum, the damage reduction.
5 seconds remaining.
BetBoom could go for the. They just ran Ancient Apparition with this exact combo.
Yeah, that's true.
Double global and great follow up to the Mars ult, and excellent against the healing from. Okay, especially
even
now.
against
especially now.
There's your Admiral Kunkka.
They've picked the AA multiple times this tournament as well, versus like Necrophos versus anything.
They're the only team that values AA.
Which even versus Timber.
It's really interesting because in the past, AA sometimes was really popular, but generally it's just against healing strats, like extreme healing strats, Huskar, stuff like that. But
Or Kunkka Pugna.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
But we'll see. I think Thunder Awaken, I mean, seeing that they literally just did this exact thing, Thunder Awaken knows that this is up, and like they're okay playing into it. So maybe BetBoom doesn't want to like take the bait.
Do you think that's the... I mean, still very flexible. That could be Pakaz Kunkka still too, right?
Yeah.
I guess it's still very open for Thunder how they end up winning the lane everything. Because then you have the matchup versus the Nature's Prophet later.
I feel like BetBoom needs a little bit of save if possible, but they're going to start off with...
There's your tiny bit of save with
Yeah,
the Nightmare.
a little
But
bit of Nightmare.
also, lots of setup for Mirana here. You can Sprout people, you can Nightmare people.
You can ult
You
spear
can
them.
arrow
Mars.
people, yeah. Or spear them, I mean, sorry.
Looks very good at overwhelming Thunder Awaken right now, though, gotta say. Because if they just get a stun on one guy, follow up with arrow, kill him, then they're chasing down their opponents, they can kill the Nether Ward.
Seconds remaining.
Covers a lot of bases.
Yeah, the mobility around the map is another thing too, right? Moonlight Shadow, I think something you always overlooked a little bit.
Yeah, that's an insane
With
spell.
Nature's Prophet, I think there's a lot that you can do with it.
It gives Mars such a nice setup too, even without Blink. Like you just walk in, see 3 heroes, and it's like, all right, here's an arena.
They have natural Yule's Builder on the Mirana now too, versus Kunkka can always be pretty damn nice.
Radiant team back.
And the Bane versus the Kunkka, right? That's one that we really have to highlight too. It's like how much this Bane is going to dodge of like these Kunkka X combos.
Right.
He's going to be able to sleep, Nightmare, and reset, change fights perhaps. TA into
Kaz
the
gets
Nature's
TA.
Into the NP carry though. We've seen the mischance talent versus the TA.
Yeah,
20.
it looks real good. It looks really good against TA. But Kaz has not had his hands on this hero for the whole tournament. Like it just keeps getting banned. It's probably his current like top hero, at least from right before this tournament. Like he loved this hero, so he finally gets to play it.
I mean, it gives them good counter push. His lane should be all right, but they have some decent solutions.
Yeah, they have DPS for the refraction, and I also think the pace that BetBoom can set with Nature's Prophet plus 3 heroes that all can like run around together and set up the arrow. Like, I do think BetBoom can run over TA before she can get farmed. So Thunder's looking for a 5th hero that can fight. Let's see, what are they? Probably like another frontliner type here, some DK, something like that. But
Yeah,
not DK again,
still
please.
off.
Like,
well, the
look,
thing is with Thunder,
I'm not saying I don't like the hero. He's
it's
fun
Thunder,
to play.
so-
I get it. I'm just saying, not every game, guys. Please.
It's Matthew or Sacred.
It's
right?
Matthew
it's
or
one of their
Sacred,
2
yeah,
heroes that they
yeah.
see, and they're like, this is the
Well,
game for it, probably.
You could also still Timber. I mean,
It's
Timber.
gone. They banned it, yeah, first 3.
Yeah, okay, that's reasonable. That is definitely what you do against this team.
Against Sacred, yeah. So now we're actually seeing the reserve time get brought down, because I feel like these teams just literally use no reserve time for bans throughout this entirety draft. Insane.
By the way, the Underlord being banned sound is my favorite being banned sound. It was like, yeah, it's great. I do not thank.
The odds, look at this. Dead even.
That's how it feels like for this series, really.
It feels that way.
Because Thunder is just this
Or nobody's
crazy
voted
team.
yet. That's the other way it could be 50-50. Come on, get your votes in. There we go. People fancying Thunder Awaken here.
Look at the speed. Look how fast they banned that Ember on Thunder Awaken. It was instant.
This is like
Yeah, he's spamming it.
spam clicking.
They're giving them no time.
If they're comfortable with what they've got, then
Nyx Assassin ban.
go for it. That one is a little bit weird.
If it's the NP carry, I guess you could see the...
Well, he hunts him and then you jump him?
He hunts him in late game. If you get to those stages, let's say, like 2 mana burns on an NP core,
Right.
it's devastating. Or they want to go for something else.
Oh, there you go.
Okay,
Protecting
so
the ledge.
protecting Laurel's hero.
Even more DOT, very good against TA in that sense, especially when he gets survivable.
Tough
Other
TA
stun,
game.
other stun follow-ups, he'll go like Blink. He'll just follow up whatever the stun goes first.
Also, maybe now the push isn't all on Prophet. They've also got Leshrac as well. Does he not suffer a bit against Pugna? Not just the Nether Ward magic reduction, but that's a lot of zap.
You're right.
He likes to run in.
Once it gets BKB, it's kind of solved.
Yeah,
He'll
yeah.
still have TA problems then.
Goes both ways for me.
It does go both ways because you
Yeah.
can kill through the Decrepify.
Exactly.
Right.
You can
That's a
just
good
run
point,
in.
yeah.
You run down this Pugna, and you can do nothing as Pugna to save yourself.
Yeah.
Unless you get like 4 stab and try to reset position, but
I like the Lesh pick a lot. I think
Same.
that's a really solid pick. Like, they have so much tempo between they've tower pushers, team fighters, shitloads of damage. Like BetBoom has everything to win this game early. So Thunder, ooh, go for Tide.
The old TA Tide strat. Where
Yeah.
have I seen that before?
Classic.
A lot of minus armor.
Yeah.
They can take Roche easy. It's going to help offset the team fight a bit, keep them in the Netherworld when they're engaging. It's going to make Snapper ulti better, Kunkka too. Like, their team fight's really strong on Thunder Awaken. If they take like a straight 5v5 against BetBoom, I feel like they win that for sure.
Interesting. Okay. But are we thinking that perhaps the kind of lineup that the BetBoom have, better at the solo pickoffs with the kind of heroes they've got? But they've also got Mars, haven't they?
Yeah, very good at picking off and very good at setting tempo. If they get ahead on net worth, they're going to be able to pressure Thunder Awaken very constantly, and playing around those teamfight ultimates from Snapfire and Tidehunter is definitely going to be something that BetBoom wants to do.
Okay. Kev, which draft do you prefer? I like putting these hard decisions to you.
I like BetBoom's draft better.
You
I
like
think.
BetBoom's?
Yeah.
Mr. Jenkins?
I would say I'm leaning towards BetBoom. I think if they get a lead in the lanes, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Thunder to fight. However, I think if it's even, it goes the other way. But I think BetBoom has the heroes to get ahead in the lanes fairly easily.
So you favor their draft?
I would favor BetBoom, yeah.
Giannis?
we're doing it again, huh?
Yeah.
I
I
really like the Lesh pick. I do like the Tide pick as this combo breaker, but I think BetBoom has been one of those teams that just sets pace and plays super fast, so I'm gonna have to go with them.
Sweet. Let's throw it over to our casters, T Governor and OD.
Thank you very much, Ted. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to BetBoom versus Thunder Awaken. T, we heard from the panel there, they really like what BetBoom's got going on. Do you sort of agree, or are you looking at Thunder Awaken and thinking, well, these boys, they've got the team fight, they're going to be able to get these angles with the side blades, do huge damage. I mean, what do you reckon? Because Thunder, you cannot write this team out. They have proved time and time again so far through the group stage that they bring the top stuff.
I mean, first of all, this series is absolutely banging because no matter who wins, we're getting teams that I think not a lot of people would have expected to be doing so well at the major, getting to top 6 and continuing that run in the upper bracket. So that alone is fantastic. But draft-wise, I think BetBoom, they answered the difficulties that Furin will have into this game, running into the Tide, running into the Kunkka-style heroes with this Leshrac. So I think I am slightly favoring BetBoom if they can kind of hit the early game strides and hit these timings.
Let's see. I don't know, for myself, I see Thunder, when they're playing like this TA and Kunkka together, I think it works so fantastic, especially with the way that they've been fighting in their performances. So I can't wait to see what they're able to pull off here today against BetBoom. See a little bit of, so we get any bit of first blood action around the bounties. Doesn't look like it. Noticed I'll be able to step up, take this one, and we'll see if are we going to get anything crazy with the lane matchups, or everything looking to be as expected, T?
Yeah, everything should be pretty expected. You're going to have the Mars Mirana lane, pretty potent. If TA ever steps out of position, or even the Pugner, should probably lead to some type of kill or pressure. Same thing for bot lane, right? Furion, you're going to kind of help out a couple waves, but then they might be able to leave and start making some moves. But yeah, laning-wise, nothing too crazy. We haven't really seen it that much. I know in Western Europe, we had a lot of tri-lanes, leaving heroes like Tidehunter, Timbersaw off by themselves, but at least at the major, we've been kind of locked into 2-1-2 a little bit.
And how does this mid matchup sort of go in your mind? Is Darkmago going to be able to do enough harass to Lyle with the Tidebringer hits, or just being a melee hero against that Spido stun of the Lesh is going to be annoying for Kunkka?
No, it's going to be annoying, and I think the main thing here is if a support can rotate in, when you have heroes like Snapfire in the 4 role, coming in to maybe pressure that Leshrac if Kunkka hits 6 first, potentially, you might be able to start getting some kills. But yeah, this Leshrac pick, it's all about pressuring in the lane, starting to move at these early towers, and give time for Furion to kind of feel comfortable entering a fight, because that's the difficulty with Furion carry. If you're not able to see a fight breaking out, and if I TP here, I can enter the engagement quite easily, kill off a support, you're kind of hesitant. You're often going, maybe I split push. So heroes like Mars, like Leshrac, after their strong lanes, it really just enables the entire lineup to play together really fast paced.
Yeah, because sort of overall you feel that BetBoom, with their heroes, they're going to be looking for the fights a little sooner than Thunder Awaken themselves are going to want to.
Yeah, 100%. Like these objectives, minute 6, minute 7, we're going to see Furion TPing into lanes, maybe even Leshrac once he gets to like the hood potentially, start poking his head up quite aggressively. Yeah. It's on Thunder Awaken to react accordingly. Make sure if they ever waste a Ravage or a boat, that's just going to give BetBoom so much opportunity to smoke up and make some of these plays. And it really does feel like offense v defense with these 2 drafts.
CS-wise so far, who's getting left out the most? Is noticed who's at the bottom of the CS, this top lane. Bakaz and Panda able to make sure that it's not too easy for Mars to step up. Force Major having to secure these range creeps, making sure that they don't lose out on the XP at least here between the 2 of them. And of course, down on the bottom side of things, Sacred 9 for 0, 10 for 4. Dahak not struggling in getting the farm, and Snake's been doing a really good job of trading damage here with Matthew. Just keeping the Snapfire relatively low.
Yeah, this bot lane for the Furion specifically, it's going to be you're farming up, but you're never really pushing the Tide out of the lane. And as a Furion carry, often you like being a little bit more of a bully, but it doesn't really matter because there isn't that tower threat. The Furion, when he TPs out to sync up with the Leshrac or when Mars hits 6, it's not as if Tide's suddenly hitting down your tower, maybe on a catapult wave. But no, so far, so good. I think, of course, we just mentioned the Mars is the only one kind of struggling right now a little bit, but that's primarily because this top lane, the pull camp was still available for the side of Thunder Awaken. They've been resetting the lane quite nicely.
And one thing that BetBoom don't really have with Lal, the mid-Lesh, is I feel like this is one of those heroes that a lot of the times we see picked was like some sort of support that provides a solid save. Sure, there's a Nightmare, but it's not like there's an IO or an Oracle, someone to really like beef up and buff up the Lesh. Could that be a problem? Like, will Thunder Awaken have good opportunities to blow the Leshrac up?
Yeah, I think that's the type of thing you want if your draft wants to play kind of later into the game. When you're playing for this kind of early mid-game snowballing timing, Dark under a little bit of pressure there. I think you don't need the accelerants if you have the trade-off, right? Which in this case, you've got Bane Mirana, you're setting up kills, you're looking for the the aggression. So right now, it's not really an issue. If the game goes, let's say 45 minutes, maybe you're going to be looking towards, I wish we had something to help out this last shot. But yeah, honestly, it's all about the fight for BetBoom. And because you've got such potent support, it should be pretty good.
So far, 4 minutes in, and Thunder Awaken overall getting the slightly bit more out of each of their respective lanes.
Yeah, kind of winning all three in regards to CS.
Only just, but especially when there's no kills going on, there's pretty good news for them now. Bottom, finally, the first bit of action will fall into the hands of Thunder Awaken. Top lane as well, you see, Notice getting burst very, very low. He has to back off. So lane-wise, things looking pretty good for Thunder across the board.
And an early tip as well. I think I heard the panel mentioning as well that the guys, these two teams, have been playing ping pong together in the evening. So there's maybe some new friends have been formed. So these tips probably a little bit more friendly than other teams, not so aggressive in regards to the tip warfare.
At least here at the start of the game. You know, things can change as the series goes on. It gets more tense, but indeed, here in the lanes, nice and peaceful. Only one hero going down. It's all a bit of banter here between them.
Yeah, Force Major, nice. You wrap around and put a nice aggressive ward out on the top side of the map, already pre-scouting out for this potential, stacks being made. Yeah, Thunder Awaken. Super happy right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's building up already, seeing that solid 1k lead. 5 minutes in.
But realistically, if you're Thunder Awaken, your heroes are the ones more stable in lane in regards to farm. Tidehunter, Kunkka, TA, they all push out the wave so easily.
We'll see mid. They're going to have the attempts on Lyle, set up with the boat. They jump in with the Cookie Scatterblast follow, but it isn't enough damage. Lyle survives. Backups in for BetBoom, and they take out Matthew and keep their Leshrac alive.
And that's kind of the expected move, right? Kunkka hits 6, Snapfire quickly moves to mid lane, but this carry on the Huck, he doesn't really care. He instantly rotates in and helps offset that aggression. And that's what you need to be careful for if you're Thunder Awaken. Sure, your 3 cores push out waves with ease, but it's the speed in which BetBoom can move between engagements.
The worst thing if they could try and get the setup onto Dark Mago, but he was quick and ready with the Quelling Blade. Sprout, not to catch him by surprise. Still hanging around the mid. Panda, just got to be careful though. Lyle will look to run him down, and it's going to be another one. Dark Mago steps up, but again, it's not quite enough damage to kill Lyle off, and he'll also die for that effort. So 2 dead there in the mid, little unnecessarily as well. Thunder Awaken, they try and make that play onto Lyle, but just underestimating the ability for Lyle to just stand his ground, pop that Edict, and destroy them.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing there is, BetBoom, they just didn't leave the area. After Thunder Awaken tried the first time, they stayed posturing around. Sure, they tried to go for the second attempt, but yeah, BetBoom still in position to punish that.
Now, Lyle was going to be very happy with that one. Heads back to base to refuel. He'll be back out onto the map and able to hold that mid lane tier 1 nice and safe. Keep the wave pushed back out, and Thunder, if they want to try for that again, they've got to bring more, at least have the knowledge that BetBoom won't have their supports backing up Lyle in that mid.
They kind of lack the damage early on into the game. TA needs to farm like Dragon Lance, Deso, until you start pumping out some damage, and then you need Snapfire ideally to have them Ornament Kisses, and it's all about early control from Thunder Awaken. They don't really have the damage themselves.
They've got the setup. Nightmare into the arrow, and it'll be an easy kill on Matthew. So Sacred trying to help out, taking the Nightmare off, but
some body blocks.
Too much damage here from BetBoom.
I do love that creep. Getting tornadoed into the Tidehunter, but still, yeah, they can't really kill off this Tide. You have to ignore this bot lane pretty much. You push it out, make sure there's not creeps hitting the tower, and you look elsewhere. But yeah, Dahak sitting at top net worth. Even though he's 15 CS behind the TA, still even on the net worth.
I'm going to try and go for the kill on Staneko. He's got backup, but no chance to save himself. Locked down by the Torrent into the boat. This time Thunder get the kill in the mid, and they won't lose anything in return.
That's kind of a net win, though, for BetBoom. Taking away the value of boat, you see that instant smoke up from Lyle. They identify, now if Thunder Awaken want to take an engagement, that Tidehunter who's being a menace in bot lane, he's the one that has to move across the map to actually help with that control. So I like the fact that Boom, turning up the pace a little bit.
I mean, they are straight to the top lane. Setups there from Notice. He drops down the arena. Panda, is there anything he can do to keep his TA safe? There is not. Pakaz goes down. Another TP coming in from Sacred. He's going to pop the Ravage onto the three of them. Lal is low, burst down by the Gush. Thunder Awaken. They'll get the Lesh in return. So they're able to take something here from BetBoom in response to losing their carry TA, Picard. See if they're able to hold them off the tower, though. There's Panda on his own. Not a huge lot he can do. They'll try and get the angle with the spear. Can't quite close the gap enough. This is the pressure pushing Thunder away from this tier 1 tower, and with Dahak now moving to this top spot. They should be able to take this down. That's going to put Dahak very, very close to having his Maelstrom complete with the tower gold he's about to get.
And Kunkka had no TP available, so he just opted just to stick mid, keep on farming. Now move to jungle as well. Yeah, BetBoom getting the tower pre-10 minutes. And for the last minute or two, this bot lane, no one was really farming it. Bane moved to mid lane, quickly got his close to 6 there, and Matthew also kind of following. So in terms of efficiency on the map, yeah, BetBoom be able to break it down a little bit better.
On the mids, they have the setup into the stun. Stun after stun. Arrow follows up as well. They're trying to keep him alive with the heal, but Panda can't quite save Dark Mago. As he goes down, and now Panda himself's in trouble. The chase is there from Lyle, running around, keeping himself on top of the Pugna. Stun as well, comes down onto Matthew. 3 more kills for BetBoom.
And this is the best timing for BetBoom right now. You break down the map, you're forcing Thunder Awaken to use their TPs to defend these towers, and you're using the Bane, setting up for these stuns. And yeah, just punish him a little bit. Yeah, perfect stuff from BetBoom.
And Picard still in that space. 900 gold on top of the Dragon Lance. We are seeing, as the Tide, Sacred, anywhere he goes, he should do a solid job of holding the buildings with his hood complete. He's quite a beefy one to try and fight into, especially when he has the Ravage available, back up in 30.
Oh, throwing out the boat, getting a freebie. Nice little Mirana kill there. But yeah, if you're Thunder Awaken, these early kills, this early pressure, you can't fall victim to it. You need to still understand what your timings are in the game. It's not for the early fights. It's protecting your objectives. If Kunkka get BKB, he can brush off the left right. Once your, Snapfire gets some levels, the Mortimer kisses, you can deter the Furion from these earlier sieges. So Thunder Awaken, they do have the answers to what BetBoom needs to do in the early game. And I'm looking forward to how BetBoom approaches this next kind of tier 1 siege. How do they, it's not going to be as simple as move to the tower and rat it. No. At that point, you're going to get punished by the Kunkka, by the Snapfire.
Absolutely, yeah. Thunder Awaken will have no hesitation in setting up a defense around this tier 1 mid. It's not going to be an easy one to push for if BetBoom want to try for it anytime soon.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's top, Lal. And he's got his heals complete. That's going to look, of course, to go into the Halberd next. Incredibly strong against that carry TA.
Oh, I like this. No, that's real cool, actually. Obviously, yours to be able to maybe even dodge the Ravage, disjoint from the X Torrent. There's Seneko.
See if we can get out of this. They've got the cookie, but not quite the angle. Seneko is fine, and an arrow did come crashing in. Arena follow-up as well. Locks down Matthew. See a Thunder. Can they get back in on this? Sacred does have Ravage. They've got the Ravage and the bow. But again, once they use it, that would mean that maybe the push can come in onto mid. So they've got to hold their ultimates and keep BetBoom in this position where they're constantly sort of second-guessing their ability to push for that tier 1.
If that was the Pugna going down there, 100%, that's a Ravage, the Mortimer Kiss is layering on top. But because it's the Snapfire going down, instrumental in the early engagement. So I love the discipline from them just to reset there, not fall into kind of a sloppier fight that BetBoom really were trying to bait out there. But no, yeah, this left right.
It's going to be funny. They didn't quite see him, of course, up there in that spot. Because he's got his...
Dude, he's so... Oh my god, Dark, you're so annoying, actually. He TPs in, spawns a couple trees. You see that Thunder Awaken, they're already centering to try and de-ward. He's just blocking the camps. TPs out, goes back to farming his own kind of triangle. Dude, that is actually one of the most annoying plays I've seen from a carry Furion.
There we go, fight time for Thunder Awaken. They want to get out and get aggressive with the ultimates, with the Ravage and the Mortimer's kisses.
They're trying to find the Furion. They know that he was just trying to make that quick play.
I mean, Lal, it's definitely going to be worth dropping some ultimates for that one, indeed. No holding back there from Sacred. Get rid of the mid-lesh, get rid of Lal. And that'll give them the space to start pushing it onto the tier 1 tower themselves mid. See what the rest of BetBoom want to do about this. Notice does have Arena. Oh, great cookie there up to the high ground onto the 2 of them. Force Major's going to get dragged back by the X-Mark. He's dead to an anchor smash. Also looking towards Snako in the mid, diving up towards tier 2s here, Thunder Awaken. As they've realized that at this stage, sort of around the ults, they're going to have the space to push in, and they'll be the team to take the mid tower first.
No, it's a really nice smoke. I expected them to... They were looking for the Furion, and then they kind of bumped into Leshrac. I was like, oh, this is even better. Get the freebie, now take the tower. And they're the team who are actually able to start taking these early towers. And the mid tower is so nice to get. But no, Ravage and Boat on cooldown. You kind of expect a little bit of some counterplay here from BetBoom.
Yeah, you've got to imagine they're going to push back hard, Lal. And with the Edict, TPs are coming in, though. Thunder Awaken want to make sure that this is not an easy push for BetBoom.
Bakar's going for the Blink Dagger, actually. He wants to join the fight.
Got the setup on notice. They can burst through him. They certainly can. There's no escape here for the Mars. As Thunder Awaken go to show yet again that this tier 1 tower, it's not going down anytime soon.
Yeah, just getting punished for not setting up as accordingly. In these type of lineups, it's about pushing the side lanes with a Furion. You force one hero to defend that tower, and then you look to go for the big objective. I think BetBoom, not saying that they rushed, they were trying to punish the lack of cooldowns a little bit too quickly, and in doing so, they didn't have the vision. Like you see on this mid lane, there's this high ground ward from Thunder Awaken. That allows you to punish this Mars trying to wrap around. You already know Furion's deep in the jungle farming, so just really nice defensive setup once again from Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, and we're seeing sort of a bit of a change up from Lyle. He's got to get his BKB rather than the Halberd. You know, these fights, these ultimates, they are blowing him up. He's got to be ready to get his spells out and charge the front lines without any sort of worry. We'll see attempt here for Notice, but he's off the mark with the spear. So that's going to be the arena combo put to a stop, and now the kisses are coming out. Notice, he's in trouble. Slowed down by the traps, he goes down. Thunder Awaken, they're ready to try and chase for more. Dark Mago, hold on the chase, see what he can find around the corner here. He's going to try for the blind torrent, and he won't catch any of the remaining members of BetBoom. They get out. But once again, we're certainly seeing BetBoom. They're the ones trying to get something done in this mid. But each time over the last 5 minutes, it's just not worked out for them.
It's crumbling a little bit this time as well. You now have the initiation of the arena, but you missed the spear, and the BetBoom just aren't able to really get the things rolling their way. Credit, it is a little bit difficult, of course. You're playing into the boat, the potential now Ravage is back online, but even the cookie, the small disjoints, BetBoom will be kicking themselves a little bit. This was their opportunity to increase the pace of this game, and unfortunately they haven't been able to try and maneuver around this Conqueror Tide with great effect.
Yeah, Dahak, of course, has been keeping himself completely out of these attempts mid. He just wants to be focused on having his BKB complete. These BKBs,
another smoke,
incredibly important for the two of them. Dark Mago, he's going to look for the catch. He's using the torrent. He's able to grab Dahak. The boat coming down. I've got the burst here. The setup is bringing him low. I see Notice trying to hold back Dark Mago. What the sprout? Ravage comes out, but he's not going to catch him. Didn't quite reach them there on the side as BetBoom are able to step out and away completely. That Sprout blocking off the chase from Thunder Awaken, and now things are a bit more awkward with Thunder. They've used their ultimates. You see Matthew trying to run. Panda, he's going to have the problem of Alesh right on top of him as Lyle takes him out. Notice, again, off the mark with the spear. This time, shouldn't matter, though. Matthew taking damage from the walls of the arena as he still falls. Double kill for Lyle. Over in the river, Nightmare setup from Snako into that arrow from Force Major will secure BetBoom a third, and they're in perfect position to waltz straight into the Roshan pit.
It's just outside Roshan as well. That Ravage tickled the Furion, but yeah, really beautiful Sprout being able to put just enough distance to then outrun it. But oh god, Thunder Awaken, they're trying to go aggressive, they're trying to find the plays, but yeah, all right. It's nice to see BetBoom be able to turn it around. They've had a shaky 3 or 4 minutes in this game, but hasn't put them out yet.
We'll see Sacred. So trying to see if they can take down Force Major. He's still got a leap left. Sacred, he still kind of wants to chase. I mean, he's got Blink back up in a second. And Force Major straight out of there. For that next fight, Dahak should have his BKB. We'll see it once more. Yeah, chase attempted.
A really nice spear as well from Notice there, just preventing the Kunkka to get the additional right clicks. And at this point, a rather optimistic Ravage in hindsight, but so close to at least connecting would have been cool. But no, the Sprout, especially with the shard as well.
Exactly, that Treant just blocking off any chance of Dark Mago getting out and continuing to chase.
And that was the type of fight where BetBoom, they were kind of behind on their ability to team fight, but Thunder Awaken, they forced the engagement with only 2 or 3 heroes. They didn't have everyone ready to kind of make that chase down. it was a really nice initiation, using the torrent for vision, getting the X. But yeah, just a little bit too quick for the rest of the team not to get there. And on the flip side, BetBoom, their draft, they thrive on these engagements because, of course, deep in the triangle, they've got multiple ways to TP into the fight and quick to react.
Sacred, he's going to show top, but there's a lot of BetBoom around to try and deal with him. You'll set up here for the stun from Lal.
Instant Kraken.
He'll look to walk it off. Ravage isn't at the ready, and even if it was, probably wouldn't want to pop it here as he gets taken out.
Now Lal just about to complete the BKB. I'm still very happy that he's going to look for the Halberd. The Leshrak's job in this game is to pretty much just run into the fight, get all the vision required for his team. If TA jumps, throw a Halberd, and allow for, a perfect arrow, the arena, the Fury and TP. Leshrak is somewhat an initiator to some degree through his itemization and his ability to posture aggressively.
Obviously, Picard, he's hitting that timing. The core 3 items done for the TA, Dragon Lance, Deso, and Blink. See mid lane, Damago trying to start things off. They try and save out Notice here with the Nightmare. They cannot separate him here from the barrage of damage just fired out by Thunder Awaken.
I just love how volatile this game is. Like, any hero that dies, they have the ability to just group up and then swarm the map.
Nice. This is exactly what you want to see from these two squads. Already getting this back and forth. Only 2k gold in it that's been jumping around. 13-9, and BetBoom still the team with the Aegis for a couple more minutes, so opportunities for Lal to make a move, especially when Noticed back in the game in 20 seconds.
Oh, Saneko, this is an optimistic build, man.
All right.
I love it.
BKB rush for the support.
Because if he gets it, it will be devastating.
See Lal, he's actually going to be off the mark there with that stun. So Sacred manages to walk this off until Dahak comes in, tries to trap him with the Sprout. Still Sacred breaks out of there. He'll be fine. Top lane, quick moves from BetBoom. They want to try and see if they can get something done here.
Oh, he's chasing the T8.
He has the arena. And there's the setup. He's a little careful about how he goes for this, though. As now the spear comes in play. BKB from Lal. He's not messing around. Make sure that he can get him with the stun. Picard's trying to step off to the side, but he's caught in the Sprout. Picard goes down.
Are they going to find Panda move? There it is. Another spear. Pew. Oh, Dark Mega as well.
I mean, Saneko is trying to see if they can set up for something else here, but it's around the outpost. TPs are coming in. BKB popped by Damago. There's the Ravage. Onto the two of them. Saneko's gone. Under the cover of Moonlight Shadow, Lal, he'll be able to keep this fight going. Turns over towards Sacred. Sprout's there, but Sacred's cookied out to the side for safety. Notice starting to take heavy hits here from the tier 2 tower. Damago comes in with the torrent. A shotgun to the face there from Matthew takes out Notice.
Ooh, a little bit deep, lads, but still. Ravage now cooldown for 130 seconds. When Mars is live, he will have Arena back again. Leshrak, you got to regen, got to reset. Use this window of opportunity. Big spells are on cooldown now.
We've got Lal. Aegis unlikely to be there for the next fight. Soon to time out. He's going for his bots next.
I want to see this Halberd. He keeps teasing me. Every time I'm like, yeah, Come on, Lal.
As we saw for Picard, it's still very hard for him to fight without the BKB. And he'll be working on getting that done.
The nice thing as well about having this TA as your carry, if the game does get a little bit out of hand, let's say the next stage just goes to the side of BetBoom, you're going to be able to deal with the split push of Fury and TA going for the Aghanims at some point, always keeping the lanes pushed out as well. So I feel like, yeah, Thunder Awaken, as long as they don't fall victim to constant fighting and trying to go for the engagement without spells, like, they're super chill in this game. Like, They have a lot of insurance as well. They can make some mistakes.
Let's see what BetBoom do with the smoke. Trying to make use of the fact that Sacred, no Ravage for a full minute. They want to try and catch Thunder whilst they're not fully prepared to return with a fully fledged team fight.
Smoke reveals.
Oh, the Sacred, very quick with his own blink. He'll have the opportunity to find the Yule's setup, and Dahaki's going to come in from the side, look for the backlines. Dartmago heads forward, he's going to drop down the boat. Extra bit of damage reduction, keeping Sacred protected, and he just runs straight towards Dahak. That's the carry gone, the Prophet's out, and now Saneko, he's in trouble as well. Kiss is coming over towards Lal. He'll go for the TP out, but the Torrent's there from Dartmago as 3 dead on BetBoom. Thunder Awaken showing that they don't need the Ravage to pull together a team fight like that, and definitely a concern for BetBoom. There's Dahak. He went down so quickly at the start of that fight.
A rare TP from Dahak. Normally, he's so patient, making sure he TPs, knowing what's going to be coming towards him. I don't think he expected the TA to instantly reinitiate back on during the retreat, and Snapfire just in position. You had the meld hit, the death load, the Lil Shredder.
Yeah.
He got obliterated within like 4 seconds of his entry to the fight.
And that was before the AC was done on Dark Mago. So next fight, the physical damage he's going to take is going to be even higher.
You see here, he TPs in thinking he can maybe punish Matthew, but at this point, the Kunkka's already ready. The TA's just like turned around on him, and unfortunately does go down. It is the volatility of Fury and carry. One incorrect TP, it can just spell disaster, even if you have all this net worth in you.
So how would you imagine we're going to see that approach from Dahak change up in the next few fights? He's just got to sort of wait for more of his teammates to get in, or at least isolate and find this Templar Assassin before he looks to position himself?
Yeah, pretty much. You need to see... I think right now it's just, where is TA in the fight? If she blinks in to initiate, you can then TP for free, trying to go for the backlines. But it's quite difficult. Jumping is a Snapfire, she has Cookie.
Ooh,
Nice
notice.
blink. Luckily this time not dying to the smoke. But it's kind of difficult. With this net worth lead, we're kind of getting to the point where Dark might be telling his team, lads, I'm going to split push for a little bit. I need to find some more farm.
Well, might be forced to BKB here. She's going to get caught straight away in that turret. He gets the BKB off, but it's almost too late. One more hit from Dark Mago could do it. The Kiss is coming out here. Lal having to run, but he's surrounded. There's going to be no escape for this Lesh. That's Thunder. Up 6k now. Dahak, he's trying to farm on their side of the map, but the trap's going to spot him out. He has got BKB TP. Also has that Shadow Blade to get away, and Matthew at the moment not quite having detection ready to go, so Dahak's fine.
It's so hard to play this split push game against the TA. Like, look at topside jungle, there's traps. In his own jungle, there's traps. On the Radiant jungle, there's literally traps everywhere where Furion naturally wants to quickly walk through.
He was hanging around here, maybe trying to see if he could have a look in on some action, but in the end, he is indeed forced to BKB TP out as Thunder Awaken found him.
Now this is becoming a really difficult game now for BetBoom. Thunder Awaken have hit their stride in regards to how they want to take the fights. They're the ones initiating as well. Their smokes, I think 2 out of the 3 last smokes have connected cleanly on a big core kill, and it's allowed them just to play around their cooldowns perfectly.
And so, with this, rush BKB that we're getting from Seneko, what's his sort of idea? He just wants to, fiend script the TA? Is that what he's going to try and do?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Ideally, he either enter the fight and just remove the TA, but the issue is, it's like, the Furion right now doesn't have damage to kill off a Kunkka or a Tide. And probably the Pugna with the Decrep, it's just a little bit difficult in regards to how BetBoom gets their damage across its arena, its Leshrac, and then Furion's going to be tickling a little bit until he gets a couple more items. But for now, the fact that this Bane has whipped out a 26-minute BKB, it is going to give them some confidence to maybe look to take a fight. Yeah, I expected it to be the fastest because it doesn't happen that often where they literally go Tranks BKB.
His sort of position and execution of the abilities, it has to be perfect with that BKB, because as we saw in the last fight, BKB is not the kind of item that makes you invincible in this game against Thunder's heroes.
It does give Dahak entry to the fight now. If the Bane grips the TA, the Furion can just TP onto that grip TA. There's nothing to cancel the BKB grip, and then you should be able to probably kill her off if the Furion's also ready. But it's about connection now. It's about finding that entry.
And it has it, because if he gets anyone else with the grip other than the TA could jump him and take him out in a couple of hits.
Yeah, about 3.
Oh, Sacred in with the Ravage. They're going to be able to get the jump straight around to Dahak. Dahak, he's not getting out of that. As that's the carry down, a full minute here. So Thunder Awaken, likely to be able to look for more. They're going to head back over to their half of the map. BetBoom are here. The question is if BetBoom want to try and take anything 4 versus 5. I don't think they do. They're popping the Moonlight, trying to get out of this one. Notice we'll be able to TP out under the cover of the shadows.
So close. That was the one thing you didn't want for BetBoom. You kind of hit a timing with the Bane, and unfortunately, Furion going down. But it just boils down to the vision. Doug's farming inside his own triangle. There's 2 Radiant wards here. There's 3 traps. It's so hard for this Furion to efficiently farm across the map without kind of giving away his position.
On in the trees. Force Major trying to escape the game here, jumping out of the map. That's not going to happen.
Why doesn't he appear on the bottom side of the map?
That would be rather... let's hope they don't add that.
Just Phoenix Sunraying. Oh, he's on the bottom side of the map now. Pangolier as well. Very cool. Oh, Seneko though. And that's the Agnums from the TA picked up as well. That anti-split push. Ah, the BKB though.
It's got to be a BKB and run. He's going to go for the TP out. Have they got enough hits to take him down? They don't. He'll live.
Yeah, that's not how you wanted to... I say reveal. Of course, they already knew at the BKB from retreating in the previous engagement, but that's not how you want to use your first BKB. And now it opens up the Roshan. Lil Shredder, Gush, Meld from TA. This will be going down rather quickly. A shard is available, most likely, I'd say, probably to the Kunkka. TA already has one, Snapfire already has one. Nice to get the Tidal Wave in play.
They're going to go for the smoke move, BetBoom, but...
It's a bit too late.
It's not coming quick enough. Thunder. Aegis into the hands of Pakaz. BetBoom still look to see if they can get anything around the mid, but Matthew forcing himself out of any sort of catch that BetBoom have. They can't reach him.
Ooh, Sacred just cancelled his TP. Okay, no, he's just walking back. So now bot lane. This is now what BetBoom kind of needs to look towards. Bot lane's pushed in quite aggressively. Is anyone going to waste the TP to go there? Of course, short answer is no. You already see Matthew. He makes that journey, walks on over. That is the key thing here.
I mean, yeah, you're going to have what Pakaz just being all over the map with the Ags.
BetBoom, they are innately tanky as well. We just saw there. 4 BKBs, you got the race patch as well on Mirana. They are ready.
They're going to try for the tide.
Broken.
He's gone. They drop the grip, they take him out. He's not got any buyback either, so he won't be able to help turn this fight around for Thunder. Panda also to be caught. BetBoom. They'll get the 2 kills. Thunder did have the X mark, but not able to do anything, especially whilst their tide's down. They need Sacred to pull together the team fight. So BetBoom, a good hit there against a team that did have an Aegis amongst them.
Yeah, they just need to keep playing this style of Dota. You push the side lanes, you hope that the Huck doesn't get picked off by a smoke gang, and in doing so, it opens up opportunities where Thunder Awaken, they will naturally be split. They need to send heroes to deal with the pesky nature of the what's it called? The
Madama goes for himself in the mid. Very close to Notice being able to jump in and get an angle with a spear.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
We saw there further big items coming out for each side. Hex ready from Dark Mago. No surprise there. Fair bit faster than the average that we're seeing.
I mean, it's an overall good pickup. The fact that he already has the BKB, the AC, now he gets the Hex as well. It's just additional lockdown required. And for Furion, looking to try and complete this Nullify. It's going to allow him to be able to deal with the 4 stuff for the support, the decrep of the Pugner. When he TPs in, it should lead to either a dead support or be able to maybe punish this TA still with inside that grip. But it's an 8k lead for Thunder Awaken, but there's still many opportunities for BetBoom to take a lead in the fight. And it needs to be through numbers advantage.
Yeah, full Ags now on Sacred. It's Thunder. Going to find that team fight that they've expertly shown off multiple times this game. Pakaz at the ready in base, he'll be able to get out. A nearby trap if action does kick off.
BetBoom well aware of this smoke, hugging the side lanes. Even in top lane, Mirana put the Wraith Pack down, trying to push it out. But oh, it just expired, sorry. But it was there, I assure you.
Pakaz just getting all of his slots upgraded up. Looking for the Swift Blink next. Level 25 as well. He has that bash, so no longer, again, any, the protection, even with the PKBs, it's not there. It's all down to really finding that Fiend's Grip on the TA. Seneko, he has to go all in for it. That's why we do have that BKB pickup from him, but it doesn't mean it's easy.
Getting into that fight, like, if you're a Bane, you're still going to get killed. Like 700 HP, like gripping that tier. If you don't cleanly connect, like the tier can quickly blink you, meld strike, you're half HP. Sure, you might the grip after, but you're going to die to kind of the other damage in the fight, even like a Tidebringer. I don't know.
Back on with the push, Pakaz. Still 1 minute to play with the Aegis.
Got to give credit to Force Major in top lane. Oh,
he's going to be found here. Pakaz, he'll head over to this side of the map. Force Major jumping away. He will escape. Indeed, being that the sort of nuisance that BetBoom need him to be here, keeping this attention split across the map and making sure that the game's not in quite as comfortable of a position for Thunder Awaken to try and push up to the tier 2s and towards the base quite yet.
These side lanes are always pushed out. You've got Mirana in top lane with the Wraith Pack pushing it down the lane. You've got Furin in bot. And then you see Thunder Awaken. They want to find the big team fights, but they're just kind of ping-ponging between bot jungle and top jungle. They have vision here as well. They're just not able to connect. It's kind of a little bit of a stalemate right now. And the fact that this Aegis is expiring shortly, it means they don't want to run straight towards the tier 3s. They need to be a little bit more patient. This next Roshan is going to be the big decider in this game.
This will be the nullifier done for Dahak. Dartmago, Sacred. The ones at the front line right now. The rest of the team very split up. Thunder Awaken not in position at the moment to look for a team fight. BetBoom on the other hand, they certainly are.
Snapfire's going Axe as well. Love to see it. We're going to be launching some watermelons onto the back line.
Both teams careful with how they look to jump. I've had that Aegis go. Because 1,700 gold until the Swift Blink's there. I mean, what would you imagine when you look at sort of the course both teams have? You know, Thunder, will they be in any sort of rush when they don't have the Aegis? I mean, how do they feel, do you think, as this game goes on?
I think
with the heroes they have.
They're going to be... Thunder Awaken are so happy to play out throughout this game.
Yep.
They got TA to deal with the split push. They got Tidehunter with Gush to deal with the split push. X from the Kunkka to deal with the split push. Like, they got D-push for days, so they're happy. They can build up this 11k lead, turn it to a 20k lead. It's on BetBoom, the ones to try and break that status quo.
And they're going to try and do it here, BetBoom. They're leading in. See the sentry down here. He's going to be underneath this Sacred. He's going to know what's coming. He's holding on to Ravage for now. Now he lets it go. It's only going to hold back Lyle. Turn towards the Notice with the Gush. It'll be Pandaboo taken down. Fiend's Grip. They've got the lockdown. They've found the TA. Seneko hunting for Pakaz. He'll get the Fiend's Grip set up. The Arena Spear follow-up. It's there as well. Buybacks are coming out from Thunder. But Sacred, he'll fall. Caught in the Sprout. As Thunder will get chased back up towards their base. Dartmago turns with the Hex and the Torrent. Nightmare allowing Force Major to dodge the Torrent, given the chance to leap out. As BetBoom, they finally get that scenario that they've been looking for. Seneko finding Pakaz's TA and locking him down with the Fiend's Grip. In the fight, might even get them more here. Matthew is going to pick up Dartmago, spin him out to the side, gets him in position for a great angle there for the Tidebringer. In fact, it's good enough to get the kill on Seneko. Lyle saved only just here with his Eon Disc. He's on the escape. Dartmago's going to try and chase him. As Lyle.
The arrow. Oh, close.
He's going to show himself near the trap. It's caught him. He has the Yules. Torrent. No. Oh, it's going to get him. Dartmago gets the kills there. I mean, quite a solid turnaround. It did cost them 2 buybacks, of course. Both Pakaz and Pandaboo having to buy back to turn that fight around. But they are able to do it there. Now situation, BetBoom, 3 heroes down. I mean, you look at the sort of death timers on both the Lal and Dahak. They're gone for a long time.
This is an uncomfortable amount of time that they're out of the game.
They might lose a tier 3 here, T. Maybe more.
If not more, yeah. 100%.
I mean, because you've got this AC, of course, on Dartmago. Pakaz has got his death, so they hit the buildings pretty hard.
Could just be 2 lanes. They might respect that potential, like, there could be the buyback scenario, like a spear into it, but if you clicked on the Leshrac and you saw the items he was pulling out...
Yeah, he's short on the money. Like, they both are.
Like, he had an Aeon Disc, the plate mail, like, you kind of feel like probably shouldn't have it.
I mean, this is working out to be excellent buybacks from both Pakaz and Panda. Not only turning around that fight at the base, but getting the mid-racks as well.
Bro, they wanted it for like a split second. They're like, go bot, and then that. Wait,
and they're going to get Roshan.
That's a quick Roshan. It was potentially respawning 40 seconds after the fight ended.
I mean, there we go. We'll see this turnaround once more from Thunder Awaken. Already, I think Panda's come in with his buyback, but you see Pakaz holding back at this one. It's pretty much when he sees that beautiful 3-man splat there from Matthew spitting Dartmago into the 3 of them. The Pakaz is like, it's time to go. He's back in with the buyback. He's able to help get that kill, of course, onto Lau with the trap, and then straight down the mid. Thunder Awaken getting themselves into a very, very strong strategical lead.
Again, the vision here. They got a high ground ward, a Tinker ward, and also that random rogue trap in the lane that was trying to deal with the Fear and Split Push just catches the Leshrac.
And now we've got the Refresher Shard on Sacred, Aegis on Pakaz, helping him keep that sort of lack of buyback covered.
It was so important. Thunder Predator, they were so grateful, so lucky that Roshan was an instant respawn.
And they've actually got the Hex set up onto Lyle. He on disc again, will keep him safe from the follow-up. Notice he's going to look for the jump forward, but the force to the side, they're able to dodge the spear. As Notice, he has to put the BKB to get back to the high ground, get back to safety. They'll drag back the Lesh here. Arena's been dropped down. BKB to stop the Ravage from Sacred hitting onto Lyle. As Lyle will try and turn and fight, but Notice his BKB's already been used. He goes down. Sneko tries to go for the Fiends Grip, but the Lincolns, it blocks it. Sneko won't be able to stand his ground to lock down any of the cores. As Thunder keep the push coming in hard. Tier 3 gone, the Rack's exposed. Notice has got buyback, but no BKB, no Arena. Little to be done with the buyback at the lane. He's going to try for Dahak. He gets caught. They've got him with the stun. Dahak surrounded. He goes down. Buyback from him now to come out. As Sneko, focused by Pakaz. The Bane getting low. Silence taken out. BKB popped by Dark Magosi. Stands his ground against BetBoom. Notice tries to hold them back with the shield up and the BKB on. But they don't care. Thunder Awaken continue to pick up kill after kill. Keep this pressure on. And this is going to be a second set of racks being taken out, T.
They just don't have the damage anymore on BetBoom. It's so hard for them to take the fight. Of course, it's into an Aegis and a Cheese, in which Thunder Awaken, they don't have to use either of them. They're pretty much walking down the lane.
They're going to keep it going here. Sacred goes for a quick reset, trip back to base. They bring him back with the X mark. He's turning back up with the BKB. And then again, they got him with the Hex, and this time the Eldest stop cooldown. He's out of the game. Lyle dead for 90. Notice caught by the control as well. Thunder Awaken. I believe this should be the G's coming up soon, T, because they have well and truly shut this one down. Everything after that buyback defense top was just perfect. Perfect close up here from Thunder. And indeed, there it is. GG, well played. Thunder Awaken will take this game one.
This team's so much fun to watch, honestly. Like, they have these defensive heroes. They utilize the smokes in this game like so perfectly. 2 or 3 times just cutting in deep, finding the key kills. Even while BetBoom themselves were trying to make some key smokes to open up the map. Like, they're the ones finding the kill just beforehand. So, yeah, Thunder Awaken truly is an exciting team to watch, honestly.
Absolutely. And we saw as well, sort of, for BetBoom, it seemed like there was this portion of the game in the middle where they realized they had to go for sort of this sort of change up in play, get that BKB on Sneko, look for these opportunities to just lock down Pakaz. They're only really able to do that once, right? That top fight with the BKB Fiend's Grip that at the end of it all did not end up going great at all for them with the buyback call from Pakaz and Panda Boo.
That could have been so much different. That's the beauty, right? Like that top fight, if the Huck's able to get out, the Leshrac doesn't get hit by the trap, a completely different story. They probably wouldn't be losing that mid-rex if the Leshrac was still alive. So yeah, just such a close game, even though it was Thunder Awaken though. Christ.
An incredibly impressive victory here in this game one, and it's just always fun to see a team that uses those sort of situations where they're buying back, defending the base, and they're not going, all right, lads, let's play it safe, you know, buy back some cooldown. It's just straight down mid. It's a team that once they see the opportunity to close it up, they're not questioning, oh, should we try for that or play it safe? They're just going for the win. They're looking to close it up.
I mean, also the game did give them Roshan like instantly.
Rosh was a fantastic time for the respawn.
May respawn, and it was like, actually, you done well, lads. You can have it. So yeah, it was just a great game, to be fair.
Yeah, well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game one only, of course, of this best of 3 will be Thunder Awaken taking the first victory here.
Thank you, Owen and T. Quality of dudes here already today is phenomenal. We'll get into talking about this after our short break. Don't go away. We'll see you soon.
Rise and shine a brand new day. Daily I can choose to be. Become what is best for me. Meeting life along the way. Waste no time but take my time. Time is right now and right here. Here today and here to stay. Stay alive and keep it cool. 먹고 꼬리
There it is, Stockholm. That's where we are. Fabulous city. Wonderful time. And of course, you could be this weekend watching live Dota and Arena. This is just the group, not post-group stages, knockouty, brackety bit. It's all very important stuff. Thunder Awaken versus BetBoom. I was worried there, chaps, for a second because we've been talking about how great Group B was. That's what a lot of us have mainly been working on. I was like, oh man, all the Group B games, all those teams are just going to get stuffed by Group A. But no, Thunder Awaken doing Group B proud, and South America.
Yeah, they're very good. Yeah, the TA ended up working out really well in the end. Kind of looked hairy here or there, but interesting slight alteration. He went for the Meld Strike, got some solidified kills, played around their team together. Matthew saved him a bunch of times. It was really good play.
Yeah, I definitely had some doubts for the TA just because we thought that they had a lot of answers on the side of BetBoom with like their Lash, with the Nature's Prophet, all these different heroes that could address it, but they definitely had a really hard time just maneuvering around the map to deal with this. Even though they're the ones with like this Nature's Prophet, they're the ones with Mirana, I feel like it was always Thunder Awakens, like always catching everything. It felt like they weren't really bothered by the split push at all. Ags TA, they adjusted. Really good gameplay.
And some great team fights, like the one we're about to watch a replay of. Bazinga.
I get to cast this because you guys talked. Beautiful. Oh, this is not the one I was thinking of. Oh, no, it actually is, eventually. All right, the grip comes out. Absolutely beautiful stuff. TA ends up going down, buys back within this fight. Sacred goes down too. I don't know if he buys back. But this is the part where they turn it around. Matthew's just like, my stupid cores are so useless. I need to go in here and save the day. So he waits. He waits for the right opportunity. Jumps in, grabs Dark Mago, who's going in 3v5. Or he's waiting still. But he knows he's going to need to save this maniac. He gets arrowed. He saves him from the arrow and then hits a 3-man stun. That was nice. Turning it around. And based off of that, Pakaz can buy back, which could have been the game. And I think there's a couple of catch-outs here that we don't get to see at the end there.
They did also catch the Lesh on the very tip of
right
the torrent.
Right at the tip.
Yeah.
And Matthew was doing work throughout the whole game. It wasn't even just that clip.
Every fight.
So many fights. Yeah. Jumping in. Even like when they didn't have vision some of the times, he was just like cookieing in, starting the fight too.
Yeah.
Matthew was great. And to show you how great, we have a graphic, a player versus player graphic. One on one side, one on t'other. We have chosen Matthew and his counterpart, Force Majeure.
They both did quite well.
They
both did quite well, actually.
They did. I will say this, Matthew did 18k damage to Force Majeure's 10, so that was one thing that I noticed.
Did you guys see actually the post-game damage at the end of the match? It was much earlier, but they were actually very even on the Thunder Awaken side. It's like in every single fight, they were all there. They were all casting their spells. I feel like even Pugna did a lot of damage that game. There's a lot of cases where Panda's just channeling a full ultimate on people. He'd be like, well, I'm going to die, but at least I'm going to cast Life Drain for like 3 seconds and force them to kill me for an extra 2 or something. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. Do you know who else is pretty cool? Tsunami. Let's go have a chat with him. Tsunami, you cool little dude. How you doing?
Little.
Well, I mean, you didn't need the second adjective. The cool one was just good enough. I'm doing good, but I actually have a bone to pick with you, Ted. Because,
I'm sorry.
You have a North American panel on my side for this, so I want to show you a little something that's been happening here inside the player room. I want you to take a look at this water fridge. I want you to take a look at the distribution between still water up here on the top and sparkling water. Ted, do you mind explaining to me what is going on? You filthy European?
All right, well, let me tell you something, mate. Do you remember Brexit? We sent all our sparkling water over to them, so now they're all stuck with it. You don't get it in the UK. Our water is as still as anything.
But do you like it like that?
What, still water?
Yeah.
I prefer still, yes. I could drink sparkling.
Okay, fine. Because then, I've been told that one of the white caps and one of the blue caps, one of them is still, one of them is sparkling. This is Russian roulette. You guys got to tell me which one to drink.
If you drink the one with the blue cap, that's sparkling water. Try the other one right now. Just have a sip of it.
I swear to God.
Okay, give it a good old shake and then drink it. That's still, I guarantee it.
Chug the whole thing.
Have a big chug. I guarantee
the whole
it.
thing. Oh, don't.
Oh yeah, that's still water.
He would have burped by now if that was.
Okay, that's genuinely impressive. Okay.
Back to you guys.
What was it? I'm pretty sure that was still.
That burp was impressive, but it would have been 3 times louder.
It would have been a real gut buster of a burp.
Very North American to belch like that.
Very trusting though, because I honestly had no idea. I just thought
You sounded like you definitely knew what you were
I
talking
know
about.
that's the play to assume. You know,
Lovely for
that's
sure.
how I've had a career based.
He was like Matthew eating Dark Mago and then belching him up in the game.
Nice.
Except that was in real life and with a bottle of water.
It was really, I'm jolly impressed, you know, that he just drank that. And when he started crushing, I thought this is going to start spraying out everywhere.
Did it soak into the beard? Is that how he did it?
There you go. He cheated. He clearly cheated.
Wow.
All right, game 2 is coming up soon. What do BetBoom need to do? Because I thought that was a pretty close game, but it totally got away from them. What went wrong?
In some of their other games, though, they won with Nature's Prophet. They kind of just always stay ahead. They don't make too many mistakes. They don't get punished very much. When they do take team fights, they win them convincingly with good spellcasting. I just feel like what the story has been for Thunder Awaken, they're just better than their opponents in a lot of engagements where it's like they just outplay them a little bit. And that little edge is going to be the difference between you getting a double kill in your laning stage and blowing the game out, or you trading evenly and it feeling like, oh, okay, that's fine. And that's sometimes a big difference maker.
I agree. Interesting. I'm going to need an ad break to think about what you said, Kev. Let's take one now. We'll see you in a sec.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
These are the lads. Dark Mago, Bakash, Thunder, Awaken, turning that game around. Looked pretty rough for them at points, but can Dahak, Seneko, and the BetBoom lads pull back game 2, turn it into a dub? Or will they get 2-0'd?
I think BetBoom can do it. I think Thunder Awaken is just really fantastic as players, but BetBoom does have a little bit of a style. I think the other cool thing about Thunder Awaken is that they definitely are able to adapt to strategies. So they have their own unique stuff going, but they're ready to pivot too. So I think that could lead to them dismantling BetBoom if they're comfortable playing against them.
And maybe they're just that prepared as well to like pick you up on that. We saw how fast they drafted, how fast they were just like putting BetBoom on the timer, right? They insta-picked their heroes. They were insta-picking their bands, so maybe something to watch out for.
The old Mars IO.
Moving away from Nature's Prophet opener.
I feel like this series is a 2-1. I can't see this not being a 3-game series. It's just too. These teams are too close. Like
yeah, I mean, it's not like that game was. It wasn't a walloping one way or the other. It was like a very finely balanced seesaw.
Yep. And finally, Thunder Awaken goes to something that's actually like kind of normal for other teams.
Yeah, different for them.
Different
That's what
for
I mean.
them.
Yeah.
I mean, this has looked great for other teams that play it. This seems to be the best Storm combo. You just use the Pugna as like a fountain for Storm, and it's constantly full regen and able to go in.
These lads are drafting and banning so fast.
They seem super prepared for what they're playing. I mean, and BetBoom, they do still go for the Mars. I think this was one of the harder games for Notice. He was struggling a bit, missing a lot of the spears in this one, but either way, they're still going to stick with his Mars anyway.
Thunder Predators turn to
IO combo hasn't really made it through too much that recently. Gets banned a lot in early phases, but I feel like Storm's gonna be able to hit backline there, so I think that's probably why they grab Storm in this game, even if it's a little bit less typical for them.
Yeah,
it's gonna allow them to disrupt it pretty easy.
Zipping in and out of arena is always really nice too. Being able to just do that is always pretty great. So Necrophos.
Oh, they banned Necro with Pugna.
Yeah, that's
all right.
It is a bet.
It's respect.
It's respect. That's true.
It's a potential offlaner that can definitely dumpster carries too, if your laning stage goes well. So maybe they're afraid of like IO plus Necro, like shutting Pakaz down, and then Pakaz doesn't get to play.
I was gonna say, I feel like it does shut down a lot of Pakaz's favorite heroes.
BetBoom did also pick the Necro versus a Pugna earlier in the tournament. It was into a CK as well too, but there was a Pugna CK, I believe, by EG.
Huh.
What's the idea there?
It's good against strength heroes in lane for sure, because like CK can outlane a lot of heroes, even though most carries aren't like lane sustainers. CK can stabilize there. I think Necro probably can beat it while still also doing a lot of Heartstopper damage.
I think
it also the IO pairing, where you double up heals with Necro pulses as well, is something that's probably overlooked a bit.
Also, this version of Pugna that we're seeing is not the Pugna that counters Necrophos. Pugna's a healing hero. It's not a I'm going to kill you because you've Ghost Shrouded hero.
Right.
If Pugna's walking in and trying to do damage in the current meta, it's like you're playing it wrong.
Right. The ward is impactful.
The ward is
versus
good.
Reaper,
The ward
for
is
sure,
impactful, but it was like the dual factor of both the ward and the fact that he can kill you.
Definitely true.
But now it's just the ward. I feel like the ward screws over every
hero.
now. They just count as everything.
There's a reason why this hero has like an 8. What is it still like an 80% win rate here or something?
I think it's a bit lower, but it's
really
high.
Yeah.
It's high.
I could try and find out for you.
Okay.
I had it open before.
Let me get my stats out here. Hold on. I'm on it. Put your phone down.
Right.
Whenever I see two first phase heroes that are not good against Batrider, I always... Oh, never mind. Well, yeah, it's not good.
They banned it last game, but this game they're going to pick it because they're up against a Storm, up against a Pugna. Pretty good there.
Looks really, very solid.
It's the look for heroes so that we can relocate in a hero on their squad. It can be Mars, it could be Nyx, either one. But either way, mana burn is going to be nice. And does Kaya doesn't lower the amount of mana burn you receive anymore, right? Much like Mills. So, like, that's kind of a good solution actually against Storm, because right now he has so much mana because he prevents his mana from being burned from the spells he used. But if you just hit them with a mana burn, he doesn't get his mana back very fast. It's more like it sustains higher longer. he's going to have to go back to Fountain to get it back. So there's something to be said
He does,
about
he
mana
does have the
burden.
Pugna.
Or
for
you can
that.
just get
Just
Pugna
a
up.
bit of
You know?
sucky action.
Right,
Yeah.
so-
But the whole mana pool, like
Yeah.
it takes a long time
Yeah.
to fill it up. Isn't it the amount of mana that you heal is based on how much HP Pugna loses?
Yes.
So if Storm's got like 2k mana missing or something,
But
not coming back
I think the reason why the mana buffing of Pugna is so insane is because it's way easier to get HP. Like imagine 100 HP regen versus 100 mana regen. How easy is it to get 100 HP regen? You just get a heart. Do the same thing for mana. Like tell me items that will give you that much mana regen. It's impossible.
Old Bloodstone.
6 old bloodstones.
6 old, yeah, actually.
Like
it's
fountain.
Yeah.
Like there's yeah. I think even still, it makes Trenko Boots a 25 mana per second item. Like that's crazy.
So, according to the stats I'm looking at, Oblivion Mage, aka Pugna, 70.83%.
What is that his name? Oblivion Mage?
Oblivion Mage.
He does say the word Oblivion.
Sounds like a character from like a scuffed Justice League.
This is cool. I think the Tide really threw BetBoom off last game because the Mars, like we were mentioning, he had a bit of a tough game trying to catch, and I think Tide always makes it a little difficult for when you're playing a Mars lineup because he's this combo breaker. It's like you don't want to go on the Tide, but he's just walking at you.
He's in front of you. You have to. Yeah.
You almost have to.
And if you go on somebody else on his team, he blinks in and ravages, and he's going to disrupt your chain stun.
Yeah.
So.
They go with the Windy.
That's
They've picked up Nyx. Could they even get AM here?
I was thinking about AM. I mean, he's just so good against the opener.
We've seen him banned against the Storm Pugna opener a lot.
I feel like the problem is with the other heroes on BetBoom, if you have an AM, you just have so little to do stuff. It is a big risk.
They wouldn't have enough damage, I feel like, with AM. Well, then, like, IO paired with
Nyx
AM's gonna
IO.
suck too.
Yeah.
Like, AM blinks in, IO comes with, ugh, who cares?
Yeah, the double slow from the mana break.
I do really like the Wind Ranger on Thunder Awaken, though. It's going to definitely fit Picas's playstyle. He's going to go around, get solo kills. I assume it's going to be carry Wind Ranger at least. He's going to kill heroes. He's going to be semi-survivable, and that's going to allow him to just get a lot of pickoffs. It's still a bit scary against Nyx, I guess. But
So they've gone for the TA this time, but in the game
You
again.
said carry Wind Ranger.
I assume so. I mean, some teams have been dabbling with it. T1 has played it that way too. People have been doing carry DK. It's a similar alternative.
Yeah.
It's
Didn't we
usually
see a
lower down
possible
priority.
Wind Ranger in this tournament?
Yeah,
as well?
I feel it was.
Seb's been
Seb
playing
played
it.
5.
That's right, yeah.
But I've seen a couple more Wind Ranger ones.
It's also still just flexible, right? Maybe it could just be like right now it could be Matthew, right now it could be Picaz. They can.
The only thing
mix
is,
it up, but-
I don't know about doing a Wind Ranger pause one against Mars. I feel like he's just going to soak all of your projectiles.
But can't you just get? I mean, once you get like Maelstrom or anything, that doesn't get blocked. It's all magic damage.
Yeah, still, I feel like it's a large chunk, but
I see what your point is, I guess, but
like in the ult, like entirely blocks projectiles. There's no like BKB doesn't solve that.
yeah, but still, like a lot of your damage comes from the actual Maelstrom procs themselves. So I don't know, and maybe it's because it's not just like team fight focus fire. It's also like just killing heroes all over the map. You see a guy split push and you shackle kill them. That's where the threat comes from Wind Ranger as a core, is the solo kill potential. She makes games easy when you're successful getting those.
Yeah,
solo
I mean, I
kills.
can see it with Storm. Like you have a lot of kill threat on the map between you. Storm zip in, Wind Ranger comes in afterwards and does the damage that Storm needs.
And you can get Windrun at a pretty high uptime right now too. I think it's like 6 out of 9 seconds by the time you hit 15. So that can be okay against TAs. She's going to have to get a MKB or get lucky and get the quiver.
Yeah, anybody that plays ability draft knows how insane Wind Run as an ability is.
Yeah, it's
like a carry tool.
It is one of the best abilities in ability draft, which means that it is by far Wind Ranger's best ability.
Team ban.
Ooh, a lot of people jump into the team that's ahead.
Night Stalker.
That is interesting.
That makes me feel more like this is Wind Ranger Pugna supports, just because this is one that really disrupts back. But
who says that it wouldn't be good against Wind Ranger core as well? Just because BKB will come out? Or
yeah, that's kind of along that lines.
I mean, it also gives vision of the entire Thunder Awaken team. How do you make good grabs if they see you coming every time? I feel like it could be both things. Plus, it would accelerate their game a lot. BetBoom. Plus, it's another dive in Scout hero that would combo well with IO relocate.
And the silence is just obnoxious as well.
Yeah. They'd force BKB so many times.
Void!
Okay, so it is going to be Wind Ranger support. Probably. Why Void?
I remember playing a game with Quinn recently in a pub. He ended up
giving up in that pub, and the reason was we were against a Void, and he said, he was TA, and he was like, against that hero, you get to a certain point as TA, you cannot win the game anymore. Like, he just thinks,
wow,
the Void just destroys TA late game.
Because I guess you get time dilation for damage over time.
And you just
And
chrono
you're
him
bashing
and kill him, and he can't do like the cheeky like epic blink out thing.
Right.
It's like either he has refraction on and you time dilate him and take it off, or he doesn't have refraction on, you don't need time dilation to take it off. And you just chrono him either way.
And TA probably doesn't have enough lockdown to prevent you from time walking some of the damage, so he probably just always beats you in the head-to-head.
Okay. Kev, your thoughts about which team you fancy based on the draft alone, sir?
I mean, BetBoom still has their comfort stuff. They get to play Prophet carry, so they're happy. And the TA looks kind of decent, but I gotta say, I think there's a lot of stuns on Thunder Awaken. They've got good teamfight, they got Decrep. I feel like they have solutions against what BetBoom wants to do, but it is a good next game.
Jenkins?
Let's say Thunder Awaken.
Thunder Awaken, you go for Jenkins?
Well, I thought Thunder Awaken had a much harder... I think they had a worse draft last time, and I voted against them, and I was wrong. I think they're the better team, and I think their draft is better this time. So I think this is going to be a quick one.
Okay.
I'm actually going to go for BetBoom this time.
You are? Okay. Well, with that prediction, or the series of predictions, we're going to throw it over to our casters, OD and T-Governor. Have a good one, lads.
Thank you very much, Ted. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Game 2 between BetBoom and Thunder Awaken. T, what do we got here? Well, we've got another, again, sort of final end for the draft, the Nature's Prophet. I feel, though, kind of like what the panel said, this game, it's not easy for a Prophet, right? There's so many heroes that are going to be getting on top of him.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy, but it allows them the window of aggression that they're looking for, right? So you're going to have this, maybe an Orchid Rush TA, the Blink Deso, the Fury going Orchid, the Deso Blink on the TA, and then just the innate tankiness of Mars with the Eye behind. That alone should be able to punish the timings of a Void of a Tidehunter. In that previous game, we had Kunkka, we had Tide, so if there was no Ravage, there was a boat, and they was kind of covering each other. Thunder Awaken, they don't have it this game. Early fight, though.
A bit of an attempt to take down Matthew, and he's out of there.
But no, I like the fact that BetBoom, in the draft, even though that first game felt a little bit awkward with the Fury at times, they're still sticking to their guns, and it's now more emphasis on like that mid lane siege that they did in game 1, where it kind of crumbled them after they tried 5 minutes trying to take it. This game, it needs to be much cleaner. They've clearly learned from their mistakes in that first game, so that's why I'm happy to see them try it again in game 2.
And what do you think about this final pick for Thunder Awaken, the Pakaz Faceless Void?
Oh, I do love a late pick Void, especially when you see your enemy trying to play for an earlier timing. If you ever get that one team wipe, that one kill, the item advantage that you can build is the AFK. He's tapped out, mate.
Sorry, just chilling there. You know, game started, he's tapped out, you know.
I mean, if this was online, 100%, you know, it's probably, you know, changing the music, you know, making sure you got a good track or something. Obviously, you're not here, you're not allowed the music, but still. But no, I like the Void for the idea that, once again, if BetBoom make the mistakes, you are going to have, you know, like the Void into TA, the Void now into Furion. It just feels good to play this. You chrono them, you're going to be able to solo off the heroes. I guess the main thing here is there isn't a lot of clean damage going into chrono. Sure, there's additional amplifier through, let's say, like the Gush, or let's say the additional control after the fact from Storm, but it might be a little bit difficult if BetBoom kind of get the ball rolling with all their heroes.
But again, because that was sort of the case with the last game's draft, right?
Pretty much exactly the same thing. In essence, these drafts feel kind of similar in their openings because, like, you know, BetBoom, they've got the Mars, the Initiator, Thunder Awaken have the Tidehunter. You have the Sustain from the Pugna, the Io, but then it branched out quite differently in regards to BetBoom relying on the earlier siege once again. So yeah, it does feel like a repeat of game 1, honestly. Just slight tweaks in the heroes. Development mid-series.
And I mean, it was sort of the way that we're seeing Pakaz play as a carry. Would you imagine we're getting like what the Maelstrom Yasha sort of build up for him, or are we going to get a bit greedier, some Battle Fury for Void this game?
If we've seen some just straight Maelstroms, honestly, I wouldn't mind that. You know, Treads Maelstrom, then get the BKB, enter some of these earlier fights, get the kills, and then from there, you accelerate through just being present. I don't think this is the type of game where you can be ultra greedy, because there will be this like 15-minute timing of Orchids, Desos, Blinks, Initiation galore on BetBoom, and if you're not ready, it's going to be difficult. Like, the early game damage of Thunder Awaken might be the undoing. Once they get over that hurdle, though, their draft is going to be filthy. You know, Windrunner eventually becoming a core, the innate tankiness of Titan Hunter, even the Ags alone. But no, they've got to be careful. They have to be very mindful of this this timing that BetBoom will be playing for.
And overall, are you sort of a fan of the support Wind Ranger? So, you know, something that we're seeing some teams bring out here at the major.
I mean, kinda. Like, it's hit and miss, right? In lane, it's pretty strong. It's really annoying, especially with the Wind Run poking away the position 5. But I think you need the correct game where you actually become the core for it to really be annoying. If your position 4 is executing a hero at the start of the fight, forcing out defensive glimmers for stuff just on the Windrunner alone, it unlocks the fight for so many. But also it can just fall flat and you can kind of be a creep, right? You're just a shackle bot. So it really depends on the player. But Matthew, in that previous game on the Snapfire, he was so impactful. So I'm expecting the same performance from him, hopefully scaling into the game. But nice thing as well, he goes for the headdress. He done that in the previous game, Matthew. He just goes straight headdress, having the additional regen, rather than buying tangos. Just kind of walking around, hugging his offlane and getting that aura going. We haven't seen many players do this. Often it's like sticks and branches. Yeah, Matthew having his own little bit of identity in starting items.
I'm seeing the mid matchup at the moment. Dark Mago doing very well against Lyle in Storm versus TA. Do we usually see sort of Storm come out ahead of the early levels?
I mean, he's also utilizing the small camp a lot earlier. TA naturally will be sticking to the lane up until probably around 5-6. Also, like the observer just pointed out, it is currently blocked. So yeah, right now Storm just having a bit more efficiency due to the setup of the lanes.
Very nice start here for Dark Mago. And on the side lanes, there's, well, kind of, I guess, on sort of both halves. You know, the top tied a little bit behind. I mean, Dahak, he's not getting any pressure on him. He's going to be free farming as this Prophet. See around the runes, Seneko trying to stop Dark Mago from getting the refuel with the water rune, but he'll still be able to grab it.
I really like what they're doing in bot lane on Thunder Awaken, just because the Pugner is not really going to do anything to stop IO Mars. The sustain from the IO, the chip damage from Pugner is kind of nothing. So he's giving more XP to his Faceless Void, allowing him to have threat. So now this Mars isn't going to have this level 6 timing Void sharing XP level 4. So I like the fact that they are just kind of sacrificing Pugner a little bit more. And in that way, you're kind of protecting your tower, because this Void hitting level 5, hitting level 6, much earlier before Mars. You might even have kill threat of your own with a Windrunner TP or a Storm TP. Yeah, nice little series of events right now in the safe lane.
Did see in the mid there, Dark Mago opting to take the warp back to base. As Lyle, and with that in mind, we'll start to close the gap.
It's really a riveting mid matchup. Push lane, go jungle. And now TA with 6. Starting to put some traps. Seneko's already been making stacks on the dire side of the jungle. So now they'll be farming them together. Seneko will watch.
Yeah, Lyle, a really big boost here. It's bottom lane Pakaz. It's rather low. Panda got much regen left from him. Okay, yeah, he's got tangos himself, so Pakaz is going to be kept able to stay in the lane. Around this jungle, Matthew, he'll head over to see what was going on, but Lyle, of course, a stack already cleared. Dark Mago in the mid now. He's hit the 6. Not really under any sort of threat. I mean, even with more heroes around, you look at BetBoom's lineup, they've not got the greatest ways outside of the Nyx and the Mars ultimate of catching the Storm. A lot of pressure is going to be on Seneko to make sure that Dark Mago doesn't have a free game.
I think it's kind of difficult right now if you're Thunder Awaken, because you have the Storm Spirit a little bit late to getting 6, but your support duo isn't really going to mid lane and going, nice, we got the kill on TA, let's hit the tower. You have Pugner, you have Windrunner. They're very static supports. They might be able to help turn around fights in the side lanes, be it for a good shackle shot or a decrep. But right now, Thunder Awaken very much relying on just farming their lanes and pushing them out. But that's why BetBoom, they're going to be excelling. TA, a little bit more efficient in that. Furion just having a pretty decent time top. and this Mars in bot lane with the IO, you already see second net worth. There will be a point in the next couple minutes where we're going to be seeing the Furians sync up with this Mars hitting 6 and potentially start looking to take some of these earlier towers.
And last game, of course, Thunder Awaken's lineup was very, very good at turning up and defending those towers. We saw how much of a struggle it was for BetBoom to even attempt for the tier 1 in the mid. Are we going to see them have that same sort of level of ability to hold these early towers?
It's not as good this time because they rely on the mispositioning of BetBoom, Storm making that jump to get the kills really. Early on, the Void by himself isn't really going to do the damage, nor will Windrunner. It's very difficult for Thunder Awaken, even though they have big teamfight spells, to utilize them perfectly. They kind of need BetBoom to only use 2 or 3 heroes at a siege and punish like numbers advantage. Bring 4, bring 5 heroes, wipe them, and then sweep back across the map into a farming pattern. But in the early engagements, if they don't bring everyone, I can see BetBoom slowly kind of walking down some of these earlier towers, especially with an IO behind that, keeping the sustain going. This is just the scariest part of the game, in my opinion. Just the first kind of 15-20 minutes for Thunder Awaken. After that, it's going to become a bloodbath, you know, just like game 1, an amazing game. But if they fall victim to any of these early fights, it could just be a classic BetBoom game with their Furion where he goes, you know, 12-on-1, sweeps across the map, killing everything. Plenty of setup as well with the Mars, the Nyx Assassin, the relocate for the tiers coming as well.
Yeah, good pressure there from Shaneko and Dahak, making sure that Dark Mago wasn't able to fully finish off that stack that he had prepared for him.
Storm Spirit TPing bottom as well.
With the Shackle setup, see if they've got the burst. Arena's going to get dropped down. He's able to turn with the spear straight away onto Pakaz. The sustain of the eye, he'll get out to the side. Pakaz jumping forward, thinking about dropping the chrono, but identifying that with that initial jump already used for Thunder Awaken side of, you know, Matthew and Dark Mago, there wouldn't have been any follow-up damage to get the kills, so they'll have to hold back Thunder.
And this Storm Spirit, he needs to get his mana back up. Like every time he's on half or a quarter mana, it just gives opportunities for aggression for BetBoom. And yeah, nice discipline from the Void. Just not using the chrono, even though your mid just rotated in, you kind of sometimes feel obligated, like we have to get the kill. We've got to make it worth it. But no, if you waste your chrono there, this Furion instantly going to be calling, guys, I'm TPing bottom. And once again, we'll see that thing where it's like, with no chrono, you force the Tide into bot lane, and that disparity on the map just allows you to start kind of the ball rolling in aggression.
Absolutely, yeah, knowing exactly where to cut their losses there.
Now, we are seeing that build from Pakaz. It is the Tread, Javelin, straight into Maelstrom. It will give him some type of kill threat potentially, especially if Void does one of those aggressive TPs again. And in one good fight, you easily could be halfway towards a BKB, so...
Coming up to 10 minutes and still yet to see a first blood. Pakaz getting burst slow, but the time walks back up. He's okay and will manage to continue to sort of hold this area on his own, especially with the fact that that threat of the Chronosphere is still there in the mid. Nice little steal there, PandaBoom making sure that Lyle doesn't get his hands on a DD.
The Hawks had just like the nicest time in the last 2-3 minutes. He's just been AFK in this top jungle, just living the dream. Seneco's been lapping up the XP top. He already hit 6 pre-10. Yeah, and look at him. He does have the Orchid in the quick buy. So like I mentioned, this is they are building towards the 15-minute timing, like I mentioned.
Now this silence is going to be incredibly annoying for the majority of Thunder's heroes, right? Sort of outside of the Tide, each and every one of them relying on their spells to escape or to protect themselves or teammates. The silence is going to hit hard.
But even like with the tier as well, you pick up that shard, you see the Pugner giving the life drain on the side, just throw down a trap, get another silence, Void steps in, throw another silence. These early fights, silence will be, you know, devastating pre-BKBs.
See if Dark Mago and Panda can find something top. They're hit with the scan. They know that they're in the trees here. They're going to start searching them. Dark Mago is able to find the opening. He's in onto Dahak. Dahak, he's going to get some help here, but the Ravage is perfectly coming out in time onto the 3 of them. Dark Mago, he is low, but he's still got mana to play with. So get away from the 2 of them. Force Mage, you're getting drained down by PandaBoom, as that's 2 dead. Decrepify set up as well. They tried to turn up to turn it around after the hack fell, but BetBoom, they lose 3 heroes here. Thunder, nobody.
But they bring the numbers, that's the key thing. They look behind the tower, they find the Fury in like one of the better kills in this engagement, and then within a blink of an eye, they bring everyone. They're not even second-guessing themselves. They understand the lack of damage that they have without the 5 of them. They get the kills, and it just slightly offsets, BetBoom's timing just a little bit. And don't forget, just before that happened, Seneko, he was in mid lane with the Vendetta trying to kill off the Windrunner, wasn't able to connect on the Impale due to the Windrunner and the quick disengage. So yeah, due to the lack of aggression from BetBoom, quick counterplay from Thunder Awaken.
Not even able to get the tower tonight. In the mid there, Panda.
That feels good. In Panda move, he did get 10k this year. January, by the way. Pretty cool. Not a lot of 10k supports.
I'll see bottom. Sacred. He's going to start the defense here. Of course, no Ravage, and already noticed trying to get in to look for the setup. Matthew's going to be able to find him with the Shackle. As Notice, he's going to try and walk out of this one, but the focus fire's beating him down. Notice trying to run. He's almost certainly going to die. He goes down. Dart will go on top of that. Finding Dahak in the tree line. He'll try for the TP out, but the damage is done. Thunder turn up again. They get these kills. BetBoom, they're not getting anything out of this.
They didn't even need to use the Chrono. That must feel so good if you're this Void. You've now completed the Maelstrom. There's a relocate. Oh no. Storm prepping for the relocate return.
I mean, I guess BetBoom, they did actually get the tower, so some sort of objective, but these kills that Thunder Awaken's picking up, they've got to feel pretty good. With BetBoom and the way that they want to play with their heroes, that losing their cores, losing their carry in these sort of situations, it's not great for the game pace that they want to try for.
This Tidehunter is the undoing of this kind of Furion carry style. As long as he has TP available, when the big siege comes in, when you use your Nature's Call, it's a pretty long cooldown. So that alone, Tide just identifies this is where the push is coming, TP's in, Storm Spirit's in position, Void has TP available. They punish them. Through their own aggression, they set up the perfect defense. BetBoom, they're the team. With these heroes, or at least with the Furion, they want to be forcing the TPs around the map. And right now, it's Thunder Awaken, the ones who are doing it.
Yep. And as you said, they did that just then without the need of the Chrono, without Ravage being available. So now that those ults are there, it's going to make the attempts from BetBoom even more difficult to get away with. Blink Dagger, it's done on Sacred. He's going to be looking for those big Ravages.
But if you're BetBoom, you're looking at the fact that Orchid soon online from Nature's Prophet. You've got Desolator complete on TA. Ideally, you need the Blink Dagger as well, and then that in itself should be your timing. You have the Mars with the Blink Dagger, Initiation follow-up with the TA as well, and then the backline jump with the Furion with that Orchid. So there is a timing coming out from BetBoom. It's just when Lyle can actually get this Blink Dagger. That is the most important thing. If he can get it in the next couple of minutes, we're looking for quite a nice time. But yeah, the fact that they've crumbled under the tier 1 pressure is going to make it pretty difficult.
Gonna miss the spear, but they should still have him here. They do. They get the kill. There's Matthew gone. Where's the arena used?
And the Vendetta as well. Don't forget that is two of kind of the big initiating tools now been used from BetBoom just to kill off the support. Thunder Awaken pretty happy with that.
I mean, and I feel the thing is as well, even for La when he has the blink on top of the Desto, there's still a lot of sort of stuns or ultimates that could just clip this TA when they try and commit in onto a target. So the fights aren't necessarily going to be that easy with the blink Desto alone.
Yeah, not at all, especially, you got to remember, you blink in. If there's a Chrono on top of that, layered then with a Ravage, you're going to be dying on this TA. It's only once you get that BKB, you might have a kind of a sliver of confidence. But the fact that there's always this Void threat, I guess you have to weigh up the fact that there probably still isn't enough damage for a Void to solo kill the TA if he has Refraction jumping in. But that's only in a matter of time.
And yeah, you can actually see him sort of considering that. He bought the Ogre Club but then sold it again. He's really thinking, Lyle, whether he wants the Blink or the BKB first.
Yeah,
it's probably just going to be the Blink. Helps him get around the map a bit quicker and get the farm towards the BKB on top of it. As for now, Seneko top. Does nearly actually able to take down Panda there in that attempt. In the mid. We'll get the dagger, the spear setup, sorry, and because he was not prepared for that one. Yeah, you get the catch. And of course, with the TA around, that Desolator, a couple of hits, the Void's gone.
Big pickoff. Blink now online for the TA. Like I mentioned, we have the Orchid on the Fury, and Shard now complete as well for Fury. So if they get a good kill, they're going to be able to start pushing. But this is now the nice pivotal moment in the game. Net worth looks pretty healthy for the 3 cores of BetBoom, sitting in the top 4.
Smoke time for Thunder with that BKB done on Dark Magai.
And without the void as well.
Oh, and a big zip straight up and across there to catch Seneko. Get his courier as well.
Are they going to look for more?
They've still got a decent amount of mana left on the Storm. He's got about half of it left. So definitely has enough to make a move around mid. Force Major. He's going to get jumped there. Tries to tether away, but the Shackle will put a stop to that initial attempt to get out. The Spear push out the two of them. Force Major, he's going to opt to relocate out of this one.
He can actually bring the Nyx back in. He's respawning in 3 seconds. So they might bait this. Ah, no, that just...
They're going to have a lot of members here, though, Thunder Awaken. I don't think this is something... And maybe you can get the tether off to the side, Force Major.
No, they're not.
They can't.
As soon as I saw Fury TP'd up, I was like, all right, don't hype up the maybe the play. It would have been very ambitious, I must say, but still. And another smoke. Back-to-back smokes now coming from Thunder Awaken.
I like this as well, with Picard showing in the lane at the bottom at the same time, so maybe not something that BetBoom's prepared for. The thing is, Picard, he might not be prepared for this himself as they get the silence. Picard, actually nearly saves him there, but the Nature's Wrath comes in to finish him off. Sacred jumps forward, Ravage, it's going to catch Dahak just towards the end of that attempted TP out. As Dahak will be caught, and with the zip across towards the Mars, they should be able to pick up Noticed as well.
Gotta love Storm Spirit. Uses a big old zip to find Furin, but still just have just enough mana to get to the Mars as well.
Yeah, good read there from Sacred to let the Ravage out, make sure that there's no chance of anybody TPing out in the trees. It means that they are able to make BetBoom pay there for the kill that they got on the Void. BetBoom, though, around the TA and with the Deso, they're going to look to start trying for the Roshan, but it's been scanned out, and underneath this area, with that vision that Thunder have, they will not be afraid to head over and try and do something about this one.
They still have the... Okay, they are backing out.
Yeah, they know that Thunder Awaken is fully aware of this attempt.
Dire are scanning.
And another smoke. 2 smokes now used in a row. 1 to enter the pit. Force Major going down.
And they actually get the Shackle as well towards Seneko. And he's able to get the Spike Carapace off in time.
The reason... Look at this. There's just been a ward there the entire time on that high ground from Radiant. They were trying to smoke into a pit. It's just been completely seen from the lack of the de-warding. So now 2 smokes used just underneath vision. And all Thunder Awaken need to do, continue farming, play in this area. They themselves can't really go for the Roshan. But they can just prevent this really valuable
They're going to go
resource.
for the zip in towards Notice. Nice dodge there of the stun. Dartmago dancing around Seneco's attempt to turn it around as they'll drop the arena. But Notice, he goes out. Dartmago with the last bit of mana able to zip back to safety, jump forward from Picard. As Sacred, he's trapped in the trees, breaks his way out with the Anchor Smash. BetBoom unable to take anyone down in return there. Some really nice storm movements there from Dartmago.
He's just zipping around, dodging all the key stuns. Doesn't get hit by the Carapace as well, just until the very end. But at that point, it didn't matter.
We'll see it again here, these dodges from Dartmago. Well, of course, already with a lack of heroes, they were really able to lock him down. And they did try their best to turn it. A big melt hit coming in, but with a zip out, Dartmago's away. And they just don't have any further lockdown outside of those stuns and the ultimate of the arena from Mars to really lock them down. And we're starting to see, some for BetBoom, they know that this one, it's getting tough. They're not getting the kills, and Thunder and getting away with quite a lot. It's really going to be down to what BetBoom can do with that fight around Lyle and his BKB. He's just about half the gold of the recipe away from it.
Yeah, they have the net worth, but they're just yet to find that moment in the game where they get a key kill to keep making moves around the map. There's Fury and Shadowblade to be able to rat, Orchid to try and kill off the Storm Spirit, but we never got to see that Orchid really punish the Storm at all. I think Storm's now also completed the BKB, like we mentioned. So this window in the game where BetBoom had a really cool 15-minute timing, it's just kind of disappeared.
I think Dartmago's even got his Witchblade done on top of it.
Oh god, that's a lot of damage now. If he locks onto the Eye, the Nyx, even the Fury in pre-BKB, doesn't even have BKB, what am I saying? Yeah, he's going to be killing anyone.
Well, these 2 BKBs really Noticed, also very close to his own. That's going to be where we see BetBoom give it another shot.
Got to give it to the Windrunner as well, though. This is one of those games against a carry Furion who's going to be surrounded by Sprout, the Treant. He's going to pretty much never miss a Shackle. It's pretty much like the
trees
perfect
everywhere.
game. Trees everywhere.
Need Bakaz. That's his Manta done. So the silence of Dahak, not as scary as it once was here for the Void.
Also able to eat through the refraction if you do catch the TA in Chrono. You know, to whittle down those refraction charges and then also maybe help get some additional damage onto the real hero. Matthew finding Seneko.
And there's the follow-up, Dark Mago. If there's anybody within any sort of closable distance, this Storm's there.
They've just done a really good job at playing on their own side of the map, but being just enough aggressive that when Storm wants to join the fight, his zips are like not putting him at like third mana. He's still keeping half his mana available in every fight. And that's because they're not going too deep with their smokes. They're not trying to go, we have Chrono and Ravage, let's go to the enemy triangle. Let's go to the enemy top side of jungle. They're playing within their own realm of vision that just enables them like immensely.
Oh, here we go. This could be go time for BetBoom. BKB's on their way out for Noticed and Lyle. See if they want to go for the smoke. There we go, straight away. Immediately off the pickup of these two huge items. They've got to find a clean initiation though. That's going to be all down to Notice. There it is. And it's just the Pugna.
But a pickoff nonetheless, instantly into Roshan.
They're going to try for the Roshan on the back of this. Still though, Thunder Awaken with the 4 heroes they have and the ultimates that are online, they could still have something to say about this.
Void is yet to TP, and this does fall quickly. If they want to contest it, he needs to TP now. It might just be a bit too late.
It could be a little too slow, the TP over there. As indeed with the meld hits and the death, so it's getting low.
They're in time.
Get there in time. BKB here as Lyle's going to try and finish up, but he's been bashed here by Roche. It's slowing him down a little bit. He'll still get it. They get the Roche, they get the Aegis on Lyle. Dark Mago, he's going to go for the backlines. Ravage comes out here onto the 3 of them. They focus down the eye. The Chrono's there. It's locked down the bow. As Bakaz gets the double, turns his attention over towards Lyle. The bashes are coming in as Lyle. That's the Aegis removed from him once. See if they can take him out a second time. Notice pops the BKB to try and get over and help out. The blink is there in time from Lyle, but they'll chase on Matthews in with the shackle. They've locked down the TA. All Notice can do is just watch from the side as Lyle, there's no saving him. Over in the river, Seneko was trying to hold back Dark Mago, but Panda's there to help out and get the kill onto the Nyx. Life Drain finishes him off. Notice, he'll try and run, but a jump forward from Matthew finishes him off. It's a team wipe. They may have got the Roche and the Aegis, but Thunder Awaken bringing a solid fight. And BetBoom again continue to get held back.
Matthew is an absolute machine on this windrunner. Just every single shackle just cleanly connecting and just a chase down. The patience as well. We were worried by, okay, Void's not TP'd yet, but BetBoom, they commit for the engagement. TA left alone. Sure, she got unlucky with the bash, but just the eventual chase down.
I mean, and we saw as well, really.
Yeah, like, see here, you have TA gets bashed by Roshan. Dahak on the right-hand side can't really do anything to the stones for it, not really having the damage. Stand still for a pretty second.
Excellent Ravage.
Ravage, absolutely beautiful, connecting on everyone. Layered them with the Chrono as well. At this point, sure, nice little cheeky little shackle, and then the shackle soon after. But yeah, it's so hard for BetBoom to play this lineup into a farmed Void, into a farmed Storm, and with a tide hitting Ravages like this, it is so difficult.
And it was sort of excellent priority there from Thunder Awaken. I feel like a lot of teams in that situation, we'll see them all sort of like try and, you know, shuffle into the pit. They're like, well, let's try and see if we can get the steal, get it in time. They just ran straight for the heroes. They were like, you can get the kill. You can get the Aegis. We don't care. We're going to be able to deal with the rest of the team, and then we're going to be able to deal with you, Lyle.
Yeah, I love the fact that they didn't get all focused on the pit, because sometimes teams, they all jump into the pit going, let's try and get it. And in doing so...
And now in the mid, Shackle here off the creep. The stun comes out, but Dharma goes in with the BKB, zips forwards. Seneko, he's out. They'll get the relocate for Notice. They'll save him for now. Carl, he's going to try and commit with the BKB on towards Mastery, but the Decrepify's there. Notice moves back in with the BKB in the arena, but simply Picard jumps out. They'll continue to chase.
Lyle.
They're in on top of Lyle. Lyle's going down. As Thunder Awaken, they're starting to really step it up, and BetBoom, they are struggling.
Had the 50-50 go up or down. Unfortunately, didn't get it this time.
Because he is relentless here with the chase.
What's gonna
Catches
kill him?
Force Major.
Nothing can kill him now, Owen. He's literally unkillable. He got the Manta. He's only got 2.2k HP with the ultimate orb. Like, he's chilling. He's loving life.
And it's one of those games where, you know, the 5k net worth lead, it feels much more than that, T. Like, in terms of just how much difficulty BetBoom's going to have to turn this around.
Because like 3.5k gold on the Fury is pretty much just not being used, the Orchid. The Silver Edge is also, again, not to the best of effect. Maybe silence and a break.
And he's out of the Sprout. Snako will jump in with a stun, but it's immediately crackened off. They're trying for him. He's out again. He'll just pop the Ravage, and now backup's turned up. They'll look to get to the side. They zip forward. All that effort there to try and chase for the kill, and it ends up with Dahak going down. BetBoom, they just cannot catch a break here against Thunder Awaken, who are really starting to have fun with them right now. 3 dead. Thunder Awaken not losing anyone. BetBoom left scratching their heads here as I don't know how they stop this team. This is Thunder Awaken coming in with an incredibly solid showing here. Once again in this game too, they are loving it. 24-4, 7k lead. BetBoom, they're running out of ideas.
I mean, they should be loving it. You know, Sacred, he gets jumped by the carry, and it's Tide v Furion. Like, the Tide just brushes it off. He quells, he phase boots, walks it off, turns it around. So, yeah, just, unfortunately, this Furion just not having the effect that they wanted in the last pick.
Now, well, meanwhile, with the last pick for Thunder Awaken, Pakaz on the Void, he's massive. This Scardy is going to be done very soon. Let's see if they can get him. He has used the Time Walk. I mean, he should die here, sure.
Everyone's ready.
They're very careful about going on him. They're like, is anybody else around? Now they'll go for the kill, and they'll get it. 4 heroes, they get the jump, Pakaz is out.
Maybe they turn up the pace now. Dead for 75, instant smoke up. Like, the net worth lead isn't too big. For Thunder Awaken, the game's theirs if they play together. These little pickoffs could allow opportunity.
See if they can get another BetBoom.
They're hungry. They maybe Lyle kind of revealing the smoke, having to push out mid lane.
And they're going to get the stun. Snako, another catch, another kill. Towards Dark Mago, but nothing to set up on him. BetBoom, they want to start getting some kills back themselves. They need a whole lot more.
But that's the only thing Thunder Awaken have to be careful for. Is that one opportunity in which a core is left alone, the Nyx initiation into then follow-up damage. They do have the kill. BetBoom, they can kill a single hero. In the big team fight, completely outmatched. They should lose all 5-on-5 engagements unless they're the ones perfectly initiating and Thunder Awaken aren't ready. But realistically, BetBoom have to try and keep these scenarios, you know, getting created. Keep just split pushing. Don't look for these aggressive smokes where you're running into the Chrono and the Ravage. It doesn't feel great to say. You don't really want to play Dota like this, but it's kind of their main source of kind of, I guess, entry into the game now because, yeah, it's difficult. This Void's about to complete a Scardian, 600 gold. And you see from the vision as well from BetBoom, they have a ward in every single lane pretty much, just so that the Furion can start farming a little bit more defensively. Maybe you catch the Void walking down the lane to be a bit more cheeky with his farm.
And there's Matthew with the jump. Quick catch here. There's the opportunity for the BKB to come out in time for notice. They'll turn their attention towards Force Major instead.
Bailing from the fight, of course. You let the Io die. Instantly Furion TPs to top lane. Trying to get the split push going.
Pretty much what full Shiva's done on Sacred. He's got the money. So the game going to get incredibly hard, especially for, as we're seeing, the profit for Dahak in these sort of situations. Once the Shivas is there and the Scardy now done for Pakaz. If these two get on top of the profit, Dahak just is not going to be able to stand his ground and punch back.
No, not at all. This Furion isn't entering the fight trying to find kills. He's trying to like open up the map to then jump in and assist with the damage. He is not the primary damage dealer. He's got 4k gold in the bank. Might look towards getting another nullifier.
See another deep zip here from Dark Mago going towards the Mars. They get the arena off, but at the same time, TA tried to initiate on the back of it all, but Sacred Ravage came out, and then the Halberd before the BKB, so a lot of time here where Lal just isn't able to get the hits off. Snako finds the stun connection onto Dark Mago. They'll now turn their attention back over towards Sacred. See if they can get something else out of this one. Sacred's still incredibly tanky. These heroes can't quite kill him. Pakaz is also around with the Chrono ready to drop, so BetBoom will have to just settle for the 2 kills.
A little bit over-aggressive from Thunder Awaken. You know, jumping in, your Void wasn't really in position. But also it does help. There was a nullifier from the TA. That helped put the winner on a pretty low. and then Seneko being able to catch the Stone Throw on the top side of the fight. And they have the tools within the items and the Nyx. They have the tools to punish over aggression. Gotta kind of calm it down a little bit if you're Thunder Awaken. This is still a throwable game. Like, look at this, just look at the net worth. The fact that TA and Fury are up top. If you die and don't have buyback, they're gonna run it down a lane and probably take a Rax, right? In like 10 or 5 minutes time. So
there we go. They're ready. There's a DD rune as well.
Oh,
there we go, Lal.
Like 2 big mistakes now from Thunder Awaken. The pick off on Void and this over-aggression mid. You're kind of giving BetBoom re-entry to the game.
Let's see if they can get the jump. They're looking to Sacred.
He's got no mana.
You see the jump home. Oh, it's a chrono on the 2 of them. They did get the TA out to the side, but she's been disarmed. They've lost Seneko. The BKB's popped. They've got the Sprout down. They're locking down this Void. He needs help. He needs it now. He's going to be able to get his way out of the Sprout. He's been healed up as well. It doesn't matter. Lal has the damage. Takes down Pakaz. See with the zip, Dark Mago. He's looking to the side. Dahak. Been caught out by the shackle. Relocate's going to be coming in. Force Major trying to keep him alive with the tether. Dahak, he's going to be saved. He turns with the Sprout. He's caught the Soul Spirit. Dahak will live. As Thunder, only Matthew getting out of that. It was both supports have been buying back to keep the fight going, but they've done exactly that. They get the cause, and we are indeed seeing with the levels now. That level 20, the Sprout leash from Dahak. You've got to be careful if you're this Storm or Void. Suddenly, you're just going to be trapped with nowhere to jump.
The level 20 talent plus the double nullifier pickup, the Furin has one as well. This Pugner's not really able to help out. The 4-star font coming into play.
And now, here you said, you know, you win a team fight, you're going to go straight down the mid lane. And Thunder, they've got to really question if they want to use some of these buybacks. Because otherwise, they're probably going to have to let a Rax go.
Though. Like buybacking here, tied with no buyback, has Ravage available in 30. You don't really want to buy back on Void or Storm. They've just lost the Rax.
They've got to let it go. BetBoom. They'll be the ones to claim the first set of Rax here in this game too.
A lot of respect towards BetBoom. The ability, the resilience under how Thunder Awaken was dominating most of the team fights, pressuring that Roshan. Some teams would have crumbled under that team fight, but the move bottom, the ability to chain pickoffs in a row. And now, through all of this, the second Roshan,
I mean, they're going to get it
contested.
Thunder's going to try and smoke out to get here in time, but indeed with the damage that Lal's doing, Roshan is theirs. Very close to having the full MKB. Pakazi's still going to step over, but Seneko's got his eyes on him. This is a bit scary here for Thunder. They're going to try and blow them back in with the Gale. There's an Aegis now on this TA. MKB done. So any sort of stun, and if Lal's able to jump in, follow up on Noticed or Seneko's initiation, he is going to slice through these heroes.
And Bloodthorn soon to be complete as well for Fury, and he's shipping out the recipe most likely now. Or is he going to keep his buy? He's going to keep his buyback. So he's going to have the Mage Slayer and the Orchid for now. Dude, find it. Wait, you got to be scared now. Like,
Sacred. He's out to the side with the blink. Oh, they're going to try and jump Pakaz. He's going to go for the Chrono. The BKB was off in time with the TA. He'll look towards Seneko. Take down the Nyx Assassin. Quick relocate to the side. They'll get Lal out at the Chrono and get him back to work. But the Ravage is there. Onto the 14. The Gale as well. Pushes them to the side. Darmago zips in. Focuses down to Hack. Pulls him back in with the Vortex. Turns the attention over towards Force Major. 3 dead. Now they'll go for the TA. They surround Lal. He's out once. That's the Aegis gone. As Noticed has to get out of here. Lal won't be able to get any sort of blink off as Thunder Awaken. They return to the point where they lost that last team fight around the area. This time round, they get the job done into an Aegis even on Lal. They take him out.
What a roller coaster of a game, honestly. I feel bad for BetBoom. Like that type of initiation, they're making the smoke, but they walk into the Tide Hunter, the hero that they don't really want to jump. Unless they have the break into perfect initiation, you don't really want to do it.
We'll see it again here.
So like, they walk up, they're like, Tide, but instant blink dagger, perfect reaction.
And Pakaz, he's just going through each time with the Chrono. There's no sort of waiting around for sort of the 5 heroes. He's straight in on the 2. It was a nice attempt there from Force Major to redeem the team fight, but Ravage is up, catches pretty much the entirety of them. And at that point, the cleanup begins for Thunder Awaken.
But it was the Ravage into a Vortex, then the double Shackle.
I mean, there's no buyback on Lal.
Oh, we're just running it down mid the other way. Oh, God.
It's still tier 2s, in fact, still a tier 1 on the bottom lane, so they won't be able to go for further sets of barracks.
It's the saving grace for BetBoom. The fact that your side lane towers are still alive because you've had this Fury and constantly pushing out the lanes, you've not passively lost them. That could have been so much worse for BetBoom. They have to be careful, even though they were in the lead. It's based off of them finding the perfect setup into a fight.
Yeah. I mean, it's still the fact that the team fight the ultimates, they're so strong from Thunder Awaken, and now an extra sort of component that they're going to have to be concerned about. I believe the Aghanims, oh yeah, it's out on Dark Mago, so further AoE control.
We're going to see some big Vortex in this game. This is like a typical game where like you're behind, you're losing, you start winning, and then you feel like, yeah, boys, we can make the play, we can make the smoke, and then unfortunately it hits you that one time.
And it's still a scary game for Dahak because of course he's gone fully out on the offensive. He really tried to hold back on buying that BKB. A lot of it down to the fact that there is still like the Chronosphere in play, so I felt that maybe that going for the full out offensive was going to be the better approach. But now at this point, in these team fights, without a BKB, it only takes sort of one zip and a pullback from Dark Mago, and Dahak just in complete trouble. So until that BKB is there, we might not see BetBoom look for another fight.
Again, we kind of reset the game once again, where BetBoom, they'll continue the split pushing, they'll continue waiting to see an opportunity, and then with the Nyx Assassin setting up the engagement, they might go for a quick pickoff. They have so much explosive damage. Look at this TA, Nullify, Decim, MKB, the Blink Dagger on top, of course. Like, you're gonna be blowing up heroes, but they need to wait for the perfect opportunity. Their ability with this lineup to smoke and walk into high ground does not feel good. It's about waiting to see when you have like heroes split across the map and then pouncing. So now we'll kind of reset the game. We'll go back to hugging the side lanes, keeping it going. And it's on Thunder Awaken, honestly. They're the ones that might look towards getting a smoke, looking to cross the river. As you take the fight.
He's got his eyes on Matthew in the trees, but not going to want to do anything with that.
They have a gem on the Tidehunter, so Sneko, he has to be careful he doesn't walk too close to the melon.
And Dahak, as I say, needs that BKB. Just a recipe away.
Buyback's on cooldown anyway, so he will instantly buy out the BKB. And buyback-wise, yeah, we're not looking too good for BetBoom. Economy isn't too hot. They had to invest quite a lot in items. 3 of them are on cooldown.
See top lane. Now on the hunt for Sneko. Dark Mago. He's going to find him, but no lockdown available for the Vortex already used on that initial jump.
Ooh, nice little tip there from Sneko too. You wasted your Vortex. Now he's going to be thinking about that for the next 10 seconds. Ah, I missed my Vortex.
Of course, Thunder just eyeing up the chance of trying to get one of these side lane towers.
Oh, we haven't mentioned this yet. Look at Mars. Cheeky devil. Little Hex. Punishing the Storm threat if he jumps in too aggressively, maybe without the BKB. So now this Storm, it becomes a difficult game. There's Carapace on the Nyx Assassin, there's a Hex on the Mars. Additional silences after BKB. He kind of needs to wait for Sacred, kind of the MVP of the game so far for Thunder Awaken. He has to just absorb some of these kind of cheaper spells and then give the perfect Chrono opportunity, the perfect Shackle shot. That does get harder when you go for the Siege though.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And look at bot lane, we got the trees already split.
The Treants are putting the pressure on.
These trees are quicker than the entire Radiant team right now.
I mean, they're clearing through that range tracks. That's going to go down. I see now, notice he's in with the jump. He's going to go with a Hex lead up on towards the Void, but the heal from the side is going to keep this Void more than fine as he's able to get the BKB off there because zip to the side, Dark Mago trying to play around with Lyle. Notice he's been bullied out of the base here as Notice is going to be focused. That's Mars dead, no buyback. Jump forward with the Ravage, catching them under the tier 4 towers. They're in on top of the TA. There's the Chrono, it's caught the IO, it's caught the TA. Because he's in onto Lyle, the stuff for the side for Sneko, trying to help out. The quick relocates out to the side, but it doesn't matter. They're both dead, no buybacks on either Mars or TA here for this defense. As Thunder Awaken, they can keep it going. They'll turn over towards Dahak. Dahak, he'll try to TP out, but the bashes are there from Pagaz. And 2-man stuns from Sneko, but it's not enough. It is Dahak. He's out to the side, Dahak. They're going into the base. They want to dive the fountain. They won't find him. Dahak will live. But everybody else on BetBoom taken out as Thunder Awaken diving tier 4s here. BetBoom, they cannot deal with that pressure.
And they got Fortify, they got Fury and TP, and they got some buybacks on Iron. No relocate though. Base race maybe? Okay, TA has buyback now as well.
Sacred.
They got to be careful.
I mean, he's getting in very aggressive. He's rather low. They've got the Hex down on the Picards, but the BKB's ready. Jumps over to look towards Lyle. Lyle pots the BKB, tries to hide with the meld, but they've got the vision. They're starting to beat into the TN. The Manager's pot, they remove the refraction. They jump over towards Force Major. Dartmago getting very low on the mana. He's been caught by the Sprout Leaks. The Nullifies where they brought him down. Buybacks coming out from Sacred and Matthew.
Picards, another Hex.
He's going to continue to try and run Panda. Is there anything he can do to help out? He's going to try and heal it, but there's not enough heals. Sacred, he's bought back for this. He's got to run. But the trap slow's caught him. BetBoom, they're going to look to chase down the tide.
Blinking one on Mars.
They get the silence off onto Panda at the side of it all. Jump in from Matthew. There's the buybacks from the two cores. Dartmago and Picards ready to join the rest of their teammates to keep this fight going. But Dahak, he's cleaning up the backlines. Doesn't matter. Force Major falls. Both teams now losing a support for 90, 100 seconds either side.
Wait, this could instantly be a base race. Void and Storm don't have TPs.
Oh, wait, what?
If TA just get... Oh, she can't get there. If she could afford boost to travel, 100%, they could just go for the base
There's
race.
not enough money on Lal. But still the Treants.
But they should know this. They had to buy back and get into the fight. The Treants. Oh, this is a spice.
They got to get back. Someone's got to get back.
Okay, Pandamu's going back. But it's only a Pugner. There's no fortification either. Okay, they're not going to go for it. There was a window. There was a window where they could have ended this game.
You got to watch out for that. Oh. This game could come to a very explosive conclusion.
Well, you got to check the buybacks now, right? Yeah, look at it. It's just a sea of no's. Pandamu. He's going to hold it down for his team.
Roshan's up. And then as you saw in this situation where there's so many buybacks unavailable, the Aegis meaning everything here. For each team's cause. Who's going to be able to go for it, though? Who's going to take that risk?
Just to think, it looked like Thunder Awaken was just about to win the game, right? Diving the tier 2s.
I think they felt that they were on the verge of closing it up, but the game continues.
Yo, this smoke from BetBoom. If they have the vision of them doing Roshan, but then they cut in for the base, that could be pretty hype.
You saw it there, Thunder. Hesitation on going for Roche. They know that BetBoom, I mean, either side, whoever gets the kill on a core, that could be the beginning of the end.
But Matthew, he drew the line. He told the team, guys, you have to push out this bot lane. Do not allow them this single opportunity to make this TP rat play.
I mean, whose job should that be? Who can sort of afford to sit down here?
Oh, it's difficult. You need Tide to be in the main area of the fight. He needs to be soaking up the actual initiation. So you got to maybe the Storm Spirit, push it out. You can TP. The fact that this tier 2 top lane is still alive, 4th round Awaken, will be incredible for Storm Spirit. TPing there, then zipping in, pretty much halving the amount of mana you have to use to get to the Roche fight. So yeah, Storm will be the lone split pusher of the bot lane. But a rare scenario where we don't see 4 nulls. We've got 1 null.
Finally, you know.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dartmago. You know, going for a good old build. None of this same of the same item.
I mean, he might lose the game by not doing the nulls.
Nah, he's ready for some big brain players. You can see he's got the Eon disc ready to assemble in the midst of a fight.
Like he's not thinking about the memes now. He's just about if he gets that zip in, he doesn't want to get Hex killed. That alone is way more value than having, you know, an extra null.
Now we'll see, you know, BetBoom consistently just fishing for action here with these smokes. If they can get a pick off. See who's able to start this one. Sacred. Hard for him to really get a read on their full position. Eon Disc also out for Picards.
They just don't want to give that opportunity of the jump initiation, and that is the only thing BetBoom can really rely on at this stage of the game with their draft. It is the Nyx, the jump, the Mars with the Hex. So the fact that we are seeing these cores, the Storm, the Void, pick up an Aeon Disc, it's just respecting how BetBoom is keeping themselves in this game.
Still many minutes on those buybacks. Dartmago taking a bit of a risk there. Showing in the river. Still not going to be completely sure where BetBoom are around the map.
But the lane advantage is going towards BetBoom. They were the one who took 2 racks. They're just slowly pushing out the lanes due to this advantage. Mid lane is even because both teams took the rack. So
I mean, yeah,
it's hard for Tundra Awakened to leave their side of the map now.
It is. Especially with that death though on Dahak. He's ready to look for that final standing tier 4 in Ancient. If any fight is to happen elsewhere, even if it's a bad one for the rest of his team, he'll be ready to bail out and look for the race.
I hope you're ready to start screaming about how BetBoom TP'd in and just killed the Ancient whilst they weren't even in their base. They're going to do it one time to bait out the fortification, then the second time. Oh, I've just not seen a base race in a long time, Owen.
No, this is definitely a game where absolutely is a chance it could end with both Ancients taking a beating.
Going into the pit. Only a refresher this time.
Still a good squad to have a refresher on.
Everyone wants it. You want a Chrono, you want a second Ravage.
Scouting this out, they know that they're in there. BetBoom, their sort of team fight initiation resting on Notice in a solid arena.
Notice is trying. Oh, okay, picks up the gem again. He is going for the snipe though.
He's getting low.
Inventory slot.
They're going to be able to jump in time. Notice he's in. They get the Hex into the spear, but Picard, the Eondis will keep us safe. Dharma goes zipping around the back line. He's looking for the support.
The Fury,
it needs to hack. He's going to close it. He's on the Ancient. They've got to get back. Someone's got to get back. They bring in the TA as well. They're looking to end the game, but the fortification's there. They've got to head back. They've got to TP out there. The TP for Dharma go was stopped by Notice. He's not going to be able to get back to base for this one. They have the Ravage, but from the beginning, the Chrono is going to catch them. It's going to hold back the two of them from beating into the Ancient as they turn Picard. They did it! TA, but the Ancient is out. They've got the game.
Oh, you play against Fury and it's going to happen at some point.
It's going to happen.
But they don't look too happy. Look at them. They're like, that was a game. Whew. God. Fair play, BetBoom. Fair play.
They saw a way out and they found it there. Even with the best efforts from Tundra Awakened to put a stop to that, getting the disarm off on Lal before he was relocated over, coming in with the Ravage into the Chrono, it didn't matter. Dahak and Lal beating into the Ancient, it didn't stand a chance to.
Just got Tundra Predator 40 kills. BetBoom 17 kills. 48-minute game. Oh,
it's not over till it's over.
It's not over until it's over. Yeah, the itemization, I fully respect. Seneko, that one play into bot lane, picking off that Void that single time, gave them a glimmer of hope, and that single bit of hope they used to propel themselves into a comeback. Just mad respect for BetBoom in this game. Some teams would have instantly crumbled.
I mean, this is why they love to play that carry profit, right? You can either dominate the game from the start, or you've always got that chance to play for those global movements.
I just can't look at the score, man. 40-17. Congrats, BetBoom. Oh, that is the type of game that puts a smile on your face.
Yeah.
Another 3-game series.
We're getting it again, and off the back of a pretty crazy game too, which is exactly what you want to see so the series build up with. Yeah, more Dota 2 here. We're going to get the full amount of games coming out, at least so far with today, with this second series of the day also going to a third game. That game 2 going to BetBoom. 1-1 now between themselves and Tundra Awakened.
We all wanted a game 3. I just chatted to Shiva in the green room. She was hoping for a game 3 as well because this has been such a hype series. We'll talk it over and pick it apart when we get back from this short break. See you soon.
like butter, sweet like honey. Looks so good, like she made of money. She a stunner, legendary. Watch what she does when she feeling lucky. Her so good, she's so bad. Ain't nothing to it, just sit on back. Sit on back, sit on back. Ain't nothing to it, cause it's a woman's world. Woman's world. Baby, it's so hard. It's a woman's world.
Well, that's game 2 in the bag, and we have another 3-game series coming our way. Thunder Awaken and BetBoom could not be separated until now, when game 3 will soon be beginning. We have a superb game with a majestic ending, pure action, pure intelligence, brilliance from BetBoom, sneaking it past them. 40-17 turned into a dub. Jenkins and I were very excited about that.
Yeah, it was great. Pyrian, let me tell you, I got a friend of mine does a lot of crack, okay? And I got this guy onto Dota 2, and I said, play some Nature's Prophet, split push with the Treants, go for a base race, go for a Deso. Guy hasn't touched a drug in years. Because that is the greatest drug known to man, is Nature's Prophet, Rat, split pushing. That was the greatest action that I could have hoped for as a Nature's Prophet fan. I know you're a Nature's Prophet as well.
Big fan.
I was losing it when he was getting the little chip damage, just knowing that there's all of this chaos going on in the games, and he's just like, oh, send my juicy treants at those towers, get that chip damage. So focused from him. I can tell you, this guy doesn't give a shit about winning the major. He wants to 1v9. He's one versus however many players there are at this major, just making everybody miserable, including his team, to win the game with Nature's Rat.
Well, talking about Nature's Rat, let's have a look at the replay of the ending there, just in case any of you missed it or you're just joining us. They go back to desperately try to stop him, even drop the Chronosphere. They're trying to kill him. The Pugner's trying to get him, but the little trees, once the Chronosphere goes down, they chip him.
Yeah!
Right away at the base.
Oh,
there
the
he goes.
trees! I love that it's the trees that get the ending, too. You don't even need the heroes. Those guys, dude, they were doing 200 damage a hit, 2,500 HP. We clicked on the tide and he had like 3,300. Imagine being a Storm and there's just like 20,000 HP of Treants slowly marching towards your base. Like, what are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
You feel helpless.
You do.
It's pointless. Just ban it out. The guy's sick. He's gonna do the same thing again. He doesn't care.
But it got late game, though. I mean, they had Storm in the first phase to counter him, and in the mid game, he just looked like a not very effective hero. Yeah, okay, his network was always up.
Doesn't
yeah,
matter.
He was
Kev, I'm going to stop you there. Who won the game?
Come out.
Exactly. We're going to go to Tsunami. Tsunami, talk to us.
What's up, everyone? I've got an unbiased third party here, TSM's coach Misery. All right, so you're watching a game like that. You see Dahak go for a wild card play like that. Do you approve, or would you be chastising your player and being like, dude, that wasn't necessary?
I mean, you gotta approve of the Rat, right? Sure. Like always. It's super entertaining. Yeah. What can you do?
Okay, then how about if you're on Thunder Awaken's side and you're coaching them after a loss like that, what do you tell them?
I mean, I think they dove tier 4 and they dove the base a couple of times. They also did the classic die in their base, buyback, buy travels, TP in. Oh, it's so many teams have lost this way. It's rough.
So then as I'm sure you're doing some research, data scouting, anything that you're putting into your bank, you're like, oh, this Nature's Prophet, this Pugna, anything that you're thinking, like, I might need to be worried about this?
I mean, didn't see anything new, I guess. It's all the same heroes for the most part. What I was most surprised about was Slacks running around crazy, screaming happily that Windrunner lost that last game. It was actually, it was mind-blowing.
He was going around, he was screaming, Gale Force sucks, and now we're here watching game number 3. Back to you, Pyrian.
Thank you, Tsunami. Yeah, he also messaged us all on WhatsApp saying, hey, how about that Gale Force? He's delighted. He's almost as delighted as Jenkins and I are that Wendy lost that game. But Did they do anything particularly wrong, Thunder Awaken? What was a misery highlighted that they were obviously so eager to try and get the win there? They gambled, they went for it. Was that the turning point for?
The buybacks, right? I think it was really aggressive buybacks, and it didn't really feel like they needed to at all. It was more like, we're gonna buy back and we're gonna end this, and then we're like, oh God,
bit of excitement.
Never mind.
Happening,
Where are we going? What's next? And then they lost a lot of gold, a lot of momentum, and I think they just waited, right? That's what BetBoom did. They just waited for a little bit, found a little bit of an opening, took it, and perfect.
It was cool how they went for Roche. Looked like they were contesting it with Mars, but at the same time, everybody else was hitting racks that or hitting the throne. That was the cool strategy they did, which meant that they just got back late, and it wasn't enough. There were too many trees.
Too many trees. Too many trees. As far as I'm concerned, as soon as we saw him take the 2.5 HP and damage, we were like,
it was done.
Oh.
That was it.
Yeah.
Fully committed. Man buys a Deso too. Like, he knows what he wants.
Yeah, he's
that
all
rat
over
action.
I did think it's at one point we saw Thunder Awaken on top for most of that game. We thought they're going to close this out. We were fairly sure. But then they did lose a fight before they went into the base. They sort of lost a fight, and I think they might have got a bit gun shy. They're a bit worried as this game goes on. This is going to get away from us. This is our chance, and might that have been why they took that gamble?
I mean, it did feel hard for them to close out the game a bit in terms of like Profit always having like comparable net worth. I kept expecting them to being able to blow out the net worth lead with their huge kill advantage, but it just was hard to take team fights. So even like breaking through TA's refraction at times was tough. Void had a lot of defensive items because he was dying occasionally and had to deal with like the Sprout leash. That was a big problem as well. So he couldn't necessarily itemize as much into damage to get the core kills that he needed.
I'm sure that Matthew has, I saw him the most pinging, at least in the game, just like addressing the bottom lane, and they did not address it. I think that's probably something that they're looking at that bit them in the ass pretty hard. Just be like, we really need to just keep this bottom lane all the way pushed throughout the whole time, even if we go for a Roshan or something.
Ended up costing him.
This bottom lane that
ended up costing him. Well, we're going to find out how they do in Game 3 after this break. See you soon.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Yes, welcome. Welcome, friends. You've come for game 3. I can see it. It's written all over your face. You saw the first game. You saw the second. And you said, I am hungry and thirsty. And the only thing that can sate me is game 3 between Thunder Awaken and BetBoom.
Woohoo.
And you've got it.
Hell yeah.
I want more Nature's Prophet, bro.
You're probably gonna get it.
I've had enough of that here.
I'm going to
I
say
need to see more.
first ban, just a rage ban, Prophet stamped out, unfortunately.
I've seen that hero banned when people beat it. You know, they're just so pissed off that they have to deal with the split pushing that they ban it anyway. Like, this is the only thing that will annoy us into potentially losing.
It does open up. It does. If you make that annoying a play with a particular hero, even though they think, well, no, we've got to ban this Bane, just ban the Prophet.
Yeah.
Worry about the rest of it later.
I feel like the Prophet was a problem, but I think it would have been manageable if their carry wasn't hard countered by Leash. I feel like that's kind of what hurt them the most, because they let it through the whole draft. They were clearly like, all right, we're going to open Storm. That's going to prevent you from picking Prophet. And that was the case for a long time. But later on, when Void's like BKB'd, leashed in a Sprout, can't time walk, his hero felt bad.
Yeah, bro, he needed to genuinely go phase
I was
boost
about
Battle
to
Fury.
say it. I was literally about to say phase Quelling Blade. Like, we've seen players literally do that.
He needed to do that.
Counter it, but
Oh,
we
I
hear
hear
it.
him. I heard
hear him speak for the trees.
Sure that
Let's
wasn't a
go,
ban?
baby.
Sure that wasn't a ban?
He speaks for the trees. He doesn't do that when he gets picked.
He does say that.
Not when he gets banned.
When he says, I speak for the trees, I believe he's been picked.
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, yeah, baby.
They've
They
got him
usually just,
again.
don't they just,
Yeah.
I thought they just like grunt or something when they're
Yeah,
banned.
it's like an anger. No,
Yeah.
He's like, ugh.
Yeah. Okay, so
That's good.
My
I mean, again and again, going for the same, like almost same openers, sticking with the Mars, same bans. Actually, this one's a little different. The Sanking was also, and the Spectre was banned, and the Timber was banned,
And the Storm too?
and the Storm this time now.
Why would Thunder Awaken pivot to the Tiny, though?
Because they've lost their minds, Kev. Because losing in that fashion, you need longer. You need a couple of days to recover from that kind of L.
I mean, it's another like gap close burst type core, so you could use it to undermine Nature's Prophet a bit in a split push. Obviously, your cleave is going to be incredible. There's like no way Tiny isn't going to be good against. You need Treants like times 5 HP in damage for Tiny to be a little worried, I feel like.
That's true.
Thinking of a little buff.
They're prepping for the level 25 Nature's Prophet timing. Yeah.
What did they ban the Tiny the second game too? I can't remember. I know they banned the Tiny the first game that they played. BetBoom banned the Tiny versus Thunder Awaken. So they were giving it respect.
Yeah.
Because they do play it on flexible positions, right? They play it mid and on 4 position, and they're one of the teams that's actually been winning with it, unlike most teams.
The thing is, BetBoom could always push Prophet back to more of a supporting role, and a lot of this anti-Prophet stuff is like kind of not as big a deal, right?
They could, but they always play core, I'm pretty sure. They just feel very comfortable with it, and if you're not feeding while you're split pushing on Prophet, it turns out the hero's a lot better.
Yeah.
Looks like a lot of heroes that can deal with the trees, in particular right now, right? Tiny, Kunkka. Train's gonna get one shot.
This seems like, to me, a percentage HP damage looks really good. Something like Necro, you're playing into the Pugna. We already talked about why Pugna is not so much of a counter to the Necro anymore with the way that it's currently played, because Pugna's a healer instead of a damage dealer these days, so you don't really kill the Necro. You could also go for the Ancient Apparition, which BetBoom have picked before. Really great against the run buff and the healing from the Pugna.
Could definitely see the Necro. It's probably a support Tiny though, but I mean, guaranteed that Kunkka's probably mid.
Some core position.
Yeah, or just any core at least, but.
I mean, if you want percentage damage, Phoenix could work too, but I just feel like it doesn't really fit BetBoom's style. I feel like they want Seneko on heroes that can actually do stuff.
A little too slow. Too slow for them. Great with the Mars, though.
Yeah.
Radiant team picked.
Oh, a different percentage.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
this one also gives them more push as well. That always works well with the style they go for.
Her tower damage did get nerfed by half, but Nature's Prophet is obviously, as we saw last game, fantastic tower damage, so you don't really need that. It's more about the percentage damage that they're going for the Death Prophet.
Pugna's definitely pretty good against it though, because in other words, she's going to drop all of her spell damage, so that means less heal as well. If pair that with a Shiva's or something else, and the hero's going to feel a bit weaker, but yeah, their burst isn't the best right now. She should be able to protect against it with Yules or BKB or something. Get them votes in, guys.
Hashtag BetBoom or hashtag Thunder. Or hashtag Prophet. Because, of course, as Jenkins pointed out, he's playing against
He's
9
on his own
heroes.
team.
Yeah. Oh, they've got him back.
Oof, they go for it. They go for
like
it.
that.
They want to full counter this Nature's Prophet this time around.
Yeah, he doesn't get to play video
No.
games. That's one of the hardest counters in the game. You get the Boots of Travel. You can never just, BKB TP away on Nature's first the bat.
You are free food all game.
Yep.
I generally like bat against some of these like stay alive, survivable cores as well, like Death Prophet, because you can kind of like pick and choose your fights, pull them super out of position as well. That way their allies aren't covering them, get them away from Banes.
Only jump in when she has like 6 stacks on her, and there's no way she can heal through that.
That's really funny. They even ban out the Oracle, a hero that's unpicked at the tournament. They're still taking out just because they want to make sure the Bat has the matchup.
Yeah,
that he's always going to be able to kill this NP.
The current, the way that you beat the current iteration of Bat is not dealing with the lasso, it's dealing with the napalm. So it's all about dispels.
5 seconds
That's really cool.
remaining.
Did they ban Abaddon? Is that a hero that could
They
help?
should. They actually should.
Think so?
Because, yeah, you can just run the Bane as a 4 and then rotate the Abba to, I guess it's going to be a bat mid, but in the game, it's still very strong.
I mean, it offsets lasso a little bit, but that's assuming that the lassos are in that position. I feel like the value of Prophet, sure, it's going to be great in those moments where they're team fighting, but I feel like the counter to split push that it's bringing is a huge value as well. So is it worth it to take this like defensive support just for the team fight situations when it's more like Prophet isn't going to be able to split push at all? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. You're right. You're right about that.
Always, I mean, addressing
maybe,
bat in
maybe
any way is
you
always nice, though.
Maybe you double down more on like actually catching the bat. Like some Storm would be good if it wasn't banned, and also they probably have a mid laner. But like something like that.
They just Nyx still.
Nyx sounds really good. That's the pick off.
Yeah,
They go with the
Okay.
defensive one. Okay.
There's one, yeah.
All right, 2 sets of defense then. They
so fast on it.
maybe banned out the better ones, the Shadow Demon and the Oracle, but yeah, Abba will work.
Well done, Pyrian. Good spot.
Was that you?
Yes.
Are you guys sure?
10
I'm sure that was you,
remaining.
Jenkins.
I don't remember. Who cares?
Yeah, I think
It's
so.
all right. Check the VOD. It was me.
5 seconds remaining.
Great call, Ted.
Thank you.
All right, Ted, what's the last pick?
For TA,
Support number 2. Probably the 4 position.
there's
hero.
that Lich I'm talking about.
There's no support.
They have very little physical.
I think it's.
Isn't it Picard's hero?
No, because this is
Oh, you
Sacred's
said
hero.
Tiny Force.
This
So
is
you,
Sacred's
you
hero.
don't think Sacred will play like a bat, maybe?
No.
You don't think so?
No, it's gonna be Dark with Go Bat. No way.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It is definitely.
And then you're putting the bat mid where the Abba
Okay,
can't chase
yeah,
him.
I mean, Dark Mago.
I can't get. It's been 7 years.
They
I have
did
to
a
keep
lot
them in
of
a tier.
stairs.
I can't call him the. It's been too long. So they're looking for a Sacred hero that's good against all of these. Where's Timber at?
Banned. They banned it. They keep targeting him.
They have his Death Prophet. I mean, Tidehunter is
Still there.
Still there.
And
It
it's
was,
against
I
Mars.
thought it was decent last game, honestly, the Tide. But
It's not so good against Abba.
how does it do against Death Prophet?
It's not very good.
Yeah.
Picking it into the Abba is a question. That's
yeah.
definitely true.
Because you can just dispel yourself and dispel some other guy.
Gold shield.
I don't know. I feel like they can just stick with Tiny Carry in some ways. I guess you get gripped. That part's kind of dangerous, but the rest of the lineup
They'll just do
not
TA
bad.
again.
Okay.
So what is Sacred flying?
Maybe it's Tiny.
Sacred Kunkka? I mean, Sacred plays
Isn't it the bat?
Sacred plays bad.
I thought it was the bat,
He
right?
does play bad in pubs, but I don't know about. I feel like
Oh,
yeah.
no,
I
he's
feel
playing
like
Kunkka.
Okay.
Wow.
Tiny 4.
Huh.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I think some of you guys said that Tiny 4 was it, right? Like
Yeah, Matthew usually they're the team that's been playing and having the most.
But it's a tiny Kunkka lane. I mean, that sounds bad. That sounds like a terrible lane.
So who are you going with, Jenkins?
Oh, let me see both the drafts. Let me think. Yeah, ask one of these guys first. I have to think. Really.
I mean, T is really good against the support lineup, with the exception of getting like gripped or nightmared when you're going for backline. So I kind of like the TA here. I feel like it's good against Death Prophet as well.
GSM Thunder? Fogged?
I'm gonna stick with BetBoom like I did last game.
So we
I'd
got
like
a Thunder and a BetBoom. Jenkins, you're the deciding vote.
I'm gonna go BetBoom too. I don't think it's that great of a TA game. I think TA's refraction is gonna get destroyed.
Okay. Well, let's throw it over to our casters. It is OD and T Governor. Have a terrific cast, lads.
Thank you very much, Ted. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the deciding Game 3 now between Thunder, Awaken, and BetBoom. T, what do you make of this? We're seeing the carry profit, of course, coming through again here for BetBoom, especially, I mean, after that last game 2 victory. Who could blame them closing that up in style? And then sort of this decision to go fully in on sort of the counter to the Prophet, getting that bat. Yep. They tried to protect sort of that the bat's power against the Nature Prophet with those final 2 bans, but Abaddon still gets through for Suneko. I mean, what do you make of this?
I mean, BetBoom are just going to be hitting their timings once again and running it down the lanes pretty much. I know, okay, third time the chance, right? Yep. Game 1, Game 2, moving towards these tier 1s has been like the kryptonite of BetBoom. Once they get past that into kind of the back and forth part, it's very competitive. But I think this is the lineup that surely it's got to be so good for them. DP get EXO plus a Fury and TPing in. They should be able to take these earlier fights.
Okay, so you think we're going to see them potentially play it faster than they've been able to do so far this series?
I really hope so. Especially the Abaddon walks in, you cover wherever the Batrider's trying to jump, you have the shield to break the lasso to purge off the napalm. So yeah, this Abaddon pick really helps synergize with that desire for aggression. But unfortunately, the early game aggression has been the biggest weakness of BetBoom in the series so far.
30 seconds.
And what do you sort of make of how Thunder have ended up playing their heroes in the positions that they are?
All right, so I did check the stats, and in position 4, Tiny, in the tournament so far, it's like a 30% win rate. Overall, it's very low. It's like a 20% win rate hero. But Thunder Predator, they've got like nearly 60%. So they are one of the few teams that knows how to make it work. So I honestly don't mind them playing this Tiny in the 4 position.
Okay. And we heard sort of concerns from the panel regarding the lane setup. Do you sort of agree that could be a bit difficult, or you're not too worried about the Tiny Kunkka lane?
I'm not too worried, just because, again, you're playing into a Furion, right? The Furion's not going to bully out this Kunkka anytime soon. Kunkka, naturally quite a tanky hero. He's already starting with the Ring of Protection to help offset the right-click chip damage that he'll get from the support, and also Furion himself. And then he'll just get phase boots. You have to see this Kunkka pretty much as the equivalent of what a Tide Hunter basically is. He's going to go for like some Ag style of play, he's going to walk in front, he's going to tank up some damage, he's going to throw out his boats and torrents and stuff and make the fights messy. And messy fights are what Furion kind of hates going into the mid game.
Of course, we will see down bottom with them being 2 melee. Suneko is going to have quite a lovely time slapping into them.
But yeah, this is why Tiny can be played as a 4. It's just like what every 4 does, right? You buy boots and you try and skip the wave. This time, actually, because the Hulk's got a bit of heads up, he does punish the timing. So now Matthew, he's going to be late to dragging this wave to the next die wave connecting. It won't be in between the tier 1 and tier 2. Most likely just be meeting in front of the tier 1 tower.
We see top lane here, Picard. Taking heavy hits from Noticed and Force Major. So get aggressive around that refraction usage. And sort of, you know, this mid lane matchup. I mean, what do you make of this? Of course, Death Prophet. It's a hero that did get nerfed in the last mini patch that we had. Still has a lot of strengths as the mid laner here for a squad.
Yeah, for DP, this is the type of lane where you want to have a wand as early as possible. As long as you keep even on levels, which you normally should do, you have the Siphon to prevent the damage of Firefly being too much, and you can often turn it around, but there 100% there is kill potential. The Tiny coming in as well, disjointing the Siphon with a toss and getting the kill that way. But overall, DP is going to be pretty happy in this matchup. No major concerns, unless Bat starts, popping off and maybe outplaying on water rune contests and stuff. But for now, should be pretty even.
Well, a good toss back there onto Suneko. Take a few hits here from the tower, but still able to walk it off. Not quite having anything else to trap him underneath it.
We have seen 2 different builds from Dahak on the Furion, so I'm excited to see what type of Furion he wants to play this game. Obviously, Orchid isn't that powerful, of course, so I'm guessing it's probably going to be like a Maelstrom BKB style of play.
We'll see top lane. They've got the sleep set up into the spear. Pakaz might be in trouble. As, yeah, indeed, Brain steps back up. Force Major taking down Pakaz here for the first blood.
Not only do they get the first blood on TA, but they also got Panda Blue's Courier that had an abundance of regen as well. So if, BetBoom were able to bring out their own resources here, they're going to be pretty happy. And Force Major taking the long walk to go die to the tier 2 tower.
I'll see if they can hunt for Sacred here, hiding in the trees.
Bye, Bane.
Also, Sacred's it's going to be fine. We'll TP back to the safety of his tower, but you're absolutely right in this top lane. I mean, 20 seconds until the courier's back up. Even with that death there, Picard doesn't even bring any more regen here, so they're really just holding off on trying to be able to not take too much damage until that courier's able to make its delivery.
There's a rotation.
Get the toss back. A lot of stacks here. And Siphon, as you say, Lal, able to tank a fair bit of the damage with that, even with the 5 stacks, and now I'll get removed here with the shield, and it's Dark Margot that has to back away.
Yeah, they had the potential chance of kill threat, but again, this Abaddon pick walks on mid, dispels the 5 stacks of Napalm, and yeah, living the dream.
And I guess you just sort of imagine that sort of reaction is going to come out any time that Dark Margot looks to get aggressive in the mid.
Yeah, this is now the window where Seneko TPs to mid and walks back to bottom. You know, okay, he doesn't have a TP available, so he's going to be like 20 seconds for courier plus the cooldown. That's now the window where if Matthew wants to, he can walk back mid and maybe go for the kill.
On bottom, so the two of them have got enough damage to take out Seneko, the Sprout. Will stop Matthew being able to get any further punches in.
Body blocks. Okay, okay.
And with these treants, Matthew could now be the one in trouble. Seneko will look to push him to the side. Back up top. The cars. Unable to finish this off, and they've got the sails between the two of them. Did that? Yeah, they did get the regen back out on Thunder Awaken's side, so Picard's is fine. Force Major just trying to make sure the Panda doesn't have an easy time getting back to the lane or getting any further. Pulls off here with a small camp. It's Force Major really making life difficult here for the Pugner in lane.
Helping him pull, actually.
Top, Dahak.
Yeah.
Now that Force Major has sort of pulled that attention over to the side, Picard doesn't have any help nearby. And he's going to try for the TP out, and so it's a close call. He'll make it away. Will opt to still stick in the lane here, going straight to the tier 1. But it very, very low. Well, what can they pass off? They've got a tango for him, but that's it. No salves at the moment between the two of them. So Picard's still very low in this top lane. Panda, with the new focus, caught into the Sprout. They'll have the follow-up with the spear. That's going to be Panda going down. This pressure, this movement from Dahak, building up against Thunder Awaken in this laning stage top, as this tier 1's going to start taking a bit of a punch.
And this is a much better Furion game, because unlike previous, we haven't had it's like the Tidehunter, the Kunkka, double layers of big team fight that pressure a Furion hitting these early towers. Sure, Batrider is a counter, but that's once he's got the boots of travel and can kind of match the speed of kind of global presence. And Bane, wrapping behind the TA.
And off the side, Force Major. He came back in, he's able to set up on Picard. They're trying to get over to help out, but they can't save him. Picard goes down along with the top tower here, 6.5 minutes in.
And meanwhile in bot lane, Seneko, we saw on the split screen, he's able to help kill off this catapult wave by himself. This Kunkka not really being able to do much other than farm up in the lane. So big net wins out of laning phase. All 3 of their cores close to being, the richest in the game. Yeah, so all eyes on this Batrider. He's 1,000 gold away from his boots of travel. And kind of when he gets it, it's difficult for him to enter the fight. TA naturally wants to move backwards after laning phase, going from jungle to ancient camps. Kunkka, a lot of control. There is going to be a big disparity in how Thunder Awaken can take these earlier fights. Again, to hop on it, they relied on team fight in previous games. This time it's now about BetBoom overstepping their mark. And finally Seneko should go down. Wait, another shield though. And now he dies. There we go. Got a bad.
Hitting the tower, not too easy for these heroes. At least it's going to be very slow if they try for it. So Force Major just get caught out by the trap slow. Matthews in. Should have the controller to set up for the kill. Get the brain snap off. In fact, with Notice stepping over, Force Major's going to be fine. And now they'll look to turn. TP is not even going to come in. They know that Picard, there's very little they can do to save him. Maybe the flame break. Yeah, Dark Margot will knock back Lal. That's enough to keep Picard safe, and now he can turn. Goes for the Bane, but the arena's up. Dark Margot goes for the lasso, but he's trapped in the arena. He may have been able to get over to get that space for Picard to back off, but it cost him his life.
The Centaur was the MVP of that fight, really helping out BetBoom, keeping them placed a little bit longer. Then yeah, DP walks in. Oh, we get to see it here. So you try to go force major because of course 3 heroes in the area. Goes for a cheeky little stomp.
See back in action.
This is the aggression you want to see from BetBoom.
Yeah, this, as you said, this would be the draft that enables them to play faster than they've even attempted to before. We'll see a big boat come in. Down to the 4 of them. There's no follow-up. So BetBoom, I'll take a large initial burst of damage, but there's nothing else coming after it.
Oh, are they giving the deny? But still, the fact that top tower, mid tower, even though one was denied, fallen before even 9 minutes, that's pretty rough for Thunder Awaken. It's going to open up opportunities for BetBoom to smoke with confidence into the Dire jungle. Realistically, they should wait. You need Arena to come back online, you need Exorcism to come back online. Just because you take early towers doesn't mean you have to instantly make aggressive moves.
What have we here?
I mean, what sort of moves can Thunder Awaken look towards? What items are going to enable them here?
It's about protecting your jungle. You need your Pugna, your Tiny to be tanking some of these initial rotations into the jungle. Allow your TA, your Batrider Kunkka to farm behind the pockets of space that you have. You yourself, their lineup, they can't push the towers. They're not ever going to be getting gold from these tier 1s. So it's now just kind of being efficient on how you distribute the jungle and what lanes are being given to you.
Matthew, eyes on the 10-minute power rune. Just going to end up bottom. Not able to hold it long enough there for Dark Margot to grab it himself. We're concerned that Lyle was going to get there in time. Top lane, I mean, Dahak, he's eyeing up the opportunity of TPing in. They know that Pakaz is trying to hide in the trees. Dahak is going to be able to spot him. They've got the sentry down. Pakaz very deep on the lane. So very, very far away for the rest of the team to get to. They are trying to run over. Now get the lasso to hold back the Mars. Boat comes in as well. Pakaz is going to be saved. They'll get the 2 kills. They won't be able to get Dahaki's out with the TP in time. But Thunder Awaken, they will manage to get there and turn it around.
That courier by the tier 2 on the Radiant side right now, that is Bane. The next one. There we go. That is Bane's Tome. That would be level 6, a free kill on the TA. Unfortunately for BetBoom, they go for the kill pre-level 6 Bane. A little bit more difficult because it's like they're waiting for the next stun. But yeah, Batrider TPing in, cancelling the arena.
Lars Seneko, he's stayed around. Pakaz
also staying around.
I don't think he's getting out this time. Let's see what he can do. Is the rest of the team, they're coming back over again. Pakaz is like, I need your help again, boys. Matthew, he'll come in with the avalanche. And I'll tell you what, that might just have saved him. Pakaz, he's outranged. There's the toss back. As Pakaz is going to be fine. Matthew probably saying, look, mate, that's twice now. Don't do it again.
Enough's enough, all right?
Let's get you out of this area. It's a dangerous place. Oh. But Pakaz, he'll say it's all part of the plan there, as that is an exorcism down the drain from Lyle.
I've not seen a TA survive 2 ganks that should be assured death before. That's a first. Well played, Pakaz.
I mean, it's great from Matthew, really, that he stuck around.
Yeah.
You know, Matthew knew. He was like, right, everyone's gone away. He's like, I'm going to hang around here because Pakaz, he might be doing something crazy.
He's selfless support.
Yeah, Matthew's got his back.
Yeah, you see Thunder Awaken. They're not really trying to make any moves here. They're just happily farming up. The Panda Moon slowly chipping away at this bot tower. And this is what they need. They want to basically hit creeps and hope BetBoom doesn't make clean engagements onto them. The fact that they did waste about 2-3 minutes of the game chasing this TA twice has kind of given a bit of fresh air towards the side of Thunder Awaken. Like, this TA has leapfrogged the net worth all the way now to #1.
5-5, 12 minutes in. The only sort of lead that's apparent for BetBoom is the state of the map. The fact that they've taken 2 towers, and Thunder Awaken, they've only lost the one. They've only taken the one. Sorry, the bottom lane. Just able to push it down. And still, that mid-tier 1 standing for BetBoom, so they do have the superior map presence.
But even just taking this bottom tower just opens up the map now. You know, Sacred now hits top. You're going to have Dark Margot playing bot lane. They're just going to be a bit more efficient. It's on BetBoom to try and group up and cut through how much map they're farming. Like, look at the mini-map. You got Thunder, Awaken, sorry. They're just everywhere. just farming everything. Not getting punished at all by this the earlier lineup.
Dark Margot. He's going to spot Lyle very, very close to the tower here. Gets him with the lasso before the silence goes off. They're not quite able to drag him back into the torrent though. So Lyle, he'll get the ultimate and the siphons up. The boat comes crashing down onto the two of them, but that's Dark Margot going down. BetBoom, they're ready to try and move on for more. As Sacred, he's trapped in the trees. BetBoom, they'll take down the two of them.
They tried to go aggressive. They do miss the combination of the lasso into the torrent. And that's the type of mistake. You do that against this lineup,
And they've
you're
got the
going to
setup
lose
on
your
Matthew here to the side. Force Major able to make sure that BetBoom get a third.
Ooh, a DD spawn top. This was like 5 minutes down the line, probably would be calling for a Roshan, but 14 minutes into the game, you take those kills, you posture aggressively, you farm their jungle, you go back to yours. Just get more gold on the map. Yeah, Thunder Awakened, they have to be so respectful of the turnaround potential, playing into DP with Siphons, with a Hood, playing against an Abaddon that can help anyone. If you don't get the kill, it could be devastating.
I see Dark Margot is going to try and help out Panda. Good knock back from the flame break. Well, there's a bit of distance, but Force Major still able to reach in, set up with the Nightmare. Should be Panda going down. See if Thunder Awaken could get anything in return. They'll try and chase down the Bane, but the Aphotic Shield from Seneko will buy him a bit of time and protection. Not enough, though. X-Mark back into the torrent. Thunder take him down in return.
What did the Hawk go for? Okay, just Maelstrom. 50-minute comes in, picks up the shard. Very standard. There are a lot of heroes in Dota now at 50 minutes. They just automatically buy the shard. This is one of them. They just go back to farming. Honestly, a much closer game. BetBoom, they're just respecting the fact that if they try and play super quick and aggressive, they fall victim to being in range of Kunkka combination or Batrider cuts behind and Abaddon isn't able to save. Losing that type of lead with their lineup once again could make it like game 2 where they're waiting for pickoffs and playing split push. They want the Death Prophet and the Mars to kind of sync up their timings to then move together on the map, and then Furion will just join in when the rest of the team's ready. Furion is somewhat reliant on everyone else having a good game for the Furion to feel like his economy is also being able to enter the game.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Thunder Awaken, as we can see now, that they're prepared to turn up and hold these tier 2s. So for BetBoom to really push it to the next objective, they kind of have to find a fight first. And Thunder Awaken doing an excellent job of avoiding being caught in those scenarios away from their towers.
And look, Matthew, he's doing a solo smoke right now. This is what we're seeing a lot of teams doing at the major, is when they don't want to make any aggressive moves, the support smokes up by themselves, doesn't place like the standard heal, but does actually... Ooh. Got clipped actually from the Huck there, so... But still, the concept of this play is they don't really want to make too many moves. They want to play within one half of the map. But that should get instantly dewarded. Very unlucky. Oh, it didn't. Nice. That's because he didn't put it on the hill. Sometimes supports put the ward on the low ground and use courier to check high ground. But in the speed of play that we have in competitive, often it's more of a quickly check and go.
With Thunder Awaken playing the way they are, should mean that BetBoom have the space to go for this Roche without the concern of Thunder Awaken hunting them down. So, Exorcism popped. This Aegis should fall into the hands of them, and that itself might give them the power to look to push for a tier 2, especially if they wait for that next round of the Exorcism.
Yeah, this is one tanky Lard as well. He went for the Lotus Orb, then he can posture into this Batrider. Lasso shouldn't have its value. This BKB timing of Batrider, he's going to run into the middle of the fight. And if DP just uses Lotus on herself or a teammate, it's going to really help turn around this fight. So yeah, BetBoom, they take the Aegis. They're going to stall the game out again for another couple of minutes. You want EXO back online. But that's when we're going to be looking at kind of the big entry of BetBoom into this game. Around 19 minutes with Decisive Smoke. And it's on Thunder Awaken to try and maybe look for some kills here. You have the BKB available. You have the drums on Kunkka. You yourselves can take the fight, especially because there is no EXO.
And we're very close to Picard's having the Blink Dagger, which is going to be that, given that crucial ability to just jump in and follow up on whoever Dark Margot finds with the lasso, right? Because now you'll have that explosive physical burst to kill whoever they can catch with the lasso, with the torrent.
100%. I'm kind of interested to see if Thunder will make a play. Like, Batrider has a haste. They have all the items they need to take a big fight. And there is no extra. Like, I feel like this is a big moment.
Well, they'll lose their Pugna potentially at the start of this. Notice, catches him in the arena. Also get the Nightmare. And the river, Dark Margot looking to force back Suneko. Get that borrowed time out of him. And now after the last, but the Lotus was there in time, so Dark Margot's been locked in position. Force Major from the high grounds caught him with the Fiend Script. That's Dark Margot gone. Thunder Awaken, they've got to bail out of it. There's Matthew. He might not get that opportunity in the mid. Huge damage coming in from the Nature's Wrath. Matthew's going to try and run, but the Crypt Swarm catches him. It's BetBoom, they take the three of them. As Thunder Awaken, Dark Margot not quite ready there for that quick Lotus play coming out from Larv.
620 damage from the Nature's Prophet ultimate on the Tiny. Jesus. So much damage.
And now they can get on with the push down the mid. And of course, this is without the Exorcism itself, so that's going to be back up in 10 seconds. BetBoom, they'll be looking for more here with a reach around behind the tower. The setup's there. They have the Nightmare. They'll get the spear back. Force Major with some huge catches here. As Sacred's trapped in the Sprout. He'll get the boat off in time. Panda will take their attention off to the side, but he goes down. Pakaz, he's got to come in for some sort of cleanup here. Can he get the damage done? He's looking towards Larl. Trying to chase down this DP. The Flame Break knockback will get Larl back in range of Pakaz. Double kill for the TA. Triple kill for the TA as Pakaz. He'll help the team hold here solid around the tier 2. As BetBoom maybe getting a bit ahead of themselves there. They see that setup onto Sacred behind the tower. They try and capitalize on it. But Sacred getting the combo off and Pakaz coming in with the cleanup.
In theory, it looks really good, but this is the point where you don't have the Exo available on your DP. Sure, you got some right clicks from the Huck, but again, Pandamu getting off the hill, then you have the run buff on that at the very end. And look at the positioning. BetBoom behind a tier 2 tower. There's no way Abaddon's able to keep these people alive. And it just allows them to slowly walk down. You have to be careful in these types of games. Even if you feel like you're in the lead, you have to set up the engagement correctly. But that's the type of fight where you can brush that one off. Next time, you still have Exo, you have everything available, you can look for another fight. Look, see?
And they're going to do that straight away.
Yep.
As soon as they're back in the game, smoke up from the mid.
But you have to be careful. If you play like this and you leave your Abaddon on an island, unable to assist, that's a Thunder Awaken will punish.
Pakaz, he's going to walk into this.
Oh,
was it short blink?
Very short blink.
He's in the arena. He's dodged the spear, though. He's going to opt for the TP out. Is he going to get away with this? No, not quite.
Close.
Dahak comes in just in time. I think the Maelstrom proc pretty much does it. Means that they get the kill on Pakaz. That was close. Pakaz nearly actually able to make it out of there, but he doesn't. He goes down, and now BetBoom, they'll be able to get back on with taking out these towers.
That was some fancy footwork. This blink, some might argue it was rather short.
It was the panic blink, right? It was like, oh my goodness.
But still, dodging out the spear, going for the TP, having trust in Matthew, that could have been insane. Point.
Oh, you know what as well? If he popped that wand before he tried for the TP out, he probably would have lived. It's the little things that make the difference there.
At least he had strength treads.
He did.
He had strength treads.
He had the treads sorted.
Damn, that was close.
And it was a good attempt to try for the TP out, but of course not succeeding. BetBoom, after taking a bit of a loss in that team fight behind Thunder Awakens tier 2, getting that huge kill onto Pakaz. Now, able to maybe look for more. Okay, just 30 seconds left on the Aegis. And without the Exorcism, that may mean that BetBoom, they'll have things calm down a little bit themselves again.
But again, to be clear, this is an Aegis that they didn't have to make massive moves on that. They were using it to farm, still be aggressive. You look at the Huck, you now got the BKB. One ultimate orb towards Skadi. Mars just completed BKB. Death Prophet about to complete a BKB. If they wanted to make an aggressive play, they are going to be incredibly strong. This Batrider, which is meant to be quite disruptive in this game, the 3 cores don't care. The Abaddon really doesn't care. The poor old soul that's going to get punished here is maybe this Bane. Other than that, yeah, BetBoom, they're going to be riding a massive timing right now.
Thunder, knowing that the Aegis has gone, they'll try and hit him with a smoke.
Kunkka does have the Wraith Pact available now, so in these fights with the run buff, plus now, mitigating damage, it's going to be incredibly hard to maybe kill some of these heroes. Plus then the Nether Ward on top of that, yeah, this is... Thunder Awaken can keep the fight in a certain area around their kind of the damage mitigation summons, then might help offset.
Firefly has already been used here, Dark Margo. Was hoping to find someone in the jungle. And Force Major already out.
Back up in 20 seconds. Yeah, DP, completed BKB. Most likely will run back to base. Might TP back to the lads. Get a smoke together and look for a fight. You already see Dahak in bot lane, pushing it out. This is the key thing when you look at a smoke. It's not about just smoking and going. You have to set up the map correctly. Top already getting pushed in. Bot getting pushed in. So this smoke, there's no information from Thunder Awakened to be able to go, where is BetBoom?
And Bakaz, of course, really wanting that BKB done before getting involved in the next fight.
You see Bane TPing back to the team now.
Mid-notice. I'll tell you what, he really has it out for this Pugna. Panda. He's going to get jumped. The Nature's Wrath finishes him off. Dark Margo watching from the side. Of course, doesn't want to go for Suneko with the borrowed time at the ready. It's not the catch that he can go on.
They didn't even have to smoke. The Bane was TPing to get the boys together and...
See what they can... And be able to poke out the ultimate.
He's got ultimate, yeah. This must be so annoying to play against if you're Thunder Awaken. You need to somehow connect on a fight, but you know you can't because the Baden's always there. The lanes are always pushed in.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
That's
attack.
Force Major. Closing in on the Aghanims.
Dire's top tower.
He's found his farm. He's got 33 CS. Doesn't even have the Philly.
He's the richest support in the game right now.
Just been A-clicking top lane, to be fair. All this chaos happening, he's just been farming top, having a great time.
And where's that BKB for Bakaz? It's on its way out. So BKB for the TA done.
Outside of this TA, though, I think they have massive damage issues. They might be able to disrupt the Fleur play with, you know, torrents and boats and Firefly and lassos and just being annoying. But at the end of the day, when the enemy team just presses the BKBs and EXO is passively ticking people down, they need to find a good jump.
On top, Force Major. Gonna get the setup here. Dahak TP's over. That's gonna be a very dead Dark Margo. And now they're ready to push on. The ghosts are out. And we'll see how much they get done here. Dark Margo might have to consider buying back. They get the toss back. Matthew, they're looking to burst through the Death Prophet. They're able to do so. They get him tossed back into the range of Bakaz, and Bakaz takes out Lal in a couple of big hits. See if they can chase for more. Dark Margo buying back. They want more out of this. They get Force Major. They need another. And let's see if they can get noticed. He's out to the side with the TP. Toss forward. They've not got anything else.
That is literally the best play Matthew could have made. They just got the DP, preload stop, pre-using BKB as she walks up the high ground. They got 2 big kills, no EXO. Roshan's alive. You give this Aegis potential to your Batrider.
Probably back to the bat right after the buyback.
But also, I think TA.
Okay.
Like, you kind of need her to be doing the damage. So I also wouldn't be opposed. Just give it to the TA and go, thanks, Batrider. Just play a little bit more defensive potentially.
See, Dahak was cheekily able to TP in and grab that double damage rune. Yeah, there's no way that their heroes can contest the pit though. Thunder Awaken. Trosh is theirs, and it does indeed look like they'll still get the Aegis into the hands of Bakaz, making sure that in any situation, in any sort of team fight, even if they lose him once, Bakaz will be back up. They need him alive to do the damage, to get the kills.
Yeah, single-handedly, if Thunder Awaken win this game now, Matthew 1000% has to be the MVP. Like, that single play in top lane has re-brought them back into the game. It slowly felt like they were going to be, you know, fading away. That rack should have fallen. If you repeat that siege, like, another 10 times, like 9 times BetBoom, just get a racks there. You force the buyback, you play underneath your BKBs, you shouldn't really have any issues. So the element of surprise...
Now with the Aegis on Thunder Awaken, I mean, as we saw last time around with BetBoom having the Aegis on Dahak, they sort of used it to farm things out. Are we going to, again, sort of see this similar level of passiveness? Like, is it just down, you know, Bakaz to get that next item out? Or do they want to try and get in on BetBoom's half of the map and look for fights?
No, I hope they start looking for some fights. They got the Aegis, they just completed the Aghanims on TA. We mentioned it in the first game, but it's amazing against this Fury and always having the traps out, being able to TP in. You also have the Shard for the silence. It just gives TA a way to also join the Batrider. If Batrider finds a hero, there's probably going to be a trap around the side lanes.
Yeah. Because sort of overall, right, with the draft and the items they've got at this stage, you'd sort of consider Thunder Awaken much better kitted out to deal with the manner that BetBoom were able to win that game too?
Well, yeah, they have a lot of anti-rat, so we probably won't be seeing the same end that we had in game 2. The lane should be pushed out a lot more easier, but yeah, BetBoom, they're still incredibly strong.
Yeah, Force Mage's just picked up the Aghanims. It's done.
And that means like it was already pretty hard to cancel the grip, and now it's going to be near impossible.
Smoke up from both sides. Matthew, it's going to dispel. See if they get the jump in notice. Oh, he's looking for the Pugna. This time he won't get it. There'll be the lasso there, dragging back the Mars. As noticed, he'll get the BKB off in time. Snake was able to save it with the shield, but he still died. They take him out 1 for 1. Sacred in on the front. The borrowed time comes out for Seneko. He's trying to turn us down top of Pakaz. Force Mage, he's got the grip. He's gripping the bat, holding down Dark Margot, but they're losing their teammates. There's going to be a dead Seneko, also a dead Force Mage as Sacred. He's just beaten into them. They're ready to chase down for more. They've got the X-Mark set up onto Lyle, back into the Torrent, into the reach of Pakaz, as this Death Prophet's not going to stand a chance.
Absolutely incredible from Matthew again. You have Dark Margot catching the Mars, dragging him by the tier 2, but then Tiny instantly covering the Abaddon Avalanche.
Well, down bottom.
Him. And this is the value of the Ags. As soon as the Huck comes to the
the Huck's in trouble.
He's dead.
He's dead. 75 seconds.
Oh, Matthew.
No buyback on him here. He's short 700 gold.
Matthew tipping his teammate as well. They're just playing such beautiful Dota now. Super high pace. They're just punishing every mistake. BetBoom, again, they didn't make many mistakes in this game, but the 2 that they have, instantly punished and capitalized on.
As we're seeing with this Ags, you know, Pakaz, he's all over the map. It's not easy for Dahak to push out. You see now in the mid lane, BetBoom, they'll step up. It's the 3 of them, though, against the 5 of Thunder Awaken. They've got to be careful about getting jumped upon, and there's Matthew. In with the toss back, he's got the borrowed time, so Seneko will live for now. I mean, they have the X-Mark track back into the Torrent. Borrowed time shortly about to come to an end, and the damage follow-up, it's there. The shield will protect him. Not enough hits up onto the high ground, so Seneko still able to walk out alive. But the push it's in as Pakaz turns towards the tier 2 tower. 20 seconds until Dahak's back up.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And now back to pushing out the lanes once again. The best thing against Furion is once he dies, all the lanes suddenly go back towards the Furion. There's no more ultimates, there's no more nature's cool little trees running around the map. You actually get to have some breathing room. And in that window, 7k gold lead now towards Thunder Predator.
And soon that extra bit of an annoyance is going to be in play against Dahak. You know, we have Pakaz getting very close to the 25. He'll have that Mel Bash shortly. So even trickier for Dahak to get away with splitting up and going for these solo moves, almost to the point where he may just be forced to have to stand and fight with his team. Because alone, the map, it's very, very scary against Thunder this game.
Age is expiring in 12 seconds. So right now, BetBoom trying to punish that. They're positioned so nicely. Thunder Awaken.
It's really down to notice to get that jump with the arena.
They're playing underneath their trap vision. They got ward sentry vision.
Pakaz.
Aegis is out.
See if they can go for him. He's quick with the blink. Very, very quick with the blink is Sacred. He's going to begin poking back in. Blink timing's there. Oh, Matthews in with a 3-man avalanche and a toss-up onto the Abaddon. Seneko getting caught very, very low. Force Major's trying to hide in the trees to the side, but they see him. Pakaz straight in with the jump. Force Major, he will go down. He turns, gets the Fiend Script off. So with the Axe, they'll hold back the TA, but the rest of the fight, Dark Mark goes in with the BKB. Exorcism's out from Lyle. Sacred, he's got the cover of the boat buff. The arena's up. He's trapped both the Pugna and the Kunga. As Panda's out, another jump forward from Matthew. Pretty much a 4-man avalanche, and now Pakaz, he's ready to clean up. Triple kill for him as they line up perfectly for the side blaze. Dahak tries to stand his ground, but Pakaz, he's ready to keep on fighting. 4 dead on BetBoom as they couldn't control the TA long enough. We saw at the start of the fight. Oh, he's actually going to look towards Lava. Lal luckily able to make it out with a TP for himself. They held back Pakaz. Initially Force Major with that Fiend Script, but his life came to an end, and eventually the channeling did as well from the Aghanims, those illusions, and Pakaz making it over. The rest of his fight team keeping the fight going long enough to buy time for him to step up and clean up once again.
Yeah, unfortunately for BetBoom, they weren't able to get the perfect fight. Sure, at the top side, TA was gripped, but then here, TA is already chunking down the Abaddon. Another beautiful avalanche.
Matthew, yeah.
Matthew's having a stellar game, honestly. And look at this. Oh, there's a lot of damage, isn't it?
I mean,
just the positioning from Thunder Awaken, holding this top side of the map, having the ward, the sentry, the traps, waiting patiently, expecting the smoke, and then BetBoom, because they smoked it, they felt obligated to try and make a play. And in doing so, it wasn't that perfect connection they needed. Sure, they got the grip on the tier eventually, but there wasn't the EXO on top or the Fury with the right clicks. They needed the extra little bit of something. Now 12k lead, sorry.
And that dynamic of, TA's the one that needs to do the damage. It's working perfectly because of the fact that Thunder Awaken's supporting cast around this TA, they're able to control the team fights so well, especially when these BKBs come to an end for BetBoom. As we're seeing Matthew multiple times, pretty much catching the whole team in his avalanches, and the AoE control from Sacred. It's proven to be a bit too much for BetBoom. BetBoom have to put everything in to killing this TA, because if they don't, Thunder Awaken, they'll keep the fight going and controlled long enough for Picard to clean up every time.
Try being BetBoom right now, playing into Torrent Storm, Tidal Wave, Ghost Ship, whilst trying to then find the Wraith Pack that's on the ground, killing the Nether Ward of the Pugner, surviving, Thunder Awaken has got to the point where all their team fights are so goddamn messy that it's literally impossible to deal with it outside of then disengaging or engaging on your own terms. It's so difficult now for BetBoom.
I mean, and now Picard was able to pick up that Lincoln Sphere. So even harder for Force Major to get that sort of setup to try and disable and slow down the impact of the TA in these team fights.
Refresher on Batrider as well.
And he's in. He's in straight away. Dark Margo goes straight for a deep jump onto the Death Prophet. Still, the BKB's off in time. Lyle will live against that initial jump from Thunder Awaken to the side. Seneco's getting forced away from the rest of his teammates. The BKB from Lyle comes straight. He gets pulled back towards them there with a shard from Kunkka into the torrent. Picard jumps over. The arena's down. Picard wants to get out once he gets his BKB up. He steps to the side, looks to reset. Dark Margo back in. A second lasso. This time, he's found the target off Dahak, dragging back the Prophet over towards Picard. Dahak puts the BKB, tries to stand his ground. The Sprout's down. Picard is trapped for now. There's the grip. They're locking down the tier. They're throwing all the buybacks into this BetBoom to try and bring down Picard. Picard, the defensive Decrepify comes out in time. He Hurricane Pikes to the side. Notice in on top of him, but the silence from the trap is there. He's able to blink off to safety. Picard hiding at the side. He's out of there. He'll get away out of this fight. Dahak also able to live. He used 2 buybacks for this BetBoom. And off the back of those buybacks, they take down both Sacred and Matthew. Should be able to get Panda as well. Dahak TP's back in. Sprout is there to trap him. So BetBoom, they'll invest in the fight. Does allow them to take down 3. So it cost them those 2 buybacks, and they don't quite get that kill on Picard. That was the one they really needed.
They're so close, and unfortunately, Roshan respawning 40 seconds. Thunder Awaken respawning in 40 seconds. Unlike Game 2, where Thunder Awaken got, the freebie of the Roshan instantly, BetBoom weren't able to get that, the RNG on this side this time. But you see, the amount of time Thunder Awaken spent chasing down this Abaddon, pretty much Kunkka zoned out 4 on one side, they all isolated the Abaddon on the far right, eventually killed him off, and due to that time spent, it did give BetBoom, some kind of breathing room in this fight, some ability to actually take it. I wasn't expecting it to be this even. Now Roshan respawns. But 10 seconds if they respawn.
Yeah, it's a hard one to go for.
We're going to see a massive fight.
So they want to take the risk. How long until Exorcism? 50 seconds.
50 seconds.
That's not looking like BetBoom are going to be able to commit for this Roche.
But they have incredibly good vision around Roshan. They have 2 high ground wards in the Dire jungle. They have 2 wards in their own triangle. So they should be protected from any wraparound. And that's why they have the confidence.
They're going to try. Well, they're poking at it.
I like this. They stand in the pit to bait out the scan. And now they retreat back into their vision.
Okay. See if Thunder Awaken come down towards the mouth of the Roshan pit.
Thunder Awaken did a pretty good job here. They already de-warded one of the wards. Now have another river ward as well. But this is going to be the potential MVP for BetBoom. A deep ward behind enemy lines when contesting at Roshan allows for the wraparound. They are smoked up, maybe using it. But no, unfortunately.
Well, Refresher,
broken instantly.
Refresher's back available in 10 seconds for Dark Margo. We saw last time that fight, the two Refresher Lassos definitely shaking up BetBoom. So once again, they've got to be prepared for this bat jump. You know, Dark Margo, very good at just getting straight in there and instantly finding a target.
I look at Pakaz though, he's got 3 of the neutral items. He's like, okay, I got my Leveler for a bit of farming and for when I want to siege, got my Mindbreaker if I want to initiate, and I've just got my Penta-Edge Sword for the bigger fights. So I like how he's got all 3 available.
He'll let his teammates have the Stormcrafter.
Yeah.
At least, you know, he won't hold on to that one as well.
No, he's just going to be interchanging. I'll keep eye on which one he's going to use in the big fights, but...
Yeah, I sort of imagine what Leveler maybe for hitting buildings, what Penta-Edge for hitting Roshan, and then Mindbreaker for hitting heroes?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
That's kind of how I
like
look at it, yeah. Sounds about right. Or he just forgets that, oh, he's now got the Ninja Gear as well.
Oh, that's also a nice one. Oh, Matthew. And the toss back into the Torrent. They jump in, there's the melt bash. Lyle has to put the BKB. Sneko borrowed time's there, but he's not able to turn and get the save off onto the Death Prophet as Pakaz takes down Lyle. Immediate buyback from the DP. Dark Margo's going to be ready to go with a second lasso. He doesn't need to use it for Sneko. Sneko just caught in the Torrent Storm. No Abaddon now for 80 seconds. They're going to push on for more. There's the second lasso. He's got the catch onto the Hack, dragging him back towards Pakaz. Pakaz turns with a big hit. There's the melt bash. The Hack goes down. As Thunder awaken, they're ready to try for a second time. On towards Lyle. Lyle, he bought back for this. They've got the grip off. Force Mages locking down the TA. They need to help Pakaz. Pakaz, he's locked down. Refracting crack up inside the Decrepify and force the side. He's ready to get out of there. He's gone. Pakaz once again allowed to get out there thanks to the saves by Panda. And the fight, it's not over. Pakaz might be out of it for now, but the rest of his teammate, they keep it going. There'll be a buyback from Sacred. Pakaz makes his way back over towards this area. They know that once again it's BetBoom that are having to invest so much in these fights. There's 3 buybacks there from BetBoom, Lyle and Dahak being the big ones.
Unfortunately for BetBoom, Lyle's getting caught time and time again at the start of these fights.
I mean, Dark Margo, he's crushing it with these lassos. You know, this is a game where there's Fiend scripts, there's an Abaddon, but he's still getting these jumps and these initiations off perfectly.
And look at that, like he's so close to dying, but then, of course, after that he gets Refraction, sure, then Decrypt as well, then just TPs on out. It's so difficult for BetBoom. They need like 1 extra stun, and they're going to feel great. And that is the disadvantage of having Abaddon. Sure, it helps with the Batrider, but in the speed in which the fights are happening, there's no way that Sneko can get in position to get off the shield. I'd potentially argue he might even need like a Blink Dagger. The fight starts, pop ult, get the blink and get the shield off.
I absolutely think so. You know, as I said, Dark Margo's getting away with these lassos. They've not been able to stop him the last few times.
But I love the respect, the fact that neither team rushed to go into Roshan after. Even though there's a 21k lead for Thunder Awaken, TA needed time to reset.
Very close to having that swift blink on top of the buyback.
Because blinking into Roshan now. Once the area has been secured,
yeah, I mean,
chipping it down.
Very unlikely that BetBoom will try and take their fight around Roche. Pakaz should be able to claim this for himself. There was smoke up from the mid. I mean, can they get there in time? And they might be able to do so here, BetBoom.
It's awkward at the bash as well.
I mean, Noticed is in, but he's going to miss the spear. Pakaz, he's fine for now. And now to the side again, there's the lasso. Dark Margo dragging Lyle off to the side, inside the pit to Huck. I think they're trying to finish off Roshan. They've got the grip control onto the TA. Pakaz in trouble. They've got to put a stop to it somehow. The Aegis hits the ground. Dahak's able to pick it up. BetBoom, they get the Aegis for Dahak. But there's 3 of them now dead. BetBoom, they have no buybacks. Dahak goes down. He'll be back for a second round, but they can't get over to help him out. Thunder Awaken may not be able to get the Aegis, but they'll take the team fight. Dahak will swallow the cheese, but it will be his last meal. As 4 dead, no buybacks, Thunder Awaken. They should be in a fantastic position to run down a lane, get the damage done. There are outer towers on the side lanes, so the potential for the mid racks is the only racks that's going to be available for the taking. Of course, with their push, they may just be able to go for tier 4s. We'll see. There's 96 seconds without Dahak.
But the thing here is, none of them have buyback due to time. They've already used it before. They should be well aware that there's no buyback. You take this tier 3.
They could literally just...
You take the tier 4s.
Oh, let's be careful around the fountain. They had a bit of trouble with diving fountains last game. They might want to take it a bit safer this game, Thunder Awaken.
He's bought the jump. That's it.
They're speeding it up. And looking to close it out here. Tier 4s going down. We'll have the supports coming back up shortly. But is there anything BetBoom could do to stop it? Lyle steps up, but he's going to get tossed back towards the rest of them. Will manage to get the BKB off. And Thunder Awaken just trying to ignore him. Just ending the game, looking for the objectives. Now they'll jump over towards the side. And Picard, he's had enough. He wants to close this up, get the Game 3 victory in the bag here for Thunder Awaken. As there is it, the Ancient falls. Thunder Awaken take Game 3. And with that, their series, it's theirs. 2-1 against BetBoom.
Oh, absolutely incredible game from Thunder Awaken, under so much pressure from BetBoom. Them going up to the tier 3 top, it looked like it was going to be a free rack, sorry. And the speed in which Matthew punished it. I've said Matthew so many times, he easily was the MVP for his team in this game. Sure, the rest of them had a stellar games, but just the small things he did, covering the Abaddon, preventing him from helping out his team. Batrider, of course, wow. They are a rather strong team. They know how to deal with the aggression.
They do. And good to see, sort of the change up as you pointed out towards that end. Matthew going to the fountain. Like, okay, he's behind the drum to help hit the Ancient and close the game out. They definitely learned from their lessons in game 2. As Thunder Awaken, they'll be moving on here in the upper bracket, and this sort of dynamic, it just works so well for them, right? Having Picard on this carry TA. Because his team, they've just got him covered, right? They're setting up the fights. They're making sure that each and every time Picard is able to have sort of this full reign of the team fights, even in those situations where he was getting locked down by this Aghanims Fiend script. But the problem was, because the rest of his team were just sort of throwing BetBoom all over the place, they couldn't get anything done during that duration where the tier was locked down.
You reminded me of the top fight where he survived and then he got Matthew, then tossed him back out. Oh God, what a great game for Thunder Predator. I keep seeing the score. It says Thunder Predator. It's not that, but either way, yeah. Stellar lads. I'm excited to see how far they can make it. I'm hoping to see SA make a decent run in this tournament.
I mean, with victories like this, I think there's definitely the reason to believe that they may just do it here at this major. A fantastic win here in Game 3 for Thunder Awaken means that they take this series 2-1 against BetBoom.
Wow, thank you, Owen and T. Absolutely phenomenal series, guys. And we're going to break it down after the break. Join us then. See you in a bit. 2 series already today have gone 2-1. Phenomenal games. 6 terrific games of Dota. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. That was Tundra Awaken defeating BetBoom 2-1 in an extremely close series. Very tight. And we're exhausted. But who else has been working hard? It's Tsunami, and he's got an interview for us with somebody from the winners right now. Let's go check in with him. Tsunami, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I'm not working nearly as hard as these two fine gentlemen. I'm standing with PandaBoo, who I'm sure many of you should be familiar with at this point, but I'm also standing with their coach, Vintage, who you finally wrangled one of your teammates to do an interview so you don't have to do all of them. So I'm going to do a few questions for both of you. First of all, game number 2, what was that ending like for you guys, man? Like, what was the decision-making be like? What happens if Nature's Prophet tries to throne us?
We didn't think about it. We just forgot about getting rat in base.
Okay, you forgot about it. Ask him, did he forget about it?
¿Tú te olvidaste que harían Roshan? ¿Cuáles fueron tus sentimientos al final del juego? En la segunda partida que perdimos.
Que nos hicieron el race.
Ajá.
Básicamente, o sea, ya lo iba a venir. O sea, sabía que no íbamos a darnos cuenta porque eran demasiadas jugadas al mismo tiempo y ya nos ha pasado antes. Así que ya era algo que esperábamos. Ya estaba pensando en lo que íbamos a replantear en el tercer juego.
He knew it was going to happen because it had happened before. He was already planning for the third game.
So he was already making strats while you guys, well, okay, it worked out. Game number 3. Does he ever give like emotional pep talks, or is he more of like a draft coach?
Dice que si eres como que de emoción o más de draft. No entendí bien la pregunta, ¿verdad?
O sea, soy una persona bastante emotiva, pero con el equipo siempre trato de estar calmado, siempre tratando de darle el mejor ánimo posible, ¿no? Siempre estar lo más ecuánime.
I actually didn't understand much of your question.
He's your coach, my man. I'm out here. I can't do it.
No. I meant I didn't understand much of your question. Like.
Oh, okay. I'm saying, so as a coach, does he do more in-game stuff, or is he more for your emotional side?
Okay. He answered that. He does more of the in-game stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, he does the drafts with Matthew. He talks about the game, does research from teams. He does that stuff.
All right, well, we are comically behind schedule, so I'll just say one last thing. You've made it to top 8, and you said that you were hoping at least top 6. Is that still on your mind, or now you're going even further? You're thinking maybe grand finals?
No, I still need to get top 6 first, then I'll go for something else.
Okay. One step at a time. PandaBoo's Vintage, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me, and let's get these next series on the road, because it has been a long day, and it's just the first half.
Indeed, it's just the first
He's
half.
awesome, bro.
Yeah, great.
He's amazing. What a good timeline. This is so good for Dota that these guys are owning. It's so good.
I like that I speak Spanish, so immediately I heard him, so he goes, no entendí el question. He didn't understand the question, so I'm just like, he didn't get it, guys.
I thought you were joking. I thought you were joking. Then Panda just like,
no,
I didn't understand the question. Why did you translate?
All right,
That's so funny.
Before we hand over to Shiva, let's have a quick rundown of that series, guys. What did you think, Kev?
TA got crushed early, but then TA would not die in the late game, so they could actually win, even when he sprouted. It was cool.
Yeah. I think we've said it a million times this tournament, but I'm going to say it more and more because I think it's going to be more and more prominent. Damage reduction, Wraith Pact, and this Nether Ward. Nether Ward we've seen already. Wraith Pact in that game. You're seeing TA getting hit for 0 by Nature's Prophet. Wraith Pact's doing that. Death Prophet ult is hitting for like 0 on everybody. There's a Nether Ward and Wraith Pact that's reducing it double. I think we're going to just be seeing this item all over the place. It's crazy.
Let's have a quick look at the standings then, after 2 series have been played in the playoff bracket. We have Tundra, obviously beat Team Spirit 2-1. Tundra Awaken beat BetBoom 2-1. So Tundra will play Tundra Awaken. And, well, from the looks of it, it's Team Spirit against Beast Coast and BetBoom against Team Liquid. Those are the games in the lower bracket. But coming up here, very shortly, we will have Shiva back on the desk. The good host is back, don't worry. This is a great desk, though. I don't know what the other desk is going to be like. I'm sure it couldn't possibly be as good as these fine gentlemen here. But I will be going, we will be going. We're very tired. It's been a long day. But don't worry. It's only been a long day for us. There's still 2 series of Dota to come. And everybody that's turned up now is all fresh and ready. And I'm sure you are too. I can't wait. I'm going to watch it in the hotel. See you guys later. Thanks for watching. Take it easy.
do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. You heard the hook, look at how I look. The outfit raw got me looking uncooked. Schedule not flexible, period, decimal. I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables.
It is time for more Dota 2 coming your way here at the Stockholm Major ESL 1.
Two-person panel.
Two-person panel. It's fine because you don't want to hear us talk anyway. Generally, all you want to hear from is players, pro players. You want pro players to talk more? Well, here's Amar.
Yeah, this is like the first time I played this LAN with a crowd. I played the LAN before without. This is, if I reach the main stage, it will be the first time. It will be very excited if I reach there. And hopefully I will do and will reach there. It will be a very fun experience. Like I can think of it in my mind. Like I think it will be like very entertaining for me. Like it will be very new experience and something cool that will be happening. And hopefully I will reach it. And hopefully I will get what I want and continue my road to win Dota.
I hope for him also that he gets what he wants. And to be honest, OG is on the absolute right path, which is incredibly impressive considering they're even playing with last-minute stand-ins. This team, though, seems to have found themselves during the group stages. Same thing can be said for their opponents. TSM has had quite the interesting run considering they started off with a stand-in as well, with Quinn standing in for a Saberlight, a role swap. They had a little bit of a rough start, and then Saberlight came in and everything's a breeze, and here they are in the upper bracket after, of course, the nail-biting tiebreaker. And to be able to make adaptations like that, you need to have a good coach, which they have in Misery.
I feel pretty good. I think everyone's well rested and ready to play. We scrimmed OG a little bit, but it's kind of a long time ago. So we're not really sure what to expect, but we are ready for whatever. I feel like we're in pretty good condition. We can be a bit better, and I think we need to bring our A game to beat, you know, most of the teams here. But if we do so, I think we can go all the way.
Well, I think they're feeling quite good about this one. Quite confident as well. Misery here, of course, sitting behind the team in his coaching role. We now also have the panel complete. So I'm joined by SVG, Synderen, and Sunspan, who you have already seen. I am looking forward to hearing some smart words from everybody here. SVG, I want to start with you first because I want to know, if you just tuned in, you might have missed the group stages. What's the most important thing to watch out for in this series?
I think it's definitely the tempo either of these teams wants to set. I think OG has gone a little earlier, maybe in terms of tempo, than they have in the previous series that we played in DPC and things like that. Especially with Seb, this guy likes to go.
Yeah,
he's gonna yell at people to go fight. I'm Wind Ranger, I have Shackle up, let's fight. It's always the go-to. And I think TSM, this is a team that really wants to hit those items on Tomato for them to feel very confident going into that late game. And to me, it's a question of how easily does he get there and how much room does OG give him to play something that's greedier or slower compared to what they want to put out.
I guess when you look at this, these two lineups, I don't really feel like there's a stage of the game where you would say one of them is significantly stronger than the other, maybe except the early game from OG, right? So that's really where the big difference is. If it's an equal game going into the mid-late game, I don't really have a favorite. But OG just have these games where they totally dominate lanes or they pick like really good matchups. I think a player to watch in a series like this will be Amar.
For sure.
We talk a lot about that guy, but he's been kind of a trendsetter in the off lane for some of these other players. They've been pretty inspired by especially the way he plays Underlord, which has suddenly become a top meta pick in the second phase.
Who wins the late game fight? Underlord versus a Tomato hero.
Yeah,
those are your two carries.
It could be. So yeah, I'm very curious. I don't really have a clear favorite in the series overall, but if you put me in the spot, probably OG maybe a little bit if they get off on the right foot.
They got the better support. I mean, they got more people in their support behind them because obviously they have standing coach No-Till, but they also still have Misha as the coach, remote, Shavash as the coach, remote. We saw on the cameras there that they got Mia Stolberg in as well, who is the esports psychologist who has worked with the team before and has also had, of course, with previous OG amazing results. So in terms of amount of people, OG is definitely on the winning side there. We're going to find out, though, how this series is going to kick off because the draft of OG versus TSM FTX is going to come to you right after this break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It's time for an upper bracket series between OG and TSM FTX. We got a best of 3 ahead of us, and the winner will be guaranteed top 8, which is important because there's points on the line already for this very series. And OG and TSM, of course, all both coming into the upper bracket from a group stage. Very different group stage, of course. TSM had to play in some tiebreaker scenario in Group B, while OG had a pretty, from my perspective, seen somewhat easy of time in Group A, but we're gonna find out which one of the stronger is one of the stronger ones right here. I'm joined by Sunsfan and also by Cinderin and Avery, and we are about ready to show you the draft for this first game of this best of 3. And so I want to talk some nitty-gritty Dota stuff because I want to hear what heroes we are expecting to be picked up here today, Cinderin.
Oh, I was gonna ask Sunsfan, but
my money's on Quinn. He's still playing, right? I love that intro.
Every time that intro is on with TSM and Quinn does the flick, you laugh.
Yeah,
You laugh
yeah.
Every single time I've seen you see
Quinn
that.
Quinn is a great character.
You're a big fan. What heroes are we gonna see? I mean, to be honest, I don't feel like these two teams have brought out like some very significantly different stuff from other teams per se. I guess they've a little bit been trend-setting with, I want to say, OG have maybe been a little bit faster with the curve with the Wraith Pact Pugna combination, for example, or playing it with Underlord.
I mean, they were playing Pugna Underlord before it was cool.
Yeah, actually, but they weren't buying Wraith Pact back then, I think.
Yeah, now it's just the sauce on top.
Yeah.
I mean, I think for both these teams, there's some heroes that overlap very heavily in terms of Underlord, Storm, Pugna that we saw.
Yeah.
Even something like Razor, it's a hero that OG loves to first phase, but maybe with this IO as well. But it's also a hero, Tomato will be happy to pick that up later if there's something he can abuse in the lane with it.
Can I ask you a question, SVG?
Okay, go ahead. Well, it depends.
You're
is it a Dota
legendary.
question?
It is actually. Okay. You're a legendary captain in the NA Dota scene. What is the obsession with CK Medusa Terrorblade? Because it comprised of about 85% of NA Dota games throughout this DPC.
Well, one of those I don't think is like the other until recently.
CK was definitely there.
All 3 of those hit creeps. They hit them very fast.
Okay.
They hit them very reliably. They hit them very hard.
Well, CK hits them less hard now.
Yeah,
well, only Roche.
I feel like since that was nerfed, he's been picked more. Am I crazy?
No. Oh, well, you are crazy, but not for that reason.
Okay.
That is correct, though.
Like, NA carries love to be able to hit multiple creeps at multiple parts of the map at the same time, or clear stacks very fast.
Isn't that a little bit of their downfall because they should not be hitting creeps, but they should be hitting enemy heroes?
I would say some teams fall victim to that more than others. I like TSM's overall balance generally with their team. I feel like they do a pretty good job at striking that balance. Sometimes maybe leaning a little bit too much in the jungle direction, but overall, like compared to some other teams that we've had out of NA, I think they do a much better job at being active when they actually hit a timing.
It's got to be a Shrek here, right?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the heroes that OG would pick in a position like this. TSM FTX themselves have got to be thinking, when we have IO, we want Lesh, so they've got to know something about this, right? And it will be the Razor instead. Lane counter to Underlord. I find CK a pretty decent carry against Razor. I think Razor has a lot of like good matchups against melee carries in particular, but CK just has overwhelming damage, and even if he gets linked on the main, you still have all the illusions doing full damage. So I don't think TSM FTX mind this too much, but the Underlord matchup might be a little bit concerning.
It's also an interesting opener in terms of taking the Underlord away from the responser, because we've seen OG take this Underlord out of the first phase. You get 3 bans for it. They've even played IO Underlord opener before. Would have been a nice answer to the CK. I think they would have snapped it 100%.
Yeah.
So this is definitely a pre-planned opener that Moon had in terms of getting the CK that TSM undefeated with this hero.
And obviously integral for this to work is that the Timbersaw is banned. Right?
Yes,
so
this
is
is
also setting up
very well-planned opener to enable this Chaos Knight out of the gate and eliminate some of OG's responses to it, and basically just saying, no one's beaten it yet, good luck.
Is there any % possibility that these are flex picks in any way with the CK Underlord? Like, can you play Underlord mid or CK offlane?
You can. I just don't think we've seen TSM do that.
So that's my follow-up question. Do you think it's a disadvantage to pick 2 cores right away that you 100% know what position they're going to be in all likelihood?
I would say most of the time, yes, when they're both cores. The thing is, if TSM have like done their, they've done the math here on how many bans they need, how many counter picks OG have in their arsenal. If they feel like this Razor is not enough of a problem, then it's fine. It's kind of like in the NADPC when EG just started first picking Storm and then second picking Medusa. And then they were like, okay, we're going to ban 3 heroes in the second phase that could counter us. And we feel like if you guys want to beat us, you need to come up with something that we haven't been able to ourselves, right? And that might be what TSM are thinking here. They're like, okay, we know what the counters are. It's Timber. It's Tide that they've also banned. And then perhaps, I guess Monkey King would be a concern. Maybe against Yuragi here. I think
we saw Gaming Gladiators play that, like last pick Monkey versus these 2 cores. I think it's one of the better carry matchups when you can guarantee the lane into that scale with the Ags, and when the damage items come online, that matchup just becomes so hard.
If anybody was wondering what No-Tail was doing, by the way, he was warming up heat packs for his players.
For his players?
Yeah, he just gave one to Amar and to the person that's sitting on the floor.
How lazy can you be that you can't do that yourself?
They're focusing on the Dota. I appreciate the...
Really?
Yeah, there's the help. You help anywhere you can. I think that's nice.
I feel like it's a crutch because if you ever get kicked from the team, what are you going to do for yourself? If somebody has to shake little bags of whatever the hell's in those chemicals.
I mean, that's just
I guess if you live with your
Chad
parents,
coach
that's
move.
fine.
I mean, you had a great stat that you said earlier. They probably, I mean, most of them do live with their parents inside of OG.
That's true.
Because they're 17.
You could also flip it around, Shannon, and be like, how is that the most useful thing No-Tail is doing?
Well, knowing No-Tail, he's multitasking on many other things at the same time, so not worried about him.
SVG, you were talking about the game where, who did you say played the Monkey King against these 2?
Gaming Gladiators.
Gaming Gladiators. Did they also have IO?
I do not think so.
Because I think this adds even more to that. Something I love when you have IO is that you have multiple pairings that are good, so that if the hero you primarily want to play with is either dead or busy somewhere else, you have a secondary target for Tether. If you have Monkey King here, I think that'll be really great. Both of those really benefit from Overcharge. And if Gaming Gladiators didn't play it, I think this just makes it an even better pick. And it's got to be on Seb's radar, too. He's a Monkey King and Underlord spammer.
Yeah, Seb will
so he knows
play it,
this
you know?
matchup entirely. Yeah, he would play at 5.
You're Rocky. Just how
Whatever.
flexible are you right now? I think that's one of his higher ranked heroes, right? He has a couple 30s.
He might be.
Monkey.
He might.
Monkey's up.
I think it's Monkey King, Nature's Prophet, and Underlord are the 3 that come to mind for me with Seb, and Bat Rider. I think those 4.
I could see him playing support Bat.
I think all 4 of those are over level 25 on Dota Plus for him.
Do you think for OG, TA is too much of the same thing that they have going? Or would that be a good pick?
I think it's too early.
Well, eventually, but yeah.
And I'm a little bit concerned about the effect of refraction in this game. I think there's actually some pretty good solutions. Chaos Knight as well as Firestorm can pretty quickly get rid of it, especially if you get the shard on Underlord. It pulses
Yeah, I don't
faster,
think this
right?
is a TA game. I think, especially when you have this Razor Eye opener, you want to back it up with the team fights some utility when they go in. A lot of these European teams just love to rely on the scale that this Razor can put out in the late game with the IO behind him. They're not afraid to go late with this pairing. The one thing with OG is you have to think about, is it going to be Yuragi playing it, or is it going to be Amar?
There it is.
And that's the upside. So now, even more flexibility. Like we said, these heroes can go a lot of places right now. This is not a game where TSM wants to fall behind off the lane phase. I think the map is just going to become way too miserable to play. They have the team fight, but it's hard to team fight from a behind position with what I'm seeing right now.
I understand all of the second phase bans from TSM, but I wonder if this Rubik was maybe a little bit overboard. It's like, we're going to ban Rubik so you can't steal Firestorm to counter our CK, or you can't steal Grip, which we're planning to get Bane as the next pick. I still feel like maybe this Monkey King would have had more value overall in terms of the game. I think you could still have solved Rubik in some other way. Obviously paying respect to Taiga, who plays a great Rubik. It's not about that, but yeah, to me, this just was such a standout Monkey King game, and I'm really surprised they let it through.
The one downside about this Monkey is it will open up some cheese picks, I think, versus Razor Monkey if they're willing to try and play it. Yeah, like Bat Rider is the one that comes to mind.
Benno?
Just any of these stack long-ranged heroes.
Yeah.
They're pretty annoying here, right? Especially because OG had to show this other support. So you're not going to have a Dispel, or you're not going to have a save. It opens up Bane's game as well. What's countering Grip at this point? He grips the Monkey.
Yeah.
It's pretty difficult. So
what do you think for Bryle? Okay, so they're not going to pick his hero yet. They're going to get Mirana. I think both Lina and Invoker looked kind of promising in this position. Great pairings. There's a lot of things that set up Light Strike Array. There's a lot of things that set up Sunstrike if you want to play Exort. I also think Invoker is one of the better mids against Monkey King in general. You're just super disruptive, and it's a very mobility-based hero with Tree Dance as well as moving around in his ring. You're fighting into Ice Wall, Deafening Blast, Tornado, all this stuff that you have to worry about.
It's also an early Vessel buy versus
It's
IO,
a Vessel buy against
which
IO.
can be very powerful.
And you're very good against Relocate too, right? So
yeah, very
I think Invoker is probably something that Bryle could have considered. And I don't know if they needed to pick their mid there instead of just closing
No. I mean, you can hold it, right?
Yeah.
Just interesting that Invoker hero, he's not been picked almost at all this tournament. Like BZM played it the one game, and I think we saw it one other time, but not mistaken, it's very low on people's radar. And
yeah,
usually it's a hero that's somewhere in the meta.
It is the staple for Bryle as well, right? Like he likes that
comfortable
hero
on it,
a lot. What do you make of the Beastmaster ban? That's kind of saying we think you guys are not necessarily putting Underlord offline, isn't it?
Definitely.
It's not a Beastmaster mid game. Like his matchups are horrible.
I tend to agree. It's a weird ban in terms of what they're showing. I can understand they feel like the pressure might be too high on the lane. Like who's going to deal with the level 3 and 5 boars here? Almost nobody at this point.
Yeah.
It's also even more vision to contest with, which you have CK illusions that can potentially run in. You have this Mirana with the Moonlight Shadow. It's a scary way to teamfight for this Shaman. If he ever gets picked off, that's all of OG's control right now. So if you're adding even more fuel to that fire, another hero that we've seen TSM play is Night Stalker, but they do ban the Bat, right? Yeah. And that was the one we were talking about, I think would have been the best pick. That kind of pushes them more towards picking up another long-range semi-carry, I feel is where TSM's maybe more comfortable, something like Lina, this type of hero.
I'm still loving both Lina and Invoker right now.
Or Queen of Pain?
Make it. Yeah, Co-op could.
This looks like an amazing Queen game.
Well, there's the Invoker themselves. Amazing hero against CK. I think this is one of the best mid heroes against CK for similar reasons to what we talked about with Monkey. You have an AoE disarm, you have Tornado, you have Ice Wall, all of these things.
And his alacrity targets are amazing.
Yeah, amazing alacrity game for sure. And OG also kind of needed some sort of, reliable, kind of low cooldown active hero, right? When you're playing Razor and Monkey in the 2 side lanes, you want your mid hero to do stuff. So there's going to be Quaswex 100% basically.
The classic response here is Void Spirit, right?
Yeah. Kunkka banned by themselves, so they can't grab that, which could have actually been a good pick for TSM as well, to an extent at least. Because you're not going to put Invoker in any other lane than mid here, so you wouldn't have to worry about a lane.
Well, don't pressure Amar here. You haven't seen it yet, but...
I don't think you would be worried about facing like some sort of lane swap where your Kunkka is playing as Monkey King mid or Razor. So that is a bit of a luxury here, I guess, for TSM, is when you see these 3 enemy cores, Invoker is very anchored in the mid lane. So you'd get to flat out pick a lane counter or pick an overall game counter here as well. What do you think about Bryle Pugna here? Do you like that? I actually think it would be really good to play mid Pugna against these heroes. Shaman, Invoker, you have the another word together with Underlord.
I think.
Decrepify is amazing.
Yeah, but I just feel like Monkey and Razor can get decently early BKBs in this game, and then what is stopping them? Grip?
Defensive Decrepify.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still Tornado, and I guess there's also, they're going to be happy to buy Nullifiers.
I just think they need more right-click scale at some point, or massive magic damage, which Void Spirit can kind of provide that. It's also the go-to Invoker lane counter.
The Void Spirit comes out.
And you get this Void Spirit Mirana combo, which is not one that's been talked about a lot, but this is an old NA combo that people like a lot, because I'm not sure he'll go the Yules this game, but the ability to jump in Yules guy into the Mirana arrow, and you have so much single-target burst follow-up. It's a very nice combo in the game. They help each other a lot, so very much in their wheelhouse.
How powerful is that combo against Io?
It definitely hurts. I would expect Io to rush mech in this game. I think it's an amazing rack rush game in terms of bailing out one of his cores who go in. And then again, I'm still a little worried about this BKB timing that can come out from OG. Like, what is the answer when this Monkey and Razor are just running at you, and they're in that golden 9 seconds? It's where you kind of have to get through that hump, I think.
Yeah, just a precast Fiend's Gate, and all of you run to that and hope you get to channel it out.
Somebody might make it, somebody might not.
Closing thoughts from you, Shannon, before we head to our commentary.
Sorry. Just zoned out there for a minute. The old Moon Meander Mirana, I believe in it. They have set up in basically, literally, every single lane is a setup for the arrow, and I'm going to go with TSM FTX in game number 1.
All right. Well, we're gonna find out if that prediction is that prediction is gonna be correct.
Thank you, Shannon.
Because we're heading over to a commentary duo of Lacoste and Avo.
Thank you for that prediction, Sunsfed. That was very useful. I loved his input in the draft. It was the most interesting and insightful, honestly.
Yeah, that's why they only wanted to hear from Sunsfed. They don't really care about the others' opinion at all, and he's probably gonna be incorrect. Just kidding. We have to see. OG, they have a really good draft. I like this last pick, Invoker. TSM did respond with the Void Spirit. They have so many things to set up the arrow in this game, whether that's a Void Spirit that panel talked about, whether that's just a Bane, CK stun. Pretty much every single hero can do it.
Yeah, that's true. And do you think that's going to be a big part of the TSM playstyle? They're going to go for a lot of kills early to stop the OG aggression, which they usually use with the Razor?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's Amar on his signature Razor and also BZM on Invoker, so that's going to be a lot of pressure early on. They also do have Shaman, so these early Roshan, like in this game, if it's like post 30 minutes, we might see 2-3 Roshan kills.
We'll see what happens then as TSM, they're getting ready, putting out the wards, taking over the enemy jungle a little bit, but they've been scouted by a somewhat defensive ward by OG. So they know about this. And could OG try to use this to counter it? No, probably not. Their early game is pretty bad.
Probably not going to happen. I love the build on CK. They're just the 2 branches. That's it.
Checking out a couple of heroes, by the way, Lacoste. I see BZM.
He's bringing it with the careers, yeah.
First point at Exhort.
I think he wants to put a little bit more pressure on a Void Spirit because Void Spirit just generally does better than Invoker. I was a little surprised how Void Spirit actually does well in the lane against the Invoker. So have an extra little bit of damage going for the Forge Spirit, and because Void Spirit can't deal with the summons, at least early on. So that's going to be an extra damage, extra bit of harassment coming out from him. They will play the Shadow Shaman as a position 5. Not the biggest fan, but it's very similar to Nick's position 5. If you like survive through the laning stage without too many deaths and you get to levels, the hero is pretty insane.
A lot of the EU teams have been doing this a lot. BetBoom, particularly on Soneko, they almost prefer to run the Shaman 5, and I think their logic is more that he's useful regardless.
Oh, what a play from Bryle. He actually goes in there, tanks the Sunstrike just to be able to deny the range creep. So a lot of mana. This is 175 mana for a deny. Half his mana pool gone.
Well, that's a pretty big deal here for Bryle. And that's also the point of the Exhort, right?
It's also the mental damage.
Yeah. The mental damage of knowing you went for Exhort, you tried to win the lane, and you still didn't get the early deny.
He has one more Sunstrike for one more creep.
BZM, of course, one of the, I think the youngest player in this tournament.
Yeah, I believe you said this is the youngest against the oldest player. Moon Meander against BZM.
BZM, back when they were in Creep Wave, their Twitter guy told us he's called BZM because it's best zoomer mid.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know that.
Well, now that makes sense. It's not far away from the truth.
Yeah. And his real name, Lacoste, which I can't pronounce, I forgot, but it translates to the gift of God from God.
Bogdan, yeah. God-given.
God-given.
Yeah,
there we go.
Very similar to my language because he is Bulgarian.
Yep.
Lane so far going good for CK. He has 7 CS on the top lane. I hear an arrow.
And the bottom lane we are seeing a little bit of harassment towards Saberlight, but just to kick him out of the lane. With a Shaman kill potential always available, Moon Meander gonna start stacking instead. As Saberlight, as long as you keep your distance, you're gonna be fine. We'll see how the top lane goes for them as well, as we're seeing Amar starting to get the first level static link, Plasma Field as well. We could see some harassment perhaps against Timado. For now, there's going to be a pretty relaxed lanes until Mirana gets moving.
Mirana has been in the triangle stacking and also doing Mirana stuff, arrowing the big creep, giving some solo XP to the Underlord bottom, and now he's dragging the creep wave. It's going to become more difficult to play this bottom lane once Shaman gets another point in Shackles. That's probably going to be on level 3, and also Monkey King getting a second point in Jingu.
So that's a turning point for the lane. Do you think the Mirana needs to... Like, can you rotate? Does the Underlord just drag waves like he does here and just plays with the stacks?
There's a possibility. Yeah, there is definitely a kill threat because Void Spirit on the mid lane, he does have that Ether Remnant, so there's going to be the kill threat for sure.
The Invoker, 2 points next door, 1 current point in Quas. Trying to, as you said, go for the Force Spirit. See how this is going for him against Bryle. Kind of even for now, though. Particularly because of the early deny. Really coming into play here for Bryle.
Oh yeah, that one deny actually making the difference. It's not, but we'll pretend that it is.
Look, it's the small things in Dota, right? It's the small laning mistakes. Moon Meander is being chased here by Seb.
Look at Sebastian. He's just following Mirana. Doesn't allow him to play Dota. And on the bottom lane, Monkey King is getting the solo XP. Saberlight, he made the new lane for himself, so-called the 6th lane.
Yes. Which is right between the tier 2 and tier 3. Had to be extra safe to make sure the Shaman couldn't just reach him. And Moon Meander is trying to run away from Seb now. Almost accomplished it, forced to use a leap just to get away from this really, really annoying position 5 Shaman. He did get Urn at least, so maybe now's the time to go get a kill. Nope, it's arrow for creep instead.
You're not getting what you came for.
Still 0-0. Moon Meander will go for the rune. So is Seb.
Oh, look, Bryle.
Seb might be in trouble here.
He followed too far. Moon Meander wants to punish this. We have Leap. In fact, the first blood will happen elsewhere, but Seb will still be killed by the last hit from Bryle. As BZM thinking of avenging his teammate. Going for Bryle. Fair amount of damage because the Exhort. Sunstrike is ready. Will he hit it though? Is he even going to try? BZM keeping it in his inventory or off cooldown just in case. As Bryle goes for the Water Rune. Denied by BZM.
There's the Urn charge. But
Used.
no mana. No mana for Arrow. Good rotation there from Moon Meander. He secures the rune for Bryle, and also they do grab a kill. Also, I believe Taiga died.
Yeah. I was kind of surprised by that. I mean, I guess CK Bane lane, right? You can always kill the Io. If he's a bit out of position. Razor can't really protect you much.
Yeah, there's not much Razor can do. He's still saving a point. We see that Razor has 1-1 and is about to hit level 4. So still deciding what needs to be done in this lane. He has double Wraith Band just to be able to deal better with the right clicks. Puts another point in Static Link, and yeah, that's gonna get disrupted. Bane is very tanky. Has a Fairy Fire, Infused Raindrop, and a Magic Stick, plus a Healing Salve as well. That's probably gonna be used on Chaos Knight. A bit of a battle here. Seb does get the Observer Ward.
The real battle in this early game is Moon Meander and Seb. These two guys just stuck at the hip, which is giving a lot of space, of course, to Yuragi. At pretty much a free lane, now kicking Saberlight just in case, getting a bit of more healing here. As Moon Meander goes back to the triangle to get some stacks. And Timado can always disjoint the Static Link. This one took a bit longer, but he is fast enough to survive. What is the first play if it's not the Mirana there? If she gets cancelled early, Lacoste, where's the timing in the early for TSM?
I think their lineup is more oriented on getting the pickoffs, because they do need items to be able to teamfight Saberlight. He's doing okay, like nothing spectacular considering what he's playing into, so can't rely too much. He's also very sluggish as a hero, so gonna take a bit more time to come online. It's like also CK, he wants to farm the creeps, does not want to join too early. All those ultis are going to be used to get some farm. So Void Spirit, Mirana, that needs to be the combo that is very active for TSM.
Okay. We'll see as Bryle has now reached level 6 as a haste rune, but Timado on the top lane. Thanks to Dubu, he's going to be fine. Nobody rotating from OG to secure that either. As Yuragi, we might be feeling a little bit pressure. Moon Meander did come here for a little bit, but
Bryle is coming with the haste.
They are. It's going to be up top. Bryle, though. It's kind of a tough kill here. Sunstrike is going to hit down bottom, and that's going to be the kill that we're looking for the whole time. Saberlight baited into it because of Yuragi's stun.
There were a couple of different item builds I've seen on Monkey King. Seems like Yuragi is committing, going for that Echo Saber. It seems like he wants to be able to get active a little bit early on. Timado, he's out of mana. Like, they are forcing him to use these stuns early on. Dubu does have a healing salve.
And is forced to join here.
Oh, he does not. Never mind. I just lied. It's okay.
Yeah, which is why Amar wants to play as aggressively. Plasma Field used. Timado slowed, so is Dubu, but Nightmare will keep the Razor at bay. Io tanking this Nightmare. That signals for the TP, and Bryle is going to be punishing Taiga for this aggression. Easy kill for TSM. Bryle really looking for the rotation as Moon Meander covers mid.
A bit too aggressive there. He already used the Static Link. I think they needed an extra Static Link to be able to play underneath the tower.
Sure.
And now Moon Meander on a mid lane, collecting some XP because Bryle did TP. 2 rotations from Bryle, couldn't like find too much. I think he was the one that got the last hit there, but yeah, it was him.
That was it. Yeah, that was it. Bryle is now going to be aggressed here by the 3 other heroes coming to join him. Hex to stop the Bane. Shackles, they'll settle for the Bane instead. The arrow covered nicely there to make sure the Shackles doesn't end. But Bryle gets away, so it's really a 5 taking a gank essentially.
Pretty much. And BZM gets the last hit, finishes his Hand of Midas, straight into Hand of Midas. Just bought like a raindrop, finished the magic stick, full magic wand, and now Hand of Midas, the extra gold and extra experience will kick in. Moon Meander, as we mentioned, that Urn of Shadows will be turned into Spirit Vessel. A lot of value in this game, especially against Invoker and Monkey King, to be able to reduce the healing. Oh, bottom lane again.
As Saberlight was in trouble, Sunstrike is being set up. Saberlight will be hit by it as the Boundless Strike finishes him off. Yuragi, I think I get another kill And OG is actually the one setting the tempo in the beginning. But bottom, Bryle wants to change this. Going for Seb, at least a 5. They'll settle for this. Nightmare will set up for the arrow. And they'll at least take an okay trade for TSM. Losing their offlaner in the process, though.
They got something. Underlord struggling, as probably everyone expecting, playing into Monkey King Shaman. Like, this hero can't really do much, and your position 4 is Mirana. So Moon Meander trying to set up some stacks. Oh, he even TP'd top. They need to help him out.
Saberlight, is he just gonna die twice in a row? It seems like it, but here comes Timado, the carry, helping up the offlaner. As Bryle's all TPing as well. Saberlight will die, but at least in exchange they got Amar. So TSM not too sad about this just yet. Bryle did cancel that, or it got canceled, not sure.
Yuragi is playing so aggressive. He's level 8.5. They're using this Monkey King. He's very close to finishing off his Echo Saber, just 1,000 gold away. And yeah, being very active on TPing to match the rotation. They felt that they needed an extra hero to bring there. So very nice read from Yuragi.
Also love the casual Orb of Venom, right? Not turning it into a full Orb of Corrosion. Just to speed up that Echo Saber. Hex down bottom, plus the Shackles. Moon Meander. Where's your damage going? At least he can leap, and that's going to break the link. And Amar, not assigned to follow this any further.
There was a Sunstrike available, but not enough damage. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 points in Exort, and now he's going to start putting in some extra points in Quas as well.
We saw, so it's full Quasic Sword build. It's been forever since I've seen this, honestly. As Yuragi top lane, Timado does have a Quelling Blade. He has to guess what tree he's on, and he's going on the deep trees to make sure Timado can't reach him in time. Did you expect this to go Quasic Zord? They talk about Quas Wex in the panel, actually.
They did. I'm not an Invoker expert by any means, but yeah, considering he's playing into Void Spirit, it sounds good. It sounds better to be able to just like get him to the items, and feels like they want to hit the critical mass with the lineup that they got, so they don't want to be like too aggressive. They know that good arrow.
That arrow is fantastic, and Dubu's coming in with a Fiend Script. That's going to secure the kill against BCM. With the Catapult still alive, by the way, so they have to TP here to defend. It's going to be with the relocate. Catching now Moon Meander in the backlines, punishing the Mirana for her transgressions. Catapult will finally fall. No push from TSM. But TSM is waiting for the IO relocate to come back. Taiga comes back alone. Reality Rift sets up for that kill. Thanks to the Chaos Bolt combination, Timado at least will punish this.
Yeah, they got the big kill. That arrow setting things up. Fiend's Grip as well to follow it just to be sure. Seb will drop the wards. There is no catapult whatsoever, but the damage is going to be done.
Even rotate Bane to help.
A little bit, you know, some. Nothing too good.
No, it's like two spits from a Dragon Knight, right? This is what it feels like. That's pretty underwhelming. But does TSM have any push themselves for tower right now?
They don't. They do not. Like having Void Spirit as your mid laner, Bane, Mirana, these heroes just don't do enough damage early on. Underlord, you know, he might get some damage if he is farming, if he's staying alive, and the CK, all he wants to do is pretty much farm up with his ulti. Stacks. Saberlight took care of some of those stacks in the triangle.
Yeah, they're recovering him. Okay, he's only 300 gold away from Amar. Of course, Amar went for the most efficient build, double Wraithband to Falcon Blade. Just
the casual.
Yeah.
Just to spice it up there.
I like it, you know, you just go for these items to try to be impactful early. There's the Razor Masks back in Dota 1, and, you know, they synergize well with the hero, thematically speaking.
Oh, back in Dota 1 days, Razor with the Maelstrom, the chain build, pretty much.
Monkey King, they cut down his tree here. Yuragi could be in trouble as the Aetherman sets up for this Pit of Malice. Yuragi, though, getting healed by Taiga and actually managing to hold his own, now destroying Saberlight. This is a repeat of the lane. Lukoski just came in and died.
Yeah, Saberlight, you know, felt like he needed something. They do even get the Observer Ward, and yeah, it feels like it's always a trade. Whatever they do, TSM, they are able to match and find something in return. But good mischief usage. So the tree was cut down, but he still manages to actually get it because there was a couple of healings. You know, couple coming out from Taiga.
Yeah.
He cut his own tree.
He cut his own tree? No, I think that was the Void Spirit.
Was it the Void Spirit or was it the monkey?
I don't think the monkey can...
I don't think he would do it, but, you know, maybe it happened. Because, like, in the last replay, I haven't seen Void Spirit on the screen. He was close, but...
He was close, yeah, I agree. That's a good point, actually. I don't know if it was... Well, I have to guess.
Never mind. Probably wasn't him. It would be funny if it was.
Can you imagine that was the next level bait by Yuragi, cutting down his own tree because he knew the IO was saving? That would actually be my favorite play. Bottom lane, Timado is going to push out this tower, by the way. He's been solo. We're going to trade tier 1s in the end. Phantasm, still not available. Now Timado needs it, really.
We'll get the last hit, and he's going into BKB. I like that more. He's not going for Echo Saber. He's trying to fit in second item BKB just to be able to deal with the Invoker spells and also Shaman spells.
Yeah, like it. Also early well, I mean, this is what Dota is right now, right? You wait until your cores get your BKBs, and then you just ram down the enemy lanes, try to kill them as quickly as possible. Razor's gonna do the same thing, actually, going for his own BKB.
Yeah, pretty standard, besides the 3 items that he bought before from the offlane. I mean, you need to have, like, something from the offlane. It's not your safe lane Razor that gets as much farm. He's still up there in the middle, but yeah, once you hit that BKB timing, you're gonna feel pretty good. Like, this is what they're gonna be looking into, like this BKB timing on Razor.
Bryle, and they go for Amar. Amar avoids at least the 8th Armament, which is not too bad. In fact, Seb counter-initiates onto Dubu. Amar starts to steal damage from Bryle as they kill off Dubu in the backlands. Bryle does manage to get away.
A little bit off mark there with the Remnant. Arrow was already flying. So, just making sure that it doesn't happen when it matters in the mid and late game. And now, inside the pit.
Hey, they go quickly. They do have the Shaman, but they just used up the wards. How fast will this Roche be? No minus armor at all, but they have Alacrity. Even Sunstrike to speed it up. TSM, they're looking to fight this. Or at least they're surrounding the pit. If not, there's just a bunch of time wasted. And in fact, it will be as they just go and farm the lanes
snakes. They're farming the Shaman wards.
All right.
So 16 minutes in, this is going to be Roshan for OG. Gonna need another tick. BZM will pick it up.
Okay, so what's the advantage? What does the Invoker taking the H tell you?
Seems like Monkey wants to farm up a little bit more. He can get BKB if he needs to, because he has Mithril Hammer and can disassemble Echo Saber, so he's just a recipe away, 1,000 gold. We'll decide what he needs. Like, if he dies once, he's definitely turning that into a BKB.
Yep. That's why he started the Maelstrom by the Mithril.
Avo.
Well, in SA, for example, we didn't see this very often, though. They would forget to disassemble the Echo Saber a couple times.
Oh, yeah. I asked it to specifically ask the team why they didn't do it.
And they said,
with 2 Echo Sabers, yeah. Wukong's command.
Timado will just run out of the circle.
And no Wukong's command.
TSM, they'll try to take this tower mid, and they'll accomplish it. They're like, okay, I guess if you're going to use that circle like that. OG doesn't have the most catch outside of the Shaman, right? So I guess Invoker, but Quas Exort, much less catch than the Quas Wex, no Tornado to be abusing.
Maybe they were expecting this double damage on Void Spirit, because he can do quite a lot. I mean, they do have a Dispel mechanic if needed from the Tornado. But yeah, this Underlord, we didn't talk too much about him, except having a rough time in the laning stage. He is recovering, sitting in the middle of the pack, has Road of Atos, and going into Shard. You told me this Shard is like really good. People do like to pick it up because it ticks faster and gives you 3 extra counts.
Yep. I think it's just, especially for the Underlords that are not Amar, right? Where you're like, oh, I'm actually an offlaner. Then the Shard is pretty nice. Gives you a lot. And it's a relatively cheap item. Very good power spike at minute 15, especially once the 8 is already completed. We're going to see a Moonlight Shadow, by the way. The arrow won't hit Seb. But with Saberlight coming in, Seb is as good as dead. In fact, Saberlight decides not even to go through the gate.
Gate is very good response to IO's relocate, because you can also bring not just yourself, but the rest of the team. He caught him.
Yeah, he did. And there's the Firestorm taking him down a little bit, but Taiga, tanky enough. He does have a mechanism soon, and that's going to be a big power spike, because it's going to coincide with the BKB on the Razor, Lacos.
Yeah. So double BKB timing. Razor just needs to use the Courier. I like that he actually swapped things around. BKB is a safer choice. They do still have 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis, so they want to use something. Get some kind of advantage. I mean, right now it's 3k gold lead for TSM FTX.
They've been farming pretty well, but overall OG hasn't really been running at them that much either. The objectives are kind of even with a slight advantage at TSM. We're going to see BZM also going for a Blink Dagger. And not yet available, though, even though he has the gold for it. Seb is setting up for a kill. There's the Shackles. They go for CK here. As the Nightmare tries to save him, but the Sunstrike wakes him up rudely. Timado has a TP away. Is the damage sufficient? It's not with the armlet. They have to settle instead for a simple Bane. OG once again failing to get the big fish, only getting the small minnow.
Yeah, getting a good read, understanding that with the BKB, he can actually TP out, toggles the armlet as well while TPing, and it's only going to be Dubu that is going to go down. They are also putting more points in Enfeeble, so the healing reduction, combine that with the Spirit Vessel, is going to be great. But Moon Meander, what a greedy build. Look at that. Going into Ags. I mean, he's finding the farm. Like, he is almost as farm as his offlaner, pretty much. I don't know, last couple of times I've seen this item, I wasn't really impressed. But if they're playing this farm game, it might pay off.
I've seen a fair amount of people try it recently, the Ags, because the amount of damage it gives is pretty great. A lot of people just claim there's just no better way to use the farm on Mirana once you get the Vestal. Usually the first big item, right? Some people prefer the Yules. Would you like that setup a bit more, maybe? You think they really are like...
I'm a big fan of Lotus Orb here, especially against Razor and Shaman. 4-second Hex, 4-second stun, never mind. Speaking of Shaman, mistakes were made.
Yep.
Moon Meander Light Shadow being used. Jump on the mid.
Ayo, once again, the sacrificial lamb, but this time he has a mech and a tether. They commit for this. The Hex will catch a CK, but he has a haste rune, so he's going to be able to make it out of here for now, unless... Actually, Razor's faster than Timado with a haste rune, apparently. Here comes Yuragi as well with a boundless strike, but Timado gets to BKB in time. They leave Dubu behind. Timado runs away. That was crazy how fast.
Razor almost faster than the haste. Yeah, once again, they lose Dubu. They're forced to use a BKB.
They broke the tree with the gate. And that's going to catch Yuragi with the arrow setting up. The damage aside, but they need a little bit more. Saberlight finally joins them. Yuragi has time to activate the BKB. Saberlight, you shouldn't have gone through the gate. It only leads you to hell.
I think that's what happened when we were talking, that he cut his own tree. I think that was the Fiend's Gate.
I think you're right.
Yeah, so that's a good counterplay, but he baited himself. This might be a return kill. Timado gets the stun. It's going to be an easy one.
Yeah, they get the 8th Remnant. Yuragi's out of BKB. Boundless Strike will not help you here. As Bryle. Let's see, does he have any extra steps? In 2 seconds, he'll have it. And that's going to allow him to get closer. They use Reality Rift first. Bryle, will you jump? They were just baiting out that BKB with Chaos Bolt. Bryle playing it safely. Now he jumps instead onto Taiga. Taiga, much easier target with the Vessel especially. He'll be blown up, but Amar will get to live.
Moon Meander getting all these kills. I mean, he's just 1,000 gold away from Aghanim Scepter. 20 minutes on Mirana. That's going to be pretty big. Dubu was trying to find an opening. They even set the ward.
Being chased down. The Statogram and Dubu regrets this. There was no opening. The only opening was his own corpse.
Every single time someone on side of TSM dies, it's Dubu or Dubu +1.
I mean, a lot of them has been him tanking ganks or, dying for one of his cores, right?
Ooh, Seb trying to set things up top.
He is. That Hex once again into Saberlight with the Wukong's command. They even slow him with a tether here. Saberlight, he's tanky, but he's very, very slow. This slug is going to be salted.
Nice opening from Seb. Like, this is your position 5 Shaman that has his spells maxed out. I've even seen it from position 4 Shamans not going for more points in Ether Shock just to be able to control the team fight. And this is also Shaman without any cast range, no Blink Dagger yet, still very far from it. I mean, you're playing 5 in the end. They might share some of these Sentry responsibilities early on just to be able to get the Blink Dagger on Shaman.
Yeah, that's actually what BetBoom does as well with the Soneko Shaman as well. As a Seb, you said Sentry responsibilities, and we saw Seb's face. You can read into his eyes, I suppose.
I don't know if I can, but yeah,
If you're an armchair analyst, though, that's your specialty. Thank you for that again. Yep.
It's like buy sentries.
If you can read lists like that. BZM just got his BKB.
Gotta listen to your elderly. Buy sentries. I'm telling you right now. At least a couple. And Io actually buys it. Let's go. I see one in the stash. Might need to buy an extra.
As the ward's placed, and you can see why Dubu's dying so much. He's pretty much on warding duty here for TSM. It's okay to die. He knows the farm is going to go to Moon Meander, who has completed his axes on the way here. And the courier. No. Where's he getting the... Oh, he does. Yeah, he has. As Yuragi himself going to be going for Scotty next.
Seems like Great Back is gonna get abused throughout this major. Combined with any kind of other damage reduction, we've seen Pugna being extremely popular with the Nether Ward, plus that, plus magic resistance as well. So the spells are not dealing damage. First time this major, Aghanim Scepter bought on Mirana. So we don't have any info to compare this with. Smoke from TSM FTX. They're looking for something. They would definitely love to have Void Spirit with the Aghanim Scepter. He's 1,000 gold away. That's a big item. Being able to silence Shaman in the back lines and also being able to deal with Io.
Now the own smoke by OG. They both want to preserve the high ground. TSM playing it safely with the smoke. They just got scanned, however. And OG could surprise them. The scan giving them a lot of information. They can probably assume there's a smoke around here. Amar needs to lead the way. Yuragi joining him as well. Yuragi jumps. He's going to be the scout here. Yuragi jumps now onto them. And they find the Bane first. They want to kill him. Dubu's gone. Bryle, he is going to be killed off in a matter of seconds as well as the Hex catches Saberlight. Seb has his number. And poor Saberlight will die. Moon Meander at least manages to get away for now. But they are trying to find him here. BZM blinking forward.
He was going for a kill. Might get it.
Amar,
another leap.
With a Vestal, he's sticking down, but it's not going to be enough.
As a BKB, if he ever feels threatened, not going to pop it. Doesn't even flinch. Amar the flincher. Not doing it. Great fight, great opening from OG. There was vision provided by Monkey King and then Seb and also double Boundless Strike connecting on people. Seb trying to find some gold to be able to get that gold for the Blink Dagger. Then it becomes very difficult. And we can see Taiga playing with Amar in these fights just to be able to provide him, like, because there was no real threat coming onto Yuragi. He felt very safe with the BKB. That's the problem. Like, their spells don't do much during the BKBs, and then they need to reset. They do have a Fiend's Grip, but it's very difficult for Dubu to be able to try to make stuff happen. Just in the middle of the fight, try to use the Fiend's Grip. That ain't happening.
Taiga clapping for his team to, get him pumped up. Always important to have that morale, especially with your captain missing. Yuragi. It's really just Saberlight. They want to tell him, you shouldn't have come to this major, Saberlight. You should have stayed home. As Saberlight gets hexed now, they even commit to Wukong's command. Amar is here.
He's having a rough one. 0, 8, and 4. Every single time. He just dies to Monkey. It's a tough matchup. I mean, it's one of those counter picks. Roshan about to be alive one more time in 5 seconds.
Yes, he'll soon be alive. For now, he's non-existent. When will he respawn? There we go, we get it. Who has vision of it, though? That's the question. That's Yuragi. Oh, he's gonna be walking in. There we go. OG knows the Roshan's up. TSM can probably guess, but TSM will be losing Dubo a bit too quickly. However, Taiga falls together with him as Timado got stunned by the Boundless Strike. Activates his own BKB. Saberlight's joining in. The BKBs have been used now on OG. They could try to punish this. The Aether and catches the Invoker. BZM is in trouble.
There's the grip
to secure it. But Yuragi,
Amar in the backlines.
They can continue this. They're going to go for the CK, and Timado will fall. Yuragi's still alive and kicking. He's trying to kick the enemy away from here, but Yuragi himself in trouble. Needs the help from the Io. The Vestal is going to reduce his healing, though, and with the Stimulate, he's going to be killed. Seb goes up to the high gun with one last hit that has magic wands for the Shackles, but they have no follow-up.
They're bailing.
Seb is just going to be sacrificed, as Amar does not want to fight a hopeless fight.
This is what we needed from TSM, to be able to, like, draw out fight until BKBs are down and then come back into the fight. They did use 2 buybacks, once again Saberlight with the dying and coming back into the fight, and also Dubu. I think Fiend's Grip was not needed there, but he was a little bit afraid that Invoker might get out. See BZM, like, yeah, he managed to kill the Dubu there, and instant buyback coming up from both him and Underlord during the BKBs. Like, that's the problem, and they come through the portal. That's the big part. Like, this portal, when I first saw it, I thought it was a meme, but yeah, every single time I see it, this spell is actually insane.
Yep. And I think Dubu, he got killed by BZM in the beginning, so I had to give it back. It's a bit of spite there as well. That's why you use the...
Oh, so what does Saberlight need to do to Yuragi then?
Oh, I guess he has to punch him in real life at this point. Saberlight.
No violence. This is PG-13 stream. Cloak of Flames found by both teams. Yeah, drawn out fight, and at one point OG says, we are not gonna do it. Like, we need to bail. Seb finding an opening.
And they get Moon Meander. But TSM still thinks they can take this, which is why they burst down Taiga. Now they put the Razor to sleep. They've gotten rid of the pesky Seb, sorry. But Bryle will fall here. And Timado realizing that it's not the fight to take. BZM is a bit too strong. Amar very scary as well. The 3 cores going for Roshan alone.
Man, Yuragi, he's all about that damage. Deso, Orb of Corrosion, Echo Saber. Like 29 minutes in, he's holding on to Broom Handle. That's how good this item is. To be able to have some extra attack range and also a bit of a damage and armor. They're gonna give him everything. Maybe there's a better choice for Shard.
They're actually fighting for Amar. Timado, the static link, only took 33 damage. Bryle comes back in. Amar activates the BKB. Yuragi potentially setting up the Wukong's command. He already took the Roche, so there's no reason for them to stay.
Ooh, that's a big one. Buyback from Void Spirit. They still want to make something happen. Smoke from TSM FTX, they want to find something. They want to get a kill. They just lost a big chunk of gold.
That tip was 100%. Seb promised in another lobby that he was not going to tip anymore. He clearly broke it just for that buyback.
I never believed him.
That's true. That's what BetBoom said as well. As Yuragi with the vision, Pidamalis won't catch him. But they do have the option to initiate with a Fiend's Grip, sorry. BZM staying in the trees. The smoke is not successful. Moonlight Shadow now to extend this potential time for this gank for TSM. Amar, okay, he's gonna be the first to be found. But he doesn't have BKB actually, however, there's not much follow-up in terms of damage. Saberlight is now the target here. EMP is gonna deter the aggression from TSM as OG compose themselves, wait for the BKB to come on off cooldown.
Yeah, they definitely need those BKBs. Big timing on TSM FDX, and here we go. Chaos Knight, he bought the book for himself. They need this Reality Rift Pierce's spell immunity talent to be able to just jump him and also potentially get them out of Wukong's command during the BKB. Seb.
Hex and Snakes, that's from Moon Meander. And this Axe is not going to be worthwhile. He even went for the Vlads, trying to finish up that Wraith pack we were talking about.
Well, Seb might not tip people, but he will give them high five while they're shackled. And also, he's holding onto Phase Grenade to be able to like keep vision on people, and also it's good against the Moonlight Shadow. Fully focused Seb.
That's true. That's what the other teams realize when the Shaman is 5. It's essentially a 4 anyway, right? You gotta kill these supports super quickly in these fights. But OG, the cores are looking too scary. Amar especially doesn't look like an offlaner, really. If you compare him to Saberlight, the amount of damage he's doing in the fights is nowhere near.
Yuragi was holding onto Shard for a very long time, the one from Roche, and he's like, yeah, first I gotta read what it does. It's a lot of things that it does, and in the end he decided to give it to Seb.
Okay, probably the best Shard this game, right?
They bought the Shard. Amar bought the Shard for himself, and also Invoker did, so they decided to just give it to him.
Yep. Yuragi?
Maybe there was some talk, you know, how many TIs did you win? 0? I won 2, give me the Shard. It's how it works in the pubs.
That's fair. That's not like Seb as Nightmare from Dubu. There's the Razor, Amar. Let's go for Dubu. Once again, he's tanking the gank. How many deaths is that now for Dubu?
Oh,
8 deaths.
And 9
on Saberlight.
On Saberlight. Oof.
So who's the real support? Who's actually taking the ganks Lacoste?
I mean, it's just difficult. Not much more more to say. That buyback did cost him quite a lot.
Yep. Do you think it's this is the reason why they're letting Moon Meander go for a quote-unquote greedier build and even an Aura build? They acknowledge Saberlight just can't really recover as easily?
Probably. Maybe just thinking we need someone to be able to scale. Underlord does scale, but every single time he just dies. They're the same level. Both level 18 at the moment.
Yep. That's also the farm priority kind of coming into play. The Ags as well helps him cut lanes. He finally bought that Wraith back that we saw. Damage reduction coming into play as well here. With a 30% damage reduction here. Kind of ridiculous. Only 5% nudge and everyone started buying it.
Yeah, it's all damage. Like that.
Yeah, exactly. It's every single piece of damage, yeah.
And that's a bit of a problem on that item. But people were not buying it. We did buff it up. I'm really glad we see it. It's also very cool to have like Pugna's Ward and that Tombstone plus the Wraith back.
Gonna see OG going for a smoke here. They want to keep the pressure going. TSM, they don't want this pressure. They're just gonna Ghost push with the illusions, utilize Moon Meander's eggs to push out the lanes, and hopefully not find anyone for the next 5 or 6 minutes.
It's so much healing on this Monkey King with IO, with Mech, and also Alacrity once you pop that on a Monkey King.
Love that chart. That's we call it the fight readiness chart. To see if they're ready to fight. We see the BKB cooldowns, for example. Every BKB is off cooldown. And that's something Moon Meander would love to have as Moon Meander walks away from the snakes here. They use the Fiend's Gate, though, to make sure to make it into the fight in time. But is that even going to be useful? Saberlight, once again left behind, killed off by Yuragi, who wants more. And the trees goes Timado.
Timado does have a BKB and Blink available. Also, TP is ready. Seems like he's just going to hide for now. He's like, please, no Plasma Field.
He should be able to cut this lane as well. Oh, he decides not to go for it. Okay. You could have waited for like 20 more seconds, Phantasm to cut the lane, but you're the carry, right? So you kind of want to be farming.
They still have nothing that can stop the BKB TP with. Eventually, Monkey King will probably get a Basher just to be able to deal with that.
Oh, for now,
he's thinking. Yeah, I just caught a glimpse. He had a refresher on Monkey for a double BKB, double Wukongs, but seems like he's going for Orchid. Maybe he feels that there needs to be a bit more lockdown for this Void Spirit, because what he does is he gets into the fight, blows up IO, then resets and comes back in one more time. And if there's no Seb, like their control is a little bit limited. It's boundless, and it's also like Invoker spells. That's it.
Yeah, that allows you to deal with Bryle a little bit better, who's also not gone for any sort of dispel on himself. So that also increases the value of this Orchid Bloodthorn. He's just actually thinking of going for the E-Blade as well, to protect his teammates perhaps. Also dealing a bit more damage, hopefully blow up the supports quicker, which has been the biggest nuisance on OG. As you said, most of the team fight is concentrated on Seb here. Or the lockdown, rather.
Yeah, they do definitely need to go for the supports, try to kill this IO before he can get anything off. How's his buyback status? He is 100 gold short.
BZM has a Blink Dagger. Well, he's gonna be fine for now. What do you think of this? Is it the normal Quasi Exhort build? Well, that's how Toronto Tokyo play it. He always went for the Blink BKB, but is there more variation in Invokers?
I mean, eventually you're gonna get that Aghanim Scepter. They do have like Shaman to be able to hold them into it, but for now, just prioritizing cast range and because cast range is really good to be able to like deal with this Bane. One of the reasons why Dubu didn't have some really good grips, because in every single fight they find him. It's either Shaman or it's Monkey King who jumps on top of him.
Yep. Yeah, the Monkey King has been doing a better job as well, it's just so easy for him to stop that Bane every single time. Nightmares have been good for Dubu though, but you can see why he went for the Enfeeble. He knows he's not even gonna get a Brain Sap off. The Enfeeble is much more useful in these fights.
Oh, for sure. You're playing against Monkey and Io. You want to have that Enfeeble maxed out after you put the points in the Nightmare. Brain Sap, usually 2 points in it during the laning stage is more than enough. Because you don't get the levels as a hero.
Yeah, you also can't deep push, right? So there's not really a way for Bane to recover this game. As Moon Meander, what do you think is next? Because now he's bought the 4 stuff, right? We're kind of done with the supporting items. Do you think there's going to be the Lotus Orb you talked about now?
He's gonna get the gold. Like, he does farm a lot, which means that someone on his team is not getting the farm.
That's Saberlight.
Yeah, so I mean, it's difficult for him. He dies. They do focus him down in the fights. He does not have any kind of escape mechanism other than the Fiend's Gate, but there's a decent amount of lockdown inside of OG to be able to pin him down and just kill him. Thinking about either Lotus Orb or Hex, these are like 2 expensive items, but...
What? Timado blinked in. He saw Taiga and he wants to punish him. Does he have enough damage?
Ghost?
Some more crit. The Ghost Center saves him. Bryle came in to make sure that Taiga does die here. And this craziness from Timado was followed up by his teammates.
Oof. Fortunately for him, there was a follow-up. And this is what Void Spirit does. Goes in every single time, kills Io. He found the Timeless Relic as well. Probably the best item you can find on Void Spirit, just to be able to get those long duration silences to...
Yeah, that was wild by Timado, honestly. Really, really good Blink Dagger. There we see the Deafening Blast right coming into play, I think it was.
There's enough AoE to deal with CK illusions. We haven't seen CK go like full force, where he is just like not contested at all. Scotty down on Monkey King as well for quite some time. So that's going to be like one of the reasons why Underlord is also dying.
Yep. He's going for the Abyssal, though. Is that the build here when you're...
On who?
On Underlord. I'm kind of surprised. Usually you do this.
Go.
This is the Amar build. Usually you do this when you win a little bit more, but Saberlight, he's hopeful. He's hopeful to survive here as well. Dubu is trying to save him, and the Wukong's command, fortunately, kind of wasted there. They could just walk out. Dubu always covering just in case.
Yeah, I don't know about the Basher. He didn't buy anything, probably gonna change his mind. He bought this Vanguard. Maybe he wants to play the game. I'll try to lock him down during the BKB.
Sure.
You also don't have a attack speed, because you have phase.
Brought back, stunned, and killed. Can they turn this into something else, though? The Moonlight Shadow's up right after that smoke. Saberlight still smoked as well. They scan and see nobody with it. But they do see Roche. That's going to work out nicely, as the Roche is going to be the target here now for TSM. Realizing, oh, actually, whatever. Let's leave. No point in the Roche. Actually, let's go for a fight instead. BZM in the high ground, tornadoing up that shield. Bryle wanting to keep his distance. You do not want to fight into the Radiant high ground right now, which makes the Roche much scarier. Sunstrike is going to constantly be scouting them. Estimado is trying to finish off the Arcane Blink. I've seen this once before on the CK as well. It's been kind of a popular-ish item on the hero.
Yeah, people are usually opting to go for the Strength Blink, but I think we saw 1 or 2 being bought throughout the Major.
Yep.
And now inside the pit they go.
And they do indeed. Zamar, he got scouted by the Pit of Malice. The thing is, TSM is not a fast Roche. I mean, they're kind of fast if they can all commit to it. This is scary for them. They know that OG can jump any second. They're playing between those Sunstrike sticks. BZM, actually really far from the team, but he has a boots of travel.
Right back is down.
It is down. Sunstrike will scout them out. Amar is the first to go in, but that was a bait. Hopefully, Yuragi also jumps straight into the pit. There's a Wukong's command set up, and they want to fight inside that circle as the TSM leaves immediately. Moonlight Shadow, and up to the high ground they go. Reset the fight. Go for Amar now. Amar's been pummeled to death. BZM low on mana as well. A Boundless Strike allows him to TP away without being stunned, but Yuragi will not be so lucky. Reality Rift in 3 seconds. That BKB is not going to do much anyway.
Getting mischief.
Oh, he does mischief.
That was so close. He tried to cut it down one more time with the Fiend's Gate, but unsuccessful. Shaman did not have buyback there. It was on cooldown, and we see the power of this level 20 Reality Rift pierces BKB. It's just an probably, I'm gonna call it the best, like top 3 best talents, at least level 20 in the game. And also Wraith Pack plus Underlord's Aura, it's a lot of damage mitigated. Saberlight finally gets to use his BKB. Bryle is doing so much work on his Void Spirit, being able to jump into backlines, not care too much about any of these stuns. And Timado, he pops the ulti and then comes back into the fight.
I like the play a lot, right? The resetting so they could get the high ground advantage, then coming back in, killing the Razor immediately. Saberlight, though, he's been caught now with EMP plus those meteors.
Have a cheese.
He does have a cheese, and the BKB is going to be used first. That's Taiga dying. A bit hopeful there, Taiga. Saberlight feeling stronger, feeling like he's delivering retribution.
We do have some level 25s. Dissimulate stuns for 175, add extra stun from Timeless Relic, extra 20% debuff, so that's over 2 seconds stun. Nice. And CK also hit level 25, so even more
Chaos Strikes.
Chaos Strikes, yeah. That's gonna hurt. And this Scotty, like, it does cripple these range cores, both Invoker and also Razor, and it's extremely effective against Monkey King as well.
Yuragi, he was playing around with Bryle, but he was forced to use a nose BKB. And Bryle didn't use his because he didn't have one. Trying to pop that Aeon, that's not going to happen.
Yuragi going for Nullifier, does have enough gold to actually buy it. He wants to be able to lock onto this Void Spirit and kill it. Like, they do have Ethereal Blade, they do have Force Staff on Marana, so wants to be able to dispel those things, and also one Force Staff on Bane.
A lot of unspent gold also on BZM, who is deciding to go for the Scythe of Ice himself.
They need that lockdown. They definitely do need it.
Arcane Blink finished on the CK. What's the strength of this item on the CK?
As I said, people are going for Strength Blink because it's the coolest looking one. Like, it's just for 6 seconds. But yeah, I think like debuff amplification and like cast point reduction, because his cast point with the shard got reduced. So I think that's also why. Like mana cost wise, when you go for Scotty, you do have enough mana on this hero, but it's also just a benefit.
As you said, the style points is obviously the
yeah, that's very important.
Yeah. Intelligence not really used for Timado, but at this point I don't think he needs too many stats. It is actually also going to be Arcane Blink, or at least Yuragi's thinking about it. That's interesting. That will set up Wukong's command faster, right? It should affect that. Or is the setting up of the monkeys also not a cast point?
That's a good point, Avo. This is straight up 50-50. Maybe I can get away with lying. You know, maybe I get it right. So I'll say no.
Okay.
But yeah,
cool.
We have to see if he decides to go for it. Nullifier is done, still very far away from it. He also got level 25 in the previous fight, so that means that he does have an extra Wukong's command ring. It's gonna be big, gonna be beautiful.
Maybe that way they need less stuns, right? Because they can finally trap him inside. That's been their issue. They just outrun the Monkey King here. TSM's positioning has been really on point, and the amount of mobility they bought this game has helped them out a lot. Wraithback also pretty strong against these zone out spells, right? Because you can't really go out of it.
No one's gonna go inside a fight and try to like focus it down, especially during the BKB. That's why the item is so powerful.
That's why Pugnet's also so powerful, as we saw last game as well. Scythe the Bice completed. All right, the catch is coming, Lacoste. OG is literally building their team fight right now. Oh, Bryle did not know about this Hex, though.
Aeon Disc.
He does have the Aeon Disc, that's true.
They procced it. It's now 2 minutes that they can play around. It was a good play from BZM.
It was. Literally no commitment, and you even used the Fiend's Gate for that.
But now they're top, using the Moonlight Shadow. Fiend's Gate? OG, they know something is up. Amar does have a refresher, finally. Amar is kind of the carry of this game. The secondary.
Yeah, he does play that way. He used to be a mid laner, right? So he's like, well, I'm not going to be a 3. So they always do this tri-core lineup for them, especially with his Razor. That shard, I've seen a lot of Razors, by the way, start to pick up the shard a lot in this tournament. Do you think there's people start seeing its value, or was there any specific upgrade?
There was no changes to it.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised.
Me too. I would personally say it's not that good, but
sure. I loved it, actually. I think the 1.5 seconds of like slow when they hit you with a stun or something can be a nuisance in the early. Now, obviously, not so much.
A little bit of damage as well on top of that. I mean, it's not an S tier shard. I would put it somewhere in the middle, probably. Maybe even down below. It's not a Skyrat made shard that's completely useless. Does absolutely nothing.
Oh, I forget about that one. It's on a Bloodseeker Ags level of terrible, right?
Yep. And here we have it. Abyssal Underlord. I guess that's why he's called Abyssal Underlord, because he does have Abyssal Blade.
Yep, it's in the contract. That's why Amar started building it. You get a special power-up, unlock the synergy. He also got level 25, which means more Pit of Malice root. Oh, BZM. He's been seen by the enemy. A Boundless Strike avoided by the Phantasm. They hexed up Bryle. They want to cook him. There's no way on this time. And Bryle will get the Dissimulate off. Just barely, however, he does die regardless to this residual damage from the Meteor.
That was so close. Like that, he had 7 or 8 seconds left on this Aeon Disc. They do manage to kill him. He was thinking about going for Revenant Broach on Void Spirit, but now with the initiation, he changed his mind. He's like, well, maybe I need Linken's. Maybe I need to be able to protect myself from the initial jump, from the Hex, and there's also a secondary Hex now on BZM.
Yeah, the secondary Hex is going to help their team fight a fair amount, especially because now it's not Shaman who has to be the one to go in first and most likely die, right? BZM can tank a couple more spells. It's been helping them out to get Bryle. Of course, triggering the Aeon Disc is crucial here. And we might see a similar play tried again by OG. However, both teams, we knew this was going to happen, Lacoste, though. These teams like to bide their time. They play safely.
They do. Yeah. One more thing to notice. Ooh, he's cutting things out with the arrow. BZM, he's stuck.
He has no TP either. There's the Fiends get used. With the Deafening Blast, he starts his escape. In fact, more people come by to help him. The relocate brings Amar. Amar, is he just going to be sacrificed here? Relay out of Rift? He is almost going to die. They need one back. They got it. The Abyssal Blade comes into play. But Yuragi, he still wants to fight this. Gets them off with Alacrity. Seb joins as well. Nullifier for this Underlord. Wraithback is protecting him. They break the Wraithback quickly.
He got the cheese off.
They haven't broken it yet. Saberlight tanked a fair amount thanks to that Wraithback, who actually outlasted them.
And they're not done. This is going to be an easy pick-off for them. Seems like OG is backing off. This Wraithback is doing one hell of a work in these fights. Just being able to reduce the damage, atrophy aura on top of that. They use the Force Staff. That was fight without the Void Spirit. So they took the fight pretty much 4 versus 5. They do manage to lock down onto Razor and straight up kill him. One thing that I wanted to say is like, can we see Moon Meander's damage? Because he does have the other talent,
wow.
the Starstorm. That's pretty insane.
Is that the?
That's the level 25 talent. I was about to say it when the fight started.
Oh my goodness, that is.
All right, I take that back. Whatever I said, the bad things about Marana and the Aghanim Scepter, he's been super involved, and he's also been living in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, he's hard to catch. The Scythe of Ice was hoping to fix that. I'm assuming we're going to see no... In fact, Moon is not even scared of that. He's going to go directly for the Scythe of Ice himself. Counter-hexing with his own Hex.
Yeah, just like when the BKBs are down, to have this Ethereal Blade and use Sacred Arrow and another Starstorm, that's just like 1500 burst damage.
What is that? Yeah, it is. Very awkward Meteor there to just take down the creep wave. No Meteors on cooldown though now, but, so which... will make this Rosh easier, but 8 more seconds will cost till the Rosh spawns.
They're counting it out.
Yeah, they're
8,000 gold on Invoker. He's thinking about getting the full refresher just to have a double Hex, double BKB, double Radiant Blast.
Yep, it's my favorite. It's the Mozart Invoker, right? Just gonna play like a pianist for a while. I have to use both hands. Sunstrike does got the Rosh. The Courier doesn't give vision in the Rosh pit anymore, so that's not going to help.
That was so funny. Everyone had couriers inside a pit. I mean, a lot of these things do get changed, but we do abuse them for a while. Monkey got scouted.
Yeah, he did. And in fact, the high ground advantage is still for OG, but Taiga got bursted so quickly they lost it. As soon as it came, step, 2 hits.
DD.
And now, chances are they can go for the Rosh. They just see it with the Aether Remnant. This Rosh also carries the Ags. Who's missing Ags in this team? It's just CK and Underlord.
Or are they gonna give it to? I mean, they can have a Dispel mechanic with the CK, but they can also have like a bit of Malice. Yeah, it's gonna be CK. Some extra stats on him as well. Makes sense.
The spell is pretty nice, honestly. You have a couple of things. You also disjoint things like Shackles, right? Because you get the 1 second of invulnerability.
Yes. And now Void Spirit refresher Shard. So double E on Disc, double Linken's, 4 chargers on Resonant Pulse. This is going to be very, very difficult for OG to take the fights.
Yes, it is. An OG that we talked about how they like to play it safe. They don't want to make these mistakes. They waited for that one fight, for example, in the game against BetBoom, and they turned it all around. But that one fight has to be perfectly executed here, as the stakes are higher and the 27k lead by TSM looming over them. It's mostly the Marana, actually. Moonmeander is the 3rd most farmed hero in the game, man.
It paid off. He got a really good timing on that Aghanim Scepter. It was, what, 20, 21 minute Ags on Marana? And now almost has enough to finish off the Hex. For now, just saving a buyback. 5 slotted.
Oh, Yuragi. They won't guess, right? Huh? He's baiting that Wukong's command. From behind he comes. And the target is to go for Saberlight Nightmare. We'll give him a couple more seconds. The BKB gets activated. Phantom as well. All the save to get Saberlight out of here alive. It will work out. As TSM, I mean, looking to reset this fight. They know Wukong's command got wasted.
He caught him with the arrow.
Caught him with the arrow. Amar, he is down. No offlaner for OG. No 4 either.
There is a buyback on both of them, but no Wukong's command. They will need to use those buybacks because TSM, they will go for the high ground. BKB is still available for Tomato if he wants to put it in his inventory.
Saberlight now, he got the Strength Fling, the coolest looking one, and that scared Yuragi away. They got him with the Aether Remnant as well. Now the Atos, he's been saved a little bit by the E-Blade, but the damage from the magical sources is too high. They will be able to at least get rid of the CK. Timado still stuck in those snakes. Do they have any way of getting him out of there?
He got out. He managed to blink out.
Well played. BKB just in case as well, huh?
Triple buyback from OG there, and I mean, they did save the barracks, but 35k gold lead for TSM FTX, and now using Portal to heal up and come back into the fight.
Oh, Bryle, in fact, thought of going for Taiga, and thanks to Saberlight's sacrifice, they will get it. Saberlight now been hexed. Timado actually joins him again. Saberlight will die for this. Bryle, he needs an escape plan. He found it with the Simulate. He gets away. The BCM still chasing, though. Actually, ignore Moon Meander.
No BKB grip.
Fiend's grip destroys BCM, and Uriah stunned the high in the trees as well. No chance to use the Wukong's command. Amar joins here for nothing, as he's now being chased out. E-Blade to slow him. Tornado EMP at least giving him more time, but Amar knows his death is all
Arrow is gonna snipe him. The Starstorm. Man, Moon Meander is doing so much work. Can we see the damage one more time in this fight? Because Moon Meander is completely popping off.
Yes, he is.
You know, Seagate did his work, and so did Void Spirit this time around. But yeah, Moon Meander keeping up there with the two other cores on the side of TSM FTX. BZM pops a BKB. Oh, if he finds him there.
Oh, they found at least the Shaman. Not bad either. Goodbye, Shaman. Seb is down for 80 seconds, but he does have buyback. He's going to be forced to use it at this rate as TSM is knocking at their door. Timado will be taking this tier 3 kind of solo, as the rest of the team, they're dividing it. Bryle going for the mid lane as well. Nope, it's going to be tier 4s directly. They want to at least force buybacks. They don't know if the enemy team has them entirely or not.
No buyback on two other cores of OG. They will go. They will try to finish it. Seb grip with the Ags.
That's done. Seb, that's a dieback. It's only an Invoker and Io now. How can they defend this? Invoker does have a good high ground defense, but the Pianist really has to come out and play. BKB up in 4 seconds. Refresher also available. Taiga is going to be the target here. Taiga going to the fountain. They've hexed his Invoker. They need to get him up. They can't. He's down.
Fiendsgate, he's coming in as well, just to be shown on the last screen. Oh man, what a game. What a game from TSM FTX. OG, they were in the lead, and they just couldn't benefit from... Like, it was a small lead, but... And Moon Meander on his Mirana, absolutely brilliant performance. I don't think I've seen a game where Mirana did more damage. Look at him. This is all me. I did that. You listen, Saberlight, you gotta play better. You cannot die 10 times, but if next time, I'm gonna even steal your stack. I mean, he was doing a lot of work. It was a difficult lane for them bottom, but he popped off. And Misery also looking very happy about this dub.
Yeah. Especially because, you know, he doesn't need a speech because Moon Meander doesn't for him, right? It's really nice. And in this case, I think one of the best things that TSM did is when you talked about, they acknowledged it was a hard game for Saberlight. He could have played out of his mind. It would have still been a bad Underlord game. So they instead gave Moon Meander more farm.
Yeah, also Saberlight opting to go for that Abyssal Blade to be able to lock them down a couple of times, like during BKB, because they know, like, all we need to do is prolong a team fight during the BKBs to be able to fight them after. And I don't know, Bryle, he had a banger one as well. To be able to cut into backline so many times and kill Io before he can get anything off. Every single fight, he had his number.
Yeah. You know what I see as well for OG?
What do you see?
I don't see a Wraith Pact cost. That's what I don't see.
Taiga had one.
I am blind. That's why I don't see it. And we have a panel of experts with much better eyesight than me, who is going to help you break down the game a little bit. Thank you so much, Lacoste. I put these on. We're going to go back to our panel and see what they had to say about this game, number 1.
Thank you very much, Avo and Lacoste. And indeed, what a crazy first game. That being said, my analyst, the only analyst that counts, of course, knew how this game was going to play out. And we're going to ask him how he knew that, and ask the rest how exactly TSM was able to win this game number 1. We'll do so after the break.
Catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror and I go like
Game 1 of this upper bracket series between OG and TSM FTX goes the way of TSM FTX. Was a story in 2 parts, though. 2 parts of the story for sure, as OG did start off strong in this Game 1. We talked about this series and the importance of tempo, and it was, Avery, was OG setting the tempo at the start of the game, right?
Marana Arrow, Cheever. Okay, we can bypass the first laning stage because there was more than one laning stage in this game, apparently.
Oh.
What I just said makes absolutely no sense. Moon Meander, Marana.
Yeah, what does that mean?
What did I tell you? Huh?
Can I have my shoulder back?
Thought you liked this.
You're squeezing pretty hard.
We have cast plenty of Moon Meander, Marana, and it never disappoints. He farms like a beast.
He does.
I mean, Saberlight fed like a beast, but it cancels it out eventually, you know?
We actually have a player versus player as we jump a little bit ahead between the position 4s.
Take this guy.
The position 4s of both teams had quite a bit of a difference between them. We got Taiga and Moon Meander as the player versus player. I don't believe we were quite ready for that, Shannon.
Ignore me.
I believe Shannon took
I
that
didn't
segment
prompt it.
over.
What do you mean? I was talking about Marana.
We're too far ahead of that.
Just Google a photo of Marana. That's all we need. Production, for God's sake, Marana.
No, we'll get to that in a bit. I think it will come to no surprise that Moon Meander did have an incredible amount of damage during that game. Avery, what did you make of this game?
Yes, I will now yell to get my point across. That is what this panel has been turned into.
Marana.
I'm not going to scream Marana. For me, the biggest thing that game is I feel like OG at this tournament, with Seb playing, they have stand-ins. They've actually gone more towards a style that's brawly, skirmishy. Even Yuragi, if there's a player who's going to sacrifice on his team, it ends up being their carry a lot of times. And in this game, it felt like they went more back towards this tri-core, very heavy damage output from all 3 cores. And I think the weird part is ultra late, those lineups tend to struggle because once the utility comes out, and we saw it in a lot of those fights, multiple 4 staffs, Crimson, Pipe, whatever you want to call it, the Wraith Pact is the new version, Underlord, AoE, Aura. Once Underlord gets tanky enough, it takes so long to kill him. Who's going to run in and sacrifice for OG in those later fights? Saberlight's happy to die in those later fights if his CK gets a good fight.
Yeah.
The Bane's happy to die if his CK gets to kill someone who's gripped. OG has 3 cores who all want to deal damage. They're all itemizing to do damage. They all don't want to be the first one in because they all want to deal the most damage in a fight.
No, I'm the carry.
Exactly.
No, I'm the carry.
It's almost too overlappy for me. And I think they can run into trouble, and it shows a little bit.
And we have, speaking of fights, the turnaround fight for this game, Synderen, happened at the Roche.
Yeah, I think this fight is going to highlight something that I was going to point out, is that once the game gets to a later stage, I think Shaman 5 just falls off a cliff. Like, this hero without defensive items is just food for a Void Spirit. He's just going to jump him. He's going to jump the IO every fight. In this case, the Shaman is basically not even a part of the game for the most part. And I think, honestly, Seb played a pretty damn good game the first 15-20 minutes. He set up a lot of opportunities for his teammates, was doing a really great job, but he didn't scale. And you look on the other side of the coin, right? And then you have TSM with a Marana with like more net worth than both enemy supports
two-position
combined.
Marana and
Say Marana?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did say Marana.
We did say Marana. Now we can actually show it. It's Taiga versus Moon Meander. It's Marana versus Io. It's not really a fair fight. Oh, we went for the net worth.
Yeah, so these
which is also disastrous for Taiga.
These are the same farm priority in the game. I'm not going to say that Io and Marana are supposed to have the same net worth in a 40-minute game or whatever, but this is extreme.
Yeah.
Like,
But
Moon Meander got
fair,
insanely
Moon Meander
farmed.
got Ags relatively early, and he was farming while Saberlight was dead for half the game. So,
Yeah, I mean, essentially, he did end up playing position almost 2 in this game on the Marana toward the end. I think he did third most damage in his team, but it was only by a slight bit that he was behind. So we were questioning, we were watching the game backstage, we were talking about, is Ags really the right choice here? Don't you want to buy some sort of utility?
I mean, I was
for your
pretty
team there?
against it.
Yeah.
Because I thought they would have needed faster Lotus 4 staffs so their Void and the CK can play the fight. But I guess he had a different timing in mind going ultra
exactly.
late.
They just managed to hang in there, I would say. Because OG could have definitely won that game at different points. They weren't like close to getting barracks, but any fight that goes a little bit better, that Roche fight, if that's an OG fight, maybe they just end, right?
I mean, in the end, OG doesn't win, aka North America wins over Western Europe. And I know Slacks was a believer in this from the get-go, right, Slacks?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shiver, for another wonderful, wonderful dig at EU. We know how much you hate it over there, so it is so great to have you be an NA Dota fan. You guys should hear it when the cameras aren't on. Welcome to the Sideline Report yet again, my friends. Guys, Moon Meander popped off hard. That was like 2016 Moon Meander when that game was done. He was like, oh me. He was very excited. It was so good to see that very well-earned victory. In fact, I have something special for you. Moon and his team, they were eating outside. They got some Chinese food, and they left a fortune cookie. Moon left a fortune cookie, did not open it up. So I figured, why not just read it ourselves and see what potentially is in their future. Are you ready? Do you believe this stuff, panel?
Yeah.
Consume it before you read it.
No, do you?
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Eat the paper.
Eat
No.
it.
It's not my fortune. I will eat it, though. I am very hungry. If you continually give, you will continually have. Not much of a fortune, more of just general advice. But anyway, OG, they were doing some stuff as well. Now, they had a rough time, and then they got together around a computer, and they all started laughing at something. I asked them what they were laughing at, and they said when they get down, they look at Seb highlight videos on YouTube and look at the face picture, and they showed me this. This is not a joke. This is literally what they've been laughing about for the last 20 minutes was somebody's like put a picture of his face there. So I have to say, after the defeat, things are high for both teams. We got these guys popping off. We got OG, they're running in their 16 support staff, you know, the psychologist, the coach, the massager, you know, the no-tail, Sam, everybody's going in there. But overall, teams are feeling fine. That was a hell of a series, and they're ready to get back into it. I mean, they went in the booth, they went straight back in. So we'll take a peek here. Go ahead and show OG. Oh, yeah. You guys can't hear me. You said you could hear me during the games? No? Okay. Okay, they're just screaming at me now. Okay, all right, my God. Okay, they asked me to be quiet during their games. Apparently, they can hear me a little bit, but they were also flaming me for my interview, so I will go ahead and pass it back to you guys. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Sideline Reporter Slacks. Very informative and good to know that both teams are in high spirits. Of course, very important. Also interesting that Slacks mentions 2016 Moon Meander, who back in the day was actually coached by Seb as well. So we got a little bit of Seb vibes on both teams, it seems. But let's see if OG can force this game to a third game series. We're finding out game 2 after the break. The first game of this best of 3 between OG and TSM FTX was taken by TSM, taken very convincingly towards the end. They had a little bit of a rough start. We're going to see if they can set themselves up for a better laning stage in game number 2 that is coming your way right now. And we're going to also see if OG can set themselves up for a better later game stage, because it seemed like that's where they fell off during the first game of this series. I'm joined by Sunsfan, Cinderin, and SVG, and they are going to say a lot of smart Dota things, yelling hero names, maybe, potentially.
Rana.
And,
There she is.
There she is not. But close enough, it's also a mounted hero.
That's right. He also loves Marana.
Does he?
Pretty sure.
I mean, he
has a lot of voice
has
lines,
some
right?
old man voice lines that are on the edge.
Yeah, if that was made like 5 years later, maybe it wouldn't have made the cut.
I think
But,
Caudle
we'll give it a
loves
pass.
literally every female hero in the game, right?
Yes.
Right.
Including Brood.
Yes, I believe
He also
so.
has, you can get lost in those eyes.
Not
or
the
something.
new.
Yeah.
I bet Snapfire's not there.
It's true.
He might be an
That's-
ageist
that-
then, I guess, right?
It's a dangerous discussion you guys are having.
All right, so TSM's on the Radiant side. They have first pick, OG overall last pick, and second pick here
what?
on the Dire
Instant.
side. And Timbersaw, this time around not banned. The Amar Timbersaw is, of course, legendary. He has not been allowed to play it the entire major, though. So it's been a while. And the Shaker. And I believe this is our first Earthshaker of the entire major.
I think so too. Now, when I see this, the first thing I think is that comes to mind is just, okay, they feel like they can get away with playing 4 Shaker because their offlaner is like the tankiest laner in the entire game, but you don't have any info about the lane matchups yet. And from my perspective, Shaker's absolutely huge weakness is that he offers very minimal impact in lane if he's not played with very specific heroes.
This is a very specific lane, though, and this is a lane that if you go back 2 or 3 years ago, the secret with Zai, they played it a lot. Yapsor Shaker with Zai Timber. The concept was you fissure block the wave twice, give Timber full solo XP, you roam mid. And then once Timber has fast level 3 off the blocks, he's so far up in the lane you can't abuse him with a hero like Monkey. It guarantees him the early levels. Once he gets through those, he gets the solo XP, he's cranking, you're pretty happy. Then the lane combo becomes a threat later with the fissure from Fog into Timber Chain, you know, whirl him, chakra him, bam boom.
That was picking him for the first minus 30 seconds of the game.
That's a big part of it, yeah. I'll say, I feel like that was a different time, though. Like, the impact of mid roaming back then was way higher.
That
I
is
think.
true, yes.
So part of the appeal from back then doesn't really, from my perspective, transfer to right now. And I'm also curious because players have got more creative and better at handling lane equilibrium issues. So I wonder if you can, as Timber, still ensure that you get these kind of amazing laning stages. Let's say you get double counterpicked in lane, like a good support plus carry. In this matchup, you already have the Monkey King now for TSM. I'm curious if Amar can just pop off if he gets left alone. And if he doesn't, and Shaker is there, like, how much of a difference is that going to make? So very, very curious. Like, the logic here for OG's heroes, like, you definitely lined it up very well, but I'm still skeptical until I see it in play, like, how good this actually is.
It is an interesting approach. Like, maybe OG feels like they just need some more lockdown after that game. They were getting kited pretty hard in those late game fights. Sometimes when you feel like that, all right, let's just pick something that helps us lock people down so our cores can deal damage. Shaker is still one of the best at that. He's one of the best at setting up for long-range damage to come in and burst a target as well, which is somewhat how OG likes to play. If you think a lot of these heroes, Invoker, Timbersaw, if you can fissure a dude, chain stun him off of that, they're going to die. Yeah. They have no problem bursting and dealing the damage. So it's an interesting response, and yeah, not a hero we've seen, but people might be sleeping on him a little bit, you know? Still does
When is the
Shaker
last
thing.
time you've seen Amar not destroy with Timbersaw?
During DPC, there were a couple of games
No,
where they were figured
never,
out.
Shiva. That was the answer.
Well, I have
the answer
seen
is
those.
Marana. Never.
I mean, look.
I assume that's what this
never.
with.
You're
Okay,
right.
perfect.
There you go.
Can you yell Timber?
No, it's not Marana. It's not the same.
Okay. Well, that's still in the pool, though, so we'll see. Maybe
true.
TSM finds some sort of way to weave that in here.
This is a good Bane. I mean, what's good? What's a good support against Timber?
I think Bane is very good. Definitely one of my favorites.
Shiva, yes, you're raising your hand.
Yeah,
I like to
because
speak.
we've seen it a few times only during the group stages. I think maybe once or twice, but it has been buffed. Witch Doctor.
Yeah, I think the problem with Witch Doctor, I think against Timbersaw in some lanes is good, but I don't know if Monkey King has enough damage in the first few seconds of Maledict to really make that matter. Like, you can probably just reset away with Timber Chain, wait out the Maledict, and go again. So I'm not completely sold. I'm more sold on the Bane, first of all, because it's good against Timber and lane in the beginning, and then later on in the game, Timber is one of those heroes that will often be relatively isolated from his team. You just nightmare him and he can't get rid of it. Other hero that has gained a lot of traction this tournament, Grimstroke, I think is amazing against this hero. Throw out the Chakram, you silence him, he can't do anything. He's just standing
I got a hero. I mean, is this guaranteed a position 1 Monkey King?
No.
No.
Okay.
Not necessarily.
I am feeling already Bloodseeker for TSM FTX, gentlemen. I feel it in my bones.
It's good against Timber, but nothing else, right?
It's great against everything.
Okay. Well,
It's good
should probably
against the
first pick it.
silence. You get the silence versus the Bane long range.
Right? That's
yeah,
right.
it's a bit better now. It looks a bit odd for me, though. This
That's
three-hero
because
combination.
if SVG had mentioned it, you're like, that's a really good idea. My goodness.
What do you think about Bloodseeker here? I think Bloodseeker could really pop off in this game.
No, Shannon, so here's the thing. You say if he had mentioned it, but it's SVG, so he's not going to suggest it. So it's like
He
it's
just
irrelevant.
did. You missed what he said. Can you repeat what he said, SVG, please?
That's a great
I
suggestion.
think
SVG.
almost anything outside of Bloodseeker would make a great.
Yeah, I think so too. It would probably be a good idea. This is a good game to not pick Bloodseeker.
Yes, that's the only thing I would hope
I
don't
cannot
pick.
wait for them to pick Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
As
that would be pretty
fifth
funny.
pick.
I'll pick it right now.
I am pretty unsurprised they did not give them Bane there. I think OG would 100% ban or take that hero.
Yeah.
And now it puts the pressure on how does TSM want to construct their support to a hero? Because I think the most natural way of this coddle is if you were going to play a 4, you get a 5 stunner, which historically have been Bane, Tree, Ogre. But the Tree Ogres are hard to play into the Timber lane. So it could be 5 coddle even, and then it's a question of what does Moon play? He's played like Nyxes and some of these heroes.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of interested to see how they choose to set up.
You know what's good against
how greedy
Pango?
they get.
Bloodseeker. You know, you pick Bloodseeker here so they don't get it now.
Oh.
That's the logic behind
Genius.
it. How much of a chance are we having to see a mid coddle still? Or are we kind of
There
set
he
on
is.
the...
Whoa, that's
I was thinking that hero, but
nobody plays this.
Yeah, I stopped suggesting things sometimes because I feel like they're never going to pick.
Like Bloodseeker.
All right, so why is
If there were a
silence so good
silence
here?
name, these 3 heroes have to do it. It destroys Timber in the early engagements until he can rush the Lotus Orb. And the global versus Shaker, he blinks in, he echoes, you global him. What's up? Bane grips somebody, you global him. What's up? You know, this is one of the worst heroes for Bane to play into in the game, period. There's no counterplay. There's nothing you can do. You just have to hold your spell. Silencer gets to hold his spell. This hero's, he's hard to make work because his downside is the first 10 minutes. What is your impact? His laning is very weak. He's kind of slow on the map. His spells are clunky. They're not hard disables. They're not hard catch.
I also think one of the things that happened to Silencer over time is that power creep does not favor this hero.
Oh, they banned.
Oh, well, you were right. We were going to see it in the
Unbelievable.
draft. So the problem for Silencer is when every hero in the game gets items and gold faster, they approach, like his ult is very counterable by itemization. There's so many good items. Lotus, Manta, BKB, Yules, even on some heroes, and they're just going to get it, right?
100%. The one upside, though, is they pick this with the Pango combo, right?
Yeah.
And their idea is they want to play this Pango coddle super fast, double everything, chakra him. The issue is, what if Pango goes in and it's gripped? That's where the Silencer global's here. So for this, they have a very specific purpose in mind. I want to be able to global this grip to protect my core that we're going to play around. And in that case, again, that Bane is just outside of the Ags. I guess the Ags also gets global, so like there is no real counterplay, right?
I do like the Ember as an idea from OG here, though, because I think if you're playing against Silencer, the thing you want to force this hero to do is global when he really doesn't want to. So if you have this like low commitment poke from range that forces the enemy to respond, Silencer is going to be caught in this awkward predicament. Is like, okay, am I going to ult here to save a guy? And if I do, then I know the follow-up is just super dangerous, right? So if Ember just slight chains someone and you just throw a Chakram as TSM FTX, now you need to like place your bets, right?
Now that you start talking about that, the hero that comes to mind that used to be picked versus Silencer all the time is Spectre.
Yep.
And that hero is coming back. So I think that's something you have to keep in mind. Like you have a little bit to deal with it in terms of Monkey can be okay versus him late game, just standing in the ring and man fighting him. But this Silencer coddle, I think they generally suffer for most of that early mid game.
I think you need a very specific type of offlane pick for TSM. I think it has to be a low cooldown stun that's reliable. Like, what options do they have? Dragon Knight, Sand King.
Bars still in the pool.
Yeah. Do any of those, like, none of those feel good into Timber, obviously.
No.
But you kind of have to, sometimes you need to pick your poison. There's no like perfect hero here that's going to be good against Timber and offer you a low cooldown stun and synergize through your entire lineup. So
Sand King comes to mind.
Yeah, he's like one of the best options, but again, he could really get exploited in lane by a specific lane setup from OG. It's not out of the question that OG can get creative with their lane setup either. They don't have to put Timber Shaker off
I think
lane.
Coddle helps that though, right? Coddle can neutralize a lot of early waves. You just shove it in. Okay, yeah, your Sand King doesn't get a lot of early CS, but like, who cares, right? You're gonna play for the big camp abuse. You can stack the triangle. We've seen the Sand King farm Ancients, collapse style.
Yeah, you could do that.
I would rather see them do that than something like Mars, because I feel like Mars is just, the lane's slightly stronger, but the game flow is kind of, it feels very low impact to me.
Yeah. And it's also too, I feel like, what do you have outside of Arena as a team, right? You use that one combo and then like anyone in your team gets counter-initiated on, or you have to like layer all your spells. You're gonna have to protect the Mars or your team in general in the arena with global. What do you do when BKBs come out for OG? You have nothing, right? So I think, again, some sort of low cooldown, or turn it up a notch and try to play super fast tempo and get like a push hero and you're really trying to just run at OG. But I find that strategy more dangerous here against Ember and Timber. I don't think you're gonna get away with it.
Well, no time left for TSM to think about this decision. They'll end up going for the Night Stalker. Does that tick some boxes?
They have a monkey stun.
You don't need stuns when you have right clicks.
Yeah.
That's true.
Sure. You can build Atoses.
It's still, honestly, no matter what happens here, I just want to commend TSM FTX on a really creative strategy here. And I'm not saying that to be like, oh, this strategy is really bad, blah, blah, blah. But it's a really, I can see the logic behind every single pick and what they're trying to do. I just think the execution level of this lineup is really high. I think it's difficult to play. And I'm worried that if this game goes late, this PA is going to absolutely run them over. So TSM, based on how they won the first game, I think if they play in a similar pacing, similar style, I'm choosing OG to take this one in the later portion this time around.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think this Night Stalker and Silencer can cause a lot of problems for this Bane Shaker. But I think, like you said, if it gets past the point where PA can just go in, she doesn't care about almost anything.
And it's against Ember as well, I guess, right?
Yeah.
It's going to probably rush Dagger,
yes,
you'd imagine.
This is a game where OG's cores can just go in, and I don't think they're too afraid. And I think it's going to be hard for TSM. At the same time,
need to simplify
Night Stalker, strong.
Okay?
All right.
Amar, Timber Saw.
True.
That's
Done.
it.
That's it. Two new heroes join the heroes picked list of the Major, and the Silencer and the Shaker. Very curious to see how they are going to work out. And will this Timber Saw by Amar indeed pop off and force TSM to a third game? We're going to find out together with Avo on the cost.
We are indeed very exciting. Two new heroes, an innovative strategy in general. But my question is not going to be about this. Is the supports on TSM. What are your thoughts on those, Lacoste?
A difficult one for them. Like once they get BKBs, these two supports, I feel like they're gonna suffer a lot. Like we're talking about Phantom Assassin, Timber Saw, and also Ember Spirit. So I find it very like they need to be able to get a lot from the laning stage. Silencer, one of my favorite heroes, but not a good time for him right now. Like he did get nerfed multiple times in a row. I feel like they need to be able, like there's a couple of good combos that they have. Having Night Stalker plus Keeper of the Light, Chakra Magic to be able to almost have a perma crippling fear, and also Pango, of course, just to be able to spam out both of your abilities makes you extremely tanky. I'm a little worried this Phantom Assassin last pick looked really good for OG. Like once we they don't have heroes to deal with the BKB PA. Like none of these here. Maybe if we're talking about like fourth, fifth item, maybe we're talking about like the MKB territory, the Basher on Pango. But I think they might struggle. Seeing Dubu as a silencer, look at this chat. Like Dubu is the most Giga Chat player ever. Raid band.
Wow. What's the point behind this?
He wanted to buy Wraith Pact, but didn't have enough gold. No, I'm just thinking, like, it gives you extra armor. I want to see what he starts. Gives you extra attack speed. Maybe if he's... from what I've seen, Dubu does not get points in glaives early on. I think it's... like, I've seen him have, like, 404 build on his silencer. Oh, look at Night Stalker during the daytime. What a hero.
Yeah, exciting. Saberlight lost his stun, and he's like, oh, I can't do anything. But Coddle Night Stalker, okay lane, right? At least he can farm, because you have the Chakra Magic to perpetually last him with Void, so it's not that bad. And the early stats on Night Stalker are still good, right?
They are. I mean, Night Stalker does have like 5 starting armor. He has a lot of base regen. Has a stick. I don't think they should lose this lane. Like, Night Stalker is not as bad laner as people think. Moon Meander, he's the carry. He's the real carry. Already at 1 CS, highest CS in the game. We've seen in the previous game what he can do with this, but this time around...
Moon Meander will run through the trees.
Another dagger.
This Coddle lost 10 movement speed, Lacoste, and now he lost his life as well.
Good start for Yuragi. He's the one getting the last hit, and in this situation, I think it's very justified to get for Orb of Corrosion. It's gonna give them like that kill threat in this lane. Definitely didn't expect Keeper of the Light to just like die immediately, but it is what it is. Have to shake it off. One good thing is the Spangolier. I've seen Brawl pop off in a lot of these games. I'd even say one of his better performances on Pango. Just throughout the whole DPC, he has a couple of signature heroes, but I think Pango is becoming his top 2.
And the Pango Coddle was the combo coming into this.
It was.
What made it fall off, Lacoste?
I think people are kind of staying away from this position for Coddle. Good example was, I would say, Team Spirit that tried it out a couple of times, and it was also against like Monkey King, so he uses Mischiefs. Sometimes Keeper of the Light griefs you the lane. He is the one that wants to get some farm, and then that means the offlaner's not getting the farm. This time around, Dubu is getting the points in Glaives of Wisdom. So now this raid ban makes more sense.
Yes.
That's why I was a little
scared,
concerning about it, and here they go.
Yeah, the Fissure, you know, that actually stood his ground. Silencer, not a bad hero in terms of stats early. Actually has decent armor for what is an intelligence hero. An okay HP. And also, Timbersaw does nothing with that Whirling Death against them.
That's true. The Silencer is one of the heroes that like can scale if there's from position 5. If there's a lot of skirmish happening early on, if he's the one not dying and joining these fights, it can cripple some of the early aggression. Like they could possibly get the kills on the bottom lane, but it might be a return kill where Dubu just dies and then you have Monkey King collecting all the XP and the gold.
Yeah, exactly. Which he's happy with, honestly. I mean, yes, a little bit of intelligence is nice, like you said, but you pick him 5. The Dubu style is to die for your team. Yeah. We saw that last game as well.
To talk about the skill build, I want to point out the mid lane, where BZM is going for more points in Searing Chains. It gives him the kill potential on Pango, because Pango like can't shield crash. I mean, he can shield crash, but he can't swashbuckle, so it's...
you shield crash in place.
Yeah, you shield crash in place. That's right. And I don't think he's playing this like, oh, I'm gonna be on the sides. I have this flame guard. It's more about like being able to control the Pango, because Pango really hates playing into any kind of route.
Yep. And I'm gonna, especially because he can get you from the backlines, right? While you're trying to Rolling Thunder or whatever. Here we saw it. Shield crashing in place. Bryle trying to fight with that 15% damage resist, but realizing BZM is too scary.
Bryle?
Oh?
Yeah, he even got a point in Lucky Shot just to be able to trade a bit better in the lane. But
this is rare these
next
days.
rune, you see this Pango playing at like 20% HP. I would expect both OG supports to rotate to the mid lane just so that he cannot pick up the bounty. And not getting zoned out.
Yeah, Seb did try, however Pango got Steering Chain. The Bryle will be given a little bit of mana. Tango's gonna help him, and now the full bottle as well. Isn't mid lane fun these days?
It's really fun. Pick up the water rune. If you don't have a water rune, go into enemy jungle, pick up the bounty rune, refill your bottle. Pango, not gonna say struggling a little bit, but he does not have much regen left, and this Ember Spirit will continue to just poke, see what happens.
Yeah, that Steering Chains build is actually doing wonders here. Are we gonna see Orb of Corrosion as well for BZM? In fact, is it coming? No, it's Boots first.
Okay, Yuragi not going for Orb of Corrosion. Oh, he is. He bought a ring first just to be able to have more sustain, and he's not going to get pressure because he's playing into Keeper of the Light lane plus the Night Stalker. They want to nuke. Like, they definitely want to use their strengths in the lane. It's going to be nighttime now. Ooh, let's see. +2.
Taiga's the target, and that's going to be the
He's
first
running away.
+2.
He got it.
Got it.
He got the last hit. Would be out of range.
Yep. That is true. The last hit always gives the silence for the intelligence here, and it's going to come into play a little bit later. Dubu just entered preschool, he's going to start learning some things here.
Good levels. I mean, they do have some heroes that deal like decent against the Timbersaw, but once you get to like Lotus Orb territory, then you're gonna be more than fine. It's not gonna remove the silence from the Night Stalker, and let's see how much pressure they can put top with the Night Stalker. He's about to crack level 5.
Is there pressure with this Scuttle Night Stalker lane, or do you need some other rotation? Can you put the 5 there perhaps, or what's the play here for Saberlight? How do you take it
Dubu
back?
might rotate. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Dubu rotate to the top lane and just play with that, because you see what Amar is doing at bottom, creep skipping, and Timado is gonna get some farm underneath the tower.
Yeah, Timado won't miss these last hits though. He always had the Boundless Strike to secure them just in case. As we do see a small fight though happening in the mid lane. It's gonna be
the chains.
The chains on Moon Meander. And he actually is playing with a vision inside Roshan, but Sleight of Fist
Good
meant
Fisher.
that. Bryle got stopped, and he's able to get out.
Fisher is gonna be Pango's enemy, but he can also bounce back off it. So sometimes you gotta be careful. And we see Dubu trying to make something happen.
That was
very slow as a hero, running towards the top lane. But so is BZM.
Yeah. I don't think Dubu's going to be able to do much. In fact, if anything, he's just going to die at this rate. BZM decides that his run was running out, so he's going to go back
if he can't do much, then he's Don't Boo. Usually if he can, then he's Do Boo.
Yeah, right now he's Don't Boo for sure, but he's staying in the lane just in case Boo. And OG, they'll be keeping their distance, acknowledging Dubu's missing from the map right now.
They know something is up. Like, if he gets the Arcane Curse and the Last Word, I'm pretty sure they can get a kill. Night Stalker's a bit low on mana, doesn't have for a full combo. Maybe if he pops the stick, Yuragi is there, gets the deny, and let's see. There's a chance.
Yeah, Yuragi. Okay, we don't have another Void here, so they're gonna desist from the skill. Dubu didn't deal enough damage. Timado has joined though. I think now they saw the jump for sure. The Boundless Strike is here regardless. Seb is gonna be slowed. And Seb died.
That's all I care about. Let's go. We need
Taiga,
more.
he won Saberlight. That's another +2, it seems like. Silencer with 6 extra intelligence here. At least the Yuragi is capable of making out alive, but this seems like a free tower for TSM now.
Yeah, we're really glad Dubu is being very active on this Silencer. Like, damage does tend to add up, and also Timado. We've seen in the previous game Yuragi also being active on a Monkey King early on. Not too much from Bryle. He's on top of CS, but this chains are causing a lot of issues for him.
Oh no, Dubu. He's been found a nightmare. We have the chains as well soon, but they needed 3 more seconds. In fact, Bryle wants to punish him. He did get another stack of Arcane Curse. That shouldn't be enough. Seb might be sacrificed here as Bryle blanks him once. Oh.
He has a Fairy Fire.
What a positioning from Seb. Regardless, Swashbuckle will get to him, trying to deny himself, and he will die to Saberlight instead.
These are the fights that TSM FTX wants to take. Gotta stay hydrated. Very important.
Seb really bringing the old OG into play. Once again, he did promise he would stop tipping as much. And he's back to his old self. He's feeling it. Yuragi, high fives Timado. Nice fissure covering Yuragi's escape. Oh, it seems they actually want to fight this, not just an escape. BZM scouts at Timado's Sleight of Fist. But no way to cut that tree.
Moon Meander trying to set up some vision on bottom. A bit under level on the Coddle. He does have 3 deaths. Bottom lane's completely empty and the tower is gonna die. Amar getting the most out of the lane, dragging the creep wave and farming the big camp as well.
+2 the cost.
Another +2. All right, gotta keep an eye on that.
Yeah, kids grow so fast these days. There's so much intelligence.
Yeah, he's like 4th grade right now.
Really getting through life here. As Amar, he was thinking of Moon Meander, but difficult kill. OG for now, they're gonna keep the map control. Well, equal map control, keep the pressure going, but without sacrificing Yuragi's farm here. Wary of Bryle's rotations. BZM, what's the first item for this game? You think it's the Maelstrom build as always?
Might be a BKB, depends. Probably gonna buy Mithril Hammer, see how it goes. you're playing into Night Stalker's Silence and also like Pango's Roll, Crippling Fear. If he can get like a couple of kills, he might get away with the greedier build. Just go for the Maelstrom.
I do like when you mentioned, I think a lot of pros are much more wary of the build-up to items these days, right? It's very
for
common to see the Echo Saber disassembled. All these plays years ago weren't even considered.
I don't know if that was a thing even back then.
No, I agree. BZM. Oh. There's the Arcane Curse. They're baiting
Global
out.
is available. He might pop it.
They were a bit afraid. They were scouting his Remnant as well, so they could have tried to bait it, but they didn't think they had enough damage. Oh, BZM! Just avoid the bonk with a
And now the Global comes in a little bit late.
Saber Light?
He knew. He knew exactly where he's going to come.
Silence on silence on silence, but Seb has a Nightmare to help him out. Now with a Remnant, BZM is out of here. One last void for Saberlight. He's been stopped. Those steering chains. But BZM, he's out of Remnants right now. Saberlight still wants him. He's trying to avoid some damage with Sleight of Fist. It's not going to be enough. Fissure now, hoping to punish. No Fiend's Grip on Seb, though. Makes it really difficult. We do see Amar rotating.
Amar is the most farmed... Oh, never mind, that's Monkey. Second most farmed hero in the game, and now he finally joins. Nothing to stop the TP with. Taiga's Fissure was on cooldown. Taiga, only level 4, brought the book for himself, level 5.5. Moon Meander did find some levels, level 7 right now.
Taiga did get given the tome right now, so he's very close to level 6 now. So they're going to use this power spike of both supports level 6s, both ultimates coming online around the same time. We just saw the first global for TSM. Not as impactful as they were hoping.
This Diffusal Blade on Pango is going to be pretty big, because you can burn mana on Timbersaw. Oh, big one!
He just went in onto both supports, killed them quickly. BZM TPing in the face of danger because they have a kill top. That's possible. Timado, much more valuable. Fiend's Grip is finally available. They want to cut down that tree. Timado with the Boundless Strike. He's actually going to get away.
That was a good Fissure block. Ooh, Bryle almost getting a solo kill with another Swashbuckle. He does have 16 charges. Oh, Amar.
A bait, perhaps. Amar throws the chakra. The Shield Crash actually doesn't hit them either. And Bryle's perma-stun. Bryle's been killed. He got baited by Amar on low HP. And OG was here to respond.
Also, this ward behind the tier 1 tower, providing them vision for that previous fight. And now, Yuragi, he even joins.
Yeah, Moon Meander was the target. And they're going to give it actually to BZM.
Now it's pinged out. They know. Like, they played so aggressively behind the tower, so they know that there is some kind of vision. Swashbuckle also missed. I'm not sure it would be enough. He had like 160
I don't think so.
With the Swashbuckle. Maybe he would have gotten it.
Because Swashbuckle...
A lot of armor. I mean, it's physical damage.
Exactly. And it gives reactive armor charges along the way as well, right? Yeah. So I would have said Amar probably would have lived. But, you know, you see a Timbersaw so low. It's always that little bait where you go, just a little bit more.
Gotta go for it. That's the law.
Yeah.
Gotta kill your whole team.
You gotta kill your whole team if it's worth the Timbersaw's life. Amar, still second in net worth. Yuragi still leading. But closing in as well is... Yuragi's still... Timado's still leading. Yuragi's closing in on Timado's farm as well. Close to that battlefield. Dark Ascension's been heard. Taiga with a fissure, trying to cover his escape. But he acknowledges Night Stalker can just fly right over it and gather the corpse of Taiga.
Gonna collapse on bottom tower. Yuragi immediately TP stop.
That glyph just to spite Saberlight. He doesn't get the range creep with that. What's the... Oh, actually, there's a counter rotation by OG going for mid instead, trying to force them to TP mid. Or if not, take a free tower. Their push is not very high, though.
Trying to cut down the trees, find the Monkey King. Timado getting very close to his Battle Fury. He wants to be able to match the farm of Phantom Assassin, so that's why he's going for it as well. They're playing for the later timing.
As BZM still staying in this mid lane with Seb shadowing him a little bit with Fiend's Grip available. BZM does have the Orb Corrosion, which makes his push slightly better.
BZM opting for Crystallis. It's a cheap damage item. Like before, when Crystallis was broken, everyone was buying it, especially like the top spirits from the mid lane. Yeah. Maybe he feels they need a little bit more like physical damage early on, but BKB, like I think must be Crystallis into BKB. Let's see if they can find him. He has Invis.
Global Silence Bryle. Also try to refresh his cooldowns here in case he wanted to get a swashbuckle off. On BZM, he used invisibility properly.
There's the grip.
Script, but the Wukong's command didn't get off, which means Seb will dive for this. Taiga has the Echo Slam. Is there a chance to use it? Not really. He's been killed. Timado still the target. Amar going for him, but Amar is being bursted down.
He's
the
not
Illuminate will
tanky
help.
enough.
Amar will die to TSM, who baited them out in the high ground and took him out one by one.
And they also protected Timado. That's pretty big, because he
Oh,
got the Wukong's
whoa.
command off. What are we seeing?
Nothing personal, kiddo, says Saberlight. Okay.
Yeah, there might be something personal and a couple of XDs in the chat as well. Saberlight with a cute little smile there.
Yeah. You know, Amar, known for his friendly demeanor in pubs, right? He makes
Yeah,
a lot of friends.
just business. Nothing personal here.
That's why it's Amar, the friendly guy. As Seb, you can see that in the team fight, right? He got the Fiend's Grip. He couldn't really Nightmare because he wasn't in range, of course. So there was really no better play there.
The mischief dodge from Timadito to be able to actually get it and survive there. Amar, he's not tanky. Like, he's going for extremely greedy build. He has Kaya as a first item. There's still a lot of magical damage early on. Talking about the Keeper of the Light, Bango, like even Silencer. And he does not have a Dispel mechanic.
Yep, that's very true. I think Amar was a little bit tilted there. You can see as he adjusts his posture after the message.
Gotta fix it, yeah. For everyone who's watching the stream, fix your posture. Don't sit like a shrimp.
I've never heard that, yes. As Lacoste
Well, I
does
have
the
to
exact
do it
same
as
thing.
well.
Yep. And OG, with this Battle Fury, let's see what their plan is. How are they going to create space for PA to farm and utilize it well? Bryle's Diffusal Blade, you talked about how important this power spike is. They've been utilizing it pretty well. Still nighttime, though, for another 3 minutes, rather. As BKB will come out soon for Saberlight. He did go for an early shard here for him as well. I haven't seen this as much, this early a shard for Night Stalker.
Yeah, you can grief careers. You can kill your teammates' careers with it. That's no, just kidding. You can still do it, but it's good. It's a good way to replenish mana and like keep yourself into the fight.
Okay, OG. And lose Taiga up top.
Taiga is having a really tough time. 6 deaths, getting closer to Blink Dagger. Like, we see that he has 1,800 gold saved up. And thinking about the shard, Dual Scepter to be able to have like a Dispel mechanic. But considering he's not buying anything, probably just gonna be a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, when you're a poor Earthshaker, right, you gotta just rush that Blink to have a little bit of utility. Dubu is being chopped. But Dubu has the magic wand, so he's gonna survive this Chakram. However, the tower can't move away, which means the tower will fall to Bryle.
They still want to play aggressive. As you said, 2 minutes left on that nighttime, plus also extra from the Dark Ascension.
Yep. The question is, will OG allow them to? It seems like Taiga's gonna be playing the Sacrificial Lamb here, going up to the top lane all the time, pushing the dead lane. I mean, he doesn't want to die, but it's not really his choice. He's actually gonna go for the shard.
5-6 hits.
He bought the shard before he died, though, so no gold lost there, Lacoste.
Oh, he bought the shard.
Yeah, he committed to it. I think he knows what his role is, right? Because Bane can't be the dead laner. He doesn't push.
Gonna keep the distance then, but might be a bit difficult playing against both Bango and the Night Stalker. They still don't have the Blink Daggers. Yeah, even Monkey King to be able to scout him from the trees. I think TSM is in a very good position, especially the 2 BKB timings that are gonna come out. Like Saberlight, he's 300 gold away from it, on top of Shard, Phase Boots, and you know, a casual Bracer. And also Monkey King, 1,000 gold away from his.
Oh, the smoke didn't catch Bryle there. I think they kind of saw it. It is nighttime, though.
They wanted to take the fight. Bryle with Arcane Rune and CD reduction from Keeper of the Light, that's just insane. Because you can immediately use it. Chakra is maxed out, -6 seconds, 5.6 seconds on Swashbuckle, and 7 on the Shield Crash.
BZM, they caught him with a Solar Bind.
Global is available to be able to counter it.
Fissure, plus another stun, Global Silence. That's going to be the counter Lacoste was talking about. As the Illuminator from Moon Meander keeps the enemy at bay. OG did at least force that resource, though.
They don't still have items to be able to counterplay the Global Silence. Also, one of the reasons why we don't see too much of a Silencer is tier 4 items. There's 3 Dispel items from the neutral ones, and it's kind of difficult to play into that.
So what, the Witchbane, right?
The Witchbane, yeah.
What are the...
And the two other ones. The
Stormcrafter?
Stormcrafter and also the booties, like the boots one.
Oh, right.
I forget the name of some of these
I don't
items.
remember.
Like
The booties, yeah, sure. As the Yo Scepter, as they picked up for Amar, that's the first spell we get in the game, Lacoste. You can always build them. You don't have to, rely on handouts here.
He does have Kaya Sanj.
Yeah. He's actually quite far.
Yeah, he's...
Oh, he's missing the Void Stone, sorry. He still needs that. And then he'll have the Yules completed.
Speedy rune of haste.
Taiga, do you think you still gotta build the Blink Dagger this game, or do you go for...
You have to eventually. I think for now, it's gonna be a rough road for Taiga to be able to get there.
Yep. Right now, Taiga is cosplaying Ben & Jerry's flavor, Rocky Road. As they got Seb here, Silence, trying to cover with the Chakram though, but Bryle does not care with the Rolling Thunder. And the Solar Bind will make sure to kill off Seb. Meanwhile, Taiga, at least he is far enough that he should be safe, right? Oh no, it's the Pango and Night Stalker. They're so close.
BKBs are used.
They're okay with diving the high ground just for the skill, and OG thinks we gotta punish this, but unfortunately, TSM is a hard team to punish.
OG will fight back once Phantom Assassin does have a BKB, and she's about to finish it. Level 16, Brigand's Blade done as well. It's gonna be a ton of damage. I also saw Brigand's Blade on Pango. This item is insane, because you do get 10 more damage for each 10% of HP.
Yeah.
And with the Swashbuckle, the 4 hits, it just synergizes so well.
Oh, Silencer's been cut. Dubu, he will somewhat tank the gank. Pango didn't get caught, so that's better. 689 damage from Yuragi. He himself is also going to go for the spell, Manta style on the PA, after the BKB as well.
Yeah, these are going to be the big item timings, and as I said, going and try to seek a fight once Phantom Assassin picked up the BKB. Ember is going for one, still a bit far away from it. They will take this fight. There is a global silence, only Phantom Assassin can dispel it. So can Timbersaw, but I don't think that's a big thing here.
Bryle did stop, and that means no Fiend Script for this fight. Good start for TSM, but Seb had a buyback all along. Bryle, they use the Rolling Thunder, gets bashed by the Roche, but gets away in time.
He wanted to go in and scout to see how low Roche is. Seb with the immediate buyback. There's still global silence. They did not commit.
They're fighting into the high ground as well. This is dangerous. BKB is utilized by TSM. No nighttime, you're right. Amar, up in the air he goes. Global silence as he hits the ground. And OG will lose their offlaner. They realize this was not the fight to take.
Still going inside the pit, Yuragi.
Oh, really? I don't know, Lacoste. This reminds me of SA, mate.
We'll see. There's no Wukongs, no global, nighttime. No, like no BKB on a Night Stalker, but it's gonna take them a lot of time to actually kill it if they're not committing with the rest.
If they had Desolator, right? Maybe a different story. They could sneak it quickly, but...
Sure.
Orbital Corrosion's not enough. Smoke from TSM, who...
TSM, they want a backstab.
They smelled that display. They know where the enemy team is, more or less, as they reveal now themselves in the mid lane. Blur, though, from Yuragi will keep his position somewhat hidden. But TSM, they have an inkling. They're going to set up in the high ground potentially and go... Actually, why just not Roche? It's much easier.
20 seconds until BKBs are back up online. Nighttime available with the Dark Ascension. And now inside the pit they go.
OG, they don't seem interested in contesting this. TSM will just take a free Roche here. Aegis given to Timado. And the rest of OG... Oh, actually, they try to find a counter kill onto the Coddle. Moon Meander might have just been bait. Namar took it. Fiendscript, however, it was actually Saberlight who was the one being baited, but a little bit of HP, he survives. Eats the creep. Gets a bunch more. Seb will be the first to die in this fight for OG. Second one being Saberlight now for TSM. As the Pango clears Taiga from this map. Bryle did get critted, so he wants to run away. The age is still, though, on Timado. And OG, they know there's no need to fight into the high ground again.
This was the power of a Night Stalker Shard. You can see him going into the camp, killing it. Unfortunately, it was only a small camp. If he was like closer, maybe to kill the Ancients, you can't kill Ancients during the daytime. It was nighttime. Still very good trade for them. This was Seb with the buyback. So he's still gonna need some time to farm his first item. Once again, Bryle cutting into backlines. Like, Bryle's doing so much work. Also, I love this power treads on Pango to have a little bit more attack speed because you burn more mana and then going into a BKB. He did pick up the shard, got that level 15 talent. I say that quite a lot, but one of the better 15 talents in the game. Extra 3 seconds on Rolling Thunder. That's just so good.
Recently with the COD, a lot of people were picking up the shield crash down, right? Because you get so much damage out of it. But in this game, you pointed it out, the supports don't bring that much team fights as the Global Silence. So Bryle decided to go for Rolling Thunder instead. Here, there's the Vessel build on Moon Meander, but hey!
He's still gonna connect on the way back.
That was good. That was a good Yolstar at least to get rid of the Vessel, but another charge comes out. And Damar, no matter how much you run, or fly in this case, you will still die.
And that's why I said Bryle, with this Pango, he's a real menace. He's like, he's shown throughout the DPC and also in this tournament. There was one game where he just completely popped off. He's level 18, does have enough money to buy a BKB. Phantom Assassin, we've seen today what Phantom Assassin can do in a Team Spirit game. Like, it's one of those heroes that can 1 versus 5.
For sure. So it's definitely not out for OG, but of course right now this lead is still for TSM.
It is. Timado, huge. Also, in terms of farm, 15,000 net worth on him. About to finish Aghanim Scepter, and then it's going to become very, very difficult to just go on him, especially if he gets a couple of those monkeys already.
Oh, by the way, I want to mention that play, though. What we kind of saw him to play is a little bit of a slight nerf to Pango, where apparently you can get Yolstar and BKB off between roll hits now.
Yes, that is a nerf, still very strong as a hero. But you do have 2, defensive abilities. Oh, they found him again.
Yeah, Taiga's going to try to run away here. But unfortunately, he's just creating space here for Scary. Punches Night Stalker. As Yuragi does get the Cloak of Flames off of Creep Camp. In the top lane, I see a bunch of TPs coming here. In fact, because of the outpost, they can catch a unsuspecting Seb. But loses his life. OG. They have no place in the map to be. In fact, Saberlight wants to make sure even behind their tier 2s they're unsafe, and they force a BKB from BZM there.
This Night Stalker, he's gonna scale. He's not as farmed as some other cores, but he does have his core item. He does have a BKB and a Blink Dagger. Moon Meander, was that a solo kill?
Yes, it was. Yuragi, though, is now being chased by 3, and with the reinforcement of Mar, it'll be fine. That Ag's on Timado. Not the same build that we saw last game for OG. The strength of the Ags this game, what can you see for it?
Just to be able to stand in the fight, especially against Timbersaw as well, who wants to stay in a fight for a very long time, it can shred him.
And talking about builds, Ember Spirit's also decided to go for the Daedalus with full commitment to the physical damage. That's going to be quite interesting. Oh, that Daedalus won't help you, though, against his silence.
They know there's no BKB on him, but the grip, global immediately.
Global immediately, no way to dispel for a lot of these heroes, Seb. There is no grip, there is no life for Seb. Amar trying to tank best he can. Yuragi comes in, trying to finish off Saberlight. Yul Scepter saves Amar there, but they're just jumping for him. Nothing personal, as Moon Meander throws another voice line out, and they continue to attack this tower. Yuragi looking for an opportunity to engage. He's been hit by the Solar Bind.
He's not moving.
He isn't, but he does have a BKB, so he could still save himself. However, the stun comes from out of vision. Yuragi forced to BKB immediately. Saberlight covers his back, making sure to attack Taiga. Taiga still silenced. Taiga will go down. BZM helps in getting the kill on Bryle. He got rid of part of the team fight, see an opportunity to go for Moon Meander, and they'll at least secure 2 kills. But Timado's still alive and kicking. However, the Fissure stops him. They cut down his tree. Saberlight covering for him. Yuragi has to die. They will get him. Echo Slam, though. On Timado, not enough. And they're lacking their biggest source of damage. Yuragi does not have that BKB, that buyback, which means they just have to retreat.
Yeah, they do. They were fighting underneath the ward this whole time, so they did manage to kill Bryle. Bryle was worth a lot of gold there, 600 and also extra 400. But yeah, they did bring down the Phantom Assassin. I hear a BKB, just testing it out. It works. Gotta give it a try. It's still a 6-second BKB. He's pretending that this didn't happen.
That's the key.
I hope no one noticed.
So yeah, it's good to try out your items, right? Because if not, in the middle of a fight, that's definitely another moment to test him out.
Good illusion rune as well to be able to like dispel things, but yeah, that he's pinging it out immediately. He knows that they are fighting underneath the ward. I love positioning from Dubu in these fights. He's staying so far away. He's waiting until the BKBs are down, and Timado, he doesn't even go down because he was holding on to BKB for a very long time. Global Silence is up again.
Got Wraithback as well, finishing the Coddle here from Moonmeander. He grew a taste for this item last game. He's like, you know what? I don't care if I'm Coddle, I'll build it too. And Spirit Form does give you a huge range on this Wraithback totem now.
It also does give you extra lifesteal on the cores, like extra damage on the Pango. Ooh, Pango!
Great
that
shield crash.
Mindbreaker might cause a little bit of issues. He also has it on the Pango, so you have like guaranteed silence.
He was going for Basher earlier, but it seems like he's going for Satanic now, Lacoste.
I don't mind that. It's all about the survivability and also being able to like dispel things, especially the chains. Timado, they found Taiga.
He doesn't have Echo Slam. Oh, he's just going to die. The rest of OG. Go back to go back to base, Amar, right? No? Okay. They want to stay in this mid lane. They saw a lot of resources being used here by TSM. They think we can still get a lane out of this with Seb covering Yuragi. TSM, though, they see an opportunity. Saberlight's still flying, has a Blink Dagger. Saberlight is fearless.
Oh, he knows exactly where he is.
He goes right for Seb. Fiend Script. There's no global silence.
Buyback global.
Buyback, but he doesn't have it yet. It's still on cooldown. Seb will die to Saberlight regardless, as Amar gets away with one last Timber Chain, but they're still chasing after him. Timado has that tree dance available. A lot of trees being cut down by Amar. It's hit. No, the swashbuckle misses. Amar is capable of making out alive.
Nah, this is the power of 5 Silencer. If you know, like in these mid-game fights, that there's a possibility you're gonna die. So save a buyback, pop a global. They got the 2 kills still out of it. Nothing too valuable. Dubu is relatively farmed. I'm a big fan of like just stay further away, try to farm your refresher, and then you can sit in the base. Do absolutely nothing as the hero. It's especially if you play like heroes against, let's say Enigma or Enigma. That's the only one that I could think of because there's one specific game that I remember a player doing it. Just like not being in a fight, waiting until Enigma uses the black hole. That was his job.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this game is kind of with the Fiend Script. I mean, it was so quick, I actually thought he didn't use it. I got surprised by that little global because I saw the square immediately going down. Because my eyes, again, as we tested last game, don't really work that well.
Yeah, you might need to see that check.
I got your glasses now, Lacoste. This is all I need. Seb finally built the Force Staff. That's going to be his only item in this game, most likely.
Well, he does have Psychic Headband, so there's a possibility that he like pushes people away from him, and if somehow he stays away in a fight, can potentially push out Monkey King out of Wukong's command. There's also the same item on Keeper of the Light, so Psychic Headband and the Spirit Form. He can stay really far away from a fight. Trying to get a Ghost Scepter, that's going to be his protection against the physical damage from both Ember and mostly Phantom Assassin. TSM did swap the items, so Night Stalker is the one holding onto Mindbreaker. So having like an extra layer of silence on him, and Pango, he feels like he needs a bit more tankiness, so he's the one who picked up the Blast Rig.
Yeah, and we also get an MKB now on Timado, which we talked about.
It's his own KB, yeah.
This is the way that he has to deal with the PA's evasion. Big point of inflection here for TSM. OG really need to get the right team fight out. Taiga just needs to be useful, honestly.
Finally, he does have a Blink Dagger. And he also needs to wait for Global to be down, or they need to find the Silencer. Amar, very aggressive on the enemy side of the map.
That's what Amar's been doing this whole game. Playing aggressively, giving vision that way. This time, they think they can sneak in a row.
They might. It's already half HP. This is gonna be big if they can pick it up. Timado scouting things out.
He did scout indeed, and they see the opportunity to go in anyway. Wraithback has been sent out, so Timado can set up for that Wraithback. Sorry, for that Wukong's command.
He's already setting up the monkeys with the Ags.
Oh, Wraithback, of course, also aggroes the Roche out of the pit constantly as well, because it deals damage. Now, here we go, Saberlight directly onto Taiga.
But the grip!
They do save him with a clip. Global Silence immediately. As Taiga does manage to blink away. Saberlight, though, is in a pickle.
He's checking.
is becoming a ward now, and now the ward's been de-warded. Saberlight's dead, so is Taiga though, so at least they got rid of the Echo Slam potentially. We do see a chase now after Bryle. Bryle, though, did go for a bunch of tanky items. Activates his BKB. Now Bryle still getting dealt a lot of physical damage.
Oh,
but
the
he's
Satanic!
fine. The Satanic saves him. They kill Yuragi right after. Seb was just standing here, nothing to do. Amar.
That was so clutch. Giving him chakra so that he has a swashbuckle and then pops a Satanic. With these items are actually keeping him alive. Not just that, but because he swapped the item, getting that blast rig instead.
So well played. The BKB right before as well, right? Baiting it to the very last second.
There is a shard. Who are they gonna give it to? Dubu? Nah, Moon Meander's gonna eat it. Yeah, that was very clutch. But Night Stalker, as you said, was checking on top, and yeah, they already used everything, and Chakra Magic, Swashbuckle, Satanic, back to full HP. Yuragi just disappeared from 100 to 0.
Yeah, that was incredible. Saberlight pretty proud of himself. He knows he died for the team there. TSM, they have the opportunity now to go to the high ground. That Wraithback is covering this push as well. Taiga does preserve the Echo Slam at least, because he died too quickly that last fight. But can they do anything?
Available in 15.
Oh, that is too scary. Seb will have his Fiend's Grip at the same time.
It's just very difficult for Bane to play the game. Like, every single time he uses the grip, if he's not dead, they're gonna pop it. They want to be able to, like, just let Night Stalker roam around freely, and as well as Pango. And now Pango going into Basher. He almost has it. His career is dead, also level 24. Like, Night Stalker becomes extremely tanky and does a ton of damage with just getting levels.
Yep.
His talents are insane.
Yep. And Saberlight has been playing such a fantastic game, literally night and day with last game, because he feels much more enabled this time.
It's going to be a triple Basher soon on side of TSMF. I don't think I've seen so many Bashers queued up so early on.
That is a rough one to play against. They literally have so much control already. Seb, they're actually just silencing him. There we go, finally finishing him off. Bryle's a target apparently for Yuragi, but Yuragi, you're fighting against 4. Can he actually 1v5 here? He decides he can't. However, that BKB got used, which means he's now at the mercy of the Rolling Thunder. Bunk!
Another
Go
silent.
for the second one. And Yuragi will be savior of the Fissure. Little bit of lifesteal. Gets the Satanic off as well, but that doesn't matter against the overwhelming damage of Timado.
There's so many silences. Still double damage up and running on Pango.
OG just can't fight freely. This Earthshaker has been cancelled the whole time. Another time that Saberlight just destroys Taiga as BZM comes back in. BKB, one more second. BZM needs an escape plan.
There's the grip.
There's the escape plan with a
He's so tanky.
For Bryle, Moon Meander also dies here thanks to BZM's incursion. Timado now in trouble himself. He will lose the Aegis. But Timado.
Taiga still looking for an opening with this Echo Slam.
He is. Can he get it with Saberlight not having Dark Ascension this time? He does try, and he does get 2.
But there's no follow-up.
Finally, but there's just no damage. Taiga came in, and just as quickly he left. Timado will now get a free lane
heals. There's so much healing coming up from the Spirit Vessel, Keeper of the Light, and also shard from a Night Stalker. They're in on again.
They're in on BZM. The Nightmare's not going to save him from the crippling fear. Goodbye to BZM. Buyback immediately. Amar activating BKB, hoping to at least kill Timado here, but Timado's healing a bit too much. Amar doesn't have enough damage. He will fall. OG going in 1 by 1, not getting the team fight they were looking for.
Everyone is so low, and they just keep resetting.
Bryle. He got the Diffusal Blade off on Seb.
He will get recalled by Caudle.
He will. Seb, one last shout for the boys. They lose BZM. They lose
I believe that's it, Avo.
GG TSM take a 2-0 against OG. I believe our first one of the day.
Give me high five. No one wants to give him high five.
Oh, yes.
He gave him himself.
Yeah, the high five into the face bump. That's my favorite one. Let's go, Moon.
Oh, man. What a performance. Like, he did so much work on this Night Stalker. Saberlight cutting into backlines, finding Seb every single time. Not just Seb, but also Taiga. Taiga, I think he used 2 Echo Slams this game. It was a difficult one. Dubu first game, like one of these two heroes that got picked for the first time had to lose, and Earthshaker is on the losing side.
Yes. He just got cancelled. A nice
100% win rate silencer in the major.
Best hero.
Pretty much. Bryle also on Pango doing a lot of work. Like the whole squad played so well. I think leaving Tomato alone and just getting him levels, and then Dubu walking around collecting some of the easy intelligence early on did set him up for a really good game. And Saberlight, he was non-stop active.
Indeed. We did see a really clean performance from TSM until now. They were one of the teams that were not doing as much of the rush at you style, right? This time, we saw why this consistency pays off, man. When it comes, when they have the big team fight, they execute it perfectly, and this squad's looking much better than many people expected.
Oh, for sure. They did it for EG. I mean, they're NA's last hope. They had to, show what they're made of.
Yeah. And with that, guys, this series comes to an end. Very excited to see the last series of the day, which is going to be T1 versus Gaming Gladiators. But of course, before that, we do have a great analysis from our stream on our panel. So let's go to them and see what they have to say about...
About what? About great analysis. There will be a winner's interview with Slacks and one of the TSM guys. We'll find out who in a bit, and we'll analyze all of that after this break. TSM FTX, they beat OG down to the lower bracket here in the upper bracket of the Stockholm Major, and therefore TSM are getting some points. They're now sitting on 910, which, apart from if they somehow managed to royally ruin things in the DPC next tour, they are pretty much slotted for TI, so congratulations to them. Fantastic performance. I'm joined by Sunsfan, Cinderin, and SVG. And Sunsfan, I want to start with you because during the game there was one thing in particular that you would like to see a highlight of, isn't that right?
What?
You said this is the fight you want to highlight.
All right, let's see what I don't remember what that was.
Is this one?
Let's see. There's a fight going on here. That's an Ember Spirit. I have no recollection of this. I won't lie to you, Shiver. I would never do such a thing.
I think it has something to do with Satanic, if I'm not
Oh, that's right. Yes, of course. The Satanic on Pangolier. Very
Okay,
low
that was
HP.
not the one. Was it?
That was not the clip, but we'll just... You guys saw it. I buy Satanic in my Pango games.
Oh, yeah?
I get flamed.
Why?
It's so good.
Maybe it's because
can
you don't
use
hit your swashbuckles when you have it.
Cinder, that's not very nice to look down upon those that you look down upon.
All right, so it was a fantastic game by TSM. We'll hear more from Dees Jensen in a little bit, but of course that series MVP must be said. It probably was for Moon. His first game, it was a game where Noto actually tweeted that was the best Mirana performance that he's ever seen, and he's seen a lot of Mirana performances. So rightfully so, MVP, and Slacks is standing by with that MVP right now.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shiver. A fantastic series, Moon. It was Seb said best Mirana he's ever seen. That's what we thought watching that one. How was game one for you, buddy?
Man, it was so good. Like, I felt like I was in the zone. I barely say anything, but when I say something, I like, yo, this Evoker's gonna come here. I'm gonna arrow him right now. Get rid of the bots. I set it all up. I was like, I don't know why, but I was in the zone, man.
Yeah. This guy says he hardly says anything. After that game two, you literally stood up and said, "Where's your fucking timber saw, baby? Bring me more timber saws." How did it feel to crush that timber?
Yeah, like every team were like being bitches and like banning Timbersaw. Like the whole group stage, I'm like, he didn't get to play Timbersaw one time. Like last Timbersaw game 27 days ago, I'm like, you know what? Tomatoes, Monkey King versus guys Timbersaw. I'm all in Tomato Monkey King, man.
Well, absolutely. Worked out for you guys. No hard feelings, it seems like. After that game, Seb, No Tail, they just came out. You guys, like, hugged it out, talked about how hype you were. What'd you guys talk about? It was all smiles.
We were giving respect to each other, they were like, they called me a fucker for banning Moon Hunter because they wanted it. And I'm like, yo, we have to ban it. You're a 2-time TI winner, you guys like the GOATs of Dota. I respect you guys, and there was no ego. When I approach OG, a lot of people like try to beat them or whatever. I'm just like, I just fully respect them and what they achieved, and I just attack them on a logical level.
Yes.
That's what I did.
That is the classy move right there. They were trying to attack you guys on kind of a pub level. A lot of tips, a lot of voice lines. Yeah, does that affect you?
No, I just kept praising them, and all the time I'm like, man, you're a 2-time TI winner, because kill him with kindness.
Kill him with
kindness.
That's how you survive NA. That's how you become a pro player from NA Dota. Killing them with kindness. Speaking of which, last question for you. You're the last ones. You're the ones who are representing the region, and you just destroyed the #1 placing EU champs there. You're fighting it out for NA, buddy. How's it feel? Any pressure?
No pressure. No pressure, because we don't need to win. We're the underdogs, but we're going to win.
Absolutely. All right, he is going to win. Well, I heard you got locked out of your room today, but you're definitely not locked out of this series, buddy, and you'll be continuing. Hope you can find that key, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, we'll pass it back to you.
Zero context.
Do you want to give some context?
I was just roaming around in the hallways, getting ready to come to work, and I saw Moon Meander. He's apparently 2 doors away from me. He's struggling to get his door open. He's like, I think I just got locked out of my room. I'm like, all right, see ya.
Good luck.
And Slacks, was given the information just now and had zero context, didn't explain anything. That's Slacks at his best, I guess.
Slacks at his best. I must say, though, Moon Meander's in high spirits. You love to see it. This guy's been playing Dota forever, and he is actually the oldest player playing at this tournament as well, SPG. I mean, massive respect to him this series, right?
He has been around the block before. I think it's cool to see Moon has come so far. Now he's killing people with kindness. Because there were a lot of years that was not the case. So he has evolved in his Pokemon evolution. He's at the 3rd stage, taking down TI Championship org. Super excited for him, honestly. This guy he is the backbone of that team. He's the workhorse. He's done the drafting, the coaching, the psychological therapy, the captaining, the in-game playing for that team for such a long time.
Did you buy groceries too?
Probably, he was complaining about some of the budgeting a while back. So it's really cool to see them succeed. Top 6, it's probably their best placement 3 years almost.
Yeah, as this
Crazy
squad
to
is
think
for sure. Of course, Moon Meander has won majors in the past. It was with OG, actually. So, but it's been a while since they have done as well as they're doing right now, and they're now guaranteed top 8. We can take a look at the brackets also where to see where OG is right now, because, of course, it's the upper bracket. Means they're not out just yet. They drop down to the lower bracket, and they get their opponent from Group A. It is BOOM Esports. They already played earlier, of course, and in typical BOOM Esports fashion, it was a tie. So we're going to see that one solved in the lower bracket later in elimination. I believe that series is actually happening tomorrow around this time, so make sure you check that out. But TSM FTX looking hot. This is the first 2-0 of the day, Sin.
Yeah, and they deserve it. We were talking about some question marks we had about the strategy, how well this was going to work out. That Night Stalker last pick was actually a stroke of genius. Like, neither of us thought it was going to have this impact. Like, we saw the logic. We're like, this is going to be a hard lineup to play. Saberlight was super confident all game. He just ran in, he found the kills, and he inverted the Moon Meander situation from the first game. So this time around, it was Saberlight killing everyone while Moon was dying on Coddle, instead of, the Underlord feeding away a little bit and Moon Meander carrying him around. So everybody got their moment in the sun this series, and TSM, amazing. Good stuff.
In the darkness.
Yeah.
In the dark.
In the darkness.
That's why I like you.
Very good stuff indeed. They don't know their opponent yet in the upper brackets. That will be decided in our upcoming series, which will be happening very, very shortly. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with T1 versus Gaming Gladiators.
No, I don't really care about MMR, to be honest. I mean, it doesn't really reflect on your gameplay in competitive, but what it gives you is, if you have like, for example, if you have rank 1, it gives you more confidence, you know, so.
It is Dota time for the last time today, or at least one more best of 3 in the upper brackets here for the Stockholm Major, powered by Intel. We got Gaming Gladiators taking on T1 here for the honor of, well, if you lose, you're going up against Fnatic, and if you're winning, you're going up against TSM FTX. So both are going to be scary opponents, but this series, of course, Gaming Gladiators and T1, they're definitely ready for this one. I'm joined by Sunsman, Cinnamon, and Avo. Avo, great to have you on the panel. I just want to straight up first ask how you think this series is going to go.
Do this IRL, apparently.
You can't talk to me? What is that, then? I don't know. Is it?
That's good. All right.
Yeah?
This series is going to be very exciting.
Yeah.
I thought I praised Gaming Gladiators very highly before this tournament. T1 was looking a little bit shaky in the DPC, but in majors, they just popped off. And T1, still one of my favorite teams.
Yep.
I think the team fight's going to be great.
The team fights are going to be great. I can't wait for those to happen. First, though, I mean, they got a draft as well, of course. They got to win the draft if they want to. What do you think, Cinch? Who's going to win the draft? If they can.
That's a kind of a weird, or not weird, but it's kind of a hard answer to give before a full-on best of 3. Who's going to win the draft?
Well, because I was going to go somewhere with that.
Okay, I don't know. Where are you going to go with it?
I was going to go with, so the draft, Gaming Gladiators throughout the tour, they have Immortal Faith drafting for them. Better yet, if you saw them on the cameras during the DPC tour, you would have noticed that barely anybody of the team actually talks during the draft, other than the coach. However, coach is not here. It is different, and obviously it's been. I mean, they're in upper bracket. They've been doing something right. They've been working on drafting. I think Celery is the one that is doing the drafting right now. But then it's Celery versus March.
Yeah. Well, they won group without coach, so hard not to have confidence in Gaming Gladiators. I think a couple of the things that have been run in this tournament, they've kind of been front runners. They came in with some of the meta. They're one of the only teams that actually plays some of the older stuff, like Celery's rocking the Enchantress. You know, you have like these couple of like. It's not only that either. I'm trying to think. There's like one more hero that's at the tip of my tongue that they run all the time that other teams don't rate very highly.
Chen?
It's eluding me right now.
Chen and Lycan didn't really work out for them.
Yeah, they have the Chen Lycan strat, which is also very unique to them, but that hasn't seen the same success.
No.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make here is that they play some of the same meta stuff that the other teams do, but they have like their own like specialties that they run. And if T1 aren't prepared for that style because they haven't trained against it in the group, since no other teams really play like Gaming, then that could become a problem.
Well, for Gaming Gladiators, this is the first LAN that they've ever played in. T1, on the other side, they're quite a bit more experienced. Of course, they placed top 8 at the last international, slightly different roster. But before that, at the Animajor, they made a very deep run, Suns fan, coming 3rd in Kiev that time.
That's right. They were very good the entire year. Stop laughing. This is my normal voice. No, they were. I mean, they were SEA's pride and joy last year.
Oh, what do you mean? Where? What?
What?
Still are.
I mean, they got 3rd.
At that major, you mean?
At the DPC.
At the DPC? Yeah, because there's 3 top-tier teams.
No, I agree, but that you can only have one pride and joy. I mean, EG is obviously not the pride and joy of NA.
They got first.
It is TSM FTX.
But they got first.
I'm talking about this event. I'm talking about the transition from
How can you
back
say
then
they got
to now.
3rd then? The event isn't over.
If you have 2 children, can't they both be your pride and joy?
You choose one. See, that's the thing. That's the thing a lot of people mistake. You ask your father or your mother, who's your favorite? They're not going to tell you. It's like, oh, we love you both equally. That's impossible. I have 3 cats. One of them sucks, and I tell him every day. And one of them's the best, and the other one's just okay. And that's fine. That's how life is, Avo.
My dad used to say, not you, but I'm an only child.
At least he's honest.
Well, I don't know how I was going to segue to this one, but I would love to hear some insight, not from these 3, but from Whitemon, from T1.
Good idea.
I think this is our first time against the Gaming Gladiator. We never scrim against them. Maybe this game is gonna be a tough game, but I think we're still confident against them. I think what makes us a good team, I think we're like playing together like 2 years already, and we got like a good chemistry. I think our playstyle is like we just like winning the lanes, and after winning the lanes, we're kind of like snowballing, and even we're losing, I think we still can like come back and play together, something like that. Yeah, that's our playstyle. There is a different like vibes because I think we need to adjust also against like Europe teams or NA teams, something like that. I think every games we need to adjust.
Different vibes for sure when you're playing on LAN, and we'll see how those vibes will affect the two teams playing. We're ready for the draft of the first game of this best-of-3 series. We'll be back after the break. Gaming Gladiators versus T1 coming at you live here from Stockholm. Will we see Zephyr's Treant? Will we see Boom's Ember Spirit? Will we see Carl's Lina? The answers to all of that we'll find in the draft right here, as it should be live right about now. We're joined by Sans Van Sinderen and Avo, and they're going to say a lot of smart things about the draft. And to be honest, I think that those 3 hero combinations that I just mentioned, I don't think we should be seeing them because they're all 3 incredibly strong. But let's find out what's going to happen. Avo, is there anything in particular you would love to see in this matchup?
I mean, I would love to see a Treant that you mentioned, but I'm pretty sure they're going to ban that.
Yeah.
Zephyr's kind of a monster on that hero.
Well, we have the tree in first phase banned because Zephyr is kind of a monster on the hero.
Yep.
And the rest is all still in the pool if we want a Lina or an Ember to come up. We've got a Storm straight up from Gaming Gladiators, so that will be Boom's hero there. Right, Sin?
Yeah, it's guaranteed mid, and obviously something that's interesting about this that stands out to me a bit more than the Storm, because a lot of teams have been playing this and rating it very highly as a first phase pick. I think T1 rates Shadow Shaman higher than any other team.
Yes.
They're first phasing this hero, and just looking at the overall pick order, who had complete first pick here?
It would have been
a little bit of calculated backwards here.
I think it would have been Gladiator.
I think so too, right?
Yes.
And T1 is Dire right now, right?
Yes.
Which is interesting because the reason Shaman went so high in priority is the Roche, obviously the Roche potential. So a lot of teams, particularly in Europe, has been taking it as a Radiant hero because obviously easier Roche potential. But a couple of teams, both in SA and SEA, have discovered that when you play when your Roche taker is a support, you can kind of sneak it with a simple smoke because it's actually much easier. And Shaman missing from the map is not something you can actually check Roche for. And they've been doing Roches like minute 10, 11. And it's not so much about the map control that you have with Radiant to take Roche, but the surprise factor of Dire taking a Roche early and denying that advantage from Radiant.
It's definitely something that they could be looking for. I think in this tournament in general, I would say teams have been paying very much more attention to Roche than I'm used to seeing.
Yes.
Like we've had very few sneaks, and the teams that do discover it also discover it earlier than usual. So I think the teams have just really improved a lot in keeping tabs on the Roshan pit in general.
True.
So on top of that, Gaming Gladiators also have some really good heroes for contesting that pit if it comes to it. Like Enchantress can scout it with a creep. You have Storm Spirit who can try to snipe it and steal it, or at least get vision. So I don't think it's going to be that easy of a task for T1, but definitely a big part of the reason they're picking this hero, together with Pugna, also just like really strong abilities to take early towers, right? Try to limit the map space that Gaming Gladiators get to play with.
I have a suggestion. I'm allowed one.
Mirana?
I'm allowed one bad suggestion and one good.
Okay,
which
per game. For Gaming Gladiators, they're not going to pick it yet. It's going to be a 5th pick, but they're not going to see it coming because nobody picks this hero anymore. His name is Lifestealer. It's a very good Lifestealer game.
Why?
You have a Nullifier builder. Rage against all these heroes is amazing, and you have a bomb for Storm Spirit.
I don't think it's a Nullifier builder, right? It's more like you build Nullifier because the crap counters you.
Yes, he's a Nullifier builder, though, because he does build it, Avo.
You know what's actually so on point about your analysis is Enchant actually spells offensively. So you won't even need it. That's how smart you are. You
That's
actually
true.
guessed that perfectly.
Yeah, so as he pointed out, he's a Nullifier buyer, but he won't have to buy it, and therefore it doesn't matter.
Now he'll be using Enchant on creep, so it'll always be on cooldown. So you need that Nullifier anyway.
Oh.
You see.
That's good.
That's actually a really good point. Like players, when you play Dota, don't really play around each other very well.
No.
But these teams do, so they will work together.
Sometimes.
And right now, they will work together by picking Nyx, because he is insane in this game. They will not pick Nyx.
That
That's
looks weird.
unfortunate.
You know, this is one of the few teams that actually consistently plays the Bane in the 4 position with Tofu.
Yeah.
You know,
And often in combination with the Enchantress.
it's true. Because Celery will dominate the lane, and Tofu gets a lot more space to farm. We've seen the strength of the Ags.
My goodness.
And this is also one of the teams I've noticed. If you actually checked their Dota, a lot of their Dota accounts, right, that they have. Celery was practicing a lot of CM and Winter Wyvern before the major, which showed to me he thinks Zoo is kind of back in meta. And that's why we're seeing Ace practicing a lot of Beastmaster, Lycan, and the Visage as well. And we know Ace is kind of one of those. He used to play those heroes as carry, so he just.
All right, I've had one suggestion. This is my second, and I won't talk the rest of the panel, I promise. Okay.
Thank
so the
God.
first was Lifestealer.
Yeah.
If it's not Lifestealer, this is for a gaming again.
Okay.
It's Juggernaut. Okay.
Well, most of Dairatcho's heroes have been banned out in the second phase in the CK, the Bloodseeker, and the Monkey King, so he has to play something new. We'll find out what that is. We will get the Carolina, and to be honest, I think that guy is... I mean, he is the real carry. In this game, Gabi, and maybe he'll be the one playing the Bristleback, but it's Carl you should keep your eyes on because his Lina is pretty crazy. And Lycan has not been having success for Gaming Gladiators yet. We did see it win earlier today in the hands of 33, and we'll see how Ace does this time around. I also want to point out that Enchantress for Gaming Gladiators, 100% win rate so far.
How many games?
That is 3 games in the group stages, which is pretty impressive considering they went, I guess they went 8-4. I guess it's 6-4 games they actually played. So out of the 6 games they won, 3 of them were with Enchantress.
Good.
Pretty decent.
I guess it's also worth highlighting that this Bristleback pick was what Liquid ran against Gaming Gladiators when they stomped them when they were running a Lycan strat.
Exactly.
But in that game, I think the conditions for Bristle were better than this one. I think this time around, Gaming Gladiators are a little less one-dimensional, and T1's lineup is, as crazy as this might sound, I actually think they're slower at pushing than what Liquid could do in that game. Liquid had a Visage strategy with... I'm trying to remember
It was
all
a
the
mid
heroes.
Visage for Mickey, I believe.
Yeah,
he went Aura Builder.
They were super strong, super fast, and Gaming Gladiators had a very slow lineup because they last picked a PA carry.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to make the same mistake
It was
again.
Sven carry, I remember.
No, they had a PA that
Are
game.
you sure? Oh, okay.
100%.
Never mind.
They might, but they've played it more than once. They might have had a Lycan Sven in another game, but not in that one.
Because I remember Lycan
They did
Sven
have
game.
a Lycan Sven against TSM when they played.
That was it. That was the game. Yeah, they also
Yeah.
got destroyed as well because they were a bit slower. So I do find the Gaming Gladiators kind of been tuning this out, and hopefully Duracho picks a faster carry this time. But with Bristleback, you usually want to pick a faster carry anyway. So I'm hoping to see, honestly, a nurse or something on that would be nice.
Yeah, the thing that makes PA so good against Bristle in theory is that she's one of the carries that can just overpower him really easily. They're actually going to ban it here, T1. So
because the shard as well.
The shard primarily, right? You just break him yourself and just kill him off very quickly with Wolf Bite on you as well. T1 are still going to respect it though, unlike Liquid in that series that we had, because Liquid were like, we're just going to run you over if you pick this hero, and they were right. That's exactly what happened. Gaming Gladiators this time around, I think the Enchantress is going to play a really key role in the... It always plays a key role in the early lane stage, but I think they specifically picked this against Shaman as a solution. Shaman is a very adept laner in the way T1 play it, but Ench really shuts him down super hard if she comes in with any decent creep, like Chain Lightning Harpy, or, I mean, anything you can imagine, Mana Burn creep. Just controls the lane really, really well.
Also, we've seen some enchanters starting to play the Whirlwind, the Wild Wing Ripper a lot.
Yeah.
And what you can do is you can use it on your teammates and actually move them away from the potential shackles, and that really disturbs the early game ganks for the Shaman, especially. It's gonna be a Tiny in the end.
Faster carry.
It is.
I like it. He's gonna buy Silver Edge, so it's gonna work similar to what PA can offer. Like, he can kill Bristle on his own, and Tiny with Wolf Bite. You guys remember TI-10?
That's true.
I remember TI-10.
Yep.
I also remember it losing to Wyvern, but I don't think T1 are going to pick that. So if I'm Gaming Gladiators, I'm not worried about that hero very much.
That being said, Tiny is the hero with one of the lower win rates this event so far. So we'll see how it works out. What does T1 need? Because it looks like it's going to probably be an offlaner. They obviously have some flex potential with the Bristle there, but they have a lot of time to still think about this one. We got the Underlord and the Timbersaw banned out. Mars, of course, already removed from the pool earlier on. Viper also removed. What's it going to be?
Tiny counters, right? There's Necrophos is still in the pool, I believe. Which is, there's a lot of heroes that are a bit scary to him, but he could deal with Tiny well. The lane is kind of strong. The Enchantress is a bit scary, though.
Carry Windranger for Gabby, and then offlane Bristle.
Offlane Bristle.
I'm just saying it because they carry
He
Windranger.
has done it.
I don't think it's particularly good here.
The DK would have been nice, actually. I would have liked the DK, but of course, first face ban because T1 has been dominating with that hero.
All of Gaming Gladiators bans, I think, are very good this game.
Yeah.
Especially the last phase. I think banning Underlord and Timber here is the way to go. You protect yourself from some of the flexibility that Bristleback could have by being put on carry this game by taking the 2 offlaners out of the pool that would totally annihilate your 2 strength cores. So I think that's pretty wise. If you're... I'm trying to look at it from... So I think in that game, Liquid had... Also, they had Coddle Bristle, I believe, in the game that they ran at this. And now that they don't have the Coddle, they don't really have a battery for the Bristle.
If they want to, they can get a Coddle.
They can get Coddle, but then they're...
Oh. I was not expecting that, but they have run Cuckoo Phoenix before, so it could very likely be an offline Phoenix here.
Yep.
Got the extra sustain, of course, coming out for the Bristle as well, which is great. Overall, does it get what we wanted for T1? Are there any egg hitters for Gaming Gladiators?
There are not. That's why this pick is good, and it's what they're aiming for, right? The slight downside I see is that a lot of the times when you pick Phoenix, you really want some sort of zone control so you can guarantee the Supernova has value, like Chrono, Arena, something like that, Ravage. This time around, all they have is a Shackle. So realistically speaking, finding major supernovas here for Cuckoo is going to be difficult. And on top of that, Boom and Ace in this case are both playing very high mobility heroes that can get away. So if you supernova and they reset, maybe they can still turn the fight around on you afterwards. But I do like the logic from T1 of, we're going to go to your towers with Pugna Shaman, going to force a fight, and good luck fighting into our Phoenix, right? So you can kind of force them to take a fight on your terms, and in that case, the supernova might still be high impact.
And when you run at them, for example, with Storm Lycan, depending on the positioning, they're alone, then you supernova onto them. They've wasted their initiation, maybe a lot of mana as well, and all of a sudden the Phoenix lives. And this is where the core Phoenix come into play. If this was a 5 Phoenix, yeah, sure, he gets destroyed. But with a 3 Phoenix, you get more counterplay options, and T1 can play around this. I do like their draft a lot, actually.
And I know you didn't get the heroes you wanted, Suns fan. Are you still happy to see the drafts? No?
Do you see the egg? What's an egg killer?
Nothing.
Life Stealer, Juggernaut.
That's true.
I knew ahead of time. T1 will win.
All right, let's find out if analyst Suns fan is correct here in the opening game of this best of 3 series. We're heading over to Cap and SVG.
That's right, for our final match of the night, it is a clash of regions and a clash of strategy. We've got on one side the speed of Western Europe versus the power of Southeast Asia, and not only, you know, different regions obviously, but these teams, they have different ideas to the game, right, SVG? We've talked about this.
I think Gaming Gladiators is definitely an early game oriented team. They want to build the momentum fast early, jam it into you, not give you a chance to come back. This is why this is one of the only teams here still playing Enchantress. And on that flip side, T1, I call these guys kings of the ultra late. If it gets there, they just find a way to win.
Yeah. What's it like playing against T1? Obviously, you guys just last year were in a tough scenario for top 4, I believe. It was what, the upper bracket semifinals.
Top
Quincy
3
Crew versus top 3. Excuse me. Yes, top 3. Quincy Crew versus T1. You guys played a full series against them. What's it like playing against T1?
Well, that was a series where we learned about T1 Doom. I think a lot of other people did, and to our detriment. This is a team that every time you win or lose a fight and the game still progresses, you feel bad past a certain point. The later the game goes, you just feel like they have this weird inevitability. And even this game, looking at their lineup, oh, it's a bristleback Pugna Shaman. Maybe it's some fast push. Don't be confused. This is some secret scale tech, you know? These guys are perfectly happy to go the 40, the 50, the 60 minutes, almost no matter what. That is their wheelhouse. I think the name of the game in this series is if it gets to that point, I think it starts to favor them more and more. Almost despite whatever hero matchups exist. Like and Tiny be damned, I would still favor them.
And one of those things has got to be just their team fight prowess, right? I mean, I would say that these guys are absolutely, last year they were one of the absolute best teams at being able to start fights, reset fights, and go again.
I mean, their late game team fighting is absolutely astounding.
Uh-oh.
The rune fighting, though, that's another question.
Yeah, the early push in from Gaming Gladiators seems like they're picking up the speed already, and they're going to go for the first blood onto Gabby and should be able to get it. They cop a lot of damage in return, but with 3 heroes here, they can keep Whitemon out of lane. Whitemon's going to continue to use his movement speed advantage in long range to keep poking at them as they try and retreat. Celery and Tofu will make sure they're fighting together. But it does look like they're going to be going for an aggro tri lane, and they're going to be giving Ace the solo lane. This is more flavor from Gaming Gladiators that we're used to. They like their summon heroes. They like this Enchantress quite a bit, and the Chen, actually. And they like being able to do aggro tri lanes. What is it about that they like these concepts so much?
Well, Ace used to be a carry, you know, so anytime he can get some farm, some solo XP, he's going to be pretty happy. I think his hero pool is just one of those hero pools where if he can get a 1-on-1 or even 1-on-2 if he can survive it, his heroes, they use the XP so well. Lycan's another one of these. If you can get to the fast 8 to 9 range, he's going to be super happy. And the same with some of these broods and those types of heroes. The downside is you end up in these 1-on-2s. You can get heavily abused, as we've seen. And this is another situation where hopefully they learn from that other series. You have to get the punish on the other end, which is lay the damage into Gabby and make sure he's not getting as much CS as he would prefer to be getting in this Bristle early game.
Yeah, it seems like T1 did take perhaps a little bit of flavor from the Liquid matchup against Gaming Gladiators, where they also took the carry Bristleback. they actually did the aggro tri-lane and such, but it was the Enigma plus Clockwork lane that destroyed Ace's Broodmother really badly. But I have to imagine that lane would be a lot harder. This matchup, double range heroes in the bottom lane against the Lycan, but I have to feel like Ace is still going to get something out of it.
This is definitely an easier lane to survive in. You also have the Wolves, which are stronger early. Remember that Brood matchup, you had basically nothing to fight for him early on.
True.
This lane, Lycan has natural regen. He's still kept the equilibrium under his tower. Phoenix is not the best hero to super punish you early on. So he's going to be able to survive this 1-on-2, and Cuckoo giving him the tip, but tip for what? For what, son?
Don't know. Meanwhile, Gabby continues to be harassed by this aggro tri-lane that's coming out from Game of Gladiators, but Bristleback is one of the better heroes to return fire, at least. You can see everybody is having to burn through regen here. We're also looking at that mid matchup a little bit, which Carl seems to be doing a very good job. Lina versus Storm Spirit, though, kind of favors Lina, but, I mean, you've had some pretty high praise for Carl as a mid laner.
I mean, I think this guy is easily a top 3 mid of the tournament based on the gameplay we've seen and how important this guy is to his team. He's an extremely skilled laner, and again, as the game progresses, this guy knows how to scale his heroes. He knows how to itemize. This is definitely the player to watch out for this team, and it's almost where you wish this Enchantress could gank mid for this Storm, but not with the regen differential being this large this early. And T1, they warded for it as well, so they were already thinking about what their own safe lane jungle ob. That's an uncommon ob to ward in a lot of games. This is, you know, potentially the strength of March, giving him the heads up.
Ace, the 2-1-2 matchup, it's going to be good enough. They do manage to kill the Lycan, so they weren't able to shut him down experience-wise as much as that previous lane that we were talking about. But meanwhile, the aggro tri-lane does manage to find its own kill, and Gabby is also very, very low. In fact, they're going to go for the kill. He's got 5 stick charges, but they couldn't get the toss backwards. They didn't even necessarily need it.
Quill
if they just hit a toss straight up in the air, they do manage to get it. Celery just ducks forward with the Enchantress's extra movement speed. She hits the one impetus required to get the kill.
And double range creep going down after that Bristle death, so he's definitely not happy about that one.
Oh, yeah. That's
maybe if you end up in these regen X-rays, but you get the XP, you can kind of justify it, but that's going to hurt. But the flip side, that's kind of the one lane that's going well for Gaming Gladiators. The other two, not looking amazing. Again, Ace in the 1v2. Okay, you can accept the trade-off there as long as you can pay it back later in the game. But this mid lane it's getting a little dangerous. Carl's almost a full level ahead here.
Yeah.
T1, they're looking to abuse it. Zephyr, he's poking his head in and out here.
Game of Gladiators did have a pretty defensive high ground ward that spotted Zephyr's rotations over here, so that's why Boom's playing the far left-hand side and not trying to get an ECS right now. He knows once he pops his head forward, if he gets hit by an LSA, he's going to get followed up by a Shackle, so he's going to wait until Celery gets here, and Celery is indeed in the neighborhood now, so probably not the creep he wanted, but he's going to stack it up, at least for the Storm Spirit.
Perhaps not the creep he deserved, but
oh, they're actually going to switch the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, normally if you do this, you'd like to be able to gank for it with the numbers and then swap it up, but
yeah,
their heroes are just not designed to do it, so
that's true.
Trying to make the best of the situation. I mean, Bristle can function okay from the offlane, especially if he gets some of that triangle stack later. And this is probably the matchup they wanted in the first place.
Right.
This Bristle Lycan. The downside is now Lycan's level 5, and you're putting this Phoenix in the safe lane. It's a bit more awkward at this point in the game, so they're not going to get exactly what they would have wanted ideally.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I question whether or not, like, being a level behind, how much pressure Bristleback's going to be able to put in there. But I guess with Shadow Shaman, one of the best supports you can ask for in a 1v2 scenario, maybe they will be able to keep him down. But Carl, he's being pressured right now. He's got the rest of his supports right behind him. They're going to actually Hurricane him into the Storm Spear, but that's perfect for Carl. He turns around, blasts down the Storm Spear with the help of Zephyr and Whitemon. And unfortunately for Carl, he really wanted the rune as well. They're not going to get that. Instead, they're going to try and kill the hard camp creep. He's forced to pop the Fairy Fire to stay alive. But no refill on the bottle. He'll have to get all that regen from his support.
This is a mid lane where you definitely want to win those rune fights, and that's why we're seeing 6 heroes there at 6 minutes. These power runes are super pivotal for Storm. It's one of the things about this hero that accelerates him so fast. If he can shove the wave in and help his team secure him for himself, it goes a long way. So I'm I'm excited to see that T1 understand this and they're pressuring that mid lane off the back of that lean advantage too.
Double damage, Cuckoo in trouble. He'd already used the Icarus dive. He had been doing a really good job. Actually, he's going to give him a... Oh, no! He's... He wanted to click across and he blocked him with the ward. Oh, no. You saw Cuckoo. He was pinging that one.
I'm glad he's laughing about it.
Yeah. He probably figured, man, maybe it was a bit of a long shot. Either way, he gets to reset. He was doing a good job of pressuring the Tiny, though. He was doing a really great job with those fire spirits, but...
That is a point where you will be happy as that matchup progresses later in the game. This is one of the better matchups versus Tiny in general.
Yeah.
It's very rare you can kill the egg. Though I do wonder with this, the new tech, the Moon Shard builds, maybe it flips the script a little bit, you know? Maybe we're going to see some Tiny killing some eggs instead of the other way around.
Yeah, it could be. You're talking about the Moon Shard rush that we're seeing out of these Tinies.
I mean, he's got it queued up. He already knows.
Yeah. So that will be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
He's still a melee hero, and if he gets hit by fire spirits, I have to imagine it's still going to be a struggle. But, yeah, I mean, if he can get some hits in.
I mean, even him being able to get 1 to 3 as opposed to 0.
Sure.
Could be a big deal, right?
Yeah, especially in the first couple of eggs, for sure. Storm Spirit's going to be able to stop the shackles, but it's too late for Celery, who gave away a dominating streak over to Carl. Boom. Uses the rest of his mana to ensure that he does get the haste rune, the refill of the bottle, but still, that was a healthy amount of net worth. Look at the Lina. Carl sitting at 3,500 net worth after that big kill.
He's having a great game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And this is one of those games where he's happy to call his supports mid because, again, he was winning the matchup. Yeah. That's exactly what you want to happen. I don't like these situations where you have these advantageous matchups, your mid's winning the lane, and then what do you do with it? Nothing. I think you're just missing an opportunity to really punish the enemy, take more advantage, and create an aggressive opportunity later. And that's what T1's thinking about because they're going to use their obs aggressively on that triangle pretty early in the game here.
Yeah.
That tells me they want to play through this advantage they've created off this mid lane. And this is not... Use this Lina to, slay the enemy, not the jungle creeps. Sure. That's what I would like to see.
I feel like that's always your mentality, though. You're always wanting the players and teams to be more aggressive.
Well, yeah, because I'm a 5 player, so I'm not going to be hitting ancient creeps, so you got to come fight with me.
That's true. That makes sense now. Cuckoo, trying to hold this safe lane tower. I want to ask you about this core Phoenix and what you think of it. Cuckoo played it once yesterday as well. A lot of people were thinking, okay, yeah, Phoenix, he got a huge buff off of the patches, so maybe this hero's got to be able to come back, but I think most people are expecting it to be support. Core Phoenix, are you feeling it for this patch?
I think it has potential. The other player that comes to mind with this is Whisper, who likes to play it a lot.
Oh, yeah?
And, I mean, he makes it look good. I think Cuckoo's made it look good. This hero builds decent items for the patch. He can play that utility role. His spells will do damage on their own in these matchups like versus Tiny. He always gives you amazing team fight and the heals, the sustain. I think it's an interesting hero this patch. Maybe a bit unexplored. The one thing about this hero, though, is as he gets hit by a tree.
Oof.
I would like to see how the interactions play out in terms of the disables for him to output the damage. So I think that's always a big thing with the hero. Historically, you've seen him with heroes like Axe, Mars.
Yeah, keeping people in an area, right?
When he's the 3, then it becomes the question of, okay, who's keeping people locked in a certain area for his egg, for his Sun Ray to deal the damage? That's going to be the bigger question. It kind of seems like it falls to the Shadow Shaman for Zephyr, but Shadow Shaman's not always the guy who can go in and start stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Carl, he's going to get jumped on the ace. He's going to pop his ultimate, but there are plenty of T1 heroes here. They're going to actually pop that Fiend's Grip from Tofu coming in from the other side. A perfect sandwich from Gaming Gladiators, but the rest of the fight may not be so good as they've managed to get the Hex Shackles onto the Storm Spirit, locking him down and getting an important kill. A 1-for-2 trade so far. Ace is going to have to use that rest of that wolf form to get on out of here.
Cuckoo didn't even feel pressure to egg there in that entire engagement.
Yeah.
So, kind of an interesting turn. They do get the 2-for-1, but these are these early Lycan ults where you really want to get a lot out of these engagements. And again, this is this T1 team. You feel like you kind of win a fight, and at the same time, it felt like they lost it in a way.
Oh, Celery tried. He was hoping his creep would be able to deliver enough damage to finish off the tower. Instead, it's denied by Whitemon. 7-4, and pretty even game so far. Gaming Gladiators kind of doing what we expected, using a bit of their zoo heroes to take down some early tier 1 towers. T1 playing a lot slower in that regard, trusting that they're going to be able to hit a certain timing. What timing is that, though?
Bristleback Ags.
Okay.
That's what it always is. This hero is about Vanguard into Ags and try and match that tempo of Gaming Gladiators. If you can get it before they try and do something like force the Roche, I think you have a chance to fight it and deny the Storm his Aegis.
Gabby, he's a little bit low already, but Boom actually ignores that, goes for Zephyr instead. With the Haste Rune, he doesn't give a damn about that Hex, and they're actually going to leave their Bristleback behind. Zephyr's coming back in. They're going to pop the egg now. With the Shackles going out, Gabby's still alive. The egg is going to die, but Gabby, oh no, he got pushed back in. Great use of that owlbear by Celery to kick back the original kill they were looking for. 3 big pickups for Gaming Gladiators. They picked themselves right back up after an awkward mid-lane team fight and keep up that aggression.
This is the name of the game for the next 8 minutes here. How much damage can you inflict with this early Enchantress Lycan lineup? I thought that egg was going to be nice because when I first saw it, I thought he hit it on the high ground. Yeah. What he was aiming for, but he ended up getting stuck on the low ground, barely there, and all of a sudden, oh, there's a nice little egg we can pop.
Yeah.
Maybe that fight goes a bit different if he can land the spells. We're going to see they're pretty low here at the end. The power of this Bristle Phoenix, you're going to get low almost no matter what, but just not enough to clean him in the tank, and definitely a loss for tier 1. They're going to smoke up though, and
they try, but Tofu actually intercepts. No, he's actually fast enough. He's able to stay ahead of all of these heroes, so he's going to be good to go. T1, outside of that little move from them, they're not ready to really team fight just yet. I'm looking at Carl's farm right now, and he is closing in on that BKB rush. So next time they have a fight like that, maybe Carl will be ready to go. But with this Moon Shard timing on the Tiny and the fact that we're not going Boots of Travel on Carl, it feels like T1, they've got to be the ones to actually take over the game in this like next 10 minutes. Otherwise, I think this Tiny starts getting out of control.
Definitely has a decent road to accelerate out of control here, especially with the stacks on the triangle right now.
Oh yeah, they're
absolutely insane, and they're fighting for this rune. But again, this is 4 heroes from T1 to combat an area where Dyrachyo, he doesn't give a damn right now. He's just going to town.
Doesn't even wait for his shard pickup, which is kind of interesting. I bet he'll wait to do the Ancients maybe until he actually has the shard, but he clears out the hard camp at least.
There were a decent amount of stacks for this Bristle as well. Looking at it, pretty even on both sides, but there's another 5-man smoke from T1. Feels a little unconventional for them. They feel pressured to get a bit more done in this early game so they don't fall behind. But again, they don't have some super easy catch hero, a Blink Burrow or a Blink Arena, right?
Yeah.
Well, this is one way to gain some advantage back, though.
Yeah, certainly. I thought maybe they were just going to do with the smoke Bristle, but they're actually all going to start laying into this camp, trying to clear it as quick as possible. Really great steal for them. Because you could see the way the Tiny was accelerating past Carl already, even without that Ancient stack. So, good way to slow him down. Courier is going to get picked by Celery. T1 are actually going to go straight into the pit, not giving a damn if Gaming Gladiators knows or not.
And this is the power of that BKB rush on Carl. They feel confident to take the fight, even if Gladiators could run in with the Lycan Tiny. The addition of the Shaman Wards just dies so fast here.
Yeah, it does.
That's a nice pickup. We're seeing some of the tempo counter clash here. Who's going to get what while their spells are up? Doesn't feel like we've seen a Lycan ult in a decent amount of time.
No, we haven't. But then again, he hasn't really seemed to be pressured to do so at all, right?
Yeah, to a degree. And also T1, they're just clumped so early in this game. He'd prefer to have the weak part of the herd to attack, but if you're going to 5-man Dota like this in 15 minutes, do you want to just run in here versus Shackles, Egg, a Vanguard Bristle? Probably not.
That's true. You want to be like a lion or a cheetah, pick off the last of the herd. And T1 staying tightly grouped here. Going to use that Aegis advantage just to roll through mid, take that mid tower. But, you know, Gaming Gladiators are spread across the map. So no doubt they're out farming T1 with this kind of play. As long as nobody gets caught. Dyrachyo actually having a pretty good read here, knowing that he needs to get out. Sees a lot of farm mid to pick up too. And he has the shard. So this big boy is about to get a whole lot bigger if he is uninterrupted in farm for the next 10.
Hey, where'd my ancient stacks go, guys? I told you to stack this game. Miss him a little bit, but I mean, this hero's just a machine with this build.
Dude, look at that. Celery actually pulled the mid-wave up the river straight to Duraccio.
What a bro.
That is some Uber Eats right there.
Yeah, that's
delivered straight to your door.
He's not getting flamed after this game, no matter what happens. Hey, man, I set you up. What do you want me to do? It's a nice way to use these creeps. It adds a lot to your map pressure and map control.
Yeah.
Even little things like that.
Yeah, this is the power of the Moonshard we're talking about. He just went from Moonshard to Aghanim Shard to Blink Dagger within the space of like 4 minutes. Now he's actually he can kind of start some fights potentially. Carl is going to lay some damage on him. I don't think he's expecting much past just giving Duraccio a little bit of warning. Hey, don't farm that far forward.
Now Gladiators, they have this BKB on Boom. This is kind of the big window for Storm in this patch is he feels immortal during this period.
Yeah. But who's actually immortal is this guy right here, Carl. Or at least he thinks he's immortal.
Yeah, Gladiators think there's people behind him, but he's actually alone here. This is the power of the Aegis. This is how you want to use it. Instill the fear.
Yeah.
Even when it's not the reality.
And I feel like maybe if it was just the Aegis, they might have committed to that Lina kill and be like, oh no, we can kill him twice. But Aegis and BKB, I mean, that just looks like something you don't want to commit to. Carl is going to survive through the tiny combo, but the Storm Spirit is going to be there. And actually will finish off the Aegis and maybe get Whitemon as well. Yeah, with that BKB, it's going to be pretty damn easy. Carl's Aegis gets burned. Rest of Gaming Gladiators aren't in a position to go for more because some of them are currently trying to push out top. Ace, he's going to pop his ultimate here out of perhaps a little bit of fear of getting caught and maybe seeing an opportunity to go for more. They're going to be able to catch with the Fiend's Grip, the Phoenix on the side, while Ace is making sure the rest of them are tucked underneath their tier 2 tower,
Ace
afraid for their lives.
They know they're stuck under this tier 2. 2 heroes dead and the biggest team fighter.
And the tier 2 about to fall as well, so there won't be any TP rotations. One last one coming in. Duraccio is going to be the first one to jump in with his Blink Dagger. They spotted Zephyr, and Boom will collect. Dominating streak for him now.
Feels like Gladiators weathered that early part of the 5-man storm by T1 super well, got to their item timings, and now they can pick and choose the fights because, again, who is going to start stuff for this T1 lineup? That is the downside of their heroes right now. It's all on this Shaman. He's not finding anything that he wants to find at this point, so
yeah.
Gladiators are going to be able to dictate the next 10, almost feels like 10 minutes. That's such a long time in Dota, but...
And it also feels like with this like early BKB rush of Carl, it just felt like that's not T1, you know? I expect Carl to be going for that the fast boots of travel and to be like out farming the enemy by playing all over the map with the bots. But because he went to BKB first, we thought they were going to try and do something in that 15-minute window. Couldn't get anything real done besides the Roshan pickup. And now feels like they're going to be falling pretty far behind and maybe not being able to scale, which we've said is one of the key components to a lot of T1's success over the last year or two.
Does feel like that, but that's where this team is deceptive.
That's the deceptive part?
The second you think they're not scaling, suddenly fights might become a little challenging, you know? And that is still the power of their lineup. Their heroes are very difficult to run into and just commit to the fight. The upside is Gladiator's lineup has a decent amount of ability to poke and kite it out. Like we saw in that fight around the mid-tier 1, they can jump this Lina even if she has Aegis, kill the Pugna, there's an egg, and so what? Storm just leaps out. Lycan just runs away.
Yeah,
That's the type of fight Gladiators really want. But if T1 can sustain through that initial jump, then they kind of win the fight just by a product of this Lycan ult will run out and Storm runs out of mana.
Yeah.
That's a lot to sustain through in this patch, you know.
They're going to run into Gabby here. Gabby, who has a Vanguard Gem Aghanim Scepter, so he is very tanky. And they're relying on him for a bit of ward control here. Celery, nice use of Glimmer TP, no stuns. And that is going to be kind of a constant problem for T1 in some regards.
Do have a Blink Dagger on Zephyr now, though. And that is probably the most impactful item for this team.
Oh, yeah.
For a decent amount of time, because now they do have a way to initiate. They have a way to lock people down right off the start of the fight and force Gladiators to commit. It's one of the biggest conceptual things for their lineup here. Ace, he has a full Assault Cuirass. The amount of damage this Tiny's going to output if he's allowed to hit people is monstrous, so...
Yeah, no Helm of Dominator, no Helm of the Overlord, Vlad's AC, Wraith Pact.
It's an interesting build. Bit different than your old school Lycans. I've even seen some pub Lycans playing with the Shard, so...
Okay.
Don't hate it till you try it. Zephyr, though.
Interesting. Blink initiation
Anchors the
onto the
fight.
Storm Sphere. That's a perfect one. But can they do the damage fast enough? The Shackle, it's going to run out eventually. The BKB goes off. Boom's able to jump away. Boom's able to jump back in. Couldn't get the regen rune. That would have been a big pickup. Zephyr having some problems with some wolves here is going to be kept alive by his Geek Fam bro of Whitemon. Those two have been together since 2020 Geek Fam, and they stay together now on T1. Whitemon protecting his other support.
That is the exact type of fight T1 wants to take, and that is the power of this Pugna hero. Decreps Zephyr there and keeps him alive for the full duration of that Shackle, which almost lets them get the Storm. They're going to get both supports off the back end of this.
Pretty nice.
This is what I'm saying, man. This T1 team, they know how to make their lineups work. They know the weaknesses, how to itemize.
Oh, they're going to try and go for the Bristleback. Bristleback didn't manage to turn around for a second, but the pullback was so long, Durantio got around him and beat him in the face. That was nasty. Hefty amount of damage. Gabby.
Bare knuckles right there.
It really was. Well, not bare knuckles. He's using a weapon. That guy
rock.
picked up a giant log. Cuckoo. Okay, Shackles. Oh, see if he can get the dive away. He does. Zephyr, though, not so lucky. Doesn't have the same kind of mobility that the Phoenix has. He used the BKB for that. I have to imagine he'd like to be able to take that outpost at least and maybe start posturing for some more objectives. Like Roshan, potential spawn time has started. It's actually going to be up in 2 minutes' time, so Gaming Gladiators undoubtedly want to be able to play for that.
That's going to be huge for them either way. Look at this Bristol is just not tanky at all.
No.
If he's actually getting hit by this Tiny, he will evaporate. That is the one big question mark for T1 in this period is, can this Bristol frontline and get in the fight? Or do they need Zephyr to find the openings, which kind of feels like they do.
Or, they at least need Whitemon behind the Bristleback, right? Because he has a problem with the damage of the Tiny. So if you at least have Decrepify behind him and some life drain heals, then I bet Gabby would be more fine. They're going to pop it. Ace, they're going to try and initiate. Boom, he sees the opportunity to catch the backline, and a beautiful avalanche coming in from Durantio. No Phoenix at all, and they're going to keep Gabby slowed down here, while the Fiend's Grip also catches Zephyr. So they're going to say, okay, screw it. We can leave the Bristleback behind for now. Let's make sure we get the Shadow Shaman. Durantio actually wants to keep going for it. Avalanche, maybe a toss back. Oh, the tree by itself and the toss isn't going to be quite enough, but they're going to turn around and start laying into the tier 3. This is the speed we were talking about. Gaming Gladiators, they like being able to end games before 30 minutes. BKB going off from Carl. Tried to just push them out of the base. Delivers a hefty amount of damage to Celery. Now kicking Durantio back as well. Boom's going to reinitiate, and they're actually going to be able to bring down the Phoenix again. No egg for a second time. Boom, though. He's out of mana. Oh, no. Traded out for a Phoenix. That cannot feel good. Both cores of Gaming Gladiators, they thought they had an opening there to be able to crack open the whole game by going for the push, disrespecting the impact of Carl.
Carl's just a monster. This guy, he doesn't give a crap about anything. If he thinks he's strong, he's going in, defending his base here. It will be a dieback on Cuckoo. Doesn't get an egg off in either fight. Just nice jump and chain stunning by Gladiators. Tiny, Durantio will pay the price along with Boom, but the biggest thing off of this was this fight before the Roshan spawn.
Oh, no.
And now T1 are going to try and take advantage of it. Boom, buyback to contest this.
What a disaster. They're going to poke at Whitemon here to Decrepify. They quickly dispel that one, but he turns around and just starts healing through. Boom's going to commit and manages to kill Whitemon again. He's going to be hunting that Pugna all game long alongside the Shadow Shaman, and he gets both. A double for Boom. A decent outcome for a bad situation.
They want more here, though.
They're going to try. Do they have any here? I mean, they don't have the Tiny, so I don't know how they possibly stop these two cores, so.
But Carl, he gets the Aegis off that. Once again, T1 robbing Gladiators of this Aegis ability to go higher on their lineup really wants this game, especially when you have this Storm Spirit. I mean, this goes back almost a decade, but this is like the best Aegis user in the game.
Yeah.
Especially now that, his mana pool's worth a lot more with those nulls, so get to double up all those nulls off the multiple lives. That's how it works, right?
yeah.
Three nulls squared.
Yeah.
That's like 9 nulls or something, you know.
Gaming Gladiators. Oh man, if they lose this game, they're gonna look back at that moment where they won that fight mid, and then they could have reset and just controlled for Roshan, but instead overextended and inadvertently give the Roshan up to T1.
I don't even think that end result was bad for them. It was just the timing of it.
Yeah.
The end result's bad because I don't even think T1, I mean, they're always happy to take Aegis, but I think it's honestly more about denying Gladiators that Aegis and Roshan. Every time they can bring it onto themselves instead of the other way around, that's what feels good for them. And that was Shard too, right? So
yeah, good news is the Shard did go over to Cuckoo, which obviously he can only use the Shard if he uses the egg. So far, so good. Gaming Gladiator.
Not a very optimistic approach there, I see you're taking.
Listen, maybe that just means that Cuckoo's going to be popping the egg even earlier, just because now he can throw out the Sunray with it.
Well, now Carl can just go in with the Aegis, right?
That's true.
So now, a bit easier to get that egg off.
Yeah, he's got 2 different frontliners who can just throw their bodies out there, and he can try and react to it. They're going to be able to catch the Tiny. Immediately responds from Zephyr, drops the wards as well. Boom, instant response to the support showing themselves. The Crepifice actually keeping him alongside the Life Drain, but the Fiend's grip on the Bristleback. He needs help. Somebody help him. Oh no, he just gets beaten down by the Tiny once again, while Ace is trying to isolate out Carl. No wake again, the Shard for nothing. And Carl limping back to his base with the Aegis. But he doesn't have a Bristleback for 50. He doesn't have his Phoenix for 35. A double damage on the Tiny? They might just go straight up high ground. I don't know if Carl can stop this again.
Double damage Tiny at this point in the game is... This is your entire base almost if you don't take the fight. Can Carl 1v4 again?
They're just going to sleep him. They're just going to be like, okay, all right, you're going to pop the glyph. We're going to go ahead and deal with you real quickly. Second life. He's got the BKB if needed, but all of his buildings in the mid lane are gone. And 15 seconds till the Bristleback is up, so Gaming Gladiators not going to overextend themselves again. Reset and just farm out the map. Immediate smoke up from T1. They're not even waiting for the Bristleback to be up. They're trying to catch Gaming Gladiators here by surprise with this time.
Cuckoo wants to use an egg.
He wants it real bad.
He's going to use it here.
And they're going to be able to catch up to some of these heroes. Shiva's going off on the side. The TP in from the Bristleback. But again, boom, being able to find the 2 supports instantly demolishes them again and again and again. He keeps on fighting, and the egg may have gone off, but Dyrachyo had more than enough attack speed alongside Ace. Gabby, he doesn't have a way out of this one. He's stuck inside the trees, surrounded by so many heroes. Gaming Gladiators are going to be able to catch up to him. LSA, nice dodge back there. A step backwards from Gaming Gladiators. Zephyr also had to put himself in harm's way to make sure that their carry, quote-unquote, got out. Well, really, it's more their 2 position. It feels like Carl's the real carry of this team at this point.
I mean, Cuckoo got his egg off, but Carl just BKB TP'd out. He wanted absolutely none of that fight.
Yeah.
Probably for good reason. Dyrachyo just destroyed that thing.
He really did.
He's been a beast this game, just rampaging through. And even more upside, he can get buffed to an insane degree this game. And Ags on the bucket list for Ace here.
Yeah.
I should say the grocery list. He's almost done with it. This is going to be your Tiny Lycan of old here. Maybe the upgraded version, the Terminator 2.
Throwback to TI-10. Look at this. Every single time, Boom has just been so locked in on what he needs to do in these fights. Every single time those supports show himself, he full zips in with his BKB, and he kills both of them. And Zephyr almost dying there. Decrepify's going to bail him out for a second here, but he tossed. It's going to land on his head. Beautiful ward trap that is going to be able to catch Celery. Dyrachyo is able to fight his way out, but he slowed down the Shivas, and he's not going to get out with a Silver Edge either. In fact, they're going to look for more, and they do find it. Tofu dies as well. A triple pickup for T1.
Maybe getting a little overconfident here.
Yeah.
This is T1 after all. You can never count them out. And yeah, that Shadow Shaman, he looks tasty, but that's your Tiny jumping him, not your Storm. These Decreps have been on point every single time. That last fight we saw, Boom, he jumps the Pugna first because he's been tired of this Shadow Shaman getting decrept. So he's going to force that out. There, Dyrachyo does not have the same luxury, and once his BKB's out, that's when Gabby can go to town with these goose stacks and Sunray, all of these percent burn. Nice ward trap off the death, stalling it up. This Bristleback, he's still going to do a lot of damage if he can get to hit people.
Yeah, absolutely. So what did we take from that? Gaming Gladiators, like just, what is it, a simple overextension, or does he need to let, like, does Doraccio just focus on being able to hit the Bristleback and let Boom clean up those supports like he's been doing?
You just hate to fight with your Storm, right? Boom is so strong.
Yeah.
This guy's 13-3. He has the easiest jumps of his life. He's always going to find Pugna, Shadow Shaman. He's always going to get his BKB off, and there's no counterplay to that.
Yeah.
On top of it, he has an Ags. Let this Ags do the work. You come in with the tree near the end. It's going to be the easiest cleanup of your life, right? You also have a grip sitting behind you, the utility from Enchantress. If you force the fight like that and make Gabby commit, that's when Tofu will grip him every time.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, this Bristol's not dealing the damage that T1 needs to turn that fight around.
Also, I mean, this Aghanim Scepter is such a big timing. You were talking about how the way they can play in and out of the team fights. Well, now all three of their cores can very rapidly get in and out of the team fight.
He's level 22, so he's got that extra duration, and he's just biting him up here already. I don't know if T1's ready for this wolf.
He starts making his way over. It's a big, bad rock wolf coming in, and Bristleback is already about to be dying here. Zephyr tries to jump in. Boom's already popped his BKB. A beautiful axe jump that is going to be able to once again destroy the back line. Carl throws what damage he can at Tofu, but that is looking like it's it right here. It's a Lycan plus Tiny lineup. You've got 4 dead with no buyback. That's it. T1 calls it. GG. Gaming Gladiators. They take the speed. They take the pace. They take the tempo. And, well, they didn't make it by 30, but 33 minutes, they close out the game.
Very fast-paced game from them. Even though T1 got all of the Roshans in that game, very weird to think about. Felt like those were denial instead of their own tempo. The early game was a little shaky for them, but seems like once that Tiny came online, he had free 20 minutes, it felt like, off the back of that Moon Shard, uncontested. He has the Lycan buffs behind him. This grip is always waiting in the wings for Gabby when he wants to go in. I think the lack of stuns really hurt their ability to push their own pace, which means they have to play for that later portion of the game. Gaming Gladiators, sometimes they don't let you get there. So very well executed from them, right up their play style in Alley. Another win for Celery Enchantress.
Yeah, and I was just about to mention that. I mean, we saw earlier that TSM, they went ahead and gave OG their infamous Timbersaw, managed to beat it. Here, it feels like in some ways T1 was offering Gaming Gladiators some of what have been their iconic picks. Enchantress in particular, the Lycan in some ways.
For sure. It's another one of their tried and true zoo strats.
Yep.
The downside is I think their first 3 picks were not built to deal with that zoo.
Yeah.
And then they have to make up for it. They only have 2. One of them is a Phoenix, which isn't hard lockdown what you want to see versus some of this to protect your supports, right? Like, who's protecting Whitemon when he's having to protect 2 other heroes in the fight?
Yeah.
Just too much to protect, so...
A lot of questions for T1 going into Game 2 of Gaming Gladiators, and hopefully our panel can answer some of them.
My panel can answer any, and I say any question. Promise you that. We'll find out how many questions I can ask in the next break, after the next break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
like butter, sweet like honey. Looks so good, like she made of money. She a stunner, legendary. Watch what she does when she feeling lucky. Her so good, she's so bad. Ain't nothing to it, just sit on back. Sit on back, sit on back. Ain't nothing to it, cause it's a woman's world. Woman's world.
The first game of this best of 3 series taken by the Gaming Gladiators here versus T1. And at the start of the previous series, we were talking about the most important thing in games at the moment. It's setting tempo, and Gaming Gladiators definitely did that in this game here with Avo, Sunsfan, and Synderen. And I want to go to Sunsfan first because you said that there was no egg hitter. And there wasn't really in the draft. Why wasn't that a problem for Gaming Gladiators?
Moonshard on Tiny.
Moonshard on Tiny.
Hitter, I guess. Yeah.
All right.
I would like to apologize.
Why?
I dressed down. You know.
Oh, you forgot your jacket.
No, I didn't forget it. So as the tournament has progressed, I thought I would ramp up my attire, as it were, right? So right now, or before it was just t-shirt, then t-shirt with jacket, and then for main stage it will be a nice shirt with a jacket.
Ooh. What's the nice shirt? Is a shirt with buttons for you?
Yes, a shirt with buttons of some kind.
Will there be a tie?
I am sweating profusely, so things have changed. So might have to rethink the wardrobe tomorrow. Hopefully that answered your question.
To be honest, it's pretty warm in the studios. I was looking for my notes. I can't find one of my notes. So it definitely answers my question. I mean, you know, you got Phoenix, it's a fireball, and it gets warm. I get the link. What do you make of the game, Sind?
I was just trying to make the connection between you don't need an egg hitter if you're naked or whatever. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Yeah, I mean, to get back on track for the game, I think Gaming Gladiators just, you know, did what they do best when they have Enchantress. They had a little bit of a slow ramp up. The tri-lane probably didn't go exactly the way they had hoped, but it still accomplished the goals of getting their heroes online to do the first tier 1 tower push top and then just opening up the map and really placing offensive vision and not letting T1 back into the areas that they need. Because if there's one problem that this lineup has, like SVG was pointing out, they don't have protection for the weak backliners that need to cover the front, right? So Lycan and Storm, as long as they see the enemy heroes, it's just go time. And Tiny, right? Just get in there, get the kills. They ran them over. The Phoenix last pick just didn't work. They needed a wall. They needed some sort of protection.
They really, really did. Of course, as said, Gaming Gladiators played fast. T1 did their best to try to slow them down. And one of those ways was to take the Roche, or at least attempt to take those Roche fights. And we got a replay for that as well, Avo.
Yeah. This Roche fight.
What? I mean, it was one where T1 was able to take the Aegis, but the fight was still won by Gaming Gladiators, and that it slows the game down, but it doesn't seem to slow Gaming Gladiators down.
It did feel like it. I mean, Gaming Gladiators, when they lost against TSM, I remember interviewing them, and they said, we threw.
Oh.
And then we were like, oh, okay, that's fair. And it seems like most of the Lycan games, they seem in control and they just kind of make one or two mistakes. And they kind of throw. Here, there was a moment where there was a lull in the game where Gaming Gladiators, I won't say slowed down, but they went too fast maybe and they ran into a wall.
Yeah.
But they managed to correct it. And that's why I just feel like T1 should honestly just ban it. Don't let them zoo.
Don't let them zoo. Don't let them zoo. We have also selected a player-v-player matchup. We got ourselves Dairacho versus Gabby, and the damage taken. Gabby had a rough game.
That's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage.
I'm sorry. Am I the only one profusely sweating right now?
Absolutely.
Okay, maybe I should go to the hospital.
No, I will tell you, it is incredibly
Anything to get you
warm
off the stage.
It is incredibly warm here. What's the temperature like over at the player hotel /?
Comfortable, Sheever. It is so good. Don't let Sunspan trick you, okay? He always says he's sweating. He sells that. Did you know? He sells sweaty boy water, all right? So it's very marked up. I would not recommend it. It does not give you powers. Anyway, here we are. Sideline reporter, guys. I actually have a pretty good scoop for you. T1 did not leave their booth this time. They are discussing. They are strategizing. But every single time that the Gaming Gladiators, they have any game, they all run out. They run, they sprint over, and for the first time, I actually follow them this time, and it's unbelievable what I've discovered. They run over to all go dunk a beer together. It's some sort of IPA. Guys, I'll be real with you, they're shit-faced. I mean, I was watching them walk back in the booth. They're tripping, they're laughing. I mean, these guys are doing Jackie Chan style. They are effed up, and that might be the secret for how they are doing these games. So everybody in my ranked games that keeps pretending like you're bad at Dota because you're inebriated, I mean, this is your team right here. These guys are not with us, but they did a fantastic game.
Okay. Well, thank you.
That can't be true.
Great.
Good. What do you want me to make up lies? I mean, the guys are stumbling around.
Have you been the one drinking?
Yeah.
No, I don't do that. As sober as a bird, baby. That's how I live my life.
Some
you know?
Suns fan sweat, perhaps.
I do drink the Suns fan sweat. And I do have a bacterial infection, but that is my own medical history.
Quite hot
so I
here.
would not recommend it. Yeah. They outlaw that shit over here, so yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Lex. I'm glad to have that information about Gaming Gladiators and how they're apparently shit-faced playing the Dota game. They're not, by the way, guys. I just want to
How do you
debunk
know?
that straight away. Because
Slax is on site. He's literally close to them, checking them out. Why
No,
do you know better?
They don't drink, though.
Oh.
No.
Not even water.
Well, no,
Just
not
play
at all.
full-on drought.
That's actually how they're so good at liking.
Oh. Okay.
All right, we're of course looking towards Game 2 of this series. Avo, do you have any words of advice for T1 for their next game?
Ban Lycan?
Ban
Or
Lycan?
actually ban Zoo. If they can pick it in the first phase, all right, you counter. But if they don't pick it in the first phase, ban.
Okay.
Yeah, if you let them open up with Stormenge, there's definitely a couple of bans that are
needed. Yeah.
And also, if you do give them the Lycan and they have the ultimate last pick, or was it the last pick? I don't think, no.
There was
one more.
pick.
Yeah, they picked Lycan in the second phase, and then they had the carry last pick.
Yep.
I think, again, banning the PA there is a misread on the timing of that game. I think it's better to ban, it's easy to say in hindsight, the Tiny, right? But
I think PA would have given them the win, too.
Well, of course, and also
perhaps, but the
Dairatcho
PA
hadn't
they
played
could've-
Tiny yet either, so it's like...
Right, but it's a hero he has played in the DPC and
True.
in general is known for playing, so it's not really too surprising. But I feel like they would have had a better grasp on how to handle the PA, because then the amount of heroes that are running at you and the way that they're doing it, there's more options for how to solve it on a timing basis. But
I would recommend playing in a temperature that is nice and cool, where you're not sweating profusely, because you don't do your best work when you're
You don't,
sweating profusely.
actually.
This is the worst panel I've ever been on.
My math
It's my
teacher
fault.
used to have his
difference.
classroom temperature very low because he said that stimulates brain activity. We're going to find out if T1 is playing in comfortable
Interesting.
positions and whether they can force out a third game of this best-of-3 series. We'll see you after the break.
how do you Morse this?
Game 2 of Gaming Gladiators versus T1 coming your way here for the Stockholm Major. It's the upper bracket. Nobody's going home yet, but whoever wins here gets an extra 240 points. That's a lot of points, guys, especially for T1. They are kind of in the same situation as TSM. If they win this series, they get about 910 points out of this. That's not right, actually. Gaming Gladiators is in the same situation as TSM, not T1. T1 actually needs the points way more than Gaming Gladiators. And the draft is well on their way, so I'm going to shut up and Avo, Suns fan, Cinder, and I'm going to talk Dota to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to talk Dota this time?
Marana.
Why are you having a meltdown on this panel?
Hey, the AC is blasting right now, so he's going to be warm and cozy, or sorry, cool and cozy very soon. We got the same opening once again for Gaming Gladiators with Storm and Ench.
Yeah, this time T1 have a completely different response, though. They grabbed the Bane this time around. I think the Bane was overall first pick, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, a very interesting choice. I don't think any team has done that so far in this tournament.
Yeah.
But they're preparing for the Storm +1, and Gaming Gladiators say we don't care. So, that's cool. That's confidence.
Yeah.
Let's see if it pans out the way they're hoping for.
It was odd because a couple teams were doing a lot of Bane first pick. TSM actually stood out to me, and they went away from that partially because of the potential Zul, right? Like if you like it, then Bane does nothing. But with Bane Mirana, I feel like maybe there's more coverage, and it is true that this stops the avenue of Storm being a potential win condition. So you have to play around Ace, if anything, right? So Bane is good against that, at least.
Am I the only one that loves Marana?
No, I really enjoy Marana as well, actually.
She's great. Number one, she's evasive. She has great set. Like, if you get a couple setups, you win the lanes, right? You kill the creeps of Enchantress. Storm Spirit has no way to retreat from the mid lane, so very gankable hero. You just... I mean, if you're gaming Gladiator, you should try banning some heroes that set up, like the old Kunkka we've seen, right?
Yep.
There's a bunch. That's the problem. There's too many to ban.
I think Kunkka's a really good ban in general here, for sure.
Ember as well, maybe.
That's one of the strongest lineups we saw was that yesterday that it was Team Spirit playing the Kunkka Mirana Sanking strategy.
Yeah, I think they had to set up in like literally every hero set up.
Every hero could set up Mirana, and they owned. Mira got a lot of work done that game, and they kind of just rolled over the laning station just the whole game. So I think that's an interesting approach to it. The concern I have is if let's say you go Sanking Mirana, I don't know if you can leave Sanking alone against Ench +1. I think that's just, it's too oppressive of a lane matchup for Sanking. You can get zoned out almost entirely by Ench with a Sentry Ward. With Mirana there, you have really good coverage, but then she's not ganking mid. So that might be what Gaming Gladiators are going to do here. Or they're just going to run their aggro tri-lane again and put something safe lane that might die once or twice to Sanking Mirana, but as long as it gets levels and has a purpose in the game, they'll be fine with it.
And with an aggro try, you can cover that nicely. And because you win the early levels, then Sanking won't get to that early level 5 or whatever, then Mirana can't gank, like you said, and then you've won the lane essentially by doing that.
They did not ban the Zoo at all again. And they do not have solutions to it currently.
No,
like this time they have better solutions to the Storm, but they have not solved the potential Lycan strategy for as far as I'm
Mirana's not good enough. Like, he's good against Helm, and that's it.
Mirana and Bane are terrible against Lycan in mid-game.
Yeah.
Like, Moonlight Shadow isn't even a solution because Lycan's team is too fast. Like, if you try to run away with Moonlight, Lycan with a Dust just kills you anyway.
Yep.
You can't reliably arrow anything that you want because there's just all this stuff around you. And I love Bane a lot. It's one of the worst matchups playing against Lycan. It's just horrible.
Yeah. He does nothing.
He just kills you. Like, you might get a grip off on Lycan for a short duration, but if he has any sort of army or they're ahead in the fight, he just plows you down and goes to the next target. So pretty problematic. They're going to go for the CK first. This does not mean that they're not going Lycan still, in my opinion. That is a possibility. I think they want to get more info from T1 here, and now T1 needs to... I actually think this is really clever from Gaming Gladiators. Like, if T1 find counters to CK, those counters might be bad against Lycan. And if they don't find any counters to the CK, they can just choose not to go Lycan at all, right? So
what does do good against CK? What's a counter?
What do we have here? So Underlord is still in. Timbersaw. No, Underlord they banned themselves. There's Timbersaw. Depending on the situation, Necrophos can be good, but I think the other matchups here are too bad. Like Ench Storm is bad for Necro.
You had the Brew as well.
Yeah.
Brewmaster.
Cuckoo likes to play Brew.
Yeah, Brewmaster's a possibility.
How is Pugna still available?
Pugna's still in the pool.
He's not very... I mean, he would be strong for T1, right? But then he'd be run down, and they also have 2 supports anyway.
Wouldn't be good for gaming with the Storm.
You already have the Ench, right? So you would put like Ench 4 or Pugna 4. I'm not a big fan of either.
Well, they run Ench as the 5.
They play
so,
5,
to be honest,
but last game he did get farmed.
You do want... that's the Brewmaster.
Yep.
good call.
I mean, if you can still be run down by Lycan though with this hero. His rulings don't do anything.
They don't solve that just yet.
No. I'm hoping this pick does something against Zoo. What would you pick here? Carry or mid here? I guess you know your mid lane, so you could probably...
Yeah, you know the mid matchup,
Yeah.
which... I think what Gaming Gladiators want T1 to pick is Lina, because then they would
Yeah.
just Lycan snap pick, right?
Yeah.
And they don't want to do that, so they go for Tiny.
They're getting a premeditative, like, pseudo solution, I would say, to Lycan. It's not a direct hard counter necessarily, because you're limited by range. Lycan can still reach the other heroes. But it's at least some sort of defensive line that can cover for the supports, and if it does get set up, it can cleave the crap out of Lycan's army. So there's definitely some sort of options here. So they're definitely well aware of it. But I think Gaming Gladiators now are just not going to go Lycan. They'll just do something else.
They go for the Grimstroke. And yeah, for T1, both Gabby and Carl play Tiny, so there's still some flex potential there as well. We've got the Grimstroke. That's the other support coming out. It's going to be Tofu's hero.
Yep. This is an insanely strong tri lane if they want to run it. Grim CK Ench. Oh my god. It's hard to think up a stronger lane than that, actually. It's insanely powerful against any hero that doesn't have mobility.
Would Bane Mirana +1 not be able to withstand it?
I think the carry needs to be a really specific type.
Yeah.
Because if anyone gets caught by this rift into Inkswell combination with an Ench having an optional creep, I don't even think it's a requirement. The amount of damage is insane, so you kind of need to do some defensive nightmare action to counteract that, which can be really difficult depending on the setup. So
You want to just sack your Brewmaster? You only need levels anyway?
But Brew is just trash. Gets sacked. Like, he's one of the heroes you like bring the most salves in lane to, because you want to make sure he has like somewhat of an okay early game. He has a tough time recovering with stacks or anything like that, because he doesn't really farm. Also, the builds with Brew these days are maxing passive, so you're not going to recover at all with that.
another issue is that if T1 were to try to match the tri lane and just put a 1v1 against Ace, I think there's like a subset of heroes that Ace would play here that could crush that lane.
Ace plays so many heroes, it's
like
so difficult to win.
Bat Rider, Razor. They do ban the Timbersaw, which I think was the perfect pick for Gaming Gladiators, so they're definitely not getting their hands on that. Gaming could even do something like an alternative Zoo approach and get a Beastmaster here, for example. I also think that's not out of the question for just the overall just hardcore tempo that they can play. All the follow-up they have, they get the vision for Storm. Definitely a possible pick here. They're going to ban out the Void Spirit that could have gone into the hands of Carl. So again, they're daring them to pick their Lina. They just don't care.
Yeah.
This Tiny obviously is a flex pick, so he can be both safe lane and mid for T1, which is part of the value of picking it when they did.
If he's safe lane, he can cover the Beastmaster somewhat with the help of the Bane, because he can throw tree and stuff. It's okay.
But that's if that's the lane matchup at all.
Yeah, exactly.
They could aggro tri-lane the Tiny and put Beastmaster safe lane against Brew in that case.
I would rather probably see a mid. I wouldn't mind seeing, honestly, an Ember's kind of fine here, because it combines well with the Mirana. I was actually thinking of Lesh as well as a potential, which would cover and also kick the Storm out of lane and punish him afterwards. But he's a bit susceptible to the burst of the CK.
It's a theoretically good game for last pick or for a mid coddle, except the Storm, and it might just be enough to dissuade them from grabbing it at all, even though they have some sort of coverage, right?
Yeah.
But I think
Storm and Grimstroke as well, right? The combo just destroys combo.
Yeah, the coddle would be good against the rest, but there's also one more counter pick. So I don't think they're going to go that route for Carl. He has proven in the past that he plays a mean mid coddle if it's the perfect game for it, but don't think we're going to see that.
Yep. They also banned Doom last, right? So they don't have an option either, which is something Carl does do sometimes.
Yeah, Ember seems pretty solid. Trying to think of other heroes that are good against CK. Invoker's banned.
Yep.
Quap is still in the pool. It's also a hero that Carl has performed well on this major.
I think Quap's dangerous against
Not a fan either.
Stormgrim.
Yeah, you get silenced and stunned, you're dead.
CK is good as well against her, again, because of the burst, right?
But you can make
There's
that
a Lesh.
you can make that
There's
argument
Lesh.
against almost any hero if it gets caught by Gaming Gladiators lineup. It
That's very
die,
good
right?
point.
So it's like
Hence why they go for the Lesh, right? Because Lesh will be able to shove the lane. If Storm ganks, Lesh just cancels this, right? And you get a good matchup, and this is their strength. They think it's going to be a tri-lane, because if it's a tri-lane, the mid matchup is most always just solo, right? And Lesh wins that mid lane matchup, so it's an advantage for them.
and
now
they wanted another mid hero that helps with CK. I don't think it's fair to rely on Tiny and Brew. Well, Tiny and Brew could actually do it, but now they have very good coverage. Gaming Gladiators, they
need offlane, right, for Ace? I mean, yeah, because
Yeah, depending on what they want to do with the CK.
have they run CK offlane this tournament?
No, they have
Okay,
not.
okay. Because EU teams do that, but I think Western Europeans don't like it as much.
I still like the Beastmaster.
Hmm?
I think it's either that or they go for something that's even like something that's going to crush Brew. And the only thing that really comes to mind here, I think the way I look at Batrider might just be slightly outdated because I just see countless games almost, it feels like lately, where Batrider would be amazing, and then when it actually does get picked, it's like so-so, and sometimes it just gets bypassed. But like on paper, half a year ago, some teams would just snap pick Bat right now.
Yeah.
And it's not happening. So perhaps the hero has fallen off a lot after a couple of nerfs, or teams got better at playing against the itemizing.
As an offlaner, it's just not that desirable anymore either. It's just a lot of teams trying away from that. Beastmaster.
Wow. They're both good for like some similar reasons and some different ones. Beastmaster gives the better vision, but he keeps up the tempo, and he will get a good 1v1 matchup if that's how they place it.
They're so smart.
Vision for the Storm. The Bat, I think Beastmaster in this patch is probably more stable than Bat for this position. But let's entertain the idea that it had gone for Bat. I think they could have really pressured Cuckoo more in lane, but this is probably just a more safe, fail-proof way of approaching this game. So
it's also, I think, takes advantage of Ace's playstyle much more. One of his strengths is micro as well, and his tempo. I wouldn't say he's he doesn't stand out to me as a Batrider player, quote unquote, right? I'm sure he can do it, but Beastmaster, like in the Zoo, is in his wheelhouse, and is what he excels over any other offlaner.
And you love playing this hero with Eng because they just align so well around that 5 to 10 minute mark, which is when Eng wants to dominate the map. You come to Beastmaster's lane, he's level 6, he has summons.
And with Grimstroke as well, there's some synergy there as well. Yeah, this is a very, very good support too. I like this lineup by Gaming Gladiators.
It's kind of similar to last game from Gaming Gladiators' perspective. Like, they're going to play fast and play aggressive, and I hope this time for T1's sake that they can weather the storm a little bit better.
Well, I hope so as well. We're going to find out if they can.
Marana.
And if they can force out the third game. Is Marana going to do well?
No.
Oh, oh, wow. Okay, well, let's hear more from Captain and SVG for the game 2.
Yes, thank you to our wonderful panel, especially Suns fan with his insight on Marana. And it is going to be important that Marana pick up because she represents one of just many more stuns that T1 has picked up. It seems like that's going to be their adjustment from game 1 to game 2 because they are facing up against a similar Zoo strat here, SVG.
They got a bit more to deal with it. It's I think it's still a decent amount on Cuckoo's shoulders when it comes to crowd control. They've got a lot more they can set up in the early game, gank, multiple initiators. Usually that makes it so the game's just a bit easier to play. I think last game they felt like it's just too hard. It was all on Zephyr to find some crazy blink hex shackle, and if Cuckoo had trouble getting eggs off because again, there's just not much happening before he gets in the fight. I think this time their lineup's a bit more well-rounded, but it's a last pick Beastmaster, and he looks like he's having a pretty decent game in terms of the summons interaction, so we'll see how much work he gets done.
All right, let's get into game 2 here of T1 versus Gaming Gladiators, where the experienced Southeast Asian team is actually down a game against Gaming Gladiators, who is a team of relative newbies. I think this is something that we haven't actually discussed in this series. There are a lot of question marks about how successful Gaming Gladiators would be on LAN, considering 4 of their players have not experienced international competition. Sure, they've all played in those Western Europe versus Eastern Europe, like third-party tournaments and stuff. But when it comes to exposure to the rest of the world, almost none of these guys have had that chance. The one exception being the veteran Ace.
That just means they have less emotional scarring, so that's a tough side.
Now that's words from a true veteran right there.
I mean,
experience equals emotional scarring.
I mean, look who's left at this tournament that's the old guard, man. It's Moon Meander. We all know that guy. He's mental nutcase, basically. So.
Yeah, if anything, all the emotional scarring has just built him up to become stronger.
That's
probably walks around to his team. You know what? You want to know how I got these scars? I remember there was an anecdote about him telling his team about like the pressure that comes with TI and saying like, you guys don't understand, like land pressure and TI pressure. They're 2 different things.
That's true. And this is Gladiators' time to prove that they are immune to it. Being up a game, that's nice, but it doesn't get you to the next round yet. So series far from over.
Cuckoo. Going to take a lot of damage on the way out here from Dyrachyo and Tofu, which Synderen was saying. Powerful lane here. Powerful lane. Chaos Knight, Grimstroke. I do not want to face up against that ever.
And on the flip side, it lets this Enchantress lane for the Beastmaster, which historically, if you can't shut down Beastmaster on the early waves, he feels extremely good.
Yeah.
And the more solo XP he gets, he's also very happy with. So if Celery can just mess with Whitemon, give Ace that early good start where he doesn't have to invest in the regen because he wants to rush to that helm, he's going to be super happy with it. And Enchantress is generally one of the better heroes at just causing some early chaos.
Ooh, Gabby takes a lot of damage for it, but he did get that boar, which is very important when it comes to this Beastmaster lane. Yeah, that was a lot of damage. Not worth the trade, right?
Well, I mean, you take that boar. You take that boar, but...
It's a lot of experience,
It's not
for
the
sure.
easiest boar he's ever gotten.
No, certainly not. Well, maybe the faster level 2 will result in some sort of exchange. Cuckoo does take a lot of damage once again. Combination of Tofu and Dyrachyo's stunning power, stroke of fate. I mean, once they get level 2 and they have Reality Rift and Inkswell that on top, that's going to be incredibly potent. But the harassment game continues in this bottom lane. So once again, Gaming Gladiators, not only the zoo, but also the strong preference in winning lanes.
These guys know how to set it up to work for them, too. It's something I think teams are prepared for at this point, but sometimes being prepared doesn't get you a better result. They are abusing that level advantage, though. That is the upside of getting these boar kills. There's another one.
Yeah, that was an interesting one.
And a salve cancel on the back of it, so some early little interactions going Gabby's way here. And it's going to be nice, because eventually this beast will be very annoying for this Tiny, level 5 to 6 range.
Yeah.
You're hoping you can get ahead of that curve. Build some space for Whitemon as well. This
Top lane going for the kill. Cuckoo, he's going to get hit by this Inkswell, and I think he's going to have a hard time surviving through it, but Tofu is also potentially going to die here. Gets out the last hit before Tofu goes down, so they do get the first blood for Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo will even deliver a couple blows to Zephyr as well. He just keeps on swinging. Keeps on hitting the Chaos Strike. Gets actually a second level of it as well, so no Reality Rift.
Where was that drunken brawler toggle? Could have gone for that evasion on the last hit.
Oh, true. True. Cuckoo.
This is the new tech, man. You gotta bust it out.
Yeah. He hasn't played the most amount of games of Brewmaster lately. Just 1 or 2 pubs of late.
Oh, this guy's Brewmaster is good. I'll tell you firsthand. And as long as he gets levels, he's gonna be pretty happy here. Ideally with this hero, you'd like to get to level 6 before the carry, and you can just solo kill him. That's the real power of this hero.
Yeah.
Feels like I haven't seen that in forever, because the early waves are difficult, especially versus a Grim CK, but...
Ace, he's going to get tossed back here into Whitemon. Whitemon's pretty low. Ace is not going to try and trade out the kills. He'll hide in the trees, and both will survive as a result. The boar does actually get denied by Celery, so something small that he can pull off. But they're just about to hit that crucial level 3 point, which is, I think, where the Beastmaster starts becoming way different to lane against.
Level 3 Helm of Iron Will. Now he's a real hero, you know?
True. Oh, he actually brought raindrops to lane, so Cuckoo knows he just has to try and tank up as much as possible to deal with the 100-0 possibility. As they just keep on going, and they've actually brought him down to half health again.
He went 1-0-2, so trying to abuse this new Drunken Brawler gives him some early extra armor, which is nice versus Chaos Knight. On top of the magic resist. Pretty interesting way to try and play the lane.
Yeah, that is interesting. 3 armor, that's quite a bit. We saw Whitemon earlier, just suiciding into the tier 2 tower. Gets a reset. Celery actually does open up the hard camp, so let's see if he can protect it for that 5-minute mark. If he can have that hard camp open with the siege wagon coming in a minute's time, that's going to be that could be a lot of time here.
This is a tough lane for T1 to play for the next few minutes, just because Whitemon, he doesn't really want to interact with these boars and the summons, and at the same time, he can't leave Gabby alone. So it's a question of how do you weather this storm that is inevitably building up here.
Top lane going in for again, Cuckoo. Trying to protect himself. 2 seconds stun. Duracio's going to need some big crits coming in here, but not actually getting it.
There's those toggles.
Whiff or two. Good job.
Got the miss.
He did. He got
Sends a
that
message.
value miss. That's better than any amount
Another
of armor.
bolt.
Gets the leap away before it does land. Siege wagons are coming in now, so expect some moves around the map.
I wouldn't be surprised to see this Zephyr Mirana go bottom here. Potentially try and kill this beast before he gets level 5 and 6 off a sleep or something.
Yeah.
Even if you kill his catapult, you're going to feel... It's going to relieve a little bit of pressure off this Tiny.
At the same time, it almost seems like the opposite. Celery's just like... He's actually going to leave the Beastmaster. They're not afraid of that kind of gank. He's going
rune.
to put pressure.
More important.
That's true.
Zephyr
Especially
feels
for
the
Storm. Storm is going to get hit by the split earth from the high ground of Carl, and he'll snag that one away from Boom. And Boom actually has to use all his mana too, so that's a double win right there.
Seems like T1 has won the majority of these rune fights in both games. RNG going their way a little bit.
Yeah. Though that didn't stop them in game 1. They may have won the rune fights and they got the Roshans, but that still did not stop the inevitable push of Gaming Gladiators.
Well, something to be said about it is I do feel like when all these supports go mid, Gaming Gladiators felt better about it because they have some of these lanes where they're happy to build that pressure up like we're seeing here.
Yep.
Like, Cuckoo does not want to be left alone in this game, and at the same time, Gabby, he's not going to want to be bottom for alone too much in this game, whereas Ace is super happy to just get the solo XP. Build up his boar army here. Now, Whitemon, those are 2 level 3 boars.
Yeah, the arrow is going to be blocked out by the boar, and Boom's going to join in here to be able to get the kill on a Whitemon.
He has a roar now.
He does have a roar. They can actually turn this, but Carl's actually going to show up. A split earth, the magic damage, it's not enough. Boom gets away just in time. Perhaps a little bit of help there from Ace with the roar, stopping the hit coming in from Gabby. And Helmet Dominator complete for Ace.
This Duraccio CK, though, the real benefit of all of this chaos, it feels like. He is so far ahead for this early in the game. My God, this guy's a secret Midas or something? Like,
yeah, what?
What the hell is going on?
4,000 net worth? What?
I mean, he's doubling up Cuckoo off this lane.
He's only gotten 2 kills. I'm confused. Like, this, I mean, one of them was first blood. Gabby goes for the toss back here, but the creeps are going to chase after him. It's a Satyr Mind Stealer.
We obs to see him.
Oh, nice play from Zephyr. Dropping that ward to be able to get the vision, finishing off the Storm Spirit kill. He's got 1 leap and 1 leap only to get out of here. Perfect angle. And it is going to be just enough to stay alive. Still, though, an incoming push, and T1 problems around as Cuckoo, again, as you were pointing out, doesn't want to be left alone in this lane, but they've got enough problems bottom lane. They've got to bring extra resources.
Trying to defend this tower, but this zoo is slowly building up, you know. Started out as a little local petting zoo. Now we're upgrading to the, what is it, Metropolitan Center?
Sure. Uh-oh. It's going to be a dead Leshrac. Do you think he should have gone, like, top instead? I mean, Cuckoo doesn't want him there because he's not level 6 yet.
Yeah, it's not just... There's really nowhere else he can go. He's still level 5. But again, he can't be down here. It's just impossible.
Yeah, he's trying to pull the creep wave off the tower. Ace, it's nighttime, so he loses vision for that roar that surely would have gotten the kill.
100%. And this is where last game, that Lycan, it did a number on him. This game, they probably felt like the zoo was coming, trying to prepare for a little more. But their best interaction is this Brewmaster, who got shut down on lane.
Zip in with the Inkswell. They're going to be able to chain stun up this Tiny, perhaps. He gets off the Avalanche, but ultimately the damage was still laid out there with
now Cuckoo's here.
Cuckoo is here, and he's going to need as many kills as possible with this ultimate. They're going to start off with Ace. He uses the roar and the extra movement speed to try and get out. He will not. Carl runs him down. But that bottom tower is still probably going to go down here with Celery pushing.
Arrow on mid?
Maybe? Oh, nice. Smart play there, Tofu. He tanks it up for him. President's bodyguard shows up just in time. And holds that 3,000 net worth lead for Gaming Gladiators.
Would you take a bullet for me, Cat?
I would absolutely not.
What about in the game?
You think that changes anything,
You
Avery?
you wouldn't tank that arrow. We all know. Tofu, he plays for the team.
He really does.
That is one of the nice combos with Mirana Brew. You can tornado off the end of this Brew ult, and a lot of times you get to set up for that extra arrow, the cherry on top. So it's something to look out for here, particularly for this Storm before he has BKB. It's one of those interactions he might not expect. Wasn't expecting it there. But you got to feel like this is Gaming Gladiators textbook type of game. Already a 3K lead at the 10-minute mark. Majority of that on Dyrachyo, who's just felt completely untouched in this game. All the attention is on this Enchantress Beast lane, which has just caused so much chaos.
I was reading through the breakdown of net worth there on the Chaos Knight, and he was just up in every category over the time. He didn't necessarily come from one source. He's farming more neutrals, more lane creeps, got the hero kills. They've gotten more glyphs, or bounties rather. And as a result, okay, they got more bounties later, which resulted in more 50 more gold apparently. Either way,
this guy's got 100 CS. He had free farm. He had multiple offlaner kills. He's living the life.
He really is. And can they afford to leave a Chaos Knight? Like, Brewmaster is part of the shutdown for Chaos Knight, right? But do they have enough answers? Leshrac, Brewmaster, a total free farming Chaos Knight?
Just shifts more of the burden to Carl. That's what it feels like to me. And Leshrac can stand up to this hero, but in the later portions when he had things like Shivas and more of his tank ability, right?
Yeah.
These early portions, especially with the differential Dyrachyo's created, he's just going to shred everybody.
Yeah. I would love to see one of those early Blink Dagger builds from the Chaos Knight and just like pop Phantasm and just jump on the Leshrac and blow him up 100 to 0 as quick as possible.
Definitely a possibility. He's stopping by for the Echo Saber, it looks like. And
yeah.
T1 feeling the pressure, trying to make something happen here with this Mirana ult, but not finding anything. Even more wasted time for them. While Stellar, he's happy to hit this mid tower. Force somebody to show. Even Ace is here. Gaming Gladiators, they're perfectly fine taking the fight if it comes to them. Haste on Boom as well. Feels a little bit like last game, which is how does T1 start what they want to have happen without getting punished on the map for it?
Yeah.
Whereas Gladiators, they can choose what they want to do right now. You want to chip mid? Sure. I'm chipping it. My CK's farming Ancients. My Grim and Storm are off the map. Aces farming bottom. It's like everybody's getting to do what they want. T1 having issues responding to it.
It seems to me like Gaming Gladiators just have much better answers. I mean, you described their playstyle to me earlier as like a very defensive focus where they're going to kind of like turtle it up and focus more towards their late game and their big mid and late game timings, and they're going to scale really well. And Gaming Gladiators do not seem pressured a lot of times, even though they are taking the speed. Like at times like now, Dyrachyo this entire time, while T1 is being 5-man mid, he was farming up an Ancient stack. You know, like he's just getting bigger and bigger. In fact, he is looking at that Blink Dagger now as third item.
This is a very aggressive, very fast pace from this Chaos Knight. He's ready to help his team fight for that Roshan, which is next on their radar. I mean, Celery chipped this mid tower off, I think, 3 big neutral creeps just alone.
Yeah.
And T1 did not feel confident enough to try and stop him.
Yeah, who needs a Dark Troll Summoner? Just various neutrals from the Enchantress will finish it up by itself.
Centaur Stomp from the
what
neutral.
a Centaur Stomp!
This guy's playing for one of these teams.
God damn. That's the MVP play right there.
That's
Someone give me a replay. Whitemon. Goodbye. Gaming Gladiators on the hunt here. Boom. Gonna be able to find the Mirana with that Inkswell combination. That is just such a pretty chain stun. And T1, Cuckoo's gonna be in some trouble when he comes down. They actually found Carl, though. Carl, who you said was going to be the biggest factor in shutting down this Chaos Knight, a big kill in addition to the 3 that they already had on the side of Gaming Gladiators. They are absolutely steamrolling T1.
This game is getting into very dangerous territory if it isn't already. I mean, what a Centaur Stomp, to be honest, and doing them no favors for sure.
No.
But Dyrachyo came in, he just killed the Wind Panda right off the bat.
Yeah.
Counterpick for what? Doesn't even matter. This is already a very steep uphill battle for T1. this Brewmaster is not a hero who can function when he's this far behind on levels because he requires getting to his level 2 ult to deal with the effective tankiness that's going to be coming out from these Gaming Gladiators heroes. If it's not on him to deal with the summons and the illusions, who is?
Yeah.
More and more falling onto Carl's shoulders here.
That's cute. Did you see what happened? They waited until the creep spawned at 15 minutes, took the triangle together, quickly cleared out the engine. Instead of like blocking it, they just killed it. And now they're going to take Roshan for themselves. So a 15.5-minute Roshan, that's an Aegis for Boom. So this Chaos Knight is super online and ready to go. The Storm Spirit can now make all kinds of crazy plays with a second life. T1
gotten everything they wanted out of this game.
Yeah, they really
Helm of the Overlord's already up on Ace. This is hard to push. This is hard to fight into, hard to shove lanes out first because the Storm Grim can play the map on the back of the Beastmaster vision. So we're going to see White Man. You're on a Hawk. See you later. There's just nothing to set up for because the threat is all on Dire side right now.
What are we waiting for T1? Is it just opportunity? Yeah, I'm not sure if there's really an item, one item that changes their game too much, right?
I mean, I would say the most influential in this game is like level 2 Brew Ult and Ags, but
yeah,
we are a long way off from that. It's going to be a lot of stalling to get to that point.
Well, T1, they are one of the best teams at this major at being able to stall out a game, but simultaneously, Gaming Gladiators have shown themselves at being one of the best to lock it down. Boom. Long range jump, gotta be able to spot Carl and Duraccio right alongside him. Really good Nightmare dodge, but it's not gonna be enough to be able to save Carl. And with Carl dead, boom, he may actually still die here, but remember, he has the Aegis double Primal Roar. Good setup there from the Grimstroke with Ace, following it up in an Inkswell on top that's gonna be able to catch Gabby. One by one, T1 will be falling here, and that's gonna be a team wipe. Didn't even drop the Aegis. Know your place, says Tofu. Apparently, their place is back at the fountain.
Or the lower bracket here. And oof, this game just feels over at this point. It does not feel like you can muster any sort of comeback here just because of how strong this Summon Zoo is this early. How well this beast is going to help his pickoff take over the map. This isn't even Storm's best timing, which is his BKB. He just has Aegis to play off of. Didn't even lose at that fight.
So they still got another 2.5 minutes to utilize that tool. Carl here farming Ancients, but not for long. Duraccio, they've already moved over. Fortunately for Carl, not so fortunate for Whitemon. He stumbles into the smoke rotation instead.
This is the strength of Beastmaster, honestly. When you start winning a game and you can take over areas of the map, he's one of the best at helping you hold that.
Yeah.
Because he can abuse these matchups that heroes have trouble interacting with him early, on top of giving you the vision to help other heroes play very confidently. Look at Celery right now. I mean, yeah, he's an Enchantress, but maybe he should have a bit more fear.
Yeah, they try and burst through the creeps, and they actually did manage to kill the creeps to allow the arrow to land. That gets the kill on Celery. Boom, maybe losing his Aegis here, but first Carl's going to go down, and now with the roar on Gabby, the follow-up Inkswell stun, Chaos Knight bolts. There's tons of stuns coming out from Gaming Gladiators. Reality Rift with the bind coming in from the Grimstroke, going to be able to catch more of these heroes, but the Moonlight Shadow allows them to slip away into the night. Round 2 here for Boom, as they're going to continue the assault on this tier 2. Eventually, backdoor protection will fall.
Ace even picking up a drum to help them take that fight. More move speed for this Chaos Knight to engage. If you show heroes, Gaming Gladiators are going to jump them. That's pretty much the name of the game. Celery's happy to give his life there to give all the vision for that engagement.
Yeah.
No lack of damage for this side, I'll tell you that much.
And look at them, they are just non-stop hunting down heroes. Cuckoo shows, immediately Boom, and the rest of the team is on their way. Cuckoo's dead. Zephyr forced to use all his leap charges, and the Chaos Bolt was still going out, so Duraccio is going to catch him as well. Nobody on T1 is allowed out on the map, it seems. Gaming Gladiators, they just continue to sweep back and forth across the map, not letting T1 find any of that farm. Look at him. There it goes again. Three-man smoke up. Use the Phantasm to push out mid. They're going to show a hero top. Actively taking that tier 2. Yeah, the Hawk and the smoke rotation, so they're going to be able to find some heroes. Fortunately, the double damage is denied. It also gives Gabby a heads up. They need to get the hell out of here.
This map's just too easy to play for them right now. This is why they like this Enchantress.
Yeah.
She gives you the option to set up these dual lanes or tri-lanes in a way where you can enable some of your later cheese picks, give them a good game, and just accelerate out of control. On top of, she's just such an annoying support to deal with. If you close out the lanes this fast, she can frontline every smoke gank. You have to run through her. That's what Celery knows. He can just play so aggressive.
Yeah.
It's another factor limiting T1's comeback potential.
I mean, they're stepping out. The moment they do, there's Boom. Catches them, Primal Roar, no chance to pop the ultimate for Cuckoo. Once again, he's got a long cooldown ult that he's just never really being allowed to use. And Duraccio on the other side of things, he's got a 5-shot Carl.
Didn't even need the Phantasm. Just did it the old school way. That's not going to feel great.
Okay, okay, big kill. Oh, but Duraccio's in. Nightmare self-save, but the Inkswell stun still lands on it too. They are still dead. Yeah, you got me, says Boom. Tips Whitemon. GG is already called by T1. Wow. What an absolute one-sided stomp by Gaming Gladiators over T1. They are going to be moving on to the upper bracket semifinals to face up against TSM. T1, I mean, they're looking like in a state of shock. They're going to have to see if they can recover in the lower bracket. That was an absolute shellacking, as one member on the panel would say.
I don't think I've seen that team beat down like that in a long time.
Yeah.
Usually when they lose it, still they get to play Dota, you know?
Yeah.
This was just a completely one-sided series for the most part, especially this game 2. Very uncommon for them, so they're definitely not feeling too great after that one. I have to go back to the drawing board. Honestly, I just feel they're just a little outdrafted in terms of the strategic planning. Like, I feel like Gaming Gladiators got exactly what they wanted in both games. Very in their comfort zone, especially this last game, Chaos Knight. If you don't have a plan for this hero, he's like, if you don't get that Underlord, if you don't have some Tide plus another AoE carry like the Monkey King or something to deal with him, this hero has proven time and time again in this tournament, he will shred you. He will destroy his lane. He will accelerate into that Armlet PKB, Armlet Blink Echo, whatever you want to do. He just does way too much damage early on in the game. He's way too tanky. Yeah, you can have something like a Leshrac, but do you get there? There were other problems for T1 in this game, but very well played from Gladiators. Exactly what you want to do with these types of Enchantress Beastmaster lineups, right? Win the side lanes, abuse the advantage, do an early Roshan, take over the enemy triangle. Almost too easy.
Gladiators Zoo continues to be successful here at the Stockholm Major. Meanwhile, T1, well, they're going to be joining the rest of the Southeast Asian teams in the lower bracket. We'll see how that breaks down, especially since they're all on the same side of the bracket. That's not going to feel good. Let's go ahead and check in with our panel to close out the night.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. Indeed, 2 times in a row, Gaming Gladiators get to open with the Storm Enchantress. And the second game, even more so than the first game. It was incredibly dominant. We're going to discuss exactly how dominant that was. And, of course, take a look at the state of the rest of the teams and the SCA teams in the lower bracket, all after the break. It is Gaming Gladiators that run away with a victory here after they ran over T1 in the upper bracket. Congratulations to them, and they get some extra points. They get their opponent in TSM in the upper bracket next round. They get a day break as well, which actually, I stand corrected. T1 also gets a day break because their lower bracket series is actually Wednesday. But I'm joined here by Avo, Sunsfan, and Sinrin, and we're going to break down this game. We're also going to get our hands on one of the winners to talk to them. And Avo, this game felt over so fast. Why wasn't T1 better prepared for the similar playstyle that Gaming Gladiators ran?
I think Gaming Gladiators, when I saw this game, right, I honestly think there was a lot of gameplay that came into play, and they just seem really comfortable at LAN. At LAN, there's all this idea of like the team that runs at you first and feels most comfortable with that idea wins, and Gaming Gladiators seem super chill. I don't know if Lex is right and they're actually drinking and that's why it is, but like they seem fine with it. T1 couldn't adapt in time.
They could not adapt in time.
Yeah, I just think more so than game number 1, the lanes just went super one-sided, right?
Exactly.
The CK safe lane annihilated Brewmaster, which was meant to be a counterpick for the game in general. And Gaming Gladiators ran the Eng Beastmaster off lane. They played it pretty even to begin with, and then they just took over. I think the only lane for T1 that went well, they were pretty far ahead on mid. I think Leshrac did a very good job against the Storm. But again, Storm, you recover a bit in the jungle, get level 6, get 2 moves together with Enship back in the game, and you just roll. So
that was quite the shellacking, of course. Not as big of a shellacking as I witnessed last night between the Phoenix Suns and the Dallas Mavericks. Disgusting to watch.
I mean, that was quite the shellacking as far as I've been told. I believe, Sunsfan, you also have selected a clip for us to watch.
Yes, let's watch this clip. There it is. Thank you. Back to you, Sheever.
The clip continues here a little bit, but
no.
I mean, at this point, I mean, T1 is already struggling, and then they also have the neutrals against them. Avo, that must have felt rough for them.
Yeah, again, it's just the idea that I think those things really do affect the mentality of T1. And if you put this into frame, T1 did really well in the group stages, but they weren't really expected. You know, Sunsfan, when he was insulting them in the beginning, he said that they came in third in the SADPC, and that was partially because the team was just looking a little bit inconsistent after the change of their carry.
How is that an insult? Literally a fact.
Well, no, sorry. The insult before was they're no longer their favorite child, and then you compare them to your cats.
That's
and
right.
You said that you hate one of them.
I don't hate them. It's just the least favorite.
Okay, which one of T1's players do you hate if you hate one of them?
Yeah, it's true.
They're all equal.
Oh, yeah, good answer.
One of my most favorite players coming out of Gaming Gladiators is actually the Racho, who's standing by with Slacks right now.
Thank you so much, Sheever. Oh, she said it perfectly. I've been practicing it. Doratio, right? How do you say it?
Doratio.
Oh, that was perfect, sir. Well, congratulations on a handed victory. That was absolutely unbelievable. I mean, T1, this team's pretty good. You made it look like T0 in that one. How you feeling?
I mean, I feel good myself. We beat them. Tomorrow is free day, so we can chill, play some scrims, do our stuff. Yeah, good feeling.
Now, I read on Liquipedia that part of your name means fool, or the fool. What's up with that? Explain. Is it like a poetic thing?
I just take my nickname from anime, and you know, Baka, and I just translate it on Russian and just write it with English letters, so it's Doratio.
Great. No deeper poetic meaning. It's just from an anime. So let's go back into those games. All right, let's talk about that Tiny game. That was a beatdown. That was a slap-a-dappa there. What kind of Tiny do you like playing? Do you like playing the one where you just one-shot somebody, or do you like the run in there and do some slapping?
I like more active Tiny. When I get my blick, I can do whatever I want, and I feel that I can kill anyone. I can split them up. I can just smoke, kill Lina for 5 hits. So yeah, I like Tiny like this.
Yeah. Not a lot of teams having success with that hero, but a lot of teams having success with that Chaos Knight. That was one of the biggest beatdowns I think I have seen throughout the entire event on that one. That just looked hopeless. How did you feel as a carry of that team? Who would you say you would give on your team as like the MVP that made that one happen?
In this game?
Yeah.
In my team? Boom, probably. His Storm Spirit is best. They didn't ban it, they make a mistake, so we just pick it. Maybe Celery, but he's one hero pool player, only Eng. What can I do? I mean, Eng is probably easier than Storm, right? So I cannot give him MVP.
Ench is probably easier than Store. You got a micro, okay? Store's pretty easy.
You just need to take one creep and go in. People cannot kill you. They have untouchable and heal. What can they do?
A typical carry there. The respect for the team to make it happen. Now, before we go, the most important question that I personally have is, what is your Instagram? Now, this is what I've been hearing is the hottest, hypest Insta out there. Everybody should follow. If you do love Gaming Gladiators, where can they find you?
Duratio, the same nick like the same name like in Dota. So I'd be proud if you follow me, guys. I need more followers.
As he said before the interview. Well, there you go, my friend. I did my best. I hope that for every kill you get 10 more Insta followers now, and we'll send it right back to the panel.
Thank you very much. I will actually say, after a post-game interview during the DPC, he also requested for Instagram followers. I've started following him. He doesn't post a lot, but he does do stories here and there, and the stories are actually quite fun.
You know, I love following people that don't post stuff.
Yes,
Is it just me?
No, they're the best ones as well. I agree.
Like, I'm about to follow somebody on Twitter, and I looked. Oh, you have 30,000 posts. Okay, I'm not following you anymore.
That's true.
It's a lot of spam.
Yeah.
I wanna quickly touch upon the fact that today we've had 4 series today, all in the upper bracket. Of course, we got 4 teams from Group A, 4 teams from Group B. If you asked most people before the tournament, before the major, they would have said Group A is the strongest one. Out of those 4 series, 3 of them have been won by the Group B teams. I know, Suns fan, you knew this all along. You knew that this would happen.
That's right. I said it mostly because everybody else was saying A, and I wanted to be different.
Yeah.
But I was correct as always, Shiver.
Correct as always. Why do you think that is, though, Syndra? Not that he is correct.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, that's going to be hard to explain why you're right for once.
Okay.
Not that the Group B teams are looking stronger.
I don't know. I think something that Group B maybe got out of it was that a lot of the teams played really tight. Like, it was close. The group was when the group is really close like that, I think every team learns a lot. Like, there's, you're going to have a lot of draws. You're going to have some of your strategies tested and beaten by other teams that are around your level. Whereas if you have a more polarized group, maybe some of the weaker teams will give you false confidence in some of your strategies that might not be the best because they don't get truly tested. But in Group B, all the teams were super close. So anything you run at anyone in any game will be put to the test. And, I think a team like Gaming Gladiators, right, probably learned a lot from that about what it is that works in their strategy and what they need to avoid. So
yep,
good example of that.
Good example indeed, and we saw the brackets just now. We got still, of course, a lot of slots to fill in to get to the winner in the end. We got ourselves to upper bracket semifinals. They're gonna have to wait a little bit. They're gonna, of course, have a day off, as we heard the Retro say. He's very happy with that one, and we're gonna talk about lower bracket matches because, nice upper bracket, nobody gets eliminated, very friendly Avo, but that's not why we're here.
No, I want to see people cry.
Yeah, well, no.
I've already seen somebody cry.
You looked in the mirror last night
when
after the game was over?
Lost.
Too soon, Syndra.
I'm a bad friend, but at least I'm a friend.
I did warn you that I might get really loud.
Yeah.
I didn't tell you it would be sobbing, though.
Oh, well, I was fast asleep, so...
Are you guys
I know. You don't give
together?
a shit.
Are you guys in the same room?
We're next to each other.
We're next to each other.
Here's my every word.
Oh.
No, what we want to see, some elimination. We don't necessarily want to see people cry. We're not that mean. But it does always feel extra special when there's elimination series going on.
It's raw.
Yeah, it is. It is. There's a lot on the line. There's an emotion on the line, pride. There's TI potentially on the line as well, and it's gonna get rough. 3 series tomorrow, Avo. Anyone in particular you're looking forward to most? Any series in particular?
I know this is not going to be the one that people are looking forward to, but I'm looking forward to watch Pisco's because, I have a personal attachment to them. They're looking rough. They got through because EG was in their group, but it was a bit rough for them, and there's a team that kind of needs the LAN win. The story about them, obviously people are going to think I'm South American. I'm not, by the way, but the reason why I support them is because a team that's been together for 3 years, right? This actually, I think, is the longest standing squad ever in Dota, since Insania also decided to move around, right?
I think it's the longest currently standing one.
Yes, the longest currently standing one, because I think in the past, I think Na'Vi stayed together longer.
Oh.
And also
you think with 0 changes?
I believe it would be close.
Wasn't the liquid with Matu also really long?
Nah,
I mean, they've been like 3 years and a half now.
Okay, that's probably more. I think
Like
that
that's
was-
why, and I don't want them to. I don't want them to make changes, to be honest. But it has been a moment where you've seen them for what, like, 1.5 years, and they've stagnated. They went from the best SA team to not even the best SA team right now, as Thunder Awaken is doing well. And tomorrow is essentially do or die for them. If they accomplish it, I mean, to them the tournament doesn't mean anything, really. Like, if they make it past the first or second round, it's gonna be proof that they're still growing. And if they don't, it's not the major you're losing. It's honestly
the
team.
confidence.
No, I think the team is probably lost. I think there's a lot at stake for them.
Because they do already have 610 points in the DPC, which is not bad because you only need like about 300 more or so if you want to have a shot at making a TI based on points. And to be honest, they have a good shot at getting that out of the region regardless. But obviously, you're not playing to make it to TI, you're trying to play to win TI.
Exactly.
So we'll see how that goes. And
every team that loses in the lower bracket tomorrow does not get to play in the arena, and I think you should
That's
never underestimate
true.
that. For some of these players who have either never been to an international event before or have been but haven't managed to play on stage, it's a really long time ago you had your last chance. It's something special to play in front of a live audience that a lot of players really just. You ask any of the pros that have played at Lance, like, that is my favorite part, is playing on stage. So you don't want to miss out on that, but it's the brutal reality of a tournament like this. Not everyone gets to go there. And I think you need to get through. If you start in the lower bracket, I think you need to win 2 series, actually, to make it there, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't
Is
believe
one
so.
enough?
I think 1 is enough. I think the matches that we're gonna
So
see
tomorrow's even bigger
in
then.
the arena are mostly they are actually the lower brackets mostly. So we have 2 more days left where the players are not in the arena. One of the days is tomorrow, where we have the 3 of the 4 opening lower bracket rounds, and then on the Wednesday, that will be the day where we'll have 2 upper bracket semi-finals, and we have the final lower bracket series. But this is the schedule for tomorrow, and Beast Coast, as Avo said, they are up first, and they have
Team Spirit.
a nice opponent in Team Spirit. Yeah, it's a rough life out there.
Just get it over with, Beast Coast. You got this too.
The other interesting matchups, we're talking about, like, teams that are going through rough patches. Boom Esports, right? They're coming in as favorites now in lower bracket. They're facing OG. I don't think there's going to be any changes, obviously, to the team if they lose, but they were certainly expecting better results. Being out in the first round would be devastating.
That being said, Boom struggled during the group stages mostly because they went for ties.
They're incredible.
Most of the series they tied, so I'm wondering if we're gonna see their series tomorrow. What's gonna happen in that 3rd game? How much can they adapt and learn?
Statistically, it's a coin flip then.
Sure.
If they win every second game.
Oh, they're gonna lose every single 3rd game.
That depends if they won the first game or the second game.
So on day one, they won the first game of the 2-game series, and on day 2 they won all the second game of the 2-game series.
Are they doing this on purpose? This is really impressive.
I don't think they do it on purpose. They did look a little hot and cold, and
they're gonna
hopefully
get a
have
tie
to
tomorrow
there.
as well. Somehow. They'll find a way.
This team is great.
Speaking of hot and cold, how's your temperature, Sunsfan?
Oh, it feels great. Thank you so much, Shiver.
The air
Really
conditioning.
appreciate you walking the 20 feet, which is 20 centimeters, I believe, is the conversion rate over to the other side of the room.
No.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, something
That's
like
pretty
that.
close, I think.
How small are your feet? Actually, no, that's not true. Your feet are massive.
Very tiny feet. Can I make one quick prediction?
Yeah, sure.
It has nothing to do with the lower bracket at all. So, as always, not talking about what we're talking about in general. I think Gaming Gladiators are going to win the tournament.
Okay.
And it's not because Celery came up to me and said he's a really big fan of the podcast. It's because I think they're very good at Dota. That's all I have to say.
All right. Well, great. Yeah.
That's a really good
they're
argument
on
for
the
why a
right
team
track.
would win.
Thank you.
I like that.
They're in the upper bracket. So we're
Can I
together.
make a prediction as well?
Sure.
I think the team that wins the tournament will be really good at Dota.
I mean, that's a rough one. I don't know if you're right about that. A lot
think
of
Tundra's
people
gonna
win
win.
stuff and there's flukes. What?
Why?
Thunder's gonna win.
Why? Is it because they're really good at Dota?
Not really.
Oh.
No, I
well,
think it's
that's
other
good.
sources.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shannon.
Great.
Anytime.
Well, thank all 3 of you for a wonderful panel and a great evening. Thank all of you for tuning in today. The Dota for today is done though. These were 4 best-of-3 series. It's the only day that we have that is this long. It was also the only day that we have that is a rolling schedule, so keep that in mind. Tomorrow we will be back. There will be 3 series in the lower bracket. We're gonna kick it off with a live show right here at 11:30. First game is live at noon. It's all CEST time. So we'll see you tomorrow for more Stockholm Major powered by Intel.
sunshine, a brand new day. Daily I can choose to become what is best for me.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Like butter, sweet like honey. Looks so good, like she made of money. She a stunner, legendary. Watch what she does when she feeling lucky. Her so good, she's so bad. Ain't nothing to it, just sit on back. Sit on back, sit on back. Ain't nothing to it, cause it's a woman's world. Woman's world. It's a woman's world. It's a woman's world. Little bit of lady, whole lot of boss. Money comes easy cause she calling all the shots. Got it from her mama, beauty in the brains. Hustle like a champion, like she in the game. Like she in the game, like she in the game. Ain't nothing to it cause it's a woman's world. A woman's world. Baby, it's so hers. yeah.